The setting sun bleeds like spilled blood as the bitter wind howls. In the Dawei dynasty on the northern frontier, at Anning Pass the moment has arrived a foreign horde is at the gate. Xiongnu Zhuoxian Wang Huanru Xie leads an army of 100,000 intent on breaching the pass and advancing southward. 100,000 soldiers pound at the gate as the battlefield erupts in flames. Amidst the chaos, Sheng Huaian watches the enemy mass outside the city, his trembling hand gripping the bow and arrow. It is his first experience of the battlefield. "What are you nervous?" an old soldier asks. Clearly Sheng Huaian appears as nothing more than a raw recruit. "Yes," Sheng Huaian admits with terror in his eyes. As a fresh conscript who had only recently traversed into this world, he was grabbed on the street to serve in the city's defense. One cannot fathom what the veteran defenders were thinking conscripting an ordinary civilian lacking both combat experience and strength. Is it to use him as cannon fodder? The city's commoners. The old soldier intones wisely. Sheng Huaian nods in agreement, his hands trembling. He had transmigrated into the body of a scholar also named Sheng Huaian. Barely having stepped outside to scope his surroundings, he was intercepted by recruiters and conscripted into service. "Don't be afraid, you blink and you're dead. There's nothing to fear," the old soldier consoled. Sheng Huaian's inner thought, "Your comfort is noted, but spare me the consolation next time." A heavy drumbeat, dong dong dong, resounds outside the city like thunder. "Get down and stay hidden. The Xiongnu are launching their assault. First evade the shower of arrows," a warning rings out. The old soldier advises, peering through a narrow slit in the parapet as he crouches behind the wall to observe the enemy. Sheng Huaian quickly joins him in the concealment. In the next moment, arrows rain down like a storm, their whizzing sounds piercing the air. The defenders atop the wall huddle behind the parapet, too fearful to stand exposed. Those who dare stand become living targets, mere fodder for death. Now as the Xiongnu hurl arrow after arrow, who would risk standing like a spiked hedgehog? Meanwhile, the besiegers set up ladders and start their ascent to scale the wall. As the arrow barrage subsides, the old soldier shouts, "Quick, prepare to counterattack. Only by holding the wall can we survive." On seeing the elder rise, Sheng Huaian immediately follows suit. He is issued nothing more than a battered bow and arrow, barely serviceable, with only 5 arrow shafts, a woefully meager arsenal. After all, as expendable cannon fodder, top-notch equipment is unnecessary. "Kid, stop standing there, shoot quickly," shouts the old soldier. Gazing upon the surging tide of the Xiongnu, Sheng Huaian snaps back to reality. How does this differ from the dramatizations on television? Compared to fiction, the truth is so remarkably crude. With tens of thousands assaulting the city, the enemy's sheer numbers impose a psychological weight. Now as they rally near the walls with ladders, the relentless arrow storm has only just momentarily ceased. Fixated on the densely packed enemy below, Sheng Huaian, regardless of his own skill, draws his bow and unleashes an arrow straight into the throng. Whoosh! An enemy soldier at the foot of the wall falls lifeless, his eyes forever unfulfilled. As if by a twist of fate, he is struck down by chance. In his very first volley in this life, and the one before, Sheng Huaian has felled a Xiongnu soldier. Yet as his arrow finds its mark, he senses something amiss within his mind. Oh no! A maddening itch in his head, as if his mind is about to burgeon unnaturally. It is then that a golden veil appears within his consciousness. Upon the golden veil, shining characters reveal themselves. Name: Sheng Huaian, a race human, skill none, talent worthless, novice archer, killing value 1. Could this be a golden finger? Staring at the golden veil within his mind, Sheng Huaian is instantly elated. A transmigration's indispensable golden finger. The ancient fates have not deceived him. "System, hello?" He calls out only to receive no response. Could it be that he activated it wrongly? "Hi, hello, system." Still silence prevails. Growing anxious, Sheng Huaian wonders why his golden finger, supposedly a system, remains inert. He had hoped for a novice bonus package to transform him into a war deity capable of slaughtering all. Stranded on a brutal battlefield with a crippled system, what is to be done? Desperation mounts as he silently pleads for a response. Alas, even fervent desire does not guarantee an echo. Noticing a plus sign appended to his label of pathetic novice archer and drawing on years of internet fiction, Sheng Huaian immediately opts to allocate a point. This must be a one-click cultivation-style golden finger. Sure enough, with a mere thought and point allocation, archer-related knowledge and experience surge into his mind. In an instant, he transforms from a pitiable novice into an ordinary archer. Simultaneously, a warm current flows through his body, making him feel immensely empowered. So it's all about adding to the killing value, he muses with simplicity and clarity. "I feel terrifyingly powerful now." With newfound prowess, Sheng Huaian draws his bow with the poise of an experienced archer. An arrow flies forth, piercing the heart of a Xiongnu soldier below the wall, sealing his fate. After slaying a Xiongnu soldier, his killing value resets to 1. Yet this time no plus sign emerges behind his ordinary archer status. Clearly a single point in killing value is insufficient to elevate him beyond an ordinary archer. Hey, not bad. Another one down, remarks a nearby voice. The old soldier observes in astonishment as Sheng Huaian consecutively releases 2 arrows, each claiming an enemy life, a performance hardly befitting of a mere newcomer. Fortune favors me, fortune favors me. Now no longer anxious, Sheng Huaian smiles. One might imagine the enemy's silent retort, thank you for your luck, but spare us your unyielding fortune. It is our fate. How irksome are enemies who overstep all bounds. With a golden finger at his disposal and the protagonist's halo surrounding him, he is destined to be powerful, a common trope in many novels. Now as the Xiongnu descend upon the city, their soldiers clamber the ladders while the defenders hurl stones, a single stone, and it is as if a watermelon has been shattered. Some defenders wielding scalding golden liquid douse the climbing enemy. The drenched Xiongnu soldier howls in agony as he tumbles down. The defending side holds the advantage, and for the attackers to succeed, they must sacrifice their very lives. If the enemy breaches the wall, fall back immediately, the seasoned soldier instructs. The old soldier admonishes, clearly not wishing to see the promising archer perish in hand-to-hand combat. Don't worry, uncle, I value my life, asserts Sheng Huaian. In that moment, he forgets the terror of the battlefield, focusing solely on increasing his killing value, a testament to his unexpectedly rapid adaptation. Sheng Huaian continues to knock arrow after arrow, relentlessly targeting the dense troop of the Xiongnu below the wall, rarely missing his mark. Whoosh! Another enemy succumbs to his arrow, struck with chilling precision. His killing value increases further, yet the plus sign eludes him. Seeing that no advancement has yet materialized, he realizes that the slaughter must continue. To grow stronger and survive in this unfamiliar world, Sheng Huaian silently apologizes to his foes. There's no need for gratitude. He readies his bow once more and releases an arrow that ends the life of another Xiongnu soldier with 4 out of his 5 arrow shafts now expended. Without pause, Sheng Huaian continues to ready his bow, his technique growing ever more adept. An arrow flies forth, striking true at the brow of a Xiongnu soldier. Not one of his 5 arrow shafts has failed to hit its mark. Kid, are you really a freshly conscripted soldier? The old veteran exclaims in disbelief as he watches Sheng Huaian. Gazing upon his pristine scholarly appearance, one would hardly suspect that on the battlefield his 5 arrows have claimed 5 enemy lives, a flawless record indeed. Having slain 5 enemy soldiers without a change in expression, one wonders, can a newly conscripted soldier perform so impeccably? Not even a novice would exhibit such prowess. Not only the old soldier, but several comrades look on in astonishment as Sheng Huaian with his battered bow dispatches 5 foes, commanding newfound respect. Though it may be only 5 enemies, it is still a commendable feat. Alas, defending the city means these kills cannot be tallied as military credit. It must be acknowledged that other archers facing the vast numbers of Xiongnu below the wall would likely miss many shots. None could match Sheng Huaian's unerring accuracy. Whether by sheer luck or an innate archer's talent, it is beyond doubt, especially when compared to his fellow conscripts who tremble at the sight of the enemy. Is there any doubt? Sheng Huaian exclaims in exasperation to the old soldier. All right, now fall back and rest. Soon close combat will ensue. With your slight arms and legs, be careful not to injure yourself, the veteran advises. The old soldier scrutinizes him, yet Sheng Huaian with righteous resolve declares, no, I must continue to kill and defend our homeland. The veteran, taken aback, hardly believes such words could come from a freshly conscripted soldier. When did a newcomer become so philosophically awakened? Other soldiers glance at Sheng Huaian in astonishment, questioning if he truly is a conscript. Clearly this recruit has no intention of cowering behind the wall. Uncle, fetch me more arrow shafts, for I feel terrifyingly powerful now, Sheng Huaian proclaims with brimming confidence. The surrounding soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Incredibly powerful. With Sheng Huaian's fair-skinned face and slender limbs, he looked more like a frail young scholar. There was no sign of any great strength. The veteran, seeing that Sheng Huaian was unwilling to retreat to the rear, said, go fetch him a good bow and 10 arrows. Sheng Huaian said with soaring ambition, Uncle, I need 50 arrows. Today I will hunt down the enemy to my heart's content. The veteran was speechless. This man had transformed too quickly. Just minutes ago he had been trembling like a frightened quail, utterly terrified. Now he seemed like a seasoned soldier. Though a bit puzzled, the veteran still said, give him 20 arrows. A soldier acknowledged the order and hurried off to fetch the bow and arrows. The others continued holding steel blades and spears or smashed rocks down to kill the enemy, climbing the ladders. Boiling hot liquid also poured down in torrents. Anything that could kill the attacking enemy was used. Sheng Huaian spotted several enemy arrows on the ground, went over and pulled them out. Still usable. After pulling out 6 arrows from the ground, Sheng Huaian continued shooting with the worn-out bow. Whooshed! 1 arrow claimed a life, increasing the kill count by 1. In no time, 6 arrows had taken 6 Xiongnu soldiers. This scene left the nearby soldiers dumbfounded. Was he really not a wolf in sheep's clothing? You call this a conscript? Since when did a conscript shoot 10 enemies with ease without even changing his expression? His kill count reached 10, and a plus sign finally appeared next to the ordinary archer rank. He could add another point. Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian tapped it, and his rank advanced from ordinary archer to bronze archer. A flood of archer experience poured into his mind, and his strength increased slightly. After becoming a bronze archer, Sheng Huaian felt he was now terrifyingly powerful. The veteran and the other soldiers' gazes toward Sheng Huaian had changed entirely. With just a broken bow, he had killed 11 enemies. This archery talent was truly frightening. If he could collect the heads of these 11 enemies, this merit would be enough to promote him directly to squad leader. In the Great Wei Dynasty, a corporal led 5 soldiers, and a squad leader led 10. The veteran was a squad leader himself, commanding 10 soldiers, and Sheng Huaian had been assigned to his unit. With a promising archer under his command, the veteran felt protective of him. Soon the soldier returned with the bow and arrows. Kid, fight well. Try to survive and become a general one day, the veteran said with a smile. After swapping to the new bow, Sheng Huaian gave it a test. It was much better than the old one. Killing the enemy and serving the country shows true manliness. Uncle, watch closely. He'll send these Xiongnu brats to hell. With these words, Sheng Huaian knocked an arrow and drew the bow. After becoming a bronze archer, Sheng Huaian felt even his stance of knocking and drawing the bow had become much more stylish. Whooshed! An arrow flew, hitting the forehead exactly. A Xiongnu soldier died in bewilderment. In no time, 20 arrows claimed the lives of 20 Xiongnu enemies. By now, some Xiongnu soldiers had climbed up, but they were all hacked down by the defenders and fell off the wall. Below the city wall, the bodies of Xiongnu soldiers had piled up, blood staining the wall red. Yet the Xiongnu below trampled over their comrades' corpses and kept climbing fearlessly. Unless the retreat drums sounded, the assault never stopped. Anyone who dared retreat without reason would be beheaded and their family enslaved. Thus, even facing death, the attacking Xiongnu soldiers never stepped backward. After Sheng Huaian ran out of arrows, the veteran ordered him to rest. The battle continued until noon, when the Xiongnu army finally beat the drums to retreat. The attacking Xiongnu soldiers receded like a tide. That morning, the enemy had failed to breach the wall, leaving over 1,000 corpses behind. What a pity that this golden finger only counted enemies he killed himself. Otherwise, he would have soared. The Xiongnu army did not withdraw far, indicating the day's fighting was not over. Sheng Huaian retreated to rest and checked the light panel. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Cultivation technique: none. Talent: bronze archer. Kill count: 20. 20 kill points and a plus sign appeared next to bronze archer. But Sheng Huaian did not rush to add points. For now, the experience of a bronze archer was barely enough for defending the city. He had to consider martial arts. This world had martial Dao. To survive on the battlefield, he had to become strong himself. During the noon break, everyone introduced themselves. I'm Sheng Huaian. Peace in a prosperous era, he said. Peace in a prosperous era. Nice, a good name, the veteran replied. The veteran finished speaking, but then sighed. Prosperous era. The northern border of the Great Wei had been at war for years, burying countless young men of Wei. He too wished to see what a prosperous era looked like. My name is Wang Wu, a rough man said. I'm Zhang Danyu. Zhang Danyu, looking as strong as an ox, spoke. I'm Li Buzi. Li Buzi appeared comparatively thin. Li Busan. After speaking, Li Busan fell silent, looking aloof and tall. They're brothers, blood brothers, Wang Wu said with a laugh. Sheng Huaian's jaw nearly dropped. Did the parents of these brothers name them so carelessly? Busan Busi. Everyone had introduced themselves except the veteran. Uncle, what's your name? Sheng Huaian asked curiously. The squad leader is called Old Soldier. He has no name, Zhang Danyu said. No name. Was there a story behind it? A name is just a label, the veteran said flatly. Sheng Huaian scratched his head, now even more curious about the veteran. After getting familiar with everyone, he looked at the veteran and said, Uncle, are there martial arts in the army? The veteran looked at him and then said, You should indeed learn some martial arts. Otherwise, with those slender arms and legs, the Xiongnu bandits will cut you down in 2 strokes. Uncle, why do you have to mock me like that? Sheng Huaian was speechless. You killed 31 enemies today, so you are officially a soldier of Anning Pass. I can authorize passing the army's martial art to you. Hearing the veteran mention martial arts, Sheng Huaian was overjoyed. The martial art practiced by the defenders of Anning Pass is called Meng Niu Jin. Once mastered, one's strength will be like a wild bull arm power exceeding 10,000 Jin. I want to learn it. I want to learn it. All right, I'll teach you now. The veteran nodded. Taking advantage of the lunch break, the veteran taught Sheng Huaian the cultivation formula and stances of Mang Jin used in the army. The veteran only demonstrated the stances once, then asked Sheng Huaian, "Well, have you memorized them?" Sheng Huaian nodded. "I have." How could he not? The golden light screen had already displayed Mang Jin. Name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Cultivation technique Mang Jin. Talent bronze archer. Kill count 20. Really memorized them? The veteran said with disbelief. Really? Sheng Huaian nodded seriously. The veteran was a bit skeptical. Could he really have memorized them after just one look? Was Sheng Huaian a martial genius? Demonstrate it once for me, the veteran said. Sure. Sheng Huaian nodded. He immediately added points, and a warm current flooded his entire body. He felt now his whole body was full of power enough to kill a cow with one punch. At the same time, the memory and experience of practicing Mang Jin appeared in his mind, as if innate. The kill count dropped by 10 points, and Mang Jin advanced directly to minor accomplishment. Sheng Huaian assumed a starting stance, and then performed the entire sequence of Mang Jin stances. The veteran and other soldiers watched him with mouths agape. Was such a fluent demonstration of Mang Jin really achieved by watching once? Everyone stared at him as if he were a monster. You really only watched once? Never practiced before? The veteran asked incredulously. Sheng Huaian nodded and said, "Yes, is there a problem?" "Monster," Zhang Daniu muttered. "Aeon seen a million martial genius." Li Buzi also spoke. "I feel like we're useless." Wang Wu mocked himself. When they first enlisted, they had spent 2.5 months just barely learning the body-refining stances of Mang Jin. Everyone looked at Sheng Huaian as if he were a monster. Mang Jin only worked when combining the body-refining stances with the cultivation formula. Sheng Huaian rubbed his nose. How to put it? With a golden finger, he was indeed a monstrous genius. The battlefield on the northern border was simply perfect for him. Looking at the golden screen again. Name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm martial disciple initial stage. Cultivation technique Mang Jin beginner. Strength 300 Jin. Talent bronze archer. Kill count 10. The golden screen now showed realm and strength. Sheng Huaian had directly gone from an ordinary person to a martial disciple. "Uncle, are there realm divisions in martial arts?" Sheng Huaian asked. "Of course there are divisions," the veteran nodded and began to speak. Sheng Huaian stretched his neck and listened intently. This unfamiliar world held countless unknowns. After all, his former self had been nothing more than a frail scholar detached from worldly affairs and wholly absorbed in the classics. To put it bluntly, he was profoundly unworldly, secluded within his own inner realm, rarely engaging with the outside world, much like a socially anxious recluse. Yet, even such devoted study of the sage's texts had failed to earn him the title of scholar. His scholarly ambitions had ended in bitter disappointment. The veteran soldier spoke slowly. Cultivation of the martial path is divided into 5 stages: martial apprentice, martial practitioner, martial master, post-heavenly realm, and pre-heavenly realm. A martial apprentice refines the physical body, the first and foundational stage, focusing solely on forging strength, resilience, and endurance. Upon reaching the martial practitioner stage, one's body begins generating martial true qi, a process of refining essence into vital energy and condensing ambient spiritual energy into one's own internal reservoir. At the martial master stage, cultivation shifts to refining qi and tempering the blood. Advancing further, the post-heavenly realm focuses on strengthening tendons and bones. Finally, the pre-heavenly realm purifies marrow and reshapes bone, transcending the mortal shell entirely, emerging reborn and extraordinary. Only upon attaining the pre-heavenly realm may one truly be called a master of the martial path. Upon completing the martial apprentice stage, one's single-arm strength ranges from 100 to 1,000 Jin, capable of overwhelming 10 ordinary men unarmed. A martial practitioner whose body generates martial true qi commands single-arm strength from 1,000 to 3,000 Jin, enough to shatter boulders with bare fists. A martial master wields 3,000 to 5,000 Jin, their blood as dense and heavy as molten mercury. A post-heavenly cultivator possesses bronze skin and iron bone, lifting 5,000 to 10,000 Jin. A pre-heavenly warrior commands 10,000 to 50,000 Jin, single-handedly capable of routing an entire army. Sheng Huaian listened attentively, stunned by the sheer magnitude of such power. 10,000 Jin in a single blow. What did that even mean? Could one strike reduce a child to crimson mist? The veteran paused abruptly. What comes next? Sheng Huaian, caught mid-absorption, blurted out urgently. What comes next? The veteran glanced sidelong at him. Young man, do not reach for the stars before learning to walk. Sheng Huaian scratched his head, gazing at his own status: martial apprentice initial stage. Cultivation. Was it truly so difficult? Was it truly so difficult? One effortless point allocation would surely resolve it. But the veteran offered no further explanation, leaving Sheng Huaian no choice but to let the matter drop. A lull in hostilities granted everyone a moment to rest. The veteran retrieved a suit of battle armor and helped Sheng Huaian don it. Wear it. It'll keep you safer. Wouldn't want you felled by a stray arrow. Sheng Huaian fell silent. Why must this man constantly speak of death? How inauspicious. The veteran fastened the armor onto him. Not bad. You actually look the part now. The veteran nodded with a smile. Clad in armor, Sheng Huaian felt stiff and ill at ease, utterly unaccustomed to its weight. Then, thump, thump, thump. War drums thundered beyond the pass, tolling like a grim summons. Weapons up, man the ramparts. The veteran roared. Soldiers scrambled, seizing arms and surging toward the battlements. Across every unit, men raced upward in urgent unison. Sheng Huaian slung a bow across his back and carried over 30 arrows, following closely behind the veteran and his squad. Upon ascending the wall, he beheld the Xiongnu horde already storming the gates. A junior officer bellowed, "Archers, step forward. Exhaust every shaft in your quivers." Archers from each platoon stepped forth, drew their bows, and loosed volleys into the advancing tide. A tempest of arrows darkened the sky above the ramparts. Sheng Huaian moved with practiced ease, knocking, drawing, aiming, then releasing a shaft that screamed through the air. An imposing Xiongnu warrior sprinting mid-charge crumpled as the arrow pierced his heart. A point added to his slaughter tally. Above, arrows rained without cease. Xiongnu soldiers fell one after another along their path of assault. Sheng Huaian had already acclimated to the battlefield, cold, precise, relentless. He drew and loosed again and again, each arrow claiming a life. Here there was no philosophy, no mercy. Only survival, kill or be killed. His arrows flew in swift succession until all 35 were spent, each finding its mark, each ending a life. His slaughter tally rose to 45. Once archers exhausted their quivers, they withdrew. Sheng Huaian was likewise recalled. Spearmen and swordsmen surged forward to meet the enemy at the wall's edge. The afternoon assault proved far more brutal than the morning's. The Xiongnu host had doubled in size, flooding forward like a churning, unstoppable tide. Undaunted by death, their ranks pressed onward, many falling, yet many more scaling the walls. Retreating to the rear, Sheng Huaian began allocating points to advance his cultivation. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Cultivation: realm martial apprentice, initial stage. Martial art: the wild ox, vitality, introductory. Strength: 300 gene. Innate talent: bronze rank archer. Slaughter tally: 45. Sheng Huaian allocated points directly to the wild ox vitality, the most critical priority for martial advancement. A warm current flooded his body. Every cell seemed to awaken, surging with newfound vitality and potency. He glanced once more at the golden interface. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Cultivation: realm martial apprentice, intermediate stage. Martial art: the wild ox vitality, minor accomplishment. Strength: 700 gene. Innate talent: bronze rank archer. Slaughter tally: 25. His realm had leapt instantly from initial to intermediate stage, and his strength soared to 700 gene. Advancing from initial to intermediate stage consumed 20 points of slaughter tally and elevated the wild ox vitality to minor accomplishment. Now flexing his arms, Sheng Huaian felt raw coiled power thrumming in every sinew. Watching the fierce combat rage atop the ramparts, his pulse quickened. Those Xiongnu warriors were not enemies alone, but wellsprings of his ascension. "Sergeant, I need a blade. I'm returning to the fight." He found a squad leader and made his request. "You've just withdrawn from combat. Archers remain in reserve," the corporal replied. "Since when are archers forbidden from close combat? I will fight, slay the foe, defend the nation. A true man sheds his blood upon the frontier, guarding our borders with honor." His voice rang with solemn conviction. The corporal stared, bewildered. Where had this fool come from, rushing headlong toward death? "Give him a blade," he ordered flatly. A soldier handed him a sword. Sheng Huaian accepted it with a quiet "thank you," then turned and strode back toward the ramparts, resuming the fray. As his figure receded, the soldiers exchanged glances. Such reckless idealism was rare indeed. Without direct command, who would willingly charge into the maelstrom atop those walls? Sheng Huaian re-entered the melee, singled out a Xiongnu warrior locked in combat with a comrade, and struck from behind. In that instant, the man fell slain by a single decisive blow. With 700 gene of force concentrated in one arm, his blade cleaved flesh and armor alike, nearly bisecting the man. Dispatching him, Sheng Huaian scanned for his next target. Just then a Xiongnu soldier scaled the wall, spotted Sheng Huaian, and leapt from the parapet, blade raised high, descending in a lethal arc. Sheng Huaian raised his sword to block, yet the impact hurled him backward 2 full paces. His assailant was also a martial apprentice, broad-shouldered and thick-necked, his face a mask of coarse brutality. "Die!" The foe swung wildly, hacking down with murderous intent. Sheng Huaian met him blade, untrained, unrefined, driven only by instinct and brute force. He fought purely on momentum and raw power. No technique, no finesse. Just overwhelming force meeting force. After driving his opponent back with one mighty stroke, Sheng Huaian realized the man wasn't as formidable as he'd first seemed. That initial shock had stemmed merely from the downward momentum of his leap. Seeing his foe falter, Sheng Huaian pressed the advantage, swinging relentlessly, forcing the Xiongnu warrior Li Guwu into steady retreat. Li Guwu felt each blow grow heavier, more devastating, his astonishment mounting. How could this seemingly delicate scholar wield such terrifying strength? Cornered, Li Guwu steeled himself for a final desperate clash. Clang! His sword shattered beneath Sheng Huaian's strike, and a crimson line bloomed across his brow. Staring at Sheng Huaian with bitter disbelief, he collapsed lifeless to the stones. With one foe fallen, Sheng Huaian sought the next. Shink! Another decapitation, another life extinguished. A Xiongnu warrior named Li Man, having just slain a defender of Anning Pass, spotted Sheng Huaian and charged without hesitation. Sheng Huaian sensed the killing intent like ice water down his spine, spinning just in time to see the massive Xiongnu warrior bearing down. He raised his blade to block, but the sheer force sent him staggering backward 6 paces. Not bad for a pup. No wonder you slew my brother. Still, such meager strength deserves only one fate, joining him in the grave. Li Man lunged again, swinging his blade with lethal precision. Sheng Huaian attempted to parry, only to be kicked hard in the chest, launching him airborne before he crashed onto the stones, gasping, his viscera jarred violently out of place. Li Man stood at the peak of the martial apprentice realm, commanding 1,000 jin per arm, far beyond Sheng Huaian's capacity to withstand. Striding forward, he raised his razor-edged blade high, poised to sever Sheng Huaian's head. Sheng Huaian's pupils dilated. Had he overreached? Was this truly the end? As he braced for oblivion, a sharp clang split the air. Eyes snapping open, he saw the descending blade arrested mid-strike, deflected by another sword. Didn't I tell you to stay behind? What in the world are you doing back up here, courting death? Hearing the veteran's voice, Sheng Huaian exhaled in profound relief. He would live. I came to kill the enemy, so I returned to kill them, he replied simply. We handle close-quarters combat. Archers hold the range, the veteran retorted. Who decreed archers may not draw swords and spill blood? Sheng Huaian countered. If you're not dead, get up. The ground's cold. With that, the veteran turned away, engaging Li Man in furious combat. Any lingering gratitude evaporated. Of course he knew the ground was cold. Wasn't he still wheezing from that vicious kick? Though stooped and lean, the veteran possessed astonishing strength. Li Man recoiled under relentless blows. Catching his breath, Sheng Huaian staggered upright, massaged his aching ribs, and lifted his sword once more. This time he chose his targets wisely, seeking only those who appeared weaker. Against stronger foes, he stood no chance. After all, he remained for now little more than a novice. This was a world of martial arts. The ordinary soldiers were mostly martial apprentices, and many of the Xiongnu soldiers were stronger than him. A wise man picks the low-hanging fruit, so Sheng Huaian decided to play the sneak. Seeing an enemy engaged in battle and unable to defend himself, he crept up from behind and drove his blade into the left kidney of a Xiongnu soldier. Yui. The Xiongnu soldier turned his head to look at Sheng Huaian, blood trickling from his lips. What a dirty trick. Struck through the kidney with a single blow, the Xiongnu soldier died in bitter resentment. He never imagined he would meet his end by a kidney stab. The allied soldier who witnessed Sheng Huaian's swift and decisive strike couldn't help but feel a chill in his own back. Sheng Huaian gave him a faint smile with no time for pleasantries and continued his search for the next victim. No, the next target. Seeing Sheng Huaian's innocent smile, the soldier shuddered and resolved to keep his distance. Sheng Huaian spotted a Xiongnu soldier just climbing over the city wall, his head barely visible. He lunged forward, his blade swift as the wind. Before the Xiongnu soldier could even draw his weapon, Sheng Huaian cut him down, sending him tumbling off the wall. A Xiongnu soldier, seeing Sheng Huaian guarding the battlement, raised his saber and charged. The Xiongnu forces that had breached the wall were mainly tasked with securing the crenellations, allowing more of their comrades to ascend and seize control of the wall. Then they would charge down, open the city gates, and let the main army pour through. As the enemy attacked, Sheng Huaian raised his blade and struck back with no technique or finesse, relying solely on brute strength. This Xiongnu enemy, only at the early stage of martial apprentice, was soon driven back step by step. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Huaian cut him down with a single blow. 2 more Xiongnu enemies climbed over the battlement. Seeing that Sheng Huaian had slain their comrades, they joined forces and charged at him with fierce eyes. Having killed several enemies in a row, Sheng Huaian was filled with fervor and brimming with confidence. He felt no fear and faced the 2 alone. Soon Sheng Huaian began to feel the strain. With no knowledge of blade techniques, no skill in fists or feet, and little combat experience, he relied only on brute force and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Wang Wu's blade still dripping blood after cutting down an enemy, saw Sheng Huaian besieged and losing ground. Brother Huaian, hold on. He'll help you. Wang Wu rushed forward and engaged one of the enemies, relieving the pressure on Sheng Huaian. With Wang Wu's help, the burden on Sheng Huaian instantly lessened. Damn it, you think I can't fight because I don't know any techniques. Sheng Huaian seized the chance and hacked furiously at his opponent. Now facing a single enemy, he launched a fierce assault. After 10 exchanges, he cut down the Xiongnu soldier. Meanwhile, Wang Wu had already slain his opponent and was now locked in battle with a new Xiongnu enemy. Wang Wu's blade work and footwork were both sharp and agile, a stark contrast to Sheng Huaian's crude reliance on brute strength. Witnessing this, Sheng Huaian resolved to seek martial arts techniques, blade footwork, and fist forms from the veterans once the enemy was repelled. Otherwise, with only his cultivation realm and brute force, he would struggle against foes of equal or greater strength. Kill. On the city wall, the clamor of battle shook the heavens. Everywhere was the glint of blades and the flash of swords. The Xiongnu continued to scale the wall at any cost. Facing an ever-increasing number of Xiongnu, the defenders also kept sending reinforcements to hold the line. Sheng Huaian grew wiser and decided that striking from the shadows and going for the kidneys was safer. Seeing a Xiongnu engaged with an ally, he found his chance and struck with a single swift, precise, and ruthless thrust, piercing straight through the kidney. Soon the number of Xiongnu who had died from kidney stabs exceeded a dozen. Sheik. After stabbing a Xiongnu soldier to death, Sheng Huaian expertly pulled his blade from the enemy's waist. Thanks, brother, but your method of killing is rather unique. Zhugu, watching his opponent die from Sheng Huaian's stab, expressed his gratitude, yet his gaze towards Sheng Huaian was somewhat peculiar. Who would specialize in stabbing others in the kidneys? Did he have some strange fetish? No need to thank me. We are brothers in arms fighting for our country together. Sheng Huaian grinned, showing his white teeth. Without further conversation with Zhugu, he resumed his hunt for Xiongnu enemies to accumulate kill points. Watching Sheng Huaian once again target the kidneys of the Xiongnu, Zhugu couldn't help but shudder, silently mourning for the enemy. Thus, Sheng Huaian drifted across the battlefield, seizing every opportunity to make a strike. Seeing Zhang Daniu locked in combat with a Xiongnu enemy, driving him back and leaving him vulnerable, Sheng Huaian raised his blade and waited for the right moment. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into the enemy's kidney. The Xiongnu soldier stared at the blade in his side, then at Sheng Huaian, his eyes filled with fury and despair. You coward! You attacked by surprise. You have no martial honor. Sheng Huaian offered his apologies, but on the battlefield the goal is to kill the enemy. Did it matter if it was a sneak attack? As he pulled out the blade, he nearly dragged out the enemy's kidney along with it. Zhang Daniu watched with a twitching mouth. Sheng Huaian, with his clean-cut features, harbored such a twisted mind, targeting only the kidneys. Brother Huaian, the battlefield is dangerous. You must be careful, Zhang Daniu warned. Such a habit of stabbing kidneys would certainly earn him grudges. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Daniu. I know. Sheng Huaian smiled innocently. Zhang Daniu looked at that smile and wanted to say, Brother Huaian, you'd better not smile. Oh, it's just eerie. After exchanging glances with Zhang Daniu, Sheng Huaian resumed his grand mission of kidney stabbing. In this chaotic melee, it was easy for him to pick off stragglers. He had to kill more enemies to accumulate kill points and enhance himself. The battle raged until dusk. The Xiongnu soldiers who had climbed the wall were all slain by the defenders, and the wall remained in their hands. Seeing that they could not capture the wall, the Xiongnu army sounded the retreat. As the Xiongnu tide receded, Sheng Huaian looked down at his blade. It was already chipped from the fighting. On and below the wall, corpses were piled high, both Xiongnu and defenders. Now small Xiongnu squads were gathering the bodies of their fallen soldiers. Both sides entered a tacit ceasefire to collect their dead. Who? The north wind howled and the banners on the wall flapped in the wind. The fiery red sun shone upon the land, painting it with a touch of crimson. Watching the retreating Xiongnu army, the defenders felt no joy or cheers, only grim solemnity. Sheng Huaian looked at the setting sun, then at the soldiers clearing the battlefield, moving the bodies one by one. The corpses of Xiongnu soldiers were simply lifted and tossed outside the wall. They had no goodwill to spare for collecting Xiongnu dead. Thrown down the wall, the Xiongnu would come to retrieve them. Blood stained the bricks of the city wall, and under the setting sun it evoked an indescribable feeling. The setting sun is like blood, the moon like a hook. How many loyal souls are buried in the deep autumn? Stop playing the learned scholar. Come on, fall in, an old soldier shouted at Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian set aside his melancholy and followed the veterans off the wall. The shift had changed. Another unit was now taking over the defense. On the way back to camp, Sheng Huaian noticed that of the 10 men the old soldier had led 4 were missing. This meant that in the afternoon's battle their squad had lost 4 brothers. The journey back was silent. The battlefield was a meat grinder, constantly claiming lives. None of them knew when they would be the next to fall. The city's residents rejoiced upon seeing the garrison emerge victorious once more today, repelling the Xiongnu invaders. For those living at the frontier, life and death were commonplace. As long as the enemy didn't breach the walls, they felt safe. If the city were about to fall, they would flee with their families. Dwelling at the border meant their survival hinged entirely on the garrison's strength. The population within the pass was sparse, with many being merchants from caravans. Now that the Xiongnu army was besieging the pass, the caravans could neither depart nor return, so they lingered inside. Back at the camp, everyone ate their dinner in silence before retiring to rest. Having battled the enemy all day, they were utterly exhausted both mentally and physically. Sheng Huaian was no exception. That afternoon, he had swung his blade until it curled, carving a path from the east end of Panlai Road to the west. He felt, in his own words, utterly formidable. Of the 2 battalions defending the city, they went up the walls at full strength, but by dusk only half returned alive. One could only imagine the sheer brutality of the conflict. Only after lying down did Sheng Huaian find a moment to check the kill count he had amassed that afternoon. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: midlistage martial disciple. Technique: Mangniu, art minor achievement. Strength: 700 gene. Talent: bronze archer. Kill count: 70. With 70 kill points, he had only 25 life points left in the morning. He had slain over 30 enemies in the afternoon, yet gained only 45 kill points. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 point per kill? Why had it changed? This left Sheng Huaian utterly puzzled. With 70 life points, a plus sign appeared again after his martial realm, indicating he could enhance his cultivation further. Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian allocated the points. If he didn't boost his strength now, he might not survive to have another chance. One-click enhancement. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through his entire being, continuously strengthening his body, flesh, and bones, as if undergoing a process of refinement and transformation. Simultaneously, the experience and memories of practicing the Mangniu art flooded his mind, as if he had rehearsed it thousands of times, deeply imprinting every detail. The enhancement concluded. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: latestage martial disciple. Technique: Mangniu, art minor achievement. Strength: 999 gene. Talent: bronze archer. Kill count: 30. Elevating his realm to latestage martial disciple consumed 40 kill points. These kill points just aren't enough, he muttered. After a grueling afternoon of combat, the points he earned only advanced his cultivation by a single level. With only 30 kill points left, the bronze archer talent still had a plus sign for enhancement, but Sheng Huaian chose not to upgrade it further. He planned to save them and ask an old soldier for a blade technique tomorrow to improve his swordsmanship. Otherwise, in battle, relying solely on brute strength made facing foes of the same realm arduous. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. Though this world lacked those charming enlightenment stars of the night, and no one would inherit his vast digital collection. Yet in this world he possessed a golden finger destined to reach the pinnacle of life and witness different splendors. No longer would he be merely a cog enjoying the 007 blessings of exploitation as in his past life. In this vast world, beauties were as abundant as clouds, surely no less captivating than those enlightenment teachers. With such pleasant dreams, Sheng Huaian drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sheng Huaian was roused for drill training. At the frontier, only self-reliance ensured survival. Being abruptly summoned to drill felt unfamiliar to him. The last time he had risen so early for training was in an era of youthful anticipation. After practicing the Mangniu art's body-forging form a few times, it was time for breakfast. Today his battalion wasn't assigned to guard the walls, but they couldn't idle. They had to remain on standby in the camp. After breakfast, Sheng Huaian sought out the old soldier. "Uncle." Sheng Huaian rubbed his hands together with a grin. "What is it?" the old soldier eyed him. "How well do you have any military blade techniques to teach me?" Sheng Huaian chuckled. "Is that all? You're acting like a thief," the old soldier said with a dismissive glance. "You killed plenty yesterday. Oh, I've reported your merits. As long as you survive, becoming a centurion is well within reach." The old soldier continued. Above a squad leader was a platoon leader commanding 50 men and a centurion leading 100. A centurion was considered a junior officer holding a 9th rank martial post. The old soldier's claim wasn't boastful. Based on Sheng Huaian's kills yesterday, promotion to centurion was more than justified. Sadly, the casualty rate among border soldiers was staggering. Many perished before their promotions. "Uncle, let's set that aside. Teach me the blade technique first." Sheng Huaian cared little about centurion rank at the moment. He craved the blade technique to enhance his combat prowess and skills. Survival was paramount. Only by living could he afford to discuss other matters. "What's the rush?" The old soldier shot him a glare. "Brother Huaian, even if you didn't ask, the squad leader would teach you," Wang Wu interjected with a smile. During yesterday's battle, they had all noticed Sheng Huaian's raw strength, but clumsy blade work. "Watch closely, I'll demonstrate it for you personally." The old soldier drew his blade and began to showcase the technique. Sheng Huaian nodded eagerly, his eyes fixed on the old soldier, afraid to miss even a single detail. The old soldier began his demonstration. Each stroke of his blade was fiercely lethal, honed purely for slaughter. A layer of bloodthirsty aura seemed to envelop the blade's edge, chilling the surrounding air. The sword moved as nimbly as an extension of his arm. The technique comprised 18 forms. After completing the demonstration, the old soldier sheathed his blade and turned to Sheng Huaian. "Well, did you memorize it? Should I show you again?" Sheng Huaian nodded, grinning. "I've got it all, thanks, uncle." "Really?" Everyone stared at him. "Of course," Sheng Huaian affirmed. "How could he not have memorized it?" Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: latestage martial disciple. Technique: Mangniu art minor achievement blood fiend blade technique uninitiated. Strength: 999 gene. Talent: bronze archer. Kill count: 30. Seeing the blade technique recorded by his golden finger with a plus sign, Sheng Huaian unhesitatingly tapped it. One click, cultivation, simple and swift. Instantly 10 kill points vanished, and the experience of the blood fiend blade technique flooded his mind, making him feel as though he had practiced it for 2.5 years. "Now you try it for me." The old soldier tossed his blade to Sheng Huaian. Catching it, he drew the sword and began the forms. Upward slash to fell a sparrow, splitting Mount Hua with force, horizontal swing to confront a horse knight battle in all directions, sweeping 1,000 soldiers, chaotic slashes and chops. Sheng Huaian smoothly executed all 18 forms of the blood fiend blade technique. The old soldier Zhang Daniu, Wang Wu, Li Busan, and Li Buzi stared at Sheng Huaian as if he were a monster. Could watching once truly achieve such mastery? Was this lad a martial prodigy? Incredible, brother Huaian. Watching it once equals what took us 2.5 years to learn, Zhang Daniu said in admiration. Sometimes I truly resent heaven's injustice. Wang Wu sighed, looking at Sheng Huaian. A man with a scholarly face turned out to be a martial genius. Where was the fairness in that? "Hell, I just have good comprehension," Sheng Huaian chuckled sheepishly. "Enough, don't get cocky. Keep practicing, you've only just begun," the old soldier advised. "Yes, uncle, I understand." Sheng Huaian nodded. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: latestage martial disciple. Technique: Mangniu art minor achievement blood fiend blade technique beginner. Strength: 999 gene. Talent: bronze archer. Kill count: 20. Seeing the blade technique could still be enhanced, he immediately allocated the points. The blood fiend blade technique advanced from beginner to minor achievement, costing 20 kill points. His kill count was now depleted, but his combat prowess had risen another level. With his kill points exhausted, Sheng Huaian felt uneasy, like a man with no savings staring at an empty bank account. Boom, boom, boom. War drums thundered beyond the pass. The Xiongnu army was launching another assault. From within the camp, Sheng Huaian gazed at the city walls, yearning to join the fray. Without killing enemies, he gained no kill points, and without kill points, he couldn't grow stronger. This gnawed at him. Unfortunately, it was their turn for rotation, and his unit was not assigned to defend the city walls. He could only remain in the barracks, listening to the clamor of battle from beyond the city. Soon a logistics officer arrived with replacements to fill the gaps in their ranks. Their squad received 4 new soldiers. 2 of them appeared to be from the local garrison, while the other 2, judging by their looks, seemed to be conscripted laborers dragged in from who knows where. There was no help for it. The war had been raging for half a month, and the defenders at the pass had suffered heavy losses, forcing them to replenish their forces in this manner. Why hadn't the imperial court sent a large army to reinforce them yet? The 2 newly arrived conscripts listened to the sounds of battle outside the city, their faces etched with terror. The veterans looked at them with helpless resignation. These conscripts were nothing but cannon fodder sent to die. Of course, Sheng Huaian was an exception, a freak of nature. Untrained and unversed in the martial path, weren't such conscripts precisely meant to be sacrificed? Everyone remained silent. Wang Wu quietly polished his blade. Zhang Daniu gazed up at the sky. Above the northern frontier, it was clear and cloudless, stretching into infinity. It was now the 9th month, a time of crisp autumn air and high skies. Li Busan and Li Busi sat together resting. "Uncle," Sheng Huaian began, "how long do you think the Xiongnu army will keep up their siege?" "Until winter sets in," the veteran replied flatly. The Xiongnu army was now attacking the passes and moving south, all to plunder the border people's grain stores for the winter. They also intended to seize some women to make their winter a bit warmer. Then there's plenty of fighting ahead. Sheng Huaian's eyes lit up. What kind of look is that? The veteran glared at Sheng Huaian in exasperation. Others dreaded war, yet Sheng Huaian seemed almost to welcome it. Ahem, well, I was just thinking, the more Xiongnu bandits I kill, the more military merits I'll accumulate. Then I can get myself an official post, buy a few acres of poor land, take a few wives, and live a good life, Sheng Huaian rambled. A few wives? Have your little bird even grown yet? Li Busi teased. Haha, brother Huaian must still be a virgin. Zhang Daniu laughed heartily. Sheng Huaian's face darkened. I'm 17 this year. My bird's grown, and the feathers are all in. Want to compare? Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? The veteran barked. Comparing birds in the barracks. Did they have a death wish? Sheng Huaian obediently fell silent, and Zhang Daniu stopped his teasing. The men busied themselves, some adjusting their armor, others sharpening their blades. The morning passed with the sounds of slaughter in the background. Sheng Huaian obtained a written order from the veteran and went to collect his equipment. Arriving at the camp's armory, an officer from the logistics department asked, "Whose unit are you from, and what business do you have here?" "I'm a soldier under the veteran. Hey, race his written order to collect my gear," Sheng Huaian replied, presenting the document. The logistics officer took the order, examined it, and nodded. "So you're one of his men. Fine, wait here." He then turned and entered the storehouse. "Hey, brother, here for your weapons, and armor too," a burly man said to Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian turned at the sound, nodded at the man, and found his face vaguely familiar. "It's you, the kidney-stabbing god," the man exclaimed, staring at Sheng Huaian in shock. "Kidney-stabbing god? What kidney-stabbing god?" Sheng Huaian was utterly bewildered. As if recalling something, the man quickly shut his mouth, both hands instinctively guarding his waist. "Nothing," he muttered before turning and hurrying away. Watching him leave, Sheng Huaian found it all inexplicable. "Dengwu, why are you back? Where are the weapons you were getting?" Dengwu glanced back before answering. "Guess who I just saw?" "So mysterious. Did you run into General Ping Bei himself?" Peiyong asked. "No, I tell you, I saw the kidney-stabbing god," Dengwu said. "The kidney-stabbing god? The one who specializes in low blows, stabbing Xiongnu soldiers in the kidneys?" Peiyong inquired. "That's him. I saw him with my own eyes yesterday, ruthlessly stabbing 5 or 6 Xiongnu soldiers to death, one stab through the kidney each time. They died horribly," Dengwu said, shuddering. "Why are you scared of him? It's not like he'd stab you in the kidney. Besides, even if he did, it'd be the Xiongnu bandits, wouldn't it?" "Look at you scared stiff," Peiyong remarked. "I'm just afraid he might get carried away and suddenly stab me. Then I'd be ruined. My Xiaohong back home is still waiting for me to marry her," Dengwu said. The logistics officer emerged from the storehouse with 30 arrows and a new battle blade. Sheng Huaian wanted to ask for more arrows, but the officer scolded and refused him. He said supplies were tight, and they had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Sheng Huaian had no choice but to drop the matter. Still, 30 arrows were enough to kill 30 enemies. Leaving the camp armory, Sheng Huaian returned to his unit. After lunch, seeing that the Xiongnu army had not sounded the retreat, the veteran frowned at the city walls, a sense of unease growing within him. Today's assault seemed even fiercer than yesterday's. Not long after the veterans' worry, Captain Wu urgently assembled them, leading their battalion to the walls for reinforcement. The battalion defending today could no longer hold out. Hearing the order to support them, Sheng Huaian was overjoyed. He could finally get back on the walls to kill the enemy. Bearing his bow and quiver with his blade at his waist and armor donned, Sheng Huaian followed the veterans swiftly up the walls. Today, even more Xiongnu enemies had climbed onto the battlements than yesterday. Many defenders had already fallen. Engaged in close combat, now Sheng Huaian couldn't use his bow. He drew his blade and charged at the enemy. Seeing Sheng Huaian swinging his blade in a descending strike, a move like Mount Tai crushing the peak, the Xiongnu soldier quickly raised his own to parry. Clang! The force of the blow sent the enemy staggering back several steps. Before he could recover, Sheng Huaian surged forward with a swift upward slash, cleaving the sparrow, and cut him down, splitting him in two. Watching Sheng Huaian's ruthless efficiency, Wang Wu felt a chill between his legs. He silently resolved never to cross Sheng Huaian. This kid, either stabbing kidneys or using upward slashes to cleave sparrows, was simply too savage. Killing the enemy with that single stroke earned Sheng Huaian 2 points of slaughter value. Without time to ponder, he swiftly raised his blade and charged another Xiongnu foe. This was an ordinary soldier at the early martial apprentice stage, but Sheng Huaian's blade shattered his weapon and cleaved both man and steel in two. His blood fiend blade art, having reached minor mastery, dramatically boosted Sheng Huaian's combat prowess, no longer relying on brute force alone. SSSHH. Another Xiongnu fell to his blade. With the strength of a latest-stage martial apprentice, 999 gene in one arm, coupled with the blood fiend blade art, Sheng Huaian was more than twice as formidable as the day before. Enemies weaker than him were cut down like chaff. Sheng Huaian spotted a burly man ahead, locked in fierce combat, the same man had encountered at the armory. Deng Wu was facing a formidable opponent, their fight evenly matched. Seeing this, Sheng Huaian's innate opportunism stirred. Seizing the moment, he drove his blade in a swift, precise thrust into the Xiongnu soldier's kidney. Witnessing that alto familiar move, Deng Wu couldn't help but shiver, a cold sensation spreading through his lower back. He's here again. The kidney-stabbing god approaching with that gentle, kind smile. "Are you all right, brother?" Sheng Huaian offered a benign grin. Fine, thanks. Deng Wu stammered his thanks before quickly distancing himself from Sheng Huaian. This was a battlefield of chaos, and he feared Sheng Huaian might get addicted to stabbing and turn his blade on him. Watching Deng Wu retreat, Sheng Huaian was baffled. Was he really that terrifying? Why did it seem the other man was so afraid of him? Utterly perplexed, Sheng Huaian moved on to seek his next victim. Seeing Sheng Huaian cutting down their comrades, several Xiongnu soldiers surrounded him intent on killing him. Despicable Wei dog, daring to slaughter so many of our warriors. You deserve to die, one of them snarled. In no time, several had fallen to Sheng Huaian's blade, naturally drawing the attention of many Xiongnu. Xiongnu bandits deserve death at anyone's hands. It is you who should die. I'll send each one of you to meet your shaman god, Sheng Huaian declared without mercy. As the saying goes, those not of our kin are sure to have different hearts. He was now a man of great weight, standing in opposition to the Xiongnu by nature, a fight to the death. Moreover, Sheng Huaian needed slaughter value to aid his cultivation. For both public and private reasons, these Xiongnu had to die. When our royal court's army breaks through this pass, we'll slaughter every last Wei dog. The Xiongnu roared, raising his blade with both hands as he charged. The other four also launched their attacks. Sheng Huaian activated the Blood Fiend blade, his weapon wreathed in killing intent, and with sweeping forceful moves he fought all 5 Xiongnu alone. The leading Xiongnu was no weakling, matching Sheng Huaian at the late martial apprentice stage. Yet Sheng Huaian's strength far surpassed his opponents, and with the Blood Fiend blade he held his own against the 5 attackers without yielding ground. A typical late-stage martial apprentice possessed around 700 gene of strength in one arm, while Sheng Huaian boasted 999, a power usually reserved for the great perfection stage. Having broken through to late stage and mastered the Blood Fiend blade he dared claim invincibility among his peers. With a complete sequence of the Blood Fiend blade blood war in all directions, wild slashes in the night rain, cleaving the sparrow, splitting Mount Hua, sweeping 1,000 armies. The 5 Xiongnu fell into a pool of blood. Having dispatched the 5 Xiongnu who had surrounded him, Sheng Huaian flicked the blood from his blade. I am terrifyingly strong now. If this were his past life, he'd dare shout in the streets that he could take on 100 men. After slaying those 5, Sheng Huaian didn't stop. He continued cutting down the Xiongnu swarming over the walls. They kept coming in an endless, fearless tide. In no time he had killed over 20 enemies. Any Xiongnu below the late martial apprentice stage fell to his blade one by one on the battlements. On the wall's watchtower, a general took note of Sheng Huaian. Whose soldier is that? How is he so valiant? General, he appears to be a common soldier, likely under Captain Wu of the 7th Battalion, an adjutant replied. Impressive. In such a short time, he's cut down over 20 enemies. There's a certain ferocity to him, the general remarked with a smile. Sheng Huaian seemed like an insatiable killing machine, charging at every Xiongnu he saw. He cut down every one that climbed up, sweeping from east to west, leaving a trail of carnage. He cut down every one that climbed up, sweeping from east to west, leaving a trail of carnage. He cut down every one that climbed up, sweeping from east to west, leaving a trail of carnage. He cut down every one that climbed up, sweeping from east to west, leaving a trail of carnage. He cut down every one that climbed up, sweeping from east to west, leaving a trail of carnage. He cut down every one that climbed up, sweeping from east to west, leaving a trail of carnage. He cut down every one that climbed up, sweeping from east to west, leaving a trail of carnage. This lad is impressive, valiant in battle, daring to fight and kill. He could serve as a centurion. The general nodded in approval. Among the ordinary soldiers, few fought with such ferocity and relentless slaughter as Sheng Huaian. The lieutenant nodded, taking note of Sheng Huaian. Unbeknownst to him, as he continued cutting down Xiongnu enemies, he had caught the attention of the garrison's high command. Slaughtering with unbridled exhilaration, Sheng Huaian felt an immense pleasure, as if a natural instinct for combat within him had been awakened. Though he had slain many Xiongnu foes, this also drew the notice of a Xiongnu strongman. A Xiongnu warrior, having beheaded 3 garrison soldiers with a single stroke, charged toward Sheng Huaian. Just as the garrison had its strong and weak, so too did the Xiongnu army. Sensing the chilling, murderous intent, Sheng Huaian turned to see a burly Xiongnu man rushing at him. He raised his blade to parry, but the opponent's heavy strike, laden with immense force, sent him flying backward. He felt a surge of true energy on the enemy's blade, numbing his arm and splitting the skin on his tiger's mouth. A martial artist. Sheng Huaian stared at his foe, his expression turning grave. He hadn't expected to provoke a martial artist from the Xiongnu ranks. Jibaxio, having knocked Sheng Huaian back with a single stroke, was slightly surprised. To withstand my blade, no wonder you've slain so many of our tribesmen. But today your life ends here. He was a centurion in the Xiongnu vanguard at the early stage of the martial artist realm. That Sheng Huaian, a mere late-stage martial apprentice, could parry his blow unscathed earned him a second glance. But only a glance. A martial artist. I wonder how they feel to kill. Sheng Huaian shook his aching arm. With power nearing the martial artist realm and his blood-fiend blade technique at a minor completion, he wanted to test the gap between himself and a true martial artist. Arrogant. Let me show you the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice. Jiboxio stomped the ground, leaping like a projectile with his curved blade raised overhead and slashed directly at Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian executed a sliding dodge, shifting his position to evade the strike. Bloodfiend blade technique night battle in all directions. A faint crimson aura enveloped Sheng Huaian's blade. Clang, clang. The two clashed in combat, sparks flying from their blades. Sheng Huaian's blade was incredibly fast, lacking strength. He compensated with speed. Soon he was panting heavily and gashes appeared on his shoulder and back, armor blood seeping out. He was wounded. A true martial artist was indeed not to be underestimated. Jiboxio was no better off. Sheng Huaian's blade, too swift and laced with blood-fiend aura, had landed several blows he couldn't block, leaving him with multiple cuts and his battle robe stained red. Impressive, boy. To wound me is an achievement worthy of pride. You won't die in vain. Jiboxio looked at his wounds, then at Sheng Huaian. You talk so much, do you sell murals at home? If you want to kill me, come on then. Sheng Huaian flipped him the middle finger. Though Jiboxio didn't understand the gesture, he sensed the mockery. A mere latest-stage martial apprentice daring to taunt him ignited his fury. Die. Jiboxio vowed to take Sheng Huaian's head as a chamber pot. Bloodfiend blade technique upward strike to slay the sparrow. Sheng Huaian rolled on the ground, slashing upward toward Jiboxio's groin. Startled, Jiboxio dodged hastily. He never expected Sheng Huaian's blade technique to be so dirty, targeting below the belt. Bloodfiend blade technique, sever your feet. Sheng Huaian executed a sweeping slash. Veteran soldiers wondered, does that move exist in the Bloodfiend blade technique? He couldn't recall. Bloodfiend blade technique, sever your dog head. Sheng Huaian, after striking low, aimed high, slashing at the enemy's neck. The veterans were speechless. In the world of martial arts, speed conquers all. Sheng Huaian's blade was so fast that even Jiboxio, a martial artist, struggled to gain an advantage. At that moment, Jiboxio shed his contempt. Sheng Huaian was a foe worthy of serious combat. As he fell into Sheng Huaian's rhythm, he defended while searching for an opening. Though stronger, Sheng Huaian's speed trapped him in a defensive cycle, forced to parry the relentless onslaught. Seizing a brief opening, Jiboxio struck decisively, kicking Sheng Huaian flying. Clutching his chest, Sheng Huaian spat blood. What use is speed? Your strength is still too weak. Jiboxio grinned savagely. Accept death. Before absolute power, all struggle is futile. I'll smash your grandmas. That kick nearly killed me. Sheng Huaian rose, wiping blood from his lips and rubbing his chest. Indeed, transcending realms in battle was no easy feat. His strength was far inferior to a martial artist. Die, you little bastard. Jiboxio stepped forward, blade raised to sever Sheng Huaian's head. Old one, why haven't you struck yet? I've held him off. Sheng Huaian shouted, looking behind Jiboxio. Jiboxio glanced back. The Xiongnu army was locked in battle with the Anning garrison. No one was there. SSSHH. Turning around, Jiboxio saw an arrow lodged in his kidney. My kidney. You tricked me, you bastard. Jiboxio clutched his kidney, wincing in agony. All's fair in war. Don't you understand that? Go home and dig potatoes instead. Sheng Huaian laughed. In the brief moment, he had only time to knock and loose an arrow. His aim was poor, hitting only Jiboxio's waist. He had aimed for the chest. Clearly his archery skills needed improvement. Damn brat. Shooting my kidney. He'll tear you apart. Jiboxio was enraged. Without a kidney, his Tsuawa at home would surely leave him for a stronger man. What meaning would his military exploits and titles hold then? All because of this accursed brat. Jiboxio's fury peaked. Crack. Jiboxio snapped the arrow shaft without pulling it out, tossed the broken arrow aside, and charged at Sheng Huaian, vowing to hack him into 18 pieces to quell his wrath. Sheng Huaian slung his bow, grabbed his saber, and prepared to fight. He couldn't believe he'd lose to a Jiboxio with an arrow in his kidney. He would drag the fight until his foe weakened from blood loss. With the arrow fragment embedded in his kidney, every step Jiboxio took felt like 1,000 cuts, twisting his face in pain. Seeing Jiboxio's pained grimace, Sheng Huaian burst into laughter. Huh. Come on, hit me. Idiot. His expression was utterly infuriating, rivaling Fong Tangjing's. Perhaps a Xiongnu soldier nearby overheard. Centurion, let me behead him. The Xiongnu soldier charged at Sheng Huaian with a steel blade. SSSHH. Blood splattered as Sheng Huaian slit the soldier's throat with a single stroke, and he crumpled to the ground. Sheng Huaian looked at the corpse. Fool. Even your pathetic centurion can't handle me. Have you always been this brave? Seeing Sheng Huaian's smugness, Jiboxio roared. Ah. He'll kill you, you dog. Enduring the kidney pain, he charged at Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian raised his hand and delivered a powerful blow, as if splitting a mountain. Now that his opponent was wounded, he dared to confront him head-on. If he couldn't bully the strong, he would certainly take advantage of the weak. Ji Boxiao was forced back 2 steps, blood streaming from the wound on his waist. With half an arrow lodged in his body, piercing his kidney, his combat prowess was greatly diminished. He was not strong enough to ignore such an injury and act as if nothing had happened. It looks like I can kill a warrior today to liven things up. Sheng Huaian pressed his advantage, relentlessly unleashing the blood fiend blade technique, with fierce slashes forcing Ji Boxiao to retreat continuously. During the fight, some Xiongnu soldiers intervened to aid Ji Boxiao, but all were slain by Sheng Huaian's blade. Ji Boxiao's wound tore open, bleeding profusely. He gasped for breath, his armor and robes shattered by Sheng Huaian's strikes. His worsening injuries made it impossible to withstand Sheng Huaian's blade any longer. "I'll drag you down with me, even if I die." Ji Boxiao launched a desperate attack. He intended to take Sheng Huaian down with him. Seeing his opponent's suicidal intent, Sheng Huaian could only call it naive. Now he no longer clashed head-on, but chose to wear his enemy down and outlast him. Other Xiongnu soldiers kept charging at Sheng Huaian, but most were ordinary troops at the early martial apprentice stage, swiftly dispatched by his blade. Unbeknownst to him from the battle's start, he had already slain 30 or 40 Xiongnu enemies. At the same time, he began to understand how to gain kill points: 1 point for an early martial apprentice enemy, 2 for mid-stage, and 3 for late stage. Most of his kills were early-stage martial apprentices, with fewer mid and later-stage ones. Seeing that his cultivation could be enhanced, Sheng Huaian unhesitatingly allocated points to it. A surge of power coursed through his body, his bones and frame tempered as if by 1,000 strikes. Ji Boxiao felt a chill in his heart as Sheng Huaian's aura suddenly swelled. Breaking through in the midst of battle, his own strength waning and stamina failing while Sheng Huaian advanced. Was this the end for him? Sheng Huaian's power surged, and with a single slash, he sent Ji Boxiao staggering back. Having consumed 40 kill points, he had directly ascended to the peak of martial apprentice. His strength also rose to 1,400 gene, comparable to a newly advanced martial artist. Ji Boxiao was at a similar level, the only difference being his possession of martial true essence. Yet most newly advanced martial artists had only a faint trace of true essence within them. Sheng Huaian twirled his blade. With his cultivation elevated once more, there was no need to delay. He had to slay this formidable foe quickly and then eliminate the other Xiongnu enemies. He must seize the opportunity to kill Xiongnu soldiers and grow rapidly. In this world where might makes right, all power resides in oneself. That is the foundation of survival. From his observations, the northern frontier battlefield was not yet at its most perilous. This war had a long way to go. Sheng Huaian pushed off the ground and in a single stride reached Ji Boxiao. Blood fiend blade technique, throat slit. Blood spurted as Ji Boxiao's head fell to the ground. Stepping through the pool of blood, he did not spare another glance at the corpse. This was the first martial artist he had slain, but it would certainly not be the last. The severed head on the ground stared wide-eyed, its pupils still reflecting the image of Sheng Huaian cutting down another Xiongnu soldier. Another Xiongnu soldier fell to Sheng Huaian's blade. Now he moved through the enemy like a wolf among sheep. Ordinary low-level soldiers could not withstand a single strike. Soon no Xiongnu soldiers remained around him. The ground was littered with their corpses, blood staining the city wall's bricks. Every Xiongnu who had climbed the wall lay dead by his hand. He alone held a section of the wall. "This lad has a fearsome bloodlust," murmured those who noticed him, all shocked. The number of men fallen to Sheng Huaian's blade had surpassed 50. Good lad to have comprehended the blood fiend blade technique to such a degree. An old soldier glanced over, seeing a layer of bloody aura already coating Sheng Huaian's blade. He was secretly astonished. He had only taught the technique to Sheng Huaian yesterday, and in just one day the young man had grasped it to this extent. Moreover, he had slain a martial artist, a feat only they knew how extraordinary it was. Few could fight above their level, and even fewer could kill such an opponent. Sheng Huaian at the martial apprentice stage, killing a martial artist was a dazzling achievement. He had only been practicing martial arts for 2 days. What kind of prodigy was this? The Xiongnu army surged tirelessly, climbing the walls to engage the defenders. Soldiers fell one after another, lives extinguished in the brutal and tragic chaos of the battlefield. Kill him. 6 or 7 Xiongnu soldiers surrounded Sheng Huaian. Blood fiend blade technique, dismemberment. Like a god of slaughter, Sheng Huaian radiated a fierce aura as he charged into the crowd, cutting down those 6 or 7 enemies with his blade. The old soldier nearby was speechless. What technique was dismemberment? Was that a move in the blood fiend blade technique? Kill him. The next moment, over a dozen spearmen surrounded him, determined to end his life. For no other reason than that Sheng Huaian was too conspicuous. He alone had nearly killed 100 Xiongnu enemies, carving out an empty zone. By now his armor was shattered, his robes torn, and he bore 5 or 6 wounds. Yet his fighting spirit remained high and the blood within him still boiled. Facing the encirclement of over a dozen spearmen, Sheng Huaian showed no fear. He charged forward with his blade, his aura indomitable, as if charging to certain death. "Brother Huaian, I'll help you." Wang Wu rushed to assist when he saw Sheng Huaian besieged. Sheng Huaian wanted to say, "Don't come, these kills are mine." With Wang Wu joining the fray, the dozen spearmen who had climbed the wall were quickly dispatched. "Damn, your strength has grown so fast." Wang Wu looked at Sheng Huaian as if he were a monster. "Just average. I was hoping to break through to the Xiantian realm and wipe out these Xiongnu invaders in one go." Sheng Huaian said with a faint smile. "You really dare to dream breaking through to Xiantian in one go?" Wang Wu couldn't help but mock. How could he even have such a dream? "How, what's there to fear in dreaming?" Sheng Huaian said, slaying a Xiongnu soldier who had just climbed the wall. "Don't be too conspicuous. Watch out for the sharpshooters in the Xiongnu army," Wang Wu warned. With so many kills, Sheng Huaian was too noticeable. If the sharpshooters targeted him, it would be dangerous. Despite slaying so many Xiongnu, no sharpshooter had struck at him. Wang Wu felt Sheng Huaian was incredibly lucky, as if favored by heaven. Inside the Xiongnu left virtuous king's central tent. "Your Majesty, the great Chan Yu inquires when we will breach Anning Pass," a general reported. "How goes the right virtuous king's assault?" Left virtuous King Yizihan asked instead. "He is reportedly on the verge of capturing Qishan Fortress." "Then step up the assault." "I want Anning Pass taken within 2 days," the left virtuous king declared imperiously. After half a month of siege, he had toyed with them long enough. He intended to seize Anning Pass before the right virtuous king took Qishan Fortress, sweeping through the interior. With his order, the Xiongnu army dispatched more troops to attack. War horns sounded, and another force of about 5,000 joined the assault. Trouble. The Xiongnu are intensifying the attack. There might be experts scaling the wall soon. "Be careful," Wang Wu warned. "Experts? How strong?" Sheng Huaian asked, killing a charging Xiongnu soldier. "Strong enough to kill you with a slap," Wang Wu said gravely. Watching the endless tide of Xiongnu enemies, Sheng Huaian let out a deep breath. His blade was chipped, yet the army outside seemed infinite. "How many Xiongnu are assaulting the pass?" Sheng Huaian marveled. "The left virtuous king's 100,000-strong army," Wang Wu replied. 100,000, just to attack one pass. Sheng Huaian was stunned. "How many defenders are at Anning Pass?" he asked quickly. 30,000. "Now only a little over 20,000 remain," Wang Wu said flatly. After half a month of continuous assault, the Xiongnu had depleted many defenders, forcing the conscription of civilians. Sheng Huaian was one such conscript. "Damn, 3,000 against 100,000, he fretted. "It's normal for northern border passes to face barbarian invasions every year," Wang Wu said unfazed. "Hasn't the general called for reinforcements?" Sheng Huaian asked, gazing at the Xiongnu army with its fluttering banners. "I'm just a soldier. How would I know?" Wang Wu rolled his eyes. War drums and horns echoed across the northern frontier, deep and prolonged. Solemn and desolate. Heavy drum beats echoed from the city wall. The entire world was steeped in an aura of slaughter, and even the clouds in the sky turned dark and oppressive. "General, the Xiongnu army is likely to launch a fierce assault," a deputy general said with a solemn expression. Yang Yi remained calm. "No matter. With me here at Anning Pass, the Xiongnu won't breach it anytime soon." "Deploy 2 more battalions to defend the city," Yang Yi ordered. "Yes." A deputy general clasped his fists and turned to relay the order, sending 2 battalions of soldiers to the walls. Each battalion consisted of 2,000 men. Yang Yi directly mobilized 2 battalions, 4,000 troops, which combined with the 2 battalions of over 2,000 already on the walls brought the defending force to over 6,000. Half of those 2 battalions had already fallen in battle. 6,000 men were sufficient for defense, any more would crowd the walls unnecessarily. After all, as defenders, they held a natural advantage, able to continuously reinforce from the rear. "Brother Huaian, stay sharp. Survive this, and I'll treat you to a night at Ichuan Pavilion in town once the battle's over," Wang Wu said, then charged forward to continue fighting. "Deal? Well, enjoy ourselves together then," Sheng Huaian replied with a laugh, pressing on. More and more enemies swarmed onto the walls. Wherever the Xiongnu forces were thickest, Sheng Huaian charged, fighting with reckless abandon. He wielded the blood fiend blade technique with formidable skill. Weaker Xiongnu soldiers couldn't withstand even a single strike. 1, 2, 3. 2.3. Sheng Huaian counted silently as he fought. His strength now rivaled that of an early-stage martial artist, and he continuously cut down Xiongnu foes at the martial disciple level. He was like a blood-soaked war god, his battle robe stained crimson with enemy blood. Just as he was in the thick of the slaughter, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras pressing down on him, causing his heart to tremble. From the Xiongnu army below the walls, 5 burly figures soared up and landed on the battlements. Their auras surged with surging true essence and outward releasing true qi. With a single palm strike, true qi erupted like a tidal wave, sending over a dozen soldiers flying. That one distant strike left the soldiers sprawled on the ground covered in blood. None survived. In an instant, the 5 Xiongnu experts killed over 100 defenders, clearing a stretch of the wall. Fortunately, Sheng Huaian was far away, or that strike would have claimed him too. No wonder Wang Wu had warned him to be cautious. True experts could crush a crowd with a single slap. How dare you massacre my Great Way soldiers? It seems the left-wise king is desperate to breach the city, sending 5 Xiantian martial artists to attack. Strike quickly, or the ordinary soldiers on the walls will be annihilated. From the gate tower, 5 figures in general attire leaped down, landing on the wall to block the 5 Xiongnu. Xiongnu dogs, cease your rampage. A bearded deputy general roared. Wei dogs, I thought you wouldn't dare face us. Ha ha ha, a Xiongnu expert laughed. Kill them, seize the wall, and let the army through. Another Xiongnu Xiantian expert commanded. Kill. Slay them. Boom. Instantly the 10 clashed together, true qi churning their pressure, making ordinary soldiers dare not approach. That section of the wall became their battlefield. From a distance, Sheng Huaian felt the intense pressure. So this is a martial arts master. He felt no fear, only excitement and fervor. Such strength was what he aspired to. Soon his kill count rose to 60. Name: Sheng Huaian, race, human realm, martial disciple, perfection, techniques, mighty bull, art, minor mastery, blood fiend, blade technique, minor mastery, strength, 150, gene talent, bronze archer, kill count 60. Glancing at the golden panel, he saw his cultivation could advance again. Sheng Huaian's heart raced with excitement. He might break through to martial artist today. Watching the endless Xiongnu assault, he unhesitatingly allocated points to boost his cultivation. On the battlefield, the stronger you are, the better your chance of survival. The weak were cannon fodder, and most had already perished. With a single allocation, a surge of power coursed through his body, tempering his physique and bones. Sheng Huaian felt the immense energy strengthening his flesh and skin. His aura soared dramatically, and his strength underwent a earth-shattering transformation. Name: Sheng Huaian, race, human realm, martial disciple, limit techniques, mighty bull, art, minor mastery, blood fiend, blade technique, minor mastery, strength, 250, gene talent, bronze archer, kill count 20. After checking the panel, Sheng Huaian was stunned. What was martial disciple limit? Wasn't martial cultivation divided into stages like initial, mid, late, and perfection? He had spent 40 kill points and ended up at martial disciple limit. He had thought it would cost 60 points to break through to martial artist. Still, his strength increased by 500 gene, reaching 200 gene. His power was further enhanced. Though he hadn't generated martial true essence, his overall strength rivaled that of a mid-stage martial artist. After the breakthrough, Sheng Huaian continued his slaughter, but deliberately avoided the battlefield of the 10 experts. That stretch of wall became a no man's land, both defenders and Xiongnu kept far away, not daring to approach. A stray blast of true qi from their clash could easily kill a martial artist. Who would risk their life getting close? With his newfound strength, Sheng Huaian quickly dispatched over a dozen Xiongnu soldiers who had scaled the walls. Stop! A loud shout came from behind Sheng Huaian. He turned to see a burly Xiongnu man glaring at him with fury. Swish! Sheng Huaian's blade fell in one stroke, killing an early-stage martial disciple Xiongnu. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear? The Xiongnu brute stared at him with murderous intent. I heard you. But why should I obey? Idiot! Sheng Huaian wiped his bloodstained blade with his sleeve and spoke calmly. Were these Xiongnu fools? Ordering him to stop in the middle of battle. You're asking for death. He'll chop off your way, dog head. The Xiongnu man raised a great blade and charged. Sheng Huaian countered with the blood fiend blade technique and felled the man in 3 moves. How? How are you this strong? The Xiongnu asked in disbelief. He was an early-stage martial artist, a centurion in the Xiongnu army, yet defeated by a mere martial disciple. A mere martial artist. Is that supposed to be impressive? You're the second Xiongnu martial artist I've killed. Sheng Huaian severed his head, gaining 5 kill points instantly. Killing an early-stage martial artist, Xiongnu yielded 5 points. Indeed, stronger foes grant more kill points, he murmured. But on the battlefield, ordinary soldiers were more numerous and easier to cut down. Did that kid take some super tonic? His growth is insane, Wang Wu muttered, noticing Sheng Huaian had slain another Xiongnu martial artist. In such a short time, his strength was almost catching up to Wang Wu's. Could there truly be a martial prodigy in this world? Wang Wu's mind churned with astonishment. Sheng Huaian, like a fierce tiger god of slaughter, quickly cut down over 20 Xiongnu soldiers and reached Wang Wu's side. Brother Wang, what cultivation levels are those 5 Xiongnu experts and the 5 generals? Sheng Huaian asked. Xiantian martial artists. Wang Wu killed a Xiongnu soldier before replying. Xiantian martial artist. Sheng Huaian's eyes burned with longing. He silently vowed to grow quickly and become a Xiantian martial artist himself. Stay away from there. Even a wisp of true qi from a Xiantian martial artist could slay us, Wang Wu said. Sheng Huaian rolled his eyes at Wang Wu. Stop with the nonsense. Kill the enemy quickly. These accursed Xiongnu bandits are growing in number. Wang Wu raised his blade and hacked at a Xiongnu foe. At that moment, more Xiongnu enemies swarmed over the city wall. The 2 battalions 4,000 strong that had been deployed to reinforce the wall barely managed to suppress the Xiongnu army. Seeing the assault falter, the left-worthy prince dispatched another 5,000 troops to attack the city. Send another wave of soldiers to join the assault. Wear down the effective strength of the Anning defenders relentlessly. The left-worthy prince commanded his generals. Yes, the herald relayed the royal order. A 5,000-strong Xiongnu army marched out of camp, charging towards the city wall and pass. The Xiongnu army's charge horn resounded across the heavens. Tens of thousands of Xiongnu troops pressed forward, continuously scaling the city wall. At this moment, Sheng Huaian was besieged by over 20 Xiongnu soldiers. His ferocity was simply too conspicuous. In no time, he had slain over a dozen Xiongnu foes. Such prominence naturally invited focused attention. Kill. A Xiongnu centurion led a squad to encircle and kill Sheng Huaian. By now the battle had plunged him into a bitter struggle. Seeing Sheng Huaian surrounded, Wang Wu slew his own opponent and rushed to help break the encirclement. Brother Huaian, fear not. Your elder brother is coming to save you. However, before Wang Wu could reach Sheng Huaian, he was entangled by the surging Xiongnu forces. Watching Wang Wu also get encircled, Sheng Huaian breathed a sigh of relief. Why did this man always try to steal his kills? Sheng Huaian wielded the blood fiend blade art so tightly that not a gap was left. The Xiongnu enemies besieging him fell continuously, unable to get close. The Xiongnu centurion, also an early-stage martial artist, was no match for Sheng Huaian. Slaughter became the hue of the battlefield, with blood dyeing that color crimson. With a single upward blade stroke, the sparrow-cutting lifting technique, Sheng Huaian cleaved the Xiongnu centurion in 2 from groin to crown. This sight chilled many Xiongnu soldiers. They had never witnessed such a death. Having slain the centurion with a single blow, he soon butchered the remaining Xiongnu soldiers who had been encircling him. The war raged until dusk, yet the Xiongnu army still failed to capture the wall. From amidst the Xiongnu ranks came the drumbeat to withdraw. Xiongnu soldiers who had not scaled the wall retreated like an ebbing tide. The 5 Xiongnu Xiantian experts could not overcome the 5 defending colonels of Anning Pass and were forced to retreat. Xiongnu soldiers left behind on the wall were all slain by the defenders. Gazing upon the ground littered with corpses, rivers of blood, and a sea of scarlet, only about 3,000 defenders still stood on the wall. Of the over 10,000 Xiongnu troops that had attacked, fewer than 4,000 retreated. Sheng Huaian now leaned on his blade, panting heavily. Having fought from noon until now, he was utterly exhausted, with over a dozen wounds bleeding on his body. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe nor life-threatening. The Xiongnu enemy has retreated. A soldier suddenly burst into laughter, yet his face was streaked with tears. Today, of the 8,000 men from 4 battalions defending the city, only about 3,000 soldiers could still stand. One could imagine how arduous their defense had been. Many soldiers looked upon the corpses of their comrades and the Xiongnu enemy, their faces filled with sorrow. Perhaps tomorrow it would be them lying there. Soldiers, do not grieve. Today we have one slaying many Xiongnu bandits. Not a single one breached the city. They sacrificed their lives to protect their families and homeland behind them. They are all heroes. A colonel appeared on the wall to reassure the defenders. General, can we truly hold the wall? A soldier asked, trembling. In a single day, they had suffered 5,000 casualties. How many more days could they hold out like this? We can. We surely can. General Ping Bei will live or die with us. We swear to defend Anning Pass and never let the Xiongnu bandits breach it. The colonel declared with unwavering resolve. Sheng Huaian recognized the general, one of the 5 generals who had resisted the Xiongnu Xiantian experts. This is General Ponu, one of the 5 colonels of the defending army, a mid-stage Xiantian martial artist, Wang Wu whispered to Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian nodded. A colonel was a 6th-rank official. To be promoted to colonel, one first had to break through to the Xiantian realm in martial arts. Additionally, sufficient military merit was required to earn the rank. A colonel commanded a regiment of 5,000 men. The Anning Pass defending force consisted of only 5 regiments totaling 30,000. After half a month of fighting, as the war grew fiercer, fewer than 20,000 soldiers remained. The 4 battalions that had fought today were all withdrawn to camp for rest. Clearing the battlefield, moving corpses, and tending to the wounded were tasks handled by another battalion that had been rotated in. Back in camp, Sheng Huaian and the others simply applied some medicine and bandaged their wounds. Sheng Huaian was wrapped up like a mummy. "Brother Huaian, you were far too reckless," Zhang Daniu remarked, seeing Sheng Huaian with over a dozen injuries. "It's nothing. They're not serious wounds." Sheng Huaian waved dismissively. Every member of their 10-man squad was wounded. Li Busan, severely injured, had been sent to the city's military medic station for treatment. Li Busan, Zhang Daniu, Wang Wu, and the veteran soldier had relatively light wounds and needed only bandaging. The 4 newly replenished soldiers had all been killed in action. "Boy, don't be too valiant. You might attract the attention of a Xiongnu expert," Zhang Daniu warned. Had it not been for the veteran soldier nearby shielding Sheng Huaian from the Xiongnu army's experts, Sheng Huaian would have long been targeted. Of course, Zhang Daniu did not voice this. "It's fine. I'm tough to kill, haha," Sheng Huaian chuckled. From some barak, the melancholic sound of a chong flute began to play. Melodious and captivating. Hearing the flute, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere in the barracks grew somber. In the tent of General Pingbei Yang, several high-ranking officers of the Anning Pass garrison were gathered. "General, can Jubiai Pass truly spare no reinforcements?" General Ponu's son Hao inquired. "Jubiai Pass has 200,000 Jinbei army troops. Can't they spare even 10 or 20,000 reinforcements?" another colonel interjected. "Alas, at Jubiai Pass the Xiongnu Chanyu is leading 300,000 troops in an assault," General Pingbei Yang sighed. "And at Qishan Fortress the Xiongnu right-worthy prince is attacking with 100,000 men. How can the Jinbei general spare any reinforcements?" Yes words left the 5 colonels silent. Without reinforcements, how much longer could the remaining men of Anning Pass hold out? "What about the Imperial Army?" a colonel asked, unwilling to give up. Yang Yi said nothing, gazing into the distance. The other 4 colonels also fell into silence. After a long pause, General Pingbei Yang finally spoke. "Send word to the prefectures and counties within the pass. Have them dispatch their county and prefectural troops for support. Tell them that if Anning Pass falls, they won't fare well either." "Yes, sir. I will relay the message immediately." Sun Hao rose and left the tent. After lying down to sleep, Sheng Huaian examined the glowing panel. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: martial apprentice. Limit: techniques: violent ox, art minor accomplishment; blood fiend blade, art minor accomplishment. Strength: 2000 gene. Talent: bronze archer. Kill count: 95. The kill count had grown to 95 points, yet the violent ox art and blood fiend blade art still lacked a plus sign, indicating that this amount of kill count was insufficient for enhancement. However, his cultivation realm could be elevated again. Seeing the option, Sheng Huaian unhesitatingly allocated points to raise his realm. Instantly, 60 points of kill count were consumed. Simultaneously, a surge of powerful energy flooded his body, relentlessly tempering and strengthening it. Every cell rejoiced, and the wounds on his body healed rapidly. At the same time, a stream of true qi formed within him. That true qi residing in his dantian circulated through his body as his techniques operated, fortifying his flesh and bones. That stream of true qi was the martial true essence. Unnoticed, he had formally stepped into the martial artist realm. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: early stage martial artist. Techniques: violent ox, art minor accomplishment; blood fiend blade, art minor accomplishment. Strength: 2900 gene. Talent: bronze archer. Kill count: 35. Seeing his strength increase to 2900 gene, it was already close to the peak of the martial artist realm. He hadn't expected this golden finger to be so powerful. Having just broken through to the martial artist realm, he was already comparable to a peak martial artist. Perhaps this was the benefit of breaking the martial apprentice limit. Sheng Huaian pondered silently. He wasn't very familiar with this situation, as he had only recently begun his martial arts journey, without systematic study or understanding. He relied entirely on the golden finger to directly allocate points for cultivation. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking. His strength had genuinely increased, so why bother with the rest? At this moment, Sheng Huaian felt an inexhaustible vigor within his body. He felt terrifyingly powerful, capable of taking on 100 foes without issue. He slept soundly, dreamless through the night. The next morning, after morning drills and breakfast, his battalion was to rest and reorganize, with other battalions rotating into battle. After all, their battalion, once 2,000 strong, now numbered less than 1,000. Outside the city, the Xiongnu army began their assault anew. Unfortunately, Sheng Huaian and his comrades would likely not be deployed to fight today. Otherwise, he would have killed 200 Xiongnu enemies. Such was his terrifying strength. While they rested, over 1,000 reinforcements were dispatched to replenish their battalion to full strength. Several centurions were also promoted, and Sheng Huaian was among them. Sheng Huaian stepped forward. The military commandant bellowed. Startled, Sheng Huaian was pushed out by Wang Wu. Present, Sheng Huaian shouted in response. The commandant looked at him puzzled. He didn't recall having such a formidable warrior under his command. But the appointment had come from above, so he said nothing. This is your commission. From today you are the centurion of the 10th Squad. The commandant announced. Sheng Huaian could hardly believe his ears. He had only been a soldier for 2 or 3 days, and now he was being promoted. And directly to centurion. A clean promotion of 3 ranks. He didn't hear anything else the commandant said, completely immersed in the joy of his promotion. Having once endured the relentless grind of a 007 work schedule in his past life, Sheng Huaian now found himself elevated to the rank of Bylord. How could he not be filled with elation? In the Great Wei dynasty, a Bylord held the 9th rank military officer position, signifying that he was no longer a commoner. Moreover, in the army, he would command 100 men. In the factories and enterprises of his previous life, this would have made him a mid-level manager. Sheng Huaian was appointed as the Bylord of the 10th Squad, whose previous leader had perished in the defense of the city the day before along with most of its soldiers. Now at full strength, the squad had been replenished with new recruits and conscripts. Lad, take good care of this 100 men, I entrust them to you, said the commandant. Yes, I shall lead them well, Sheng Huaian nodded. The thrill of commanding for the first time stirred a flutter of excitement within him. Watching Sheng Huaian, the commandant wondered what the general of pacifying the north saw in him to issue such a direct appointment. In the army, even military merit did not always guarantee promotion, especially in the border forces where the emperor's reach was long. Often promotions were decided locally. Today our battalion has no battles. Rest well, for more fighting awaits us, the commandant said before departing. Sheng Huaian surveyed his squad, and the soldiers of the 10th Squad scrutinized their new commander. Brothers, we may not know each other yet, but I am your Baylord Sheng Huaian. Remember me well. In future charges I will lead from the front and fall before you, Sheng Huaian declared loudly. His words earned a measure of recognition from the soldiers of the 10th Squad. The other Bylords in the battalion also eyed him with curiosity, wondering who this sudden newcomer was. Many in the battalion recognized Sheng Huaian from shared battles where they had fought side by side and grown familiar with one another. It's him, the kidney-stabbing master, someone muttered. Deng Wu's face turned pale at the sight of Sheng Huaian. How did this kidney-stabbing master become their Bylord? It's over, it's over. How could it be him? Deng Wu whispered. What's wrong? Do you know him? Yuan Yong asked. How could I not? The kidney-stabbing master, the one I told you about, Deng Wu replied. Him? He doesn't look the part. Yuan Yong stared incredulously at Sheng Huaian. With his youthful, refined features at 17 or 18, he resembled a scholar more than a soldier. Doesn't look the part. You haven't seen his ferocity on the battlefield. He stabs enemies in the kidneys without so much as a blink, Deng Wu said, swallowing hard. What are you two whispering about? Sheng Huaian noticed the murmuring in the crowd, one face vaguely familiar. Nothing, Bylord. Deng Wu quickly replied. Good, as long as it's nothing. Sheng Huaian nodded, relieved that they weren't objecting to his appointment. All right, everyone dismissed. Rest well, and stay ready for battle. Sheng Huaian disbanded his squad. New armor, saber, battle robe, and waist token were issued, transforming him into a junior officer. Donning the fresh gear, his aura instantly elevated. He cut an imposing figure. Finding the veterans, he said, Uncle, I've come to see you. You're here to show off, aren't you? Zhang Dania chuckled. How could you think that, brother Zhang? Am I that kind of person? You are exactly that kind, Wang Wu said sourly. He had sufficient merit and cultivation, yet he hadn't been promoted to Bylord. Even a centurion couldn't rise, still stuck as a common soldier. How had Sheng Huaian stumbled into such luck, rising to Bylord in just 3 or 4 days like he had cheated? If he hadn't known Sheng Huaian was a conscript from the city a few days ago, he would have thought him a noble scion on a training mission. The speed of promotion was terrifying, almost like a rank a day. I smell something sour. Brother Zhang, do you smell it? Sheng Huaian teased. Enough joking. Since you've been promoted to Baylord, lead your men well. Promotion isn't easy. Now go back and get some sleep, the veteran said. It's not even noon yet. Why sleep? Sheng Huaian was baffled. Just listen to the veteran. Go back and sleep now, Li Busi said with a meaningful look. The veteran squad was replenished. Sheng Huaian transferred to command the 10th Squad, and Li Busan was recovering from severe injuries. 6 new faces joined. Get lost. Stop lingering in front of me, I'm annoyed just looking at you, Wang Wu snapped. You're just jealous, Sheng Huaian retorted, deliberately flashing his Bylord token. Careful, or I'll beat you to death. Wang Wu feigned anger. Sheng Huaian returned to his quarters, though the veteran hadn't explained why he followed the advice to rest. He now had his own small barracks, cramped, but private, right next to the 10th Squad's quarters. Outside the city, the Xiongnu army continued their relentless assault with fierce fighting on the walls. That day, they deployed over 10,000 men, intensifying the siege. 10,000 men, a dense sea of humanity. A myriad of soldiers formed a forest, as the saying goes. By dusk the Xiongnu still hadn't breached the walls. Waking from a nap that lasted from noon to evening, Sheng Huaian stretched and saw the Xiongnu attack had just ended. Another day passed. The setting sun warmed his face, but he felt a chill in the northern air. In his past life, he had dreamed of a martial life amid clashing arms. Now after 2 or 3 days of battle, it all felt surreal. He looked at his pale, slender hands that had already slain over 100 enemies. Are you Bylord Sheng Huaian? A messenger ran over, snapping Sheng Huaian from his daze. Yes, what is it? Military orders, he replied. The commandant summons you, the messenger said before hurrying off. Before Sheng Huaian could ask why. Receiving the order, Sheng Huaian headed to the commandant's tent. Inside, a dozen bylords were already gathered. The commandant sat in the main seat, flanked by 2 military magistrates, each commanding 1,000 men. A battalion had 2 such magistrates. Sheng Huaian glanced around and took a seat by the door. Noticing the somber silence, he wondered what was happening. Soon all 20 bylords of the 7th Battalion of Anning Pass had arrived. The commandant finally spoke. Some of you may have guessed why you're here. The general of pacifying the north has ordered a night raid on the enemy camp. This mission falls to our battalion. Many bylords' faces paled at the news. Hearing this, Sheng Huaian understood why some bylords had looked grim earlier. A night raid meant attacking the enemy camp under cover of darkness. It was a near-suicidal mission. The Xiongnu camp outside the pass still held over 70,000 troops. With only 2,000 men charging into that camp, the outcome was obvious. Suddenly, he realized why the veteran had told him to rest during the day. The veteran must have suspected it even then. Now I'm issuing the orders. Return to your squads, assemble your men, exit through the south gate, and circle behind the Xiongnu camp. Burn, kill, and disrupt their camp as much as possible to delay their daytime assault and buy time for the city's defense. Do you understand? The commandant asked, looking at the bylords. Understood, they replied in unison. Good. Now assemble your troops. I will join you, the commandant said. Sheng Huaian and the others took their orders and returned to their barracks to gather the soldiers. Assemble. Military orders. Sheng Huaian shouted. Hearing the call, the soldiers of the 10th squad quickly formed ranks. Delaying a military order meant death. Baylord, what are the orders? A centurion in the formation asked. Each squad had 2 centurions, each overseeing 5 units of 10 men. A centurion commanded a company, a decurion a platoon, and a bylord a cohort. Don't ask what you shouldn't. It's not time to relay the orders yet. Just follow me, Sheng Huaian said flatly. Unable to press further, the soldiers followed their commander. Sheng Huaian led the troops swiftly to the commandant's tent under cover of night. The other squads gathered as well. The commandant and the 2 magistrates stood together watching the assembled soldiers. The commandant simply said, "Move out." Leading personally, the commandant guided the 2,000-strong force out through the south gate under the cloak of darkness. By now many veterans had guessed the purpose of the night assembly. Only the new recruits and fresh conscripts remained oblivious. Exiting the south gate, they traversed narrow paths and rugged mountains for an hour and a half before crossing the ridge and leaving the pass. After another half hour, they circled behind the Xiongnu camp. Magistrate 2 lead 500 men to attack from the left. Magistrate Li take 500 to the right. He'll lead 1,000 from the rear. Yes, the 2 magistrates acknowledged. It's now the hour of the rat. Launch the attack at the hour of the tiger. Do you all understand? The commandant said. Understood. The magistrates and bylords replied in low voices. Good, move out. Magistrate Li led 5 squads, including Sheng Huaian's, toward the right flank of the Xiongnu camp. Approaching the right side of the camp, they could see the glow of the Xiongnu campfires from afar. Halting 500 meters away, they spotted Xiongnu patrols under the flickering light. Clouds veiled the moon, limiting visibility. Magistrate, will we launch the ambush from here? Sheng Huaian asked softly, approaching Magistrate Li. Recognizing Sheng Huaian as one of the favored Baylords, Magistrate Li replied, Do you have a suggestion? At this distance, our charge will create too much noise and alert the Xiongnu. I suggest we advance to 100 meters. It will make the charge easier and reduce the risk of detection, Sheng Huaian said. Easier said than done. Getting within 100 meters of the enemy camp is no small feat. Don't jeopardize the raid, or we'll both lose our heads, Magistrate Li warned. Magistrate, I have a way to get within 100 meters without being detected, Sheng Huaian insisted. Eager to kill more enemies and accumulate slaughter points to boost his cultivation, he pressed on. You? Magistrate Li looked doubtful. I dare stake my life on it. If I fail, you can have my head, Sheng Huaian vowed. In such darkness, how could they not dare to approach within 100 meters for a night raid? I dare stake my life on it. If I fail, you can have my head, Sheng Huaian vowed. In such darkness, how could they not dare to approach within 100 meters for a night raid? Very well, since you dare to sign a military pledge, lead your 100 soldiers and advance 100 meters closer to the enemy camp. Lieutenant Li, seeing Sheng Huaian's resolve, agreed without further ado. He was curious to see what capabilities this man favored by General Pingbei possessed. Having achieved his goal, Sheng Huaian returned and gathered his squad of soldiers. Follow me. Move forward stealthily and later clear the path for the main force's advance, Sheng Huaian told the soldiers. Sir, at this distance moving forward will easily expose us to the enemy. Tang Yinshan spoke. Just follow me. I have a way to keep us undetected, Sheng Huaian said. He realized that the army of this world didn't even know how to crawl forward or conduct a proper surprise attack. Tang Yinshan opened his mouth to dissuade him, believing it was suicidal, but seeing Sheng Huaian had given the order, he knew further words were futile. Everyone follow my lead. Do as I do and make no sound, Sheng Huaian instructed. The two company commanders and squad leaders inwardly scoffed at the impossibility of moving silently. Sheng Huaian bent low and advanced with a hunched gait. The soldiers behind him mimicked his movements. After 50 meters of this crouched walk, Sheng Huaian dropped to the ground. Everyone down. Follow me. Seeing Sheng Huaian prone on the ground, the soldiers reluctantly followed suit, lying down as well. To avoid making noise, Sheng Huaian began to crawl forward slowly. Watching him wriggle like a worm, Tang Yinshan and the others also began to creep along the ground. The soldiers behind them copied the action, crawling slowly. Fortunately, the ground was sandy, so the friction of their iron armor produced little sound, and their pace was deliberately slow. As Sheng Huaian and his men vanished into the night, Lieutenant Li grew curious about how the man had made his squad disappear. After half an hour with no sign of activity, a centurion couldn't help but speak. Sir, could that man have fled with his troops? Silence. Lieutenant Li glared at the centurion. If not for the critical situation, he would have struck him. The man offered no good hopes, but was adept at sowing discord. Cowed by Lieutenant Li's glare, the centurion shrank back and fell silent. As time passed, the night grew deeper. Among the Xiongnu army, the patrol guard's vigilance gradually waned. An hour later, Sheng Huaian led his soldiers to within 100 meters of the Xiongnu camp. The mere 400-meter journey had taken Sheng Huaian and his 100 men a full hour. One reason was their armor, another was that these soldiers were crawling for the first time and lacked experience. Fearing that speed would create noise, Sheng Huaian moved especially slowly. What time is it now? Sheng Huaian asked Tang Yinshan behind him. It's the 6th quarter of the Chou hour, 2 quarters until the Yin hour. Tang Yinshan replied. Sheng Huaian nodded. 2 quarters until the Yin hour meant 30 minutes. A quarter is 15 minutes, and the Yin hour is 3 in the morning. This period is when people are most drowsy and the optimal time for a night raid. Prepare yourselves. Well, charge together when the time comes. Sheng Huaian commanded. Yes, sir. Tang Yinshan and Hai Dai, the company commanders, answered. After breaching the camp, Hai Dai, lead your company to set fires. Tang Yinshan, lead your company to cut down any encircling enemies. Understood. Sheng Huaian continued in a low voice. Understood. As the seconds ticked by, the raid drew nearer, and the soldiers inevitably grew tense. Crackle. From 100 meters away, the sound of burning firewood in the Xiongnu camp was faintly audible. By this time, the flames in the Xiongnu camp had also begun to dim. That night, the moon hid behind clouds, and the northern wind howled as if heaven itself was aiding them. Sir, the time is almost upon us. Tang Yinshan reminded him. Sheng Huaian took the bow from his back and knocked an arrow. Archers, prepare to swiftly eliminate the patrol guards. Sheng Huaian said, half-crouching. The archers in the squad also rose to a half-crouch, bows drawn. Fire! Sheng Huaian released an arrow, instantly killing a Xiongnu patrol guard. Whoosh! Whoosh! 10 arrows flew, slaying 7 Xiongnu enemies. Ambush! The remaining 2 Xiongnu soldiers, seeing their fallen comrades, were about to shout a warning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sheng Huaian fired 2 arrows at once, taking down the last 2 Xiongnu soldiers. Soldiers, charge with me. Sheng Huaian rose and charged. The other soldiers scrambled up, drawing their blades to follow. In less than 10 seconds, they covered the 100 meters and stormed the enemy camp. By the time another Xiongnu patrol reacted to the noise, Sheng Huaian and his men were already upon them. Brothers, fight with me. Sheng Huaian rapidly knocked and loosed arrows, felling advancing enemies. Tang Yinshan led 50 soldiers forward to slay the Xiongnu foes. Hai Dai led 50 soldiers, lighting torches and setting fire to the Xiongnu tents. Lieutenant, look. From the first sound to the breach of the camp, a mere 10 seconds had passed. Lieutenant Li, who had been watching intently, was utterly astonished. The raid was so swift that even their own side hadn't reacted, let alone the Xiongnu. Seeing the enemy camp ablaze, Lieutenant Li snapped back to reality. Brothers, charge with me. Kill the Xiongnu invaders. Lieutenant Li shouted, scrambling up to lead the assault. Sheng Huaian quickly exhausted his 30 arrows before drawing his blade to charge forward and slay the Xiongnu. Xiongnu soldiers, roused from their tents by the commotion, rushed out to fight. Sheng Huaian led the charge, cutting down any Xiongnu in his path. Hai Dai and his men kept igniting tents, some Xiongnu soldiers sound asleep were burned alive. Many Xiongnu were bewildered, never expecting the garrison of Anning Pass to launch a night raid at this hour. By the time Lieutenant Li and his soldiers entered the enemy camp, it was already engulfed in flames. Fire! Fire! Put out the fire quickly! Enemy! Enemy raiders! Stop them! Chaos reigned in the Xiongnu camp. Some fought fires, others sought the enemy, many stood dazed and confused. Some of you help set fires, the rest follow me to kill. Lieutenant Li shouted. By then Sheng Huaian's group had pushed deeper into the camp. On Sheng Huaian's front, they had breached the Xiongnu camp. To the left, Lieutenant Tu and the Commandant Wu from the rear of the Xiongnu army also launched their raids at the Yin hour. Don't get bogged down in battle. Keep moving. Charge with me. Sheng Huaian yelled. More and more Xiongnu soldiers were roused. Damn Wei dogs daring to raid us. Kill them all. A Xiongnu Chiliarch roared. Surround them. Slay these Wei men. Stop them from attacking the camp. Xiongnu soldiers shouted in panic as flames rose. Enemy soldiers kept closing in, or if they lingered to fight, the sheer numbers of the Xiongnu army would overwhelm them. The only way was to keep charging forward and disrupt the camp. The right wing of the Xiongnu camp blazed fiercely, the wind fanning the flames into a raging inferno. On the walls of Anning Pass, the defenders saw the distant flames. Fire! The Xiongnu camp is on fire. The officer on night duty hurried to report to the tower. General, fire! The Xiongnu camp is ablaze. General Sun Hao, known as the Xiongnu Breaker, laughed. I see it. Haha, they've succeeded. Open the gates quickly. Let the cavalry charge. Yes, General. The officer rushed to order the gates opened. The Anning cavalry, already assembled and waiting, surged out as soon as the gates swung open. The Anning cavalry, only 2,000 strong, charged out under General Zhao Yong'an, the Xiongnu vanquisher. Sheng Huaian, leading his squad, continued to fight and set fires, throwing the right sector of the Xiongnu camp into utter chaos. What's happening? The wise king of the left, roused from his tent by the massive disturbance, demanded angrily. Your Highness, the Wei army has raided our camp under cover of night. A Xiongnu general broke into a cold sweat. Damn it! Have you no vigilance at all? To let the Wei raid our camp? The wise king of the left was furious. Inside the command tent, the Xiongnu generals dared not even breathe loudly. Who would have thought the treacherous Wei would choose this very night to strike? What are you standing around for? Deploy the troops immediately. Kill every last Wei raider, the wise king roared. Yes. The generals hurried out, vowing to annihilate all the intruders. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hooves shattered the night's clamor. What's that noise? Fool, can't you recognize hoofbeats? The Wei cavalry is here. Panic seized the Xiongnu soldiers, and many lost their composure. Brothers, fight with me. We'll carve a bloody path. Sheng Huaian continued to lead the charge. He cut down every Xiongnu soldier in his way. His war robe and armor were drenched in blood. His men followed him relentlessly, setting fires wherever they went. Their speed was so great that the Xiongnu couldn't organize an effective encirclement. In the blazing Xiongnu camp, some fought fires, some were burned alive, and others were trampled in the chaos. In short, utter pandemonium reigned in some areas. Friend and foe became indistinguishable, leading to chaotic skirmishes. Flames, sword, smoke billowed, and the right camp was turned upside down by Sheng Huaian's men. Help! Save me! Ah, it hurts! Save me, I don't want to die. Burning Xiongnu soldiers screamed and ran toward others, begging for rescue. Lieutenant Li, leading 400 men, charged behind Sheng Huaian's group, but soon lost track of their direction amid the chaos. Lieutenant Li, leading 400 men, charged behind Sheng Huaian's group, but soon lost track of their direction amid the chaos. The soldiers Tu Bingwei and Wu Xiaowei, who attacked the Xiongnu's left and rear camps, did not have as smooth a time as Sheng Huaian and his group. Their charge was detected by Xiongnu patrols, alerting the enemy soldiers. They lost some men charging into the camp and faced relentless pursuit and obstruction from numerous Xiongnu warriors. Although the raid succeeded, the commotion they caused was far less than what Sheng Huaian's side had stirred. Captain, I think this area might be a Xiongnu supply depot. A soldier ran over to Sheng Huaian amidst the chaos. Lead the way. Upon hearing it was the Xiongnu army's supply depot, Sheng Huaian instantly changed direction. If they could destroy the enemy's provisions, how could the Xiongnu army besiege the city on empty stomachs? Brothers, follow me closely. Charge this way, Sheng Huaian shouted. Along the way, some soldiers fell in battle, others scattered. Now only about 70 men remained by his side. Rushing to the supply area the soldier had indicated, Sheng Huaian entered a tent and found it filled with grain. In other tents there were sheep they had brought along. Burn it all. High day, take the men and torch everything. The rest of you follow me to hold off the Xiongnu. Sheng Huaian commanded swiftly. Sheng Huaian led the men to block the Xiongnu forces charging at the forefront. His blood-fiend saber technique moved like a shadow. Xiongnu soldiers who were not martial artists could not withstand even a single stroke from him. high day, and the soldiers set fire to one tent after another. Seeing the flames, the pinned sheep began to panic. Bah! Bah bah! Open the pens. Drive the sheep away, high day shouted immediately. Several soldiers stepped forward, opened the pens, and tossed torches inside. Startled, the sheep burst out, scattering in all directions. Thousands of sheep stampeded through the Xiongnu camp, plunging it into even greater chaos. Seeing Sheng Huaian and his men burning their supplies, Xiongnu soldiers rushed over to stop them. The Xiongnu were desperately short of supplies. That was why they had invaded the Great Way before winter to loot provisions for the cold months. One supply tent after another was set ablaze. Watching their stores burn, the Xiongnu soldiers wished they could tear Sheng Huaian and his men apart. As more and more Xiongnu soldiers surrounded them, Sheng Huaian and his men had to fight while retreating. The wind fanned the flames, and soon a vast area was engulfed. Seeing their torch supplies and grain, the Xiongnu soldiers' hearts bled. Everyone move. Follow me, Sheng Huaian shouted as he saw the encirclement tightening. Hearing his command, the soldiers immediately followed him. Along the way, they fought, killed, and set fires, losing all sense of direction. Wu Xiaowei and Tu Bingwei were also charging wildly through the Xiongnu camp, with their men never daring to stop as enemy soldiers swarmed in from all sides. If they didn't flee once encircled, the only outcome was death. That night it seemed the heavens were on their side. The north wind grew fiercer, and the Xiongnu army's tents burned rapidly. The vast Xiongnu camp descended into utter chaos. Damn it! These Wei people deserve to die. They'll tear them to pieces. Put out the fire. Save the grain. Water, bring water. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Meanwhile, General Zhao Yong'an, the barbarian subduing general, led 2,000 Anning cavalry charging into the Xiongnu camp. In the dead of night, with the camp under attack and in disarray, the Xiongnu could barely organize any cavalry to resist the Anning riders. Warriors, follow me to slay the Xiongnu invaders. Zhao Yong'an led the cavalry into the right camp. It was the most chaotic area, filled with flames and shadows, making it impossible to form a defense. The cavalry charged into the camp, cutting down every Xiongnu soldier they saw. Against the cavalry, the Xiongnu warriors could only be slaughtered. Run for your lives. Mom, I want to go home. Great shaman, bless your people. With the cavalry's arrival, the soldiers in the right camp became lambs for the slaughter. Watching the chaotic camp, the Xiongnu generals were equally helpless. With pandemonium everywhere, it was nearly impossible to rally the troops. The camp was a battlefield with flames and fighting on the left, right, and rear. The situation was so chaotic that even military orders could not be relayed. Apart from the vanguard and central army, the entire camp seemed overrun with enemies. The Xiongnu army's sheep and warhorses, startled by the flames, grew restless and began to stampede. A chiliarch led over 1,000 soldiers, hot on the heels of Sheng Huaian's group. The chiliarch yearned to devour Sheng Huaian's flesh. It was this troublemaker who had rampaged through the camp, setting fires everywhere and throwing it into chaos. Supplies, sheep, and warhorses were either burned or scattered. The losses were incalculable. With the Xiongnu in hot pursuit, Sheng Huaian charged at the front. If you want to live, stay close to me. Don't fall behind, Sheng Huaian shouted. Having succeeded in the raid, the Xiongnu were now determined to surround and kill the Anning defenders. Amid the chaos, luck was on Sheng Huaian's side. Few Xiongnu soldiers stood in their path. Those who did were swiftly cut down by Sheng Huaian and his men. Charging forward relentlessly, they finally burst out of the camp into the pitch-black night. Disoriented, Sheng Huaian led the men in a single direction. Their goal now was survival, shaking off the pursuers. They had already fulfilled their raid orders, and the command did not require them to fight to the death. A raid was meant to be a Hitandran. Kiliarch, we can't keep chasing. We must return to fight the fire, a centurion urged. Seeing the rear camp ablaze, the chiliarch could only watch helplessly as Sheng Huaian vanished into the night. Under Zhao Yong'an's command, the Anning cavalry charged through the right camp twice before withdrawing. The Xiongnu army had masters among them. With only a few cavalry, they could not overrun the entire camp. If a grandmaster from the Xiongnu army intercepted their retreat, Zhao Yong'an might escape, but the 2,000 cavalry would be lost. Thus, Zhao Yong'an quit while he was ahead, retreating after gaining the advantage, denying the Xiongnu masters any opportunity. The raiding Anning army began to flee the camp. Sheng Huaian led his men 20 li before stopping. After the fighting, killing, and escape, everyone was gasping for breath. Huff! Everyone halt and rest, Sheng Huaian said, panting. Haha, what a thrill. Tang Yunshan, though exhausted and bent over, laughed heartily. This battle was immensely satisfying for them. Defending the city and taking blows passively had been utterly stifling. The successful raid not only killed many enemies, but also burned numerous tents and supplies, dealing a heavy blow to the Xiongnu army's arrogance. Indeed, this battle was incredibly exhilarating, Hai Dai said with a smile. Beyond the raid's success, they had earned a great merit. Count the men. See how many are left, Sheng Huaian ordered. Tang Yinshan quickly counted and reported 53. In the raid, half of the 100 men had fallen. This was despite their relatively smooth operation and minimal resistance. I wonder how the others are doing, Sheng Huaian sighed. Of the 2,000 who raided, who knew how many would return safely? Tang Yinshan and Hai Dai fell silent. How many of their former comrades would they ever see again? War was cruel, alive one moment, dead the next. By the way, do any of you know the way back? Sheng Huaian asked after a rest. His question was met with silence. In the dark night, only the howling wind broke the eerie stillness. Come on, someone speak. This silence is terrifying, Sheng Huaian said, a chill creeping into his heart. A captain, I think. We might not know where we are, Yuan Yong said weakly. Beside Yuan Yong, Dang Wu was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, too exhausted to move. You mean we're lost? Sheng Huaian was dumbfounded. It seems. Probably. Yes. Tang Yinshan chimed in. Captain, in the dead of night, charging and killing in the enemy camp, then being chased, we lost all sense of direction, Hai Dai added. Sheng Huaian lay down on the grass, staring at the sky, covering his face with both hands. The good news was that they had successfully raided the enemy camp under the cover of night and escaped. The bad news was that they seemed to have no idea where they had fled to and were completely lost. Never mind, let's wait for dawn. Once it's light, we'll be able to discern our direction, Sheng Huaian consoled himself. The group lay sprawled on the grassland, letting the northern winds of the frontier sweep over them. They were utterly exhausted, having traversed mountains and valleys through the pitch-black night to reach the passes, then lying in wait in the darkness. They had scarcely rested at all, storming the enemy camp, engaging in battle, launching swift raids, setting fires everywhere, and then fleeing for 20 li. If not for the fact that they were all martial cultivators with considerable strength, they would have long since perished on the battlefield. From 20 li away, the glow of the flames from the Xiongnu army camp was still faintly visible. After lying there for an unknown span of time, the eastern sky gradually began to show a faint hint of pale dawn light. As time passed, the fires within the Xiongnu camp were slowly extinguished. That night, the soldiers on the city wall watched the blaze in the Xiongnu camp with delight, hoping it would consume more. Who raided the right flank camp? That was impressive, ha ha ha. They burned so many enemy tents. The left flank and the rear were far inferior. They didn't manage to burn many enemy tents. I wonder how many Xiongnu enemies were slain tonight. Regardless, the losses must be significant. General Poju led the cavalry to charge the enemy camp and surely killed many foes. Upon learning of the successful raid, General Yang Yi, the pacifying northern general, was also overjoyed. With such a commotion, he surmised that the Xiongnu would lack the energy to continue their assault during the day. Haha, this fire is far larger than we ever anticipated. General Sun, how the subduing slave general said with a hearty laugh. Indeed, it makes me want to lead the troops charging into the enemy camp and slaughter them all. Another lieutenant general interjected. The gains won't be small, but I wonder how many from the 7 battalions that raided the camp will return alive, another lieutenant general remarked. The group fell silent once more. A night raid was nothing more than trading lives for enemy losses. As dawn gradually broke, smoke still rose straight into the sky above the Xiongnu army camp. Gazing upon the camp scarred and ravaged by fire, the Xiongnu soldiers were grimy and dejected. The chaos of the previous half-night had left the Xiongnu army utterly exhausted. The wise king of the left looked upon the devastated camp and the bedraggled soldiers, his face dark as pitch. It was easy to imagine the fury seething within him at that moment. He had originally planned to breach Anning Pass that very day. After this disruption, what could he possibly use to storm the fortress? These soldiers stripped of all morale. The Xiongnu generals dared not even breathe, loudly silent as cicadas in frost, terrified that the wise king's wrath would descend upon them. When the sky was fully bright and the sun had risen, have the losses been tallied? The wise king of the left asked. His tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. Yet the assembly of Xiongnu generals within the tent felt a chill run down their spines. Those familiar with the wise king knew this was a prelude to bloodshed. Your Majesty, last night we suffered over 18,000 deaths and more than 9,000 wounded, a general reported cautiously. Casualties nearing 30,000 were already devastatingly heavy. And what else? Also, last night 2/3 of our grain stores were burned, over 30,000 sheep ran off, and more than 7,000 warhorses bolted. The general, stealing his nerve, blurted out everything at once. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. The wise king of the left finally roared, unable to contain his fury. Of the over 30,000 sheep, 1/3 had fled. Originally, there were more than 90,000 sheep brought as provisions, and now 1/3 of them were gone. Warhorses were the most crucial mounts for the cavalry. With over 7,000 missing, it meant that more than 7,000 cavalrymen would be rendered combat ineffective. Furthermore, 2/3 of the grain and supplies had been burned. What would the army eat now? And the soldiers, casualties had reached 20 to 30,000. Those were over 20,000 brave warriors lost to a single night raid. Adding in the soldiers who had fallen over the past half-month of the 100,000 troops, he had brought fewer than half remained. Nearly 30,000 Xiongnu warriors. The losses the previous night were so immense that the wise king's heart bled. Who was on duty last night? Drag him out and behead him. The wise king bellowed his rage, uncontrollable. The generals in the tent trembled under the storm of his fury. How could the wise king not be enraged after such immense losses in a single night? Word of this would surely invite mockery and scorn from the wise king of the right. And he would have no way to explain himself to the great Chanyu. Useless. All useless. Attack the city. Attack. If you cannot take Anning Pass, you will all die. The wise king of the left roared in fury. Your Majesty, we must not. Our men and horses are weary and morale is unstable. We cannot launch an assault. The wise king of the left's right-hand man, who was also his father-in-law, quickly counseled him. When he spoke, even the wise king's towering rage had to be suppressed. With fewer than 50,000 men remaining, a single decisive strike to breach the pass was even more impossible. The troops were already exhausted and demoralized, launching an attack now would be nothing short of suicide. The commander who had been on duty the previous night was beheaded by the wise king as a sacrificial offering to the battle standards. Within Anning Pass, General Yang Yi watched in silence as the remnants of the 7th Battalion straggled back. Excluding the cavalry that had charged the camp later, the 7th Battalion had set out with 2,000 men, yet fewer than 500 returned. Captain Tu was killed in action, Captain Li was gravely wounded, and Colonel Wu's body was covered in scars. Most of the returning soldiers bore injuries, illustrating the sheer brutality of the previous night's raid. Soldiers, on behalf of the people of Great Wei and the citizens of Anning City, I thank you for your sacrifice and devotion. Yang Yi bowed deeply to the battered troops who had returned. The remnants of the 7th Battalion stared at him, their faces mostly expressionless. After a night of slaughter and desperate flight, they were utterly spent. Furthermore, every soldier who participated in this night raid is hereby credited with a major merit and rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Yang Yi continued, Thank you, General. Only then did the returning soldiers of the 7th Battalion speak upon hearing of the silver reward. At that moment, nothing stirred their hearts like the prospect of money. All of you go and rest well. Meat and wine have been prepared for you. Eat and drink your fill, then take a hot bath and get a good night's sleep, Yang Yi announced loudly. To make the soldiers risk their lives, proper treatment was indispensable. Upon hearing about food, drink, and hot baths, the soldiers' eyes finally lit up and they mustered their spirits. By the way, who led the attack on the enemy's right flank camp last night? Yang Yi inquired. Captain Li, lying on a stretcher, raised his hand and said, General, it was us. Excellent, excellent. You are all fine men. First go have your wounds treated and get some rest. Then come and report to me on how you stormed the enemy camp, Yang Yi said with a satisfied smile. Yes, General. Captain Li was overjoyed. Had he not been severely wounded, he would have eagerly reported the details of the previous night's attack to Yang Yi immediately. With the military merits from last night's raid, as long as he improved his cultivation, a promotion to colonel was all but assured. After dawn, when the sun had risen, Sheng Huaian and the others found their bearings. We've charged deep into the Xiongnu territory on the grasslands beyond the pass, Tang Yinshan said, looking at the surrounding grasslands and sand. Sheng Huaian realized with a start that they had ended up behind enemy lines. Which direction is Anning Pass and does anyone know the way? Sheng Huaian asked. Company leader, I know the way, a soldier spoke up. Good, lead the way. Let's head back, Sheng Huaian nodded. The group began advancing toward Anning Pass. After traveling 5 or 6 li, the column halted. Stop. There's something ahead. What's wrong? Sheng Huaian asked. Company leader, there are Xiongnu cavalry ahead pursuing a group. They look like our garrison troops from Anning, the soldier guiding them reported. What's wrong? Sheng Huaian asked. Company leader, there are Xiongnu cavalry ahead pursuing a group. They look like our garrison troops from Anning, the soldier guiding them reported. Seeing the garrison troops of Anning being pursued by Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huaian didn't hesitate for a moment. Let's go support them. Give me all your arrows. Meanwhile, Sheng Huaian collected arrows from several soldiers, totaling over 30 shafts. He led his men charging toward the friendly forces. At the same time, he directly allocated points to upgrade his archer skill. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: early martial artist. Techniques: Mighty Bull Fist. Minor achievement: Blood Demon Blade. Art: minor achievement. Strength: 2,900 gene. Talent: Bronze Archer. Kill count: 185. Last night's slaughter yielded 150 kill points, having slain at least 100 Xiongnu enemies. With 185 kill points plus, signs appeared for cultivation techniques and blade art, indicating he could grow stronger again. Yet Sheng Huaian didn't rush to improve. Against the Xiongnu cavalry, the best attack method was archery. Thus, he chose to allocate points to enhance his archer level. Allocating points to upgrade the archer level consumed 20 kill points, raising it to Silver Archer. After the upgrade, he felt his archery skills had become terrifyingly formidable. While running, Sheng Huaian drew 3 arrows, knocked them on the bowstring, and released. In an instant, the 3 arrows slew 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen. Tang Yunshan, Hai Dai, and the others were utterly stunned. How incredible was that? From over 500 meters away, he shot 3 arrows at once, each killing a Xiongnu cavalryman. It felt like cheating. Those were Xiongnu cavalry, not infantry. Cavalry moved swiftly, and ordinary men could barely hit them. The platoon leader's archery is simply unmatched. Hai Dai couldn't help praising. Tang Yunshan glanced at him, surprised that this honest-looking fellow had learned to flatter and curry favor. With 3 Xiongnu cavalrymen instantly slain, the enemy spotted Sheng Huaian's squad. Allies! Allies! Great, we're saved. What are you shouting for? Run. These are Xiongnu cavalry, and we're foot soldiers. Facing cavalry, if we don't flee, are we waiting to die? Another soldier retorted. The Xiongnu cavalry numbered over 30, likely a squad. Damn it, how dare they kill our Xiongnu wolf riders? The squad leader fumed. Another group of Wei soldiers. They must be the ones who raided the camp last night. Cut off their heads and claim the reward, the Xiongnu squad leader shouted. The next moment, the Xiongnu cavalry turned and charged toward Sheng Huaian and his men. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows flew, each hitting its mark, slaying 3 more Xiongnu cavalrymen. As the cavalry turned to charge them, Sheng Huaian showed no intention of dodging. He intended to use this Xiongnu squad to test his archery skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot simultaneously, and 3 cavalrymen fell from their horses. In no time, a third of the Xiongnu squad was lost. Awesome. The platoon leader is awesome. Tang Yunshan couldn't help shouting. Lacking eloquence, he relied on a simple exclamation. Initially, seeing the cavalry turn toward them, he wanted to urge Sheng Huaian to flee with the squad. Now it was clear he had worried needlessly. The other soldiers gazed at Sheng Huaian with admiration and reverence, never expecting their platoon leader to be such a master archer. Charge! Kill them! The Xiongnu squad leader bellowed. In mere moments, Sheng Huaian had slain 9 riders. Without taking his head, he couldn't face his fallen comrades. These were all kinsmen from his tribe, his own people. Sheng Huaian aimed at the Xiongnu squad leader, knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and released. The leading squad leader's pupils dilated as an arrow shot toward him like lightning. Thud! Blood splattered, and his body flew backward, feeling the world spin before the sky lost its color. Having slain the squad leader with a single arrow, Sheng Huaian continued to knock and draw, firing 3 arrows, at once killing 3 more Xiongnu cavalrymen. As foot soldiers, they couldn't let the cavalry close in. Otherwise, ordinary men stood no chance against Xiongnu riders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows flew, and 3 more cavalrymen fell. In moments, half of the 30-strong Xiongnu squad had been slain by Sheng Huaian. He's a master archer. Run! A terrified Xiongnu rider cried out. With 1 arrow per enemy, they'd all be dead before reaching him. On the other side, the 20-plus garrison soldiers of Anning, witnessing Sheng Huaian's prowess, shooting Xiongnu cavalry like shooting doves, stopped fleeing and stared wide-eyed at his display of might. Terrified, the Xiongnu squad turned to flee. Sheng Huaian drew his bow faster. Once in his sights, they were his prey. Did they think they could escape without his permission? Whooshed! 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 3 more fleeing cavalrymen fell from their horses. Seeing his prey escaping, Sheng Huaian sprinted with all his might, channeling his martial true essence as he continued to knock and draw, firing 3 arrows at once. The 3 slowest Xiongnu riders were pierced by arrows, tumbling from their steeds, gazing resentfully at their retreating comrades. But they would be buried forever on this grassland. Watching the 9 riders escape, Sheng Huaian sighed in frustration. Damn, they were too fast. Were they born from rabbits? Running so swiftly. The platoon leader is mighty. The platoon leader is valiant. Hai Dai shouted loudly, cheering for Sheng Huaian. In their eyes, Sheng Huaian was extraordinary. 1 man with a bow routing an entire Xiongnu cavalry squad. Such a feat was unprecedented in their experience. The platoon leader is mighty. The other soldiers joined in the cheer. In the army, soldiers revered the strong. From the night battle to this moment, Sheng Huaian had won them over completely. If they had followed him before out of duty, now it was with heartfelt devotion. Enough, quickly loot the Xiongnu riders for food and water, and bring back the horses, Sheng Huaian ordered. With their masters dead, the trained warhorses didn't panic, but stood nearby. On the grassland, horses were vital for transport, so they needed to secure them quickly. Following Sheng Huaian's orders, Tang Yunshan and the others swiftly scavenged water and food from the fallen Xiongnu. They also took weapons like sabers and bows. 21 warhorses were retrieved intact. These Xiongnu horses are truly fine and sturdy. Tang Yinshan remarked with a grin. We've gathered some food and water along with quite a few bows and arrows, Hai Dai reported, bringing the spoils. Brother Huaian, it's really you. A big man rushed over. Hearing the voice, Sheng Huaian saw Wang Wu dirty and disheveled running toward them. Brother Wang Wu. Sheng Huaian was surprised to encounter a former squadmate here. Brother Huaian, it's great to see you. I almost didn't make it. Wang Wu ran over and embraced Sheng Huaian. You're choking me. Two grown men hugging like this, what's the point? Sheng Huaian pushed him away, not one for such affection. Brother Wang, why are you here? Where's uncle and the others? Sheng Huaian inquired. Alas, it's a long story. Wang Wu sighed helplessly. Sheng Huaian rolled his eyes. Then make it short. The over 20 defenders of Anning also followed Wang Wu, running over and standing not far off watching Sheng Huaian and his men. Last night's raid, we launched our attack from the left flank. The assault wasn't very smooth. Although we managed to strike and disrupt the Xiongnu army camp, our losses were considerable. After charging into the enemy camp, we began setting fires everywhere and fighting the Xiongnu troops. But as more and more Xiongnu soldiers swarmed and we were scattered, by the time we escaped the enemy camp, we had lost all sense of direction, just fleeing in one direction. Wang Wu recounted. The others were stragglers we picked up along the escape route. When day broke, we realized we had actually fled deep into Xiongnu territory. This morning we headed toward Anning Pass to return, but we encountered Xiongnu cavalry roaming the grasslands. They seemed to be hunting for those of us who got separated during last night's raid. Wait, Brother Wang, you mean the path back is blocked by roaming Xiongnu cavalry? Sheng Huaian asked. Yes, many Xiongnu cavalry are roaming and blocking the way back. They spotted us and gave chase, hunting us down like prey. Wang Wu nodded. We originally had over 40 men, but those Xiongnu cavalry toyed with us like beasts, shooting down over a dozen. Those damned Xiongnu. Tang Yinshan was furious upon hearing this. Those Xiongnu cavalry actually treated them like animals, hunting and killing them for sport. Are there any squad or platoon leaders among you? Sheng Huaian looked at the 20-odd soldiers. No, we're all just common soldiers like me, Wang Wu answered first. Sheng Huaian nodded subtly. Good, all common soldiers. I assume you are all soldiers from the 7th Battalion who raided last night. I am the platoon leader of the 10th Squad 7th Battalion. Now, by my authority as platoon leader, I order you to join the 10th Squad under my command. Sheng Huaian directly incorporated the 20-odd soldiers into his unit. Now deep in enemy territory, he had to maintain troop numbers and combat strength to stand a chance of survival against the Xiongnu. The 20 soldiers exchanged glances, but no one objected. They were soldiers from different units, now stragglers, and Sheng Huaian, as a platoon leader, outranked them. They had no choice but to accept being absorbed into his command. Moreover, it was Sheng Huaian who had saved them, otherwise they would have perished under Xiongnu blades and arrows. His feat of single-handedly shooting an entire cavalry squad into retreat with his bow had also deeply impressed them. With these reinforcements, his unit swelled to over 70 men. Brother Huaian, we can't stay here long. We must leave immediately. The Xiongnu cavalry that escaped will surely return with more riders to annihilate us, Wang Wu urged. They were too close to the enemy camp and had to move. The way back was blocked, so now they could only head deeper into the grasslands. Let's go. Gather the supplies and horses and head into the depths of the prairie. Sheng Huaian decided to lead his soldiers into the heart of enemy territory. Everyone packed up and set off toward the vast grasslands. After traveling over 20 kilometers deep, they finally stopped to rest. Let's rest and eat something, Sheng Huaian ordered. They had obtained plenty of food and water from the Xiongnu cavalry, enough to fill their stomachs. After eating and drinking their fill, Tang Yinshan asked, Platoon leader, what do we do now? Unable to return to Anning City, they were an isolated force in the wild. If they encountered a large Xiongnu cavalry unit, the outcome was obvious. Food was also a concern. They hadn't brought any provisions for the raid. A living man won't be choked to death by a single turd, will he? We'll take it one step at a time. Don't worry, I won't lead you to your deaths, Sheng Huaian assured them. Now out here, he was the absolute commander of this unit. Though small, his word was the only order that mattered. This was far better than being inside the city. Even as a platoon leader, he was just a common soldier to the generals back there, bound to follow every command. Let's move. We can't linger on the prairie. Otherwise, the Xiongnu cavalry will track us down like hyenas following a scent, Wang Wu advised. Sheng Huaian generally took the advice of these seasoned veterans. After all, this was experience he could learn from. He might not know everything, but he knew to listen to good counsel. After resting and eating, the group pressed on roaming the grasslands since they couldn't return. Sheng Huaian had no intention of going back to passively defend the city. Now that he was out, he wouldn't let this chance slip by without stirring up trouble. 21 warhorses carried some of the wounded and supplies, while the rest marched on foot. There weren't enough horses for everyone, and Sheng Huaian didn't want to set himself apart just yet. As the newly appointed platoon leader, he needed to build camaraderie with his men before leading them into battle. As evening fell, they found a sheltered hillock to rest. Sheng Huaian took the opportunity to check the luminous panel again. Name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm initial martial artist. Techniques Mangni Eugene minor mastery blood fiend blade, art minor mastery. Strength 2900 gene. Talent silver archer. Kill count 193. He had spent 20 kill points to upgrade his archer rank, leaving him with 165 from the original 185. After slaying 21 cavalrymen, his kill count had risen to 193, a gain of 28 points. Being deep in Xiongnu territory with his unit made him uneasy. He had to grow stronger. Otherwise, if they encountered a Xiongnu powerhouse, they would all be doomed. Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian allocated points to enhance his cultivation. This upgrade consumed a full 100 kill points. He had expected it to cost 80, it seemed the price had gone up. A surge of immense power flooded his body, tempering and fortifying his physique. Meanwhile, the martial true essence within him swelled and strengthened. Martial artists cultivate the body, unlocking their innate potential, believing that all power resides within the self. Thus, martial training prioritizes the physical form. Sheng Huaian's golden finger, a kill-based system, was now relentlessly reinforcing his body. Soon his cultivation advanced to the mid-martial artist stage. This breakthrough speed surpassed even a martial prodigy who had trained for 2.5 years. Name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm mid-martial artist. Techniques Mangni Eugene minor mastery blood fiend blade, art minor mastery. Strength 3400 gene. Talent silver archer. Kill count 93. He had spent 100 kill points to elevate his cultivation to mid-martial artist. With only 93 kill points remaining, the plus signs next to his techniques had vanished, indicating that this amount was insufficient for further advancement. Seeing how quickly his kill points were depleted, Sheng Huaian was at a loss for words. How many enemies would he need to slay to reach the Xiantian realm? The thought alone gave him a headache. With his strength now exceeding 300 gene, he was on par with a powerhouse who had just broken through to the initial martial master stage. The boost in power brought him a measure of reassurance. Throughout the day, the Xiongnu army remained subdued and launched no further attacks, granting the defenders of Anning Pass a rare moment of peace. After half a month of grueling city defense, even an Iron Man would tire, let alone flesh and blood. Anning Pass enjoyed a quiet day. With the sounds of war drums and battle cries falling silent, the bolder residents dared to venture out and stroll through the city. Night fell. The north wind howled, and Sheng Huaian and his men slept uneasily. The cold was biting, and they had to remain vigilant against Xiongnu scouts tracking them down. At daybreak, Sheng Huaian led the group onward, this time changing direction. After advancing over 10 li, the scouts sent ahead quickly returned. Platoon leader, we've spotted something. Ahead, there's a Xiongnu unit of about 500 seemingly transporting supplies to the main camp before the pass, the two scouts reported. Tang Yunshan, hold the unit here. I'm going to take a look, Sheng Huaian said. Understood, platoon leader. Tang Yunshan acknowledged. Huaian will come with you. I served as a scout for a while before, Wang Wu offered. All right, let's go. Sheng Huaian, Wang Wu, and the two scouts headed back to reconnoiter. They lay low in the grass, observing from a distance. A column of Xiongnu soldiers was transporting something, moving at a leisurely pace. Huaian, this is a Xiongnu supply unit delivering provisions to their army, Wang Wu noted after a moment. Supplies. Sheng Huaian's eyes lit up. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he felt drowsy. They were desperately short of supplies. Seeing the eager look in Sheng Huaian's eyes, Wang Wu sensed trouble. Huaian, you're not thinking of attacking this Xiongnu supply unit, are you? Why not? Sheng Huaian countered. That Xiongnu unit must be at least 500 strong. Are you sure our 70-odd men charging in won't be suicide? Wang Wu felt Sheng Huaian was far too bold. 500. What's there to fear? It's not 1,000. What's the highest cultivation level among them? Sheng Huaian asked. Based on my knowledge of the Xiongnu, the strongest in a 500-man transport unit is usually at the peak martial artist stage. Whether the commanding officer is at that level or the late martial artist stage remains to be seen, Wang Wu replied. Let's do it. Let's head back and get ahead of this column to set up an ambush, Sheng Huaian decided on the spot. Returning to the unit, they sprinted ahead to a point the Xiongnu supply column would have to pass. Platoon leader, 70 of us against 500 Xiongnu. This won't be easy, Tang Yunshan cautioned. What's there to fear? I say we can win, and we will, Sheng Huaian declared with unwavering resolve. He was determined to take this Xiongnu supply unit today. Not even the eternal heaven or the shaman god could stop him. His word was final. All who can ride a horse step forward, Sheng Huaian ordered. Over 30 soldiers who knew how to ride stepped out, including Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Haidai. Wang Wu Haidai picked 19 men to form a cavalry unit. Charge from the left flank. When the time comes, Sheng Huaian commanded. Archers, strike with me first. Empty your quivers, then charge. Sheng Huaian outlined the tactics. He then had men dig pits 50 meters from both sides of the path. The grassland offered poor cover, so they had to create conditions for an ambush. They dug holes just deep enough for a man to crouch in, carefully cutting and preserving the turf to cover them, afterward making the traps invisible. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Once everyone was in position, they waited silently for the Xiongnu supply unit to arrive. Woolly Goo served as the captain of this supply convoy. Fearing death on the battlefield, he dreaded the thought of his 3 beautiful wives falling into the arms of other men. Thus he had secured a safe post transporting supplies in the rear. He held no aspirations for military honors or noble titles, as his family was not weak. His clan was a moderately prominent tribe among the Xiongnu. The battlefield was a meat grinder where even martial artists at the innate realm could fall, far too perilous. Gazing at the azure sky and white clouds while riding leisurely on horseback was the life he desired. Woolly Goo even began to hum a tune. The entire convoy moved at a sluggish, lackadaisical pace. To them, the northern grasslands were the domain of the Xiongnu. The way people could only cower behind city walls within the passes, evading the Xiongnu army's spearhead. The prairie was perfectly safe. As autumn arrived, the grass gradually turned yellow. Salahaya. Woolly Goo sang louder, his voice rising in exuberance. The soldiers below wished their ears would go deaf. They could hardly endure such auditory pollution. Had Woolly Goo not been their superior, they would have gladly thrust their spears into his backside. Sir, shall we send 2 cavalry scouts ahead? A Xiongnu centurion inquired. Jibochi, you grow more cowardly with age. This is the grassland, our Xiongnu territory. What are you afraid of? Woolly Goo glared at Jibochu coldly. Faced with his icy stare, Jibochu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This accursed fellow, relying on his influential father, only knew how to indulge in pleasure, utterly oblivious to the need for vigilance on the march. He wondered how Jibochi's brother Jiboshao was faring on the battlefield, whether he had earned merits to bring glory to their tribe. Being assigned to serve under this pleasure-seeking scion of a wealthy family was the worst stroke of luck imaginable. Jibochu cursed inwardly. The other centurion in the convoy felt the same about Woolly Goo. Though their unit numbered 500, each centurion commanded 250 men. Yet among these 500, only 200 were regular soldiers. The remaining 300 were herders conscripted from the tribe to transport supplies. They possessed virtually no combat capability. Sheng Huaian and his men lay in ambush, silently awaiting the arrival of the Xiongnu supply convoy. Half an hour later, Sheng Huaian finally spotted the Xiongnu supply convoy slowly coming into view. These people move so slowly as if they're on a spring outing, he grumbled. After a long wait, the Xiongnu army finally entered the ambush zone. Whether due to sheer negligence or utter obliviousness, they detected nothing amiss. Seeing the Xiongnu supply column within striking range, Sheng Huaian pushed aside the straw mat covering his head, drew his bow, nocked 3 arrows, and loosed them in one motion. Charge! With Sheng Huaian's thunderous roar, the archers hidden on both sides of the road threw off their straw mats, rose, and unleashed a volley. Whooshed! 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 The first hail of arrows directly felled over 30 Xiongnu soldiers. After the initial volley, the archers quickly knocked and fired again. Both sides were only 50 meters from the road, and the Xiongnu troops were not widely dispersed, so few arrows missed their mark. Ambush! Jibochi's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted at the incoming rain of arrows. SSSHH. An arrow pierced his throat. Sheng Huaian watched Jibochu collapse slowly. Shouting so loudly, "Are you afraid? I wouldn't notice you." Little did he know both Jiboshao and Jibochu had fallen by his hand. Woolly Goo was stunned by the sudden assault. "Quick, take cover and return fire," the other centurion bellowed. Hearing the shout, Sheng Huaian turned, drew his bow, and loosed another arrow. His arrows flew with incredible speed and immense force. As a silver-tier archer, his archery skills, strength, and speed were beyond ordinary comparison. Before the centurion could react, an arrow had already pierced his throat. Thus, the 2 warrior-level centurions of this Xiongnu unit were slain by Sheng Huaian, granting him 10 kill points. Seeing Sheng Huaian's forces launch their attack, Wang Wu and Haide led their cavalry in a charge. By the time the arrows were spent, 70 to 80 Xiongnu soldiers lay dead or wounded. Sheng Huaian drew his blade. "Follow me." Slay the Xiongnu invaders. Seeing him charge, the other soldiers joined the assault. Charge! Charge! The opposing soldiers led by Tang Yunshan also began their advance. The earth trembled with deafening battle cries as if thousands upon thousands were storming forward. With both experienced centurions dead, the herders in the army panicked at the attack, preventing the soldiers from mounting an effective defense or counterattack. Watching the Wei army emerge from both sides of the road, Wuli Gu finally snapped back to reality. Damn Wei, how dare you attack me? Jibochu, counterattack, he roared. But no one answered. Jibochu, Jibochu, are you dead? Counterattack. Wuli Gu fumed. Sir Centurion Jibochu is dead, a soldier stammered. What? Dead? That infuriating centurion was gone. Wuli Gu felt dazed. And Centurion Samuel? Dead too. The soldier beside him replied. Sir, the Wei have cavalry. Their cavalry is charging. Another soldier quivered. At the sight of the charging cavalry, the herders scattered in panic, cursing that they hadn't been born with more legs. Untested by war, they were no match for true soldiers. Soon Sheng Huaian and his men stormed into the Xiongnu supply force. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance against him, a veritable tiger. Within a dozen breaths, he had cut down over a dozen men. With Sheng Huaian leading the charge, the other soldiers, like fierce wolves, relentlessly hacked down Xiongnu troops. These were battle-hardened survivors. The weak had perished on the battlefield. Sheng Huaian forged ahead, slaying any stronger Xiongnu soldier who dared to block his path. The Xiongnu army could not organize an effective counterattack. Damn Wei, they'll kill you all. The conspicuous Sheng Huaian caught Wuli Gu's eye. He could tell Sheng was the leader. Drawing his saber, Wuli Gu charged at Sheng Huaian. Facing the incoming strike, Sheng raised his blade to parry. Wuli Gu was knocked back 2 steps, staring at Sheng in shock. As a warrior perfection cultivator, his single-arm strength was 3,000 jin. Yet a mere warrior intermediate had repelled him with 1 blow. How worthy opponent appears. Sheng Huaian grinned at Wuli Gu. This warrior perfection must be the leader of this convoy, as Wang Wu had indicated. Die Wei dog. Wuli Gu, enraged, swung his saber wildly at Sheng. I know you're eager, but hold your horses, Sheng taunted while parrying. Wuli Gu, having studied some Wei language, understood the mockery. His fury only grew. This cursed Wei dog dared to humiliate him. Did he think his blade was dull? He'll kill you. Wuli Gu struck with even greater ferocity. The insolent Wei was mocking him. Did you skip meals? Your family doesn't feed you. Your swings are so weak. Are you eating chilled peaches? No way, no way. Sheng taunted while dueling. Soon the cavalry led by Wang Wu and Hai Dai thundered in, crashing into the enemy ranks. With the cavalry's arrival, the already fragile Xiongnu force crumbled. Resisting soldiers fell one by one to the horsemen. Witnessing the slaughter of his troops, Wuli Gu seethed with rage. Die. In that moment, Wuli Gu forgot all technique, hacking wildly in a desperate attempt to kill Sheng Huaian. Enough playing. Blood Fiend Blade, Art Knight sweeping all directions. Sheng unleashed his Blood Fiend Blade, Art, instantly forcing Wuli Gu into retreat. SSSHH. A flash of crimson blade light. Wuli Gu's eyes froze, and he slowly crumpled. Sheng's blade had slit his throat, ending his life. Wuli Gu, a warrior perfection, granted Sheng 10 kill points. Yet Sheng felt his opponent was pathetically weak. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse, all show no substance. After slaying Wuli Gu, Sheng continued cutting down other Xiongnu soldiers. Seeing Sheng's overwhelming prowess butchering Xiongnu foes like dogs, the other soldiers fought with renewed fervor. With their leader and strongest fighters dead, the Xiongnu force could no longer resist Sheng's onslaught and was utterly annihilated. Sheng sent Wang Wu and Hai Dai with cavalry to hunt down the fleeing herders. We actually won. Captain, we won. Tang Yunshan exclaimed, ecstatic, gazing at the field of Xiongnu corpses. With just over 70 men, led by Sheng Huaian, they had defeated a 500-strong force. What's there to be smug about? Of these 500, only about 200 were real soldiers, the rest were herders. And this was a supply convoy. Under my command, defeating them is only natural, isn't it? Hurry and clear the battlefield. Take everything we can carry, or burn what we can't. Leave nothing for the Xiongnu, Sheng ordered. Tang Yunshan scratched his head, feeling subtly outclassed. Truly, the captain had an air of superiority. By the way, what are our casualties? Sheng asked. 8 brothers dead, over a dozen wounded, Tang replied. Quickly pack the supplies and prepare to leave. Yes, sir. Sheng found the casualties barely acceptable. They had faced several times their number. On a battlefield, blades were merciless and casualties were inevitable. Turning to the mountain of supplies, Tang Yunshan was both delighted and troubled. Joyous at the food and material, yet distressed. There was far too much to carry away. Grain, jerky, scaling ladders, ropes, sabers, bows, arrows, tents, cashmere blankets. Enough supplies for an entire regiment of 5,000 men. Sheng Huaian's eyes gleamed at the sight of over 100 horses. Though many were not war horses, but pack animals, they were still mounts, invaluable transportation. With horses they could move freely across the grasslands. Captain, Captain, a major find, a surprise, medicine, pills. Tang Yunshan shouted excitedly from where he was inventorying supplies. Sheng Huaian spun around pills. He was no longer the novice newly transmigrated into this world. He now possessed a preliminary understanding of its nature. This realm hosted not only martial cultivators, but also Taoist sects, Buddhist monasteries, and heterodox cultivation traditions. Pills, refined by Taoist Buddhists or heterodox cultivators, serve to heal injuries, augment cultivation, or facilitate breakthroughs to higher realms of attainment. Yes, squad captain, we have pills. Tang Yunshan cried out, elated beyond measure. And no wonder. He had every reason to be. Pills were exceedingly rare, and the Anning garrison had received none for 2 or 3 years. Moreover, such pills were awarded solely to soldiers with meritorious service. Sheng Huaian strode forward swiftly and stood beside Tang Yunshan. Inside the large chest on the ground lay smaller lacquered boxes, each containing jade vials. Sheng Huaian picked up one jade vial, uncorked it, and revealed gleaming pills within their rich, aromatic essence wafting through the air. Quick, secure them all. Take every last pill. Not one must remain. Sheng Huaian commanded. Other spoils could be abandoned, but these pills were indispensable. Struck it rich. Struck it rich. Tang Yunshan chuckled foolishly. 2 massive chests brimming with pills. Sold discreetly, they would fetch no less than 10,000 taels of silver. Sheng Huaian ordered his soldiers to gather supplies with urgency. Everything useful, essential, and portable was to be taken without delay. Wang Wu and Hai Dea returned with their cavalry. The fleeing herdsmen had all been slain. How could bipeds possibly outrun quadrupedal warhorses? To prevent those fugitives from exposing their whereabouts, Sheng Huaian had issued an unyielding order. Wang Wu and his men were to eradicate them utterly. No survivors permitted. All necessary provisions were gathered. Whatever could not be carried was reduced to ash, leaving not a single thread for the Xiongnu. Evacuate the wounded and retrieve the fallen brothers' remains. We depart immediately, Sheng Huaian declared. Supplies were loaded onto horses, each soldier mounted one, and the unit withdrew at speed. 2.5 hours later, 100-strong Xiongnu cavalry detachment arrived upon the battlefield. They gazed upon the charred ruins of supplies and corpses strewn across the field. Cursed way dogs, slippery as rats. They ambushed an entire supply convoy, and we arrived too late. Rage blazed in the Xiongnu cavalry captain's eyes. Pursue them, find them at all costs, and bring back their severed heads. Sheng Huaian's force had already vanished from the battlefield, unaware that a Xiongnu cavalry unit now hunted relentlessly for their trail. With mounts secured, their pace quickened dramatically. After galloping over 50 kilometers, they halted at a secluded spot to rest. The northern steppes stretched vast and boundless, easily navigated if one avoided Xiongnu tribal encampments. Sheng Huaian deliberately defied convention, plunging deep into the heart of the grasslands. Not even the Xiongnu themselves could fathom such audacity. Once camp was established, Sheng Huaian issued orders: bury our fallen comrades and administer healing pills to the wounded. Yes, squad captain, Tang Yunshan responded promptly. He set about tending to the injured and interring the dead, while Hai Dei directed soldiers in erecting tents. Brother Huaian, venturing this far into the steppes depths, is it truly safe? Wang Wu asked, standing beside him. Elder brother Wang, have you heard the saying, act contrary to expectation? Sheng Huaian replied. Wang Wu stared at him, awestruck by his sheer boldness, leading barely 70 men to ambush 500, and emerging victorious with ease. Now he led them deeper still, into the very heartland of the Xiongnu. One misstep, and their entire force would vanish beneath the endless grass sea. After the tents were erected, Hai Dei busied himself kindling fires, stewing dried beef and mutton. Meanwhile, Tang Yunshan oversaw the burial of the fallen and selected healing pills from the stock to administer to the wounded. He then sorted the pills methodically, setting aside the healing varieties first. These were plentiful, as the shipment had been destined for frontline Xiongnu forces, where battlefield casualties demanded abundant restorative remedies. The evening meal was lavish: stewed dried beef and mutton. Having fought incessantly, many soldiers hadn't tasted meat in days. After dinner, Tang Yunshan finally approached Sheng Huaian to inquire how the pills should be allocated. Squad captain, how shall we handle these pills? Shall we use them ourselves, or retain them for sale upon return? He had tallied them carefully on the black market. This haul alone would command no less than 100,000 taels of silver. Particularly valuable were several vials of breakthrough pills. These commanded premium prices. Selling them would yield substantial silver for every man. As spoil seized in combat, they required no official reporting or surrender. What varieties of pills are there? Sheng Huaian asked. Healing pills, most numerous, some cultivation-enhancing varieties and several vials of breakthrough pills, Tang Yinshan reported truthfully. Bring me the breakthrough pills for inspection, Sheng Huaian instructed immediately. Tang Yinshan hurried off to retrieve them. Sheng Huaian tipped a single pill, pigeon egg-sized and snow-white, onto his palm. Its potent herbal fragrance filled the air. Without hesitation he swallowed it whole. A torrent of immense medicinal energy surged inward rapidly converting into robust martial qi. Alas, no breakthrough occurred. Only a marked increase in the density and potency of his internal martial qi elevating his overall strength perceptibly. Why did it fail, eh? Sheng Huaian murmured perplexed. Wang Wu, Tang Yinshan, Haidai, and 4 or 5 squad leaders stared at him, as though he were utterly deranged. Wait, what is that look? Why are you staring at me like that? Sheng Huaian asked baffled. Brother Huaian, you must understand breakthrough pills are tiered by rank. Wang Wu explained patiently. These pills benefit martial apprentices and cultivators, but prove insufficient for martial masters. Higher-tier pills are required. Moreover, breakthrough implies precisely that one must already stand at the precipice of advancement. Only then does the pill catalyze seamless transcendence. Otherwise, it merely augments martial qi. No pill is so miraculous as to guarantee elevation of cultivation realm. Were that so, the world would teem with transcendent masters. Wang Wu spoke with quiet gravity. This young brother knew nothing, and it exhausted him deeply. You should have said so earlier. Why didn't you warn me? Sheng Huaian set down the jade vial, his expression tinged with embarrassment. We assumed you already knew, Tang Yinshan remarked mildly. That single breakthrough pill, worth thousands of taels, had just been squandered. Tang Yinshan felt a pang, not merely in his heart, but deep in his kidneys. Survey the ranks, identify all brothers who stand at the threshold of breakthrough, and distribute these pills immediately. Let every man ascend his path. Sheng Huaian decreed, without hesitation. To him, unused pills were wasted treasure. Yes, I'll inquire at once. Tang Yinshan replied overjoyed. He rose instantly to question the soldiers, a rare and precious opportunity. I'm currently at the peak of mid-stage martial cultivator, ready to break through to late stage at any moment, Wang Wu admitted somewhat bashfully. A single breakthrough pill would save him months, if not years, of arduous training. How many will you require? Sheng Huaian asked. Just one, to reach latest stage martial cultivator. Wang Wu smiled warmly. Take it, advance without delay. Sheng Huaian handed him a breakthrough pill directly. Squad captain, I've been stalled at the apex of martial apprentice for ages. Haidai rubbed his palms together nervously. Everyone receives their share, I hoard nothing. These were won with blood and courage, they belong to us all, Sheng Huaian affirmed. Hearing this, the squad leaders brightened visibly. Soldiers dreaded commanders who monopolized spoils, leaving subordinates not even a sip of broth. Fortunately, Sheng Huaian was no such man. After Tang Yinshan tallied all soldiers qualified for breakthrough, he distributed the breakthrough pills accordingly. He retained a modest reserve of cultivation pills, dispensing the remainder among the troops for daily practice. His sole wish was for this unit to grow stronger, swiftly. Only with enhanced strength could they face greater numbers of enemies and emerge victorious. Once the pills were distributed, the soldiers dispersed to cultivate or attempt breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Sheng Huaian examined the golden interface before him. Name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Cultivation realm mid-stage martial cultivator. Arts, mighty ox, chi minor accomplishment, blood slaughter saber art, minor accomplishment. Strength, 3400 gene. Innate talent silver rank archer. Slaughter value 163. During today's ambush, Sheng Huaian slew 2 Xiongnu battalion commanders at early stage martial cultivator rank and decapitated Wuli Gu, a latest stage martial cultivator, earning 20 points of slaughter value. He now understood the valuation system. An early stage martial cultivator yielded 5 points, a latest stage martial cultivator 10. A martial apprentice granted 1 point at early stage, 2 at mid stage, 3 at late stage, and 4 at apex. Today's ambush yielded 70 points of slaughter value in total. Seeing his cultivation ripe for advancement, Sheng Huaian acted without hesitation, immediately allocating points to elevate his realm. Had he not fought tooth and nail, shedding blood and enduring peril, solely to amass slaughter value and strengthen himself? This time he expended 150 points. A colossal surge of power flooded his body, reinforcing sinew, bone, and flesh. His internal martial qi thickened and coalesced warmth suffused his limbs, and every cell seemed to sing with vitality. His strength swelled steadily. That day the Xiongnu host remained encamped, failing once more to launch an assault upon Anning Pass. 2 full days granted the Anning defenders precious respite and recovery. Simultaneously, prefectural and county garrisons, responding to General Yang Ye's urgent mobilization order, dispatched reinforcements toward Anning Pass. 5,000 fresh troops bolstered Anning Pass, restoring its vigor, bringing the garrison's effective strength to over 20,000. At dawn on the third day, the Xiongnu host renewed its siege. "Capture Anning Pass today. I will tolerate no further failure," declared the left-wise king to his assembled generals. He had marched 10,000 troops to besiege the pass, yet after losing half his host the fortress remained defiant. It was naked humiliation. "Your Majesty, the Anning Pass stands formidable, its walls high, and its garrison stalwart under the command of General Yang Yi of the Great Wei. Having suffered such losses, breaching it proves exceedingly difficult." The left valiant king interjected. "No matter, Anning's garrison now numbers barely 10,000. With 50,000 of us, can we truly fail to seize it? General Yang Yi, I shall assign elite warriors to counter him." The left-wise king was resolved Anning Pass would fall. Though the left valiant king wished to dissuade him, the wise king's pride brooked no defeat. Whoa! Dong dong! After 2 days of silence, the Xiongnu war horns and drums sounded once more, resuming their grim, relentless summons. Following his breakthrough, Sheng Huaian cultivated diligently throughout the night, guiding his arts with focused intent. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Cultivation realm: latestage martial cultivator. Arts: mighty ox, chi minor accomplishment, bloodslaughter saber art, minor accomplishment. Strength 4000 gene. Innate talent: silver rank archer. Slaughter value 13. 150 points of slaughter value elevated him to latestage martial cultivator. His strength surged to 4000 gene. His martial chi grew dense and profound. Even against an early-stage martial master, he now faced no fear. Against a mid-stage martial master, he conceded he might not prevail, but he was confident he could hold his ground and fight fiercely. At daybreak, they would relocate again, to evade pursuit by Xiongnu cavalry. Remaining too long in any single location risked discovery by Xiongnu scouts. Having packed their gear and erased all traces of their camp, they set off once more, heading for a new location. "Sergeant, where are we going now?" Tang Yinshan asked. "Where?" Sheng Huaian glanced back at his soldiers. Under the effect of healing elixirs, the wounded were recovering swiftly. Wang Wu successfully broke through to the late martial artist realm. Tang Yinshan and Haidai likewise ascended to the martial artist realm. The other soldiers, too, had each advanced in cultivation strength. Now that their power had grown, to refrain from battle would be sheer waste. Of course, to fight the enemy. Sheng Huaian gazed calmly at the rising sun as he spoke. "Where shall we fight?" Haidai asked. "This is Xiongnu territory. Enemies lie everywhere. Tell me, where should we strike?" Sheng Huaian chuckled. "Has cultivation addled your wits?" Mounting their horses, the group rode off toward a distant horizon. 2.5 hours later, by noon, a patrol of Xiongnu cavalry arrived at their former campsite. "Captain, there are signs of recent encampment here, though crudely concealed," a Xiongnu trooper reported to his squad leader. "Can you estimate when they departed?" "Oi. Likely this morning." "Damn these Wei soldiers. How audacious, daring to penetrate deep into our steppe." The cavalry captain seethed with fury. Yesterday he'd assumed the Wei troops, having seized supplies, would retreat toward Anning Pass, yet when he rushed to intercept them, he blocked nothing but empty air. Having wasted so much time, he only just tracked their trail, only to find Sheng Huaian's unit long gone. "Pursue them, relentlessly. They will not sow chaos upon our land." The captain ordered the chase renewed. Meanwhile, Sheng Huaian's party drifted across the grasslands and stumbled upon a small Xiongnu tribe. Before them stood some 50 yurts. Only elders, children, and women tended livestock. No able-bodied men were in sight. All adult males from this tribe had been conscripted for war. Sergeant Tang Yinshan and Wang Wu looked to Sheng Huaian, awaiting his command. A sharp whinny pierced the air. The horse beneath Sheng Huaian trembled, mirroring his inner conflict. To slay Xiongnu warriors on the battlefield weighed upon him, not at all. Yet to raise his hand against elders, women, or children, he hesitated. His moral compass differed markedly from Tang Yinshan's and the others. To them, all were enemies. Killing carried no burden. Those Xiongnu children, given time, would grow to wield steel blades in southern raids. And those elders and women tending herds sustained the very warriors who fought on the front lines. Wang Wu turned to Sheng Huaian. "Let it be. We'll move on. Seek other foes." He understood Sheng Huaian had once been a scholar, steeped in rites and moral cultivation, not a hardened soldier like themselves. To compel him to strike down the frail and innocent was indeed a cruel demand. Onward, to seek the next tribe, Sheng Huaian finally declared. Had even 2 or 3 young warriors remained within that camp, he would have ordered the charge without hesitation. As Sheng Huaian's party galloped away, the tribe's inhabitants remained blissfully unaware they had brushed past the gates of death. Riding further, they encountered another Xiongnu settlement. This tribe was sizable, Over 50 able-bodied youths guarded the settlement, and its population exceeded 1,000. Spotting armed young men among them, Sheng Huaian issued the charge without pause. "Brothers, follow me. Kill." 50 riders surged forward, thundering toward the Xiongnu tribe. Their wounded remained behind, to guard supplies and tend the pack horses. Startled by the sudden assault, the people of Wumu tribe paused their chores and stared at the charging cavalry. Only as the riders drew near did they realize their uniforms bore no resemblance to either tribal garb or Xiongnu cavalry insignia. "Enemy attack!" A youth cried out. Whipped. An arrow pierced his chest. Crimson bloomed across his tunic as he stared dumbfounded at the shaft protruding from his body, then collapsed lifeless. "Quick, mount up and fight!" Wumu Hun bellowed, sprinting toward his warhorse and drawing his saber as he charged headlong toward Sheng Huaian's force. Other youths scrambled onto horses to meet the threat. Every Xiongnu man upon reaching adulthood became a warrior. Even as he galloped, Sheng Huaian kept his bow drawn, loosing arrows with lethal precision. The archers in his ranks did likewise, shooting while riding, but none matched Sheng Huaian's mastery. Only a few managed to strike true. Some Xiongnu riders also loosed arrows in reply, yet few found their marks against the swift wind-like charge. Cavalry strikes were fleeting as shadows, nearly impossible to counter. Whipped, whipped, whipped. Each arrow Sheng Huaian released fell to Xiongnu youth. These defenders, freshly come of age, had never seen battle. Though skilled horsemen, they lacked any combat experience. Sheng Huaian's veterans, however, possessed hard-won battlefield wisdom. Even without formal cavalry training, they dwarfed these novices in lethality. At the moment of impact, Sheng Huaian cut down 5 or 6 riders in swift succession. His overwhelming strength left the Wumu youths utterly defenseless. Wang Wu, Tang Yunshan, and Hai Dai, all martial artists, joined the slaughter. Even the seasoned squad leaders, veterans of countless campaigns, faced mere fledglings. This was less battle than brutal culling. By the end of the first charge, fewer than 10 Wumu youths remained standing. Sheng Huaian's men, clad in seasoned armor forged in war, suffered only minor wounds. Kill. Sheng Huaian wheeled his mount, preparing a second charge. He had no intention of sparing the survivors. Yet those 10 youths, though terrified, did not flee. Within the tribe dwelled their kin. Their only choice was to die fighting. Unsurprisingly, the outcome was certain. The last Wumu youths fell beneath Sheng Huaian's blade. With resistance crushed, Sheng Huaian's force turned inward, storming the tribe itself. Panic erupted among the women and children of Wumu tribe. Some women, witnessing sons or brothers slain, snatched up knives and charged blindly toward the invaders. Others fled with their children. Elders hid grandchildren deep inside haystacks. Women brandishing blades met no mercy from Wang Wu or Tang Yunshan. One stroke, one corpse. Sheng Huaian watched coldly. Those who sought death would find no obstruction. Still, remnants of his past life morality restrained him. Otherwise, not a soul in this tribe would have drawn breath beyond this day. Hear this: any who resist shall die without mercy. Sheng Huaian's voice boomed across the field. Gather everyone here, immediately. Resist, and you perish. A few who grasped Wei's speech hesitated, reaching for weapons then pausing. Others, those who understood nothing or mothers who had just lost sons, charged forth in blind fury. One by one they fell. When the last resistor lay dead, the survivors stared at the crimson-drenched steppe, trembling, silent, paralyzed by terror. In the eyes of many children, Sheng Huaian saw raw hatred, burning unblinking. He smiled faintly. Indeed, war knew no absolute right or wrong, only allegiance. Round them all up. Here now, Sheng Huaian commanded. His soldiers moved swiftly, herding the survivors into a single trembling mass. Sheng Huaian surveyed the captive Wumu people, fear, fury, and venom etched across their faces. Especially the youths barely past childhood betrayed no mask, only naked, unguarded hatred. Women clutched their children close, shielding them with their own bodies. All male children taller than a cartwheel. Execute them. That searing gaze of hatred told him plainly mercy was fatal folly. If so many had already died, then let more fall. I'll do it. At Sheng Huaian's order, Tang Yunshan stepped forward, volunteering as executioner. I'll do it myself. If butcher, he must become better to wield the blade himself and claim the slaughter's grim reward. Tang Yunshan yielded, seizing a youth who appeared 14 or 15 years old. Woolagwala, Woolagwala. The boy thrashed wildly. A woman burst forward, wrapping her arms around him. Woola, Woola, she wailed, but 2 soldiers seized her and held her fast. Tang Yunshan kicked her aside and dragged the youth free. Sheng Huaian drew his saber, steeled his heart, and severed the youth's head in one clean stroke. As the Xiongnu boy, eyes wide with hatred and terror, collapsed, Sheng Huaian frowned slightly. No slaughter merit had manifested. What's the matter, platoon leader? Tang Yunshan inquired. Sheng Huaian tossed aside his blade. Nothing. You all handle it. Then he walked to the side. The men had no idea what was wrong with Sheng Huaian, but they dared not ask or pry. Tang Yunshan and the others slew every youth in the Wumu tribe who stood taller than a chariot, while leaving none alive. Women and elders who resisted were also cut down without mercy by Tang Yunshan and his men. The survivors, paralyzed with terror, ceased their defiance. The entire Wumu tribe was engulfed in wails and sobs. Sheng Huaian watched as the soldiers led the horses back. Over 50 fine war steeds and 60 to 70 ordinary horses were all brought forth. Horses were a scarce and invaluable war resource. They had to be taken. The grain, gold, and silver in the Wumu tribe were also plundered completely. They took 20 sheep and slaughtered 5 oxen, dividing the meat to carry along. The remaining livestock were left behind, letting the Xiongnu tend them for now. Had circumstances permitted, they would have taken everything. After Sheng Huaian and his men departed, the Wumu tribe lay in ruins, left only with corpses and weeping. Such was the war between two nations and races, brutal and blood-soaked. When Xiongnu tribes breached the passes and swept south, they too slaughtered countless Wei civilians, plundering wealth, grain, and women. Leaving the Wumu tribe behind, they did not continue hunting for other Xiongnu settlements. Instead, they found a place to rest and cook beef. The aroma of simmering meat made many soldiers involuntarily swallow their saliva. In Great Wei, oxen were tools for plowing fields and could not be slaughtered. Obtaining beef was exceedingly rare. The notion of strolling into an inn and ordering 2 tails of beef simply did not happen. When an ox died accidentally, it was always bought up by the powerful elite, never reaching the taverns. Sheng Huaian sat off to the side, quietly examining his golden finger. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: late martial artist. Skills: mighty bull, art minor mastery, blood fiend blade, art minor mastery. Strength: 4000 gene. Talent: silver archer. Kill points: 35. Slaying the young cavalryman of the Wumu tribe had earned him 22 kill points. Killing that youth had yielded no kill points. This left Sheng Huaian deeply puzzled. Was it not that every enemy slain granted kill points? That Wumu tribe youth was an enemy too, yet killing him produced nothing. Could it be that those without cultivation yielded no kill points upon death? Or perhaps killing the innocent did not generate kill points? Dealing with a mute, incomplete system was a vexing affair. Everything had to be figured out on his own. Wang Wu noticed Sheng Huaian sitting alone and walked over. What, feeling a guilty conscience? Wang Wu said bluntly. Sheng Huaian heard Wang Wu's voice and turned to glance at him. Don't let it weigh on you. When the Xiongnu break through the passes and sweep south, they'll slaughter countless of our kin too. Their deeds are far crueler than ours. Wang Wu offered words of comfort. You did right. Every Xiongnu male taller than a chariot wheel will soon grow up, take up steel blades, and invade us from the south. Sheng Huaian was speechless. Here he was pondering the golden finger, and Wang Wu and the others had misunderstood. He did feel a twinge of guilt, but not much. No, I was thinking about something else, Sheng Huaian said with a dismissive shake of his head. Then what were you so lost in thought about? Could it be a girl in your heart? Wang Wu joked. Brother Wang Wu, are you teasing me? Once the war calms down, and we return, I'll book 10 girls at the pleasure pavilion and drain your coffers dry. Sheng Huaian replied with a grin. Haha, you underestimate me, lad. I could handle 20 without breaking a sweat. Wang Wu laughed heartily. Platoon leader Brother Wang Wu, come eat. Tang Yunshan called out. Coming. Sheng Huaian and Wang Wu returned to the camp and joined the soldiers in feasting heartily on beef. The meat from 5 oxen was devoured in a single sitting. As martial cultivators, their appetites were enormous. When they ate freely, 5 oxen weren't enough for their group of over 60 men. After the midday meal, they resumed their march. They never lingered long in one place, for this was Xiongnu territory. When that Xiongnu cavalry unit arrived at the Wumu tribe and witnessed its devastation, the captain's fury soared to the heavens. All able-bodied men and youths taller than a chariot wheel in this tribe had been slaughtered. This was severing the roots of the Xiongnu. How many enemies were there? Tuayu asked an elder of the Wumu tribe. My lord, there were over 60 enemies, the old man replied, tears streaming down his face. His grandson had fallen in battle, yet he dared not rise to resist or avenge him, choosing instead to survive in cowardice. Just over 60 men, and they dare act so arrogantly. They insult the might of our great Xiongnu warriors. I Tuayu swear I will tear them limb from limb. Tuayu roared in fury. Which direction did the enemy go, eh? Tuayu demanded. That way. The elder pointed toward the path Sheng Huaian and his men had taken. He fervently hoped this cavalry unit would catch up to Sheng Huaian and slaughter them all, avenging his grandson and their tribe. Follow me. Pursue the enemy. Charge. Tuayu led his cavalry galloping in the direction Sheng Huaian's group had fled. Sheng Huaian and his men roamed the grasslands, striking small tribes whenever they found them. They killed every able-bodied man and youth taller than a chariot wheel, then plundered gold-silver supplies and warhorses before moving on. They had swept through 6 or 7 small tribes. The number of horses in their possession had already surpassed 500. Each man had to lead a dozen or so horses. Simply bringing these warhorses back to the Anning Pass garrison would earn them a great military merit. If sold, these horses would fetch a considerable amount of silver. Burdened with so many horses, their march slowed, and the traces they left became increasingly conspicuous. Seeing their bountiful haul, the soldiers felt both joy and anxiety. They were deep in Xiongnu territory now, and being discovered with so many horses was only a matter of time. Even Sheng Huaian hadn't expected such a rich harvest. It could only be said that this vast grassland had known peace for too long. Every year the Xiongnu raided south, invading Great Weiss border passes. But in recent years the Wei army had rarely ventured into the grasslands, lulling the Xiongnu into forgetting the danger, forgetting that the Wei army could also penetrate deep into the steppes. At dusk they camped in a stretch of desert, eating beef and mutton as before. After dinner, Sheng Huaian dispatched scouts to stand watch. Their movements were hard to conceal now, so for safety they had to send out scouts to reconnoiter the area within 10 li. Having swept through 6 or 7 small tribes, Sheng Huaian's kill points had grown to 127. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: late martial artist. Skills: mighty bull, art minor mastery, blood fiend blade, art minor mastery. Strength: 4000 gene. Talent: silver archer. Kill points: 127. 127 points. Now insufficient to raise his cultivation. However, he could now upgrade the blood fiend blade art. This blade technique was excellent, seemingly created specifically for soldiers on the battlefield. Sheng Huaian directly allocated points to enhance the blood fiend blade art, consuming 100 kill points to elevate it to grand mastery. With the blood fiend blade art reaching grand mastery, Sheng Huaian's strength grew considerably. Now he had the confidence to defeat a mid-stage martial master. That day the Xiongnu army deployed 20,000 soldiers to assault the city, even dispatching a grandmaster-level martial artist to join the attack. General Yang Yi, the pacifying northern general guarding Anning Pass, stepped forward to intercept the grandmaster expert from the Xiongnu army. The two clashed in the high sky for 2 hours, neither able to overcome the other. In the end, the Xiongnu army retreated, leaving behind several thousand corpses. Platoon leader. Platoon leader. Sheng Huaian, who had been cultivating by absorbing heaven and earth's spiritual energy and converting it into martial true essence, was roused from his meditation. What is it? Platoon leader, one of the scouts has returned. He reports that about 10 li behind us a cavalry unit is heading our way. He suspects they are pursuing us, Tang Yinshan said. What time is it now? The end of the Yin hour. Sheng Huaian glanced at the sky. Dawn was approaching. The end of the Yin hour would be around 5 in the morning. Wake all the soldiers, Sheng Huaian ordered. Tang Yinshan quickly roused every soldier. What's wrong, brother Huaian? Wang Wu inquired. Platoon leader, what's happening? Haide also asked. You tell them. Sheng Huaian gestured for the scout, who had returned to speak. Yes, platoon leader. Behind us there are about 100 Xiongnu cavalry heading in our direction. I suspect they are after us, so I hurried back to report, the soldier said. It seems we've been discovered after all, Wang Wu remarked. The traces they had left along the way were all too obvious. Gentlemen, it's barely 100 riders. Dare you join me in battle? Sheng Huaian looked at his 60-odd subordinates. Now they faced true Xiongnu cavalry, the elite of the Xiongnu army. Why wouldn't I dare? Through fire and water, I, Wang Wu, will follow you, Wang Wu declared immediately. A mere 100 riders. What's there to fear? Let's teach those Xiongnu bastards a lesson. Tang Yinshan, having fought several victorious battles alongside Sheng Huaian, had gained confidence. Fight! 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 The soldiers looked at Sheng Huaian with unwavering resolve. In every battle Sheng Huaian had charged at the forefront. Having already won several engagements, they now faced Xiongnu cavalry without fear. They trusted that Sheng Huaian would lead them to victory. Good. This is the spirit of soldiers under my command, true warriors ready for battle. We will prevail. Sheng Huaian gestured with satisfaction. Then he began to devise a battle plan. Though they had over 60 men and no shortage of warhorses, they were still far from matching genuine Xiongnu cavalry in mounted combat. Sheng Huaian led the soldiers to immediately set out, finding a stretch of grassland. There they used ropes to set up tripwires. Behind the tripwires they dug horse traps. These were tactics from the ancestors of his past life, wisdom passed down for dealing with cavalry. When infantry faced cavalry, they had to rely on cunning. His men had all been infantry not long ago, only recently converted to cavalry. Sheng Huaian was unwilling to suffer heavy casualties, so he devised this plan. After setting the traps, Sheng Huaian and his men mounted their horses and awaited the arrival of the Xiongnu cavalry. In the east a pale streak appeared, and soon a fiery red orb rose, illuminating the entire land. Bathed in the myriad rays of dawn, a cavalry unit rode forth, treading upon the light. Tuayu gazed at the battle-ready formation ahead, and a smile curled at the corner of his lips. After traveling under the stars and moon, they had finally caught up to these Wei rats. Brave warriors. Those ahead are the accursed Wei. They have slain our tribesmen and plundered our resources. Now charge with me. Cut off their heads and offer them to our fallen kin, so their spirits may find peace in the heavens. Tuayu declared in a loud voice. Kill! 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 The Xiongnu cavalry erupted with earth-shaking war cries. Sheng Huaian and his men watched silently as the Xiongnu cavalry's battle cries shook the heavens and earth. Warriors, follow me into battle. Charge! Tuayu shouted loudly as he led the charge with over 100 Xiongnu cavalry behind him, spurring their horses forward. Kill! Watching the charging Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huaian broke into a smile. The rising sun bathed in fiery red was perfect for slaughter. Despite the ferocious charge of the Xiongnu cavalry, the men sat motionless on their horses. Tuayu, leading the charge, sensed something amiss as he saw the enemy remain completely still. Could these Wei rats be so terrified by the magnificent charge of the great Xiongnu cavalry that they had frozen in place, neither fleeing nor countercharging? At this thought, Tuayu urged his horse to go even faster. Hiya! Hiya! If Sheng Huaian knew what Tuayu was thinking, he would have laughed out loud. Was this what they called the villain's intelligence dropping when facing the protagonist? Seeing the enemy still utterly unmoved, even Tuayu advanced as he was realized something was wrong. But by now, with the cavalry at full charge, stopping was no easy feat. He knew the Wei were cunning, but he simply couldn't fathom what scheme Sheng Huaian had devised. Soon enough, he would find out. Tuayu was fortunate enough to leap over the tripwires. The shaman gods had blessed him, and he also narrowly avoided the horse traps. But the cavalry behind him were not so lucky. The front riders were tripped by the ropes, toppling horse and rider in a chaotic heap. Those behind tried to brake, but it was too late. Some crashed into the fallen horses ahead, while others' mounts stepped into the traps, collapsing in a tangle of limbs. Tuayu, who had charged ahead, witnessed this scene with eyes blazing in fury. The cavalry's speed was immense, making it impossible to stop. More and more horses either fell into traps or collided with those in front. The soldiers behind Sheng Huaian watched this unfold, their admiration for him growing. The traps they had set were actually working. Initially, they had been uncertain whether this tactic would prove useful, but the results were astonishingly effective. In the end, only about 40 riders made it through the traps. Tuayu looked back at the mere 40 riders remaining, his heart bleeding with anguish. Ah! Damnable Wei dogs! Despicable and shameless! Tuayu roared in fury. Sheng Huaian smiled and mockingly beckoned Tuayu with his middle finger. Come at me. They'll kill you, you Wei dog. Tuayu, driven mad with rage, charged recklessly forward. The Xiongnu cavalry behind him had no choice but to follow. Sheng Huaian drew his battle blade and raised it high. The soldiers behind him also drew their blades. Brothers, charge with me. Kill the barbarian invaders. Sheng Huaian spurred his horse and charged forward like a whirlwind. The two armies clashed, warhorses thundering, weapons gleaming. A scene of blood-stirring valor. In his past life, every man had dreamed of galloping across the battlefield, sword in hand. Now it was no longer a dream. This was the true visceral reality of steel and blood, of fighting the enemy on the battlefield. He channeled his martial true essence, and a bloody, baleful aura surged around his blade. Tuayu also urged his true essence and charged at Sheng Huaian. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Clang! The sound of weapons clashing rang out. A figure flashed by, and another tumbled from its horse. Seeing the fallen figure, the Xiongnu cavalry were struck with horror. Their captain had been defeated in a single exchange. And their captain was a peak martial artist realm expert, yet he had been felled by the enemy commander with one stroke. The soldiers behind Sheng Huaian saw the Xiongnu captain cut down in a single blow. Their morale soared, and they galloped fiercely, following Sheng Huaian as they plunged into the Xiongnu cavalry ranks. On a narrow path, the brave prevail. The Xiongnu cavalry, first struck by the traps, and then losing their captain, saw their morale plummet. After a single thunderous charge, only riderless horses remained behind Sheng Huaian and his men. All 40-odd Xiongnu enemies lay dead. The masterless warhorses halted and began to graze on the grass. The September morning sun over the northern frontier offered little warmth. White dewdrops still clung to the grass. The north wind howled, and the animals on the steppe hid in their burrows, fleeing the terrifying aura of blood and slaughter. Quickly tend to the wounded, Sheng Huaian commanded. Cavalry engagements inevitably incurred casualties, 2 men slain and a dozen wounded. After all, they were not seasoned cavalry. Compared to the Xiongnu horsemen, they remained markedly inferior. Still, the toll would have been far heavier had Sheng Huaian not charged ahead, cutting down numerous Xiongnu riders himself. Tang Yunshan and the others now began treating the injured. The wounded swiftly recovered after ingesting healing elixirs. As for the two fallen soldiers, they were buried on the spot. Having annihilated an entire Xiongnu cavalry unit of 100, they seized over 60 unscathed warhorses and stripped away every sword and suit of armor. With so many mounts now at their disposal, all supplies could be carried by horseback. A dozen injured steeds were slaughtered, their meat packed and taken. The rest were released to fend for themselves across the steppe. Once the battlefield was cleared, Sheng Huaian led his troops away, shifting position repeatedly to evade detection by larger Xiongnu cavalry contingents. Bearing horses and spoils, they departed in high spirits. Another decisive victory with over 100 Xiongnu riders slain. Such martial merit promised generous rewards, perhaps even substantial silver bonuses. At noon, Sheng Huaian's force encountered another Xiongnu supply column. Tang Yunshan and the others turned expectantly toward Sheng Huaian. "Sir Squad Leader, shall we strike?" Their mindset had shifted, no longer weighing odds of victory, but seizing every chance to strike first and seize everything. "Brothers, here before us lies a succulent morsel. Tell me, shall we feast or let it pass?" Sheng Huaian laughed, glancing back at his men. "Feast, we must feast. Squad Leader, issue the order. I am already champing at the bit to charge." Nays blazing with battle lust, every soldier burned with impatience to rush forward. "Very well, brothers, follow me into the charge." Sheng Huaian roared, spurring his mount forward at the head of the assault. The wounded remained behind to guard the horses, all others surged after him. Horses thundered like the legendary Lu steed, bows twanged like claps of lightning. As they closed in, the riders drew their bows and loosed volleys of arrows. Each man now bore a bow, captured from the Xiongnu themselves. Only then did the Xiongnu supply column realize their peril as riders galloped forth and arrows streaked through the air. "Ambush!" the Xiongnu commander bellowed. His soldiers scrambled for cover, but the conscripted herdsman, slow to react, fell under a hail of arrows. Over 20 slain outright. Sheng Huaian's unit included few trained archers, most could barely draw a bow, hence their abysmal accuracy. "Mount up and counterattack!" the enemy commander shouted. Xiongnu cavalry leapt onto their horses and charged toward Sheng Huaian's force. Kill! Kill! Undaunted by the 100-odd riders bearing down upon them, Sheng Huaian's men drew their blades and advanced. Their swift, disciplined response signaled they faced an elite unit. Sheng Huaian rode at the vanguard, his battle robe billowing in the wind, iron armor gleaming coldly in the sun. Blood-red, malevolent aura coiled around his saber, already stained deep crimson. His true energy surged within, blood pounding fiercely. He would unleash his full power to decapitate the enemy commander in a single stroke, or risk losing the battle. For the enemy outnumbered them to 10. Clang, thwip. Steel clashed, and a spray of blood arced into the air. The Xiongnu commander's head flew from his shoulders, thudding lifelessly to the earth. A latest-stage cultivator stood utterly defenseless against Sheng Huaian's unleashed might. Sheng Huaian's current strength rivaled that of a mid-tier martial master, making combat against mere cultivators little more than slaughter. With the commander slain, Sheng Huaian plunged into the Xiongnu ranks like a ravenous tiger. Wherever he passed, death followed. Wang Wu Tang Yunshan Hai Day. None would be outshone. Drawing their blades, they joined the carnage. Kill! Sheng Huaian's saber technique was razor-sharp. Each slash claimed a life. In his hands, the perfected, blood-devouring saber art attained transcendent mastery. As his tally of slain enemies mounted, the blood-slaying aura radiating from him thickened palpably. Wang Wu watched in awe. The blood-devouring saber art had reached such heights in so short a time. Truly a monstrous prodigy. In mere days, he had surpassed Wang Wu's own 2.5 years of grueling cultivation, whose art had only just attained initial proficiency. Sheng Huaian became a slaughter god. His very presence sowed terror among the Xiongnu. Like a blade cleaving empty air, none could withstand him. From a 100-strong cavalry charge, he alone felled over 60 riders. After crushing the charging cavalry, Sheng Huaian led his men against the remaining Xiongnu soldiers and herdsmen. With their elite riders dead, resistance crumbled, massacred without mercy. During the fray, Sheng Huaian slew an unarmed herdsman, and noted with quiet observation that no kill merit accrued from the act. By battles, Sheng Huaian had slain over 100 Xiongnu warriors single-handedly. His body wreathed in oppressive, blood-choked aura. Even Wang Wu and the others felt a tremor of fear. Wang Wu reflected bitterly, sometimes the gulf between mortals yawned wider than that between dog and man. 10 years of martial cultivation, and he had only just broken through to latest-stage cultivator. He had watched Sheng Huaian rise from utter novice to peerless warrior in mere days, his strength now dwarfing Wang Wu's by several orders of magnitude. Strip the field. Take all that can be carried. With ample mounts, Sheng Huaian saw no need to burn surplus goods. He resolved to raid several more minor Xiongnu tribes before returning to Anning Pass. If the Xiongnu host reacted swiftly, dispatching large cavalry detachments to encircle them, they might never escape the steppe. Having obliterated this supply column, Sheng Huaian pressed onward in search of smaller Xiongnu settlements. Before dusk, they raided 5 or 6 such settlements, reaping rich spoils. Their able-bodied youths and warriors had long since been conscripted. Only the frail, elderly children and infirm remained, powerless before Sheng Huaian's blade. Gazing upon over 1,000 captured steeds and mountains of loot, Sheng Huaian resolved to depart for Anning Pass that very night. Only what entered their coffers was truly won. Their return route deliberately skirted the Xiongnu host encamped before Anning Pass. Every face shone with unrestrained joy at the bounty secured. Squad leader, our spoils include gold and silver ornaments worth 30,000 taels of silver, over 1,000 warhorses, numerous elixirs, and other supplies too vast to tally. Tang Yinshan reported elated. Convert the jewels and precious metals into silver and divide them equally among the brothers. The fallen deserve shares too, double portions sent home to their families. Keep healing elixirs for emergencies. Distribute cultivation enhancing and breakthrough elixirs among the men, so each may ascend in strength. Yes, squad leader. In hearing Sheng Huaian's fair distribution, the soldiers rejoiced. To serve under such a leader meant victory and shared prosperity. Both future and fortune gleamed bright. At dusk, after a swift meal, they pressed onward without pause. Lingering in the steppe with such vast spoils invited mortal peril. That same day, the Xiongnu host renewed its siege on Anning Pass. Left-wise king dispatched 2 sovereignty-year cultivators, yet neither could breach the defenses held by Commander Yang Yi. The Xiongnu assault faltered once more. In fury, the left-wise king shattered his favorite porcelain vase. And worthless fools! Accursed incompetence! How many days has this petty Anning Pass resisted us? He raged, chest-heaving. His subordinates dared not draw breath. If Anning Pass were so easily taken, they would have seized it long ago. Did they truly believe the Great Way was a soft target? Privately, his officers muttered in exasperation. In report for His Majesty the left-wise king. A courier entered the royal tent. Speak. In assuming it was yet another reprimand urging faster conquest of Anning Pass, his mood darkened further. Your Majesty, 2 of our supply columns have been ambushed. 100-man cavalry unit vanished entirely. Several minor tribes were razed. The report states an enemy force has infiltrated deep into our rear territory. The courier announced. And what? An enemy has slipped behind our lines. How audacious! The left-wise king exploded in wrath. Did they take him for clay? And dispatch 2,000 cavalry, find them and exterminate them utterly. His chest heaved with incandescent fury. Already half their supplies had been destroyed during the failed camp assault. Now an enemy dared strike their logistics directly. Without adequate provisions, how could his troops fight, or even survive? Sheng Huaian's party remained unaware their deeds had reached the left-wise king's ears. Nor did the king know that Sheng Huaian and his men laden with plunder were already circling back toward Anning Pass. At night, Sheng Huaian and his companions could not continue their journey, so they had to find a place to rest. With so many horses and supplies, traveling at night was not conducive. Once they settled down, they lit a fire to cook, and for tonight's meal, they would once again eat stewed meat. After dinner, Sheng Huaian arranged for night watches. They had to be cautious in everything, never letting their guard down, for a single oversight could cost them all their lives. During the day, he had single-handedly slain 140 to 50 Xiongnu enemy soldiers, amassing a considerable amount of kill points. Name Sheng Huaian race, human realm, late warrior stage techniques, Mangniu, Gene minor mastery, blood fiend blade, art, grand mastery strength, 4,000 caddies, talent silver archer, kill points 203. Now that his kill points had grown to 203, his cultivation could be enhanced again. Immediately, Sheng Huaian did not hesitate to allocate points to elevate his cultivation. Consuming 150 kill points, a surge of immense power diffused throughout his body, circulating within him, continuously strengthening his muscles, flesh, blood, and bones. Under this power, Sheng Huaian's physique grew ever stronger, his strength soared, and the true essence within him increased and condensed. Others might not perceive any change, but Sheng Huaian could clearly feel his physique strengthening, his power rising, and his true essence growing denser. The true essence within his dantian felt as if it had condensed into liquid spiritual energy. After that formidable power subsided, Sheng Huaian clenched his fists. He now felt he could shatter the void with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Name Sheng Huaian race, human realm, great perfection of warrior stage techniques, Mangniu, Gene minor mastery, blood fiend blade, art, grand mastery strength, 4,500 caddies, talent silver archer, kill points 53. Observing the enhancement in his cultivation and strength, Sheng Huaian sighed in admiration. The system truly lived up to its reputation. This power level was already equivalent to the late martial master stage. At the great perfection of warrior stage, he could rival a late martial master fighting beyond his realm, a textbook protagonist template. Truly worthy of the system father. Too bad it was a mute system. After breaking through, Sheng Huaian did not rest, but continued to cultivate, refining his martial true essence. Even with the system, he had to strive diligently, quietly working hard to surpass everyone else. The next morning, Sheng Huaian and his group ate a simple breakfast and continued their journey. In the Xiongnu army camp, 2,000 iron cavalry left the main camp heading toward the grasslands. Looking at the now only 40,000 strong army, the left-worthy prince contemplated whether to dispatch more soldiers for the campaign. The great Chanyu had sent another messenger to urge him to quickly capture Anning Pass. The central army was locked in fierce battle with the Jinbei army, hoping that their side would take Anning Pass, enter the pass to circle behind Jubai City, and attack the Jinbei army from the rear. Looking at the troubled left-worthy prince, the left-gully prince spoke. Great king, since we cannot take Anning Pass, why not send troops to enter the pass from other places, leaving a portion here to pin down the Anning army? The left-worthy prince glanced at this old father-in-law and said, then how many troops do you think are needed to pin down the Anning Pass defenders? If we enter the pass from elsewhere, what if the Anning Pass defenders attack us from the rear? And how will we transport supplies? This old father-in-law, though a fierce general in his youth, had grown senile with age. A single night raid had shattered the Xiongnu army's hope of quickly breaching Anning Pass. Continue sending troops to assault the pass, wear down the Anning Pass defenders, and summon another 50,000 troops. The left-worthy prince ultimately decided to reinforce. Now was an excellent opportunity to enter the pass. If he failed to breach it, he could not answer to the great Chanyu. The Xiongnu army began its assault on Anning Pass. The soldiers on the city walls, watching the tide of Xiongnu soldiers surging forward, had grown numb. Except for the 2 days of the raid, the Xiongnu army had been attacking the pass every day. They had grown accustomed to the Xiongnu assaults. Archers prepare release. The archers loosed a volley of arrows, and many charging Xiongnu soldiers fell on the way. The Xiongnu also deployed cavalry and archers to shoot arrows at the wall covering the army's assault. The soldiers on the wall shot arrows while dodging those from the Xiongnu. When the Xiongnu army reached the base of the wall, they set up scaling ladders and ropes and began to climb. Crush these bastards. Xiongnu bandits, go to hell. The defenders on the wall picked up stones to hurl down, and boiling hot molten metal was also poured continuously. Xiongnu bandits, come, your grandpa invites you to drink molten metal. The Xiongnu army had to pay a heavy price to climb the city wall. The battle raged on with beacon fires burning for months. The Anning Pass defenders tenaciously resisted the Xiongnu army. Blood and frost had stained this ancient border pass with the marks of time. The city wall was covered with sword scars and arrow holes. The fighting continued until dusk, when the Xiongnu finally withdrew. Sheng Huaian and his group were still taking a detour to avoid the Xiongnu camp. The detour was longer but safer. They traveled along very remote paths. It was not until the third day that they finally made their way back to Anning Pass. The defenders on the southern wall of Anning Pass, seeing so many war horses approaching, kicking up billowing dust, thought it was an enemy force coming to attack from a different route and went on high alert. Enemy attack, be on guard. The soldiers on the southern city wall grabbed their bows, arrows, swords, and spears, watching the 1,000 riders below warily. Brothers on the wall, we are not the enemy, we are the 10th squad of the 7th battalion. Seeing the defenders on the wall drawing their bows, Tang Yunshan quickly shouted. A mistaken attack would be a huge joke. The soldiers on the wall, hearing the shouts, were somewhat skeptical. The people below indeed had an authentic accent, not like disguised Xiongnu enemies. But the 7th Battalion 10th Squad, hadn't they all been killed in the raid? The 7th Battalion 10th Squad, weren't they all reported dead? I don't know. Could it be that they were captured by the Xiongnu and are now trying to trick us into opening the gate? Let's wait and see. If something seems off, well, act. Brothers on the wall, if you don't believe us, report to the generals. We really are the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion. Tang Yunshan continued to shout. Send someone to report this, a leader said. Soon the dust cleared, and the soldiers on the wall saw that below there were over 1,000 horses, many loaded with supplies. But there were only about 60 people. Their battle robes and banners were indeed those of the Anning Pass defenders. Bozhang, there are only about 60 people down there. It doesn't look like a trick to open the gate, a Zhuzhang said. Be cautious, we can't afford any mistakes now, the Bozhang said warily. Seeing that the soldiers on the wall still refused to open the gate and were extremely vigilant. On the northern city tower, a group of generals were constantly monitoring the battle, ready to step in if any Xiongnu experts joined the fray. Report. A messenger ran in. What is it? Yang Yi looked at the messenger. General, outside the southern city gate, there is a group claiming to be the 10th squad of our Anning Army's 7th Battalion. They have brought over 1,000 horses and request your orders, the messenger said quickly. What? Yang Yi stood up from his seat. The other generals also looked at the messenger in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. The 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion, the one that had first charged into the Xiongnu Army's right camp, turning it upside down. They remembered it well. Hadn't the entire 7th Battalion been reported as killed in action? How had they suddenly reappeared? Are you sure it's the 10th Squad of the 7th Battalion? Yang Yi asked sternly. General, that's what the people said, the messenger replied. General, I'll go check, said General Sun Hao, known as the Barbarian Breaker. All right, take Captain Wu with you and see what's going on. Yang Yi nodded. With the Xiongnu attacking the pass, he couldn't leave, needing to stay on the battlefield to prevent any Xiongnu grandmasters from joining the assault. Yes, General. Sun Hao called Captain Wu and hurried to the southern city wall. Looking down, they saw Sheng Huaian and his men sitting on war horses, each leading over a dozen horses. It really is that kid. Sun Hao recognized Sheng Huaian at once. They had all been keeping an eye on him. Captain Wu, are those below definitely all from your battalion's 10th Squad? Sun Hao asked. To prevent any accidents, it was better to be cautious. General, about a dozen are not. They seem to be from other squads. The rest are all 10th Squad soldiers, Captain Wu replied. Seeing Sheng Huaian and the others, Captain Wu was extremely surprised. Hadn't these fellows been rumored dead? How had they returned alive and well? That's good then. Open the gate quickly and let them in, Sun Hao said. He then descended the wall to the city gate, extremely curious about what Sheng Huaian had been up to, bringing back so many war horses. Seeing the city gate open, Sheng Huaian said to the soldiers behind him, "Brothers, enter the city." The city gates swung open as Sheng Huaian and his men dismounted, leading their horses into the city. The battle steeds stretched out in a formidable procession, each one a steed of exceptional quality. General Sun Hao, Marshal Commandant Wu, and the others stood agape. These horses alone could form 1,000-strong cavalry. It was well known that even the Anning army with its 30,000 troops boasted only 2,000 cavalry. The reason, of course, was that Great Wei lacked warhorses, having no proper grasslands for grazing and breeding. General Sun. Spotting General Sun Hao, the conqueror of barbarians, coming to greet them, Sheng Huaian and his men promptly performed the military salute. No need for such formality. Did you rob a Xiongnu cavalry unit? You've brought back quite a haul of fine horses. Sun Hao's eyes gleamed as he beheld the steeds. Sheng Huaian and his men also saluted Marshal Commandant Wu, for he was their superior officer. Wu waved his hand, signaling them to dispense with the formalities. He gazed at Sheng Huaian, his curiosity growing. This young man truly possessed remarkable skill, disappearing with his men for 5 or 6 days only to return with such a bounty of war horses. General, we did indeed rob the Xiongnu, Sheng Huaian replied with a smile. Tell me the details. Sun Hao's interest was piqued. Could this man leading merely 60 men truly possess such prowess? Sheng Huaian recounted their experiences over the past few days. Commandant Wu and the surrounding soldiers were left with mouths agape wide enough to swallow eggs. The tale was nothing short of fantastical, ranging and battling across the Xiongnu grasslands, slaying countless foes, yet suffering negligible casualties themselves. Though it sounded simple in the telling, the execution must have been exceedingly difficult. After all, this guerrilla warfare tactic was something they had never heard of before. Over 1,000 warhorses, ample supplies, and so many enemies slain. This is a great merit. I shall report it to General Yang, and you will surely receive a generous reward. Sun Hao spoke with a smile. This young man was truly extraordinary. With the merit of the camp raid added, if his cultivation were sufficient, he could be directly promoted to commandant. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from Sheng Huaian, he had already reached the great perfection of the martial artist realm. Just a few days ago, wasn't he only at the martial disciple stage? This rate of cultivation advancement was even more monstrous than that of the prodigies from the great sects and noble families. The news of Sheng Huaian and his men's return, along with the warhorses and supplies, quickly spread throughout the Anning army. Old Wang and the others aren't dead. Zhang Danius' eyes widened upon hearing this. The veteran soldier shot him a look. You were hoping they would die. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, they've come back to life. But no, I mean they didn't get killed by the Xiongnu. Just shut up, the veteran soldier snapped. If you can't talk properly, don't talk at all. Zhang Danius scratched his head and obediently fell silent. He had only been flustered with excitement upon hearing that Sheng Huaian and his men were still alive, and his tongue had slipped. They handed over the warhorses and supplies to the Anning army, while the gold, silver, and jewels they had acquired remained their own. The Turnitin supplies and horses would also earn them substantial military merits and monetary rewards. Among the supplies were particularly numerous healing pills. Sheng Huaian and his men were arranged to rest. On the city wall, Yang Yi gazed at the Xiongnu army camp, his brow slightly furrowed. The Xiongnu army has been reinforced. The other 4 generals, seeing the enemy's bolstered numbers, wore expressions tinged with worry. The border is in dire straits, yet they remain indifferent, still squabbling over that throne. What do the border civilians mean to them? General Zhao Yong'an, the conqueror of barbarians, said in exasperation. Silence. Watch your tongue. Yang Yi glared at Zhao Yong'an. Such words were not to be uttered carelessly. Zhao Yong'an only then realized he had misspoken. Though the other generals said nothing, they shared Zhao Yong'an's discontent and anger. The Battle of Anning Pass had raged for over 20 days. Now, with the Xiongnu reinforcing once more, the pass was in grave peril, yet still no imperial reinforcements were in sight. How could the generals defending the pass not be furious? Kill. The battle raged on. Xiongnu corpses tumbled from the city walls, while soldiers on the walls were also targeted and shot down by Xiongnu cavalry. The war horns wailed their sound, filled with desolation. By now, over half of the Anning Pass garrison had been worn down by the Xiongnu army. The reinforcements arriving from rear counties were few and far between, a mere pretense. The defense of Anning Pass now relied entirely on the garrison's stubborn resistance. In the camp, Sheng Huaian and his men lounged lazily in the sun, savoring a rare moment of peace. During those 5 or 6 days on the grasslands, they had lived in constant fear and unease. Were it not for the wartime curfew, Sheng Huaian would have taken his men to the pleasure pavilion to unwind and soothe their spirits. The battle ended at dusk. The setting sun was a blood-red hue, and the world was filled with a grim, killing aura. Once again, the Xiongnu army retreated, leaving behind thousands of corpses. That evening, Sheng Huaian had intended to visit the veteran soldier, but General Yang Yi summoned him, so he had to go there first. Yang Yi, the highest-ranking commander of Anning Pass, was a 5th-rank general and a grandmaster-level powerhouse. Without Yang Yi guarding Anning Pass, the stronghold would have long been trampled by the Xiongnu cavalry. Despite the summons, Sheng Huaian felt a sense of trepidation. Whether due to Yang Yi's status or his cultivation, Sheng Huaian had to look up to him and tread carefully. General Sheng Huaian has arrived. The messenger led Sheng Huaian to Yang Yi's meeting hall. Bring him in. Yang Yi's voice came from within, steady and authoritative. Sheng Huaian was led into the hall, where all 5 deputy generals were present. He looked at the 6 men, the highest-ranking officers of Anning Pass. Greetings, General Yang, and all the generals. As he bowed, Sheng Huaian felt immense pressure under the gaze of so many high-ranking officers. Every person present was a martial artist above the Xiantian realm. Even if they suppressed their auras, the authority accumulated over years of military service was still heavy. No need for such formalities. So this is the rising young star of our Anning Pass. Truly a fine-looking man. Yang Yi said with a smile as he looked at Sheng Huaian. Based on his military merits, Sheng Huaian was qualified to receive the rank of commandant and command a battalion. Indeed, not bad. That night raid, you deserve the highest credit. General Zhao Yong'an said with a smile. Bold and decisive, he has the potential to become a general, another deputy general praised. I'm sure to Chiliarch. How about it? Interested in joining my regiment? Propaganda General Li Daru asked Sheng Huaian with a grin. Oldly, is it appropriate to poach my men right in front of me? Sun Hao interjected immediately. The 7th Battalion, where Sheng Huaian served, was part of Sun Hao's legion. Don't say that. It's not poaching. The position of Chiliarch suits him better. It would be a waste to keep him in your regiment. Li Daru had high hopes for Sheng Huaian. He had brains, dared to charge and take risks, and was decisive in killing. Sheng Huaian was taken aback. These big shots were actually fighting over him. Was he really that outstanding and conspicuous? Why were all these generals so interested in him? All right, stop arguing. I have other plans for this young man. Yang Yi spoke. The generals exchanged glances. It seemed the commander intended to give this young man a significant role. Yang Yi looked at Sheng Huaian and said with a smile, Sheng Huaian, formerly a scholar who was conscripted. In his first battle, he displayed remarkable archery talent. Later, an old soldier taught him the military's cultivation technique. He has extraordinary martial talent, fights fiercely, and is decisive. Sheng Huaian was startled. Had they already investigated him? Don't be afraid. I'm not digging into your background. I've called you here to entrust you with a task. Yang Yi continued, Please speak, General. Sheng Huaian said respectfully. Yang Yi nodded. Today, the Xiongnu army began reinforcing again, an estimated 50,000 troops. And we have no reinforcements. Sheng Huaian frowned. Another 50,000 troops and no reinforcements. This was not good news. Having heard of your exploits these past days, I need you to lead a force back to the grasslands. Do you dare to go? Yang Yi stared at Sheng Huaian. It was after hearing Sun Hao recount Sheng Huaian's actions on the grasslands that he considered sending him back to stir up trouble. Of course, this mission is dangerous. I won't force you. I'll give you 2 days to think it over. You can give me your answer in 2 days. No need. I'll go, but I have one condition. Sheng Huaian said immediately. Going to the grasslands meant he could fight the enemy on his own terms, which was better than defending the city. With the killing system within him, only through slaughter and war could he grow stronger quickly. Therefore, he did not refuse this mission. Oh, tell me. If it's within my power, I will grant it. Yang Yi nodded with satisfaction, seeing that Sheng Huaian had agreed without hesitation. I need more soldiers, Sheng Huaian said. All right. They'll give you 500 cavalry and promote you to military commandant. Your task is to go to the grasslands and cut off the Xiongnu army's supply lines. Yang Yi stated. Sheng Huaian was stunned. Another promotion. A military commandant was a Kiliarch commanding 1,000 men, a regular 8th rank military officer. Remember, you only need to attack and harass the Xiongnu supply convoys. There's no need for you to do much else, Yang Yi instructed. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Sheng Huaian saluted. Rest for 2 days. I will select 500 elite cavalry for you. Whether you can delay the Xiongnu army's assault depends on you. Yang Yi nodded. Sheng Huaian hadn't expected to be heading back to the grasslands so soon after just returning. By the way, do you have any other requests? He'll prepare everything for you. Yang Yi spoke again. Reporting to the general, I also need soldiers who can speak the Xiongnu language and those familiar with the grasslands. Sheng Huaian stated. In the previous days, with few soldiers and little familiarity with the grasslands, they had not dared to venture deep into the plains. According to Sheng Huaian's understanding, this world was somewhat vast, and the grasslands were incredibly expansive, where the Xiongnu were not the sole unified nomadic tribe. The Xiongnu were merely one of the overlords on these grasslands. All right, I'll arrange it for you. Yang Yi nodded. Anything else? Prepare more healing pills, Sheng Huaian said. Operating behind enemy lines made it difficult to replenish casualties, so healing pills were crucial. No, change it. Yang Yi's expression soured. Their Anning army had long ceased receiving pills from the imperial court. Speaking of this, anger welled within him. Oh well, then forget it if there aren't any. Sheng Huaian scratched his head. Without pills, he could always plunder the Xiongnu's supplies. The Xiongnu supply convoys would carry pills. Also include my squad of soldiers in the plan, Sheng Huaian added after a moment's thought. He had grown accustomed to commanding his men. All right, no problem. Anything else? Yang Yi looked at Sheng Huaian. No more. Sheng Huaian shook his head. You are at the martial artist perfection stage. They'll give you a 4th grade breakthrough pill to help you reach the martial master realm. Your current cultivation is somewhat low. Yang Yi bestowed upon Sheng Huaian a 4th grade breakthrough pill. As Sheng Huaian gradually grew familiar with this world, he learned that pills were graded from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. A 4th grade breakthrough pill could allow a martial master perfection cultivator to break through to the postnatal realm. Thank you, General. Sheng Huaian took the jade bottle from Yang Yi with delight. With this pill, he could save some slaughter points. This is a skill transmission jade talisman containing my signature Overlord Spear art. I bestow it upon you as well. Yang Yi passed on the spear technique he practiced to Sheng Huaian. It was regrettable that he could not impart his cultivation technique. The other 5 lieutenant generals watched this scene with envy toward Sheng Huaian. General Yang Yi was clearly treating him as a successor. The Overlord Spear art was General Yang Yi's renowned skill. They had never seen him treat anyone so well. Sheng Huaian was the first. Sheng Huaian was overjoyed. For cavalry charges and killing enemies, weapons like spears and halberds were the most ferocious. Thank you, General. Receiving this spear technique delighted Sheng Huaian even more than the 4th grade breakthrough pill. All right, go back now. Yang Yi waved his hand, dismissing him. Returning to his quarters, Sheng Huaian eagerly used the skill transmission jade talisman. He pressed it to his forehead and infused it with true essence. A wealth of Overlord Spear art knowledge flooded his mind, and the technique was also recorded by the system. Name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm martial artist perfection. Techniques Magni strength minor completion blood fiend blade. Art major completion Overlord Spear art uninitiated. Strength 4,500 gene. Talent silver archer. Slaughter points 53. Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian allocated points to cultivate. He had no time for slow comprehension. Spending 20 slaughter points, he raised the Overlord Spear art to the initiate level. A torrent of experience flooded his mind, making the technique feel as familiar as if he had practiced it for 2.5 years. The remaining 33 slaughter points were insufficient to further upgrade the Overlord Spear art. With insufficient points, Sheng Huaian had to desist and began circulating the Magni strength to condense martial true essence. He had grown accustomed to replacing sleep with cultivation. Those who strive diligently. The next morning, after morning exercises and breakfast, as the sun rose, the Xiongnu army began their assault on the city again. Hearing the horns and war drums outside the city, Sheng Huaian's blood began to boil. He could not bear to rest, he yearned for battle. Though General Yang Yi had ordered him to rest, what were a few days of rest compared to slaughter points? Rest? Only the weak needed rest. Did he? No. Sheng Huaian grabbed his combat blade, slung his bow over his shoulder, and headed for the city walls to fight. Battalion commander, are you going to join the battle? Tang Yinshan asked, looking at Sheng Huaian. Yes, I'm going to help defend the city. Sheng Huaian nodded. What about us? Tang Yinshan looked at him. They had no combat orders. You all get some good rest. Sheng Huaian strode toward the city walls. The soldiers under his command exchanged glances. Is the battalion commander addicted to killing? Haidai couldn't help but remark. Who knows? Sheng Huaian reached the city walls and saw the Xiongnu army launching an assault. Xiongnu cavalry roamed 200 meters outside the city, continuously firing arrows at the walls to suppress the defenders and create conditions for their infantry to approach. The archers on the wall returned fire. However, the cavalry were swift, making it difficult for the archers to hit them. They could only shift their aim to the charging Xiongnu soldiers. Sheng Huaian took his bow, nocked 3 arrows, and shot them all at once. Whooshed, whooshed, whooshed. All 3 arrows struck true, killing 3 cavalrymen. As a silver-grade archer, his archery, while not transcendent, was exceptionally refined. Seeing Sheng Huaian shoot 3 arrows simultaneously, each hitting its target, the nearby archers were astonished. Such archery was incredible. Without pause, Sheng Huaian drew his bow again, releasing 3 more arrows. 3 more cavalrymen fell outside the city. Watching Sheng Huaian cut down the Xiongnu cavalry with such ease, the archers gaped. Where had the sharpshooter come from? Some Xiongnu cavalry spotted him and loosed arrows in his direction. With sharp eyes, Sheng Huaian dodged swiftly. Without a word, he retaliated with an arrow. The opponent failed to evade, and an arrow pierced his heart, sending him tumbling from his horse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows felled 3 more Xiongnu cavalry. On the city tower, Yang Yi and the other commanders noticed Sheng Huaian. Hey, didn't I tell that lad to rest? Why is he back on the walls? Good heavens, his archery is superb. Not a single arrow misses its mark. Such archery is rare in our army. This fellow must be a battle maniac who simply cannot stay idle. The generals commented among themselves. Soon Sheng Huaian had exhausted the 30 arrows in his quiver, killing 30 Xiongnu cavalry. He glanced at the archer beside him, whose quiver still held many arrows. Brother, give me your arrows. Sheng Huaian said directly. Oh, here you go. The archer snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with admiration for Sheng Huaian. This was a true master archer. He handed over his remaining 20 arrows to Sheng Huaian, letting him continue the slaughter. Sheng Huaian took the quiver. Thanks, brother. When the battle's over, I'll treat you to the Ichuan Pavilion and find you the most beautiful girl. Sounds good, sounds good. At the mention of Ichuan Pavilion, the man's eyes lit up. With arrows in hand, Sheng Huaian knocked and fired. Cavalrymen continued to fall from their horses. This drew the attention of the Xiongnu cavalry, and 100 riders aimed their bows at him. Seeing the hail of arrows, Sheng Huaian quickly took cover. However, the archer who had given him arrows was too slow and was riddled with arrows. Looking at the fallen brother, Sheng Huaian mused that the Xiongnu cavalry had apparently saved him some silver. Damn Xiongnu, he was a good brother to me. Sheng Huaian fought back, fiercely knocking and releasing arrows to kill 3 Xiongnu cavalry in revenge for his fallen comrade. After loosing 3 arrows, Sheng Huaian swiftly changed his position. The Xiongnu cavalry had their eyes on him. The moment he showed himself, a volley of over 100 arrows flew toward him. He had yet to attain the bronze skin and iron bone realm, and thus could not disregard arrows. Once he had exhausted his arrows, he took cover, waiting for the Xiongnu to assault the city. Though arrows felled enemies swiftly, the Xiongnu cavalry now had him in their sights, leaving him little room to maneuver. In a brief span, he slew some 50 Xiongnu riders, drawing their fire and greatly easing the pressure on the other soldiers. Soon after suffering no small casualties, the Xiongnu forces breached the city wall. Once their soldiers ascended the ramparts, the Xiongnu cavalry ceased their arrow volleys against the wall. Seeing the Xiongnu soldiers climbing up, Sheng Huaian broke into a delighted smile. The Xiongnu soldier who crawled up before him was taken aback by that cheerful expression. Why did it seem as though Sheng Huaian was genuinely pleased to see him? That smile was just like a brothel madam's when she spotted a customer. Sheng Huaian drew his battle blade, stepped forward, and swung. The Xiongnu soldier reacted swiftly, drawing his own blade to parry. Clang! One stroke cleaved through both. Man and blade were severed in twain. That Xiongnu soldier was cut in 2, blade and all, by a single blow from Sheng Huaian. With strength rivaling that of a mid-stage martial master, Sheng Huaian's strike carried a force of 4,000 to 5,000 caddies. Watching the endless stream of Xiongnu soldiers scaling the wall, he felt a genuine joy in his heart. The hunt was on. His great blade had long been thirsting for blood. Kill! On the city wall, chaos erupted instantly, the cries of battle soaring to the heavens. Sheng Huaian naturally joined the fray. His mastery of the blood fiend blade art was like a reaper's scythe, as Xiongnu soldiers fell one after another beneath his blade. Among the Xiongnu army, few soldiers or martial artists could withstand 2 of his strikes. Under 2 blows there was only death, no chance of survival. There was hardly any foe who forced him to a third strike. Like a blood-soaked butcher, he ceaselessly slaughtered the Xiongnu, and over 100 enemies had already fallen to his blade. Die! A fierce blade aura came slashing in. Sheng Huaian raised his blade to block deflecting that murderous strike. He fixed his gaze on a burly Xiongnu man, murderous intent radiating from him, his blood and qi seething. Clearly a Xiongnu martial master. Seeing Sheng Huaian's rampant slaughter, the Xiongnu strongman could no longer hold back. Baitu abandoned his duel with the defending experts and sought out Sheng Huaian, a martial master. Sheng Huaian felt no fear, instead the blood within him boiled. Kill! He advanced blade in hand, launching an aggressive assault, a crimson killing aura shimmering on his weapon. Bloodfiend blade art, rainy night with a blade. Bloodfiend blade art, lifting blade to slay the sparrow. Bloodfiend blade art, night battle in all directions. Layers of blade shadows, swift as a rain of light, ceaselessly struck at Baitu. Baitu was a latest-stage martial master, his blood and qi surging, his combat power astonishing, and he served as a chiliarch in the Xiongnu army. Yet now facing Sheng Huaian, he was utterly shocked. This Wei man, who appeared to be merely at the great perfection of the martial disciple realm, possessed strength no weaker than his own. Moreover, the blade technique was sharp, its killing aura immensely heavy enough to unsettle even him. This youth was beginning to make his mark. Kill! Baitu exerted his full power, his blood and qi roiling, his entire form seeming cloaked in a layer of crimson protective qi. Sheng Huaian immediately felt the surge in his opponent's strength, the scorching surging blood and qi pressed down on him with palpable force. Sheng Huaian pushed his true essence to its limits, becoming a frenzied beast of slaughter locked in a savage battle with Baitu. So strong. Which battalion's chiliarch is this? I don't know, he's not one of our 2 company commanders. So young, and with the cultivation of a martial disciple, he can match a latest-stage Xiongnu martial master. Terrifying. The surrounding defenders of Anning Pass were all astounded by Sheng Huaian's ferocity. I know him. He's the one who led the first raid into the enemy camp, caused chaos, then roamed the grasslands killing and brought back over 1,000 warhorses. Sheng Huaian. A soldier recognized him. It's him. He's not from our battalion, so why is he on the wall fighting? So young. This kid is terrifying. If he doesn't die, he'll surely make a name for himself. Boom. From within the Xiongnu army, 2 figures flew through the air, their aura blanketing the sky and pressing down so heavily that hearts seemed to stop and breath caught. Yang Yi, come out and die. One of the black-robed figures spoke, his voice rolling like thunder across the entire Anning Pass. Countless soldiers, whether defenders or Xiongnu, felt an overwhelming oppression. How bold! Who dares address the general so insolently? A city resident exclaimed. Must be Xiongnu experts. The grandmasters have entered the fray. The Xiongnu soldiers who had breached the wall broke into delighted smiles. How dare you! General Sun Hao of the Panu army roared in fury, though lacking the strength to cut them down himself. Boom! A figure rose from the city tower into the sky. A crimson-robed, gold-armored man radiating golden light, majestic and imposing. Grandmaster-level experts could already traverse the air. My spear. A overlord's spear flew from the tower into the hands of the crimson-robed, gold-armored general. Come fight. Yang Yi pointed his spear at the 2 Xiongnu grandmasters. Kill. The 2 Xiongnu grandmasters, their black qi surging, one wielding a wolf-tooth club and the other a battle blade, charged at Yang Yi. Boom. Yang Yi swung his overlord's spear, the spear thrust like a dragon, ferocious and unyielding. Boom. Weapons clashed like thunder, echoing across the sky. 3 terrifying surges of true qi spread like tidal waves through the heavens. The overwhelming pressure made the soldiers below tremble with fear. Grandmasters with each strike containing terrifying power, even from a distance, instilled dread and panic in countless souls. Sheng Huaian and Baitu ceased their fight, both gazing at the 3 figures locked in battle, wreathed in protective qi in the sky. Yang Yi wielded his overlord's spear with consummate skill. Every strike carried the force to split mountains and cleave seas, single-handedly pressing the 2 Xiongnu grandmasters. The clash of grandmasters was like the might of gods, an oppressive force of unimaginable power. Had the 3 battling figures not been focused on each other, a single casual palm strike could have crushed all below. Violent energies seethed like boiling water. Fierce martial true qi oppressed heaven and earth. Blood and qi surged skyward like a crimson smoke. Every gesture bore immense power. Such were the grandmasters of martial arts. A grandmaster. So this is a grandmaster. Sheng Huaian murmured. Such might surpass that of a martial disciple 1,000-fold. This was a true martial powerhouse. Every motion holding vast power, fists commanding mountains and rivers, blades severing rivers and seas, a body of might as vast as the ocean. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Countless onlookers gaped, staring blankly at the Grandmaster battle in the sky. Sheng Huaian quickly composed himself. He glanced at Bai Tu, who was still lost in the majesty of the Grandmasters, his eyes filled with fear and longing. Seizing the moment, Sheng Huaian drove his blade straight into Bai Tu's left kidney. Chiik. Feeling the stab of pain, Bai Tu snapped back to reality. Seeing the blade sunk into his left side, his face turned deathly pale. What the hell? You sneaky. Sheng Huaian paid him no heed. He twisted the blade horizontally, exerting force, and cleaved Bai Tu in two at the waist. Bai Tu's eyes bulged, and he died with an expression of utter resentment. What a disgraceful death. A dignified martial master butchered by such a cheap trick. He still had a bright future, a beautiful wife at home. While everyone was watching the Grandmaster duel, this unscrupulous rogue broke all rules and struck from the shadows. Having slain Bai Tu, Sheng Huaian immediately gained 20 kill points. A later-stage martial master, only 20 points. He could sense that the stronger the enemy, the more kill points he earned. At that moment, the Grandmaster battle in the sky had brought the entire battlefield to a standstill. Everyone was watching the clash of the Grandmasters. Sheng Huaian looked at the frozen Xiongnu soldiers and Anning Pass defenders. He couldn't understand. This was a battlefield. The Grandmaster fight was none of their concern. When a rogue who plays by no rules mingles with the crowd, the devastation is immense. Sheng Huaian raised his blade and began cutting down Xiongnu soldiers still gaping at the battle. Soon some Xiongnu snapped out of it, but by then Sheng Huaian had already slain over 20 of them. Damn it! Kill! Seize the wall, a Xiongnu strongman roared. The defenders also came to their senses. Kill! On the city wall, battle resumed, blood flying, limbs and bodies strewn about, a bloody hell. Sheng Huaian let the war continue to churn, a grand meat grinder. On both sides, people kept falling. As innate level experts entered the fray, the battle reached a fever pitch. Among the Xiongnu army, 5 innate martial artists charged onto the city wall. The 5 strong warriors among the defenders also made their moves, blocking the Xiongnu innate experts. The Hodian martial artists in the Xiongnu army were naturally dealt with by the colonels among the defenders. Sheng Huaian activated his unmatched slaughter mode, wreaking havoc among the Xiongnu soldiers. Even martial master level experts found it difficult to stop him. As his strength grew, so did the number of enemies he slew. His kill count increased to over 300. Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian spent the points to enhance his cultivation, consuming 150 kill points to elevate his realm to the martial practitioner limit. His overall strength was now comparable to a martial master grand perfection. Unless a Hodian martial artist intervened, no one could stand in his way. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: martial practitioner. Limit: techniques: Mangniu, art minor mastery, bloodshot blade, art major mastery, overlord spear, art initiate, strength 5000, gene talent, silver archer. Kill points 167. Seeing that he could still improve his cultivation with the kill points, Sheng Huaian did not hesitate and continued to enhance his realm. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: martial master, initial stage, techniques: Mangniu, art minor mastery, bloodshot blade, art major mastery, overlord spear, art initiate, strength 5800, gene talent, silver archer. Kill points 17. Consuming another 150 kill points, Sheng Huaian rapidly broke through to the martial master initial stage. Having broken through to the martial master realm, Sheng Huaian finally felt a modicum of security in this world. Of course, it was just a tiny bit, and no more. With his cultivation breakthrough and strength skyrocketing, Sheng Huaian raised his blade and charged into the Xiongnu enemy ranks. He was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, his bloodshot blade art executed with consummate skill, continuously reaping the lives of Xiongnu soldiers. Dozens of Xiongnu soldiers surrounded him, attempting to crush him, but he slaughtered them all. Fall back. They'll handle him. From among the Xiongnu soldiers, a muscular giant stepped forward. Chiliarch. The Xiongnu soldiers retreated, making space. With the Chiliarch making his move, this man is doomed. The Chiliarch is one step away from breaking through to the Hotian realm, a martial master grand perfection. Killing this way dog will be easy. Kill him. He has slain so many of our tribesmen. The Xiongnu soldiers shouted one after another. Hutuhu held a long blade, his eyes fixed sharply on Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian's war robe was now soaked red with blood, all of it from Xiongnu soldiers. Hutuhu looked at Sheng Huaian and sensed a hint of danger from this young Wei man. The aura emanating from the opponent was merely that of an initial martial master. Kill. Hutuhu swung his long blade and charged at Sheng Huaian. Seeing the opponent's surging blood energy like a fierce wolf, Sheng Huaian held nothing back. His own blood energy surged, and a blood-fiendish aura spread. Raising his blade, his bloodshot blade art was executed with divine skill. Every move and stance was varied and fiercely lethal. The two clashed, and in an instant dozens of exchanges had passed. Hutuhu's expression changed slightly, his hand gripping the blade trembling. The opponent's strength surpassed his own, who despite being 2 minor realms lower in cultivation, his actual combat power was greater. Was it innate divine strength? And that terrifying blade, its killing aura was exceptionally heavy. The fierce blade pressure made it hard for him to breathe. SSSSH. After over 100 exchanges, Sheng Huaian severed Hutuh's left arm with a single stroke. With his left arm cut off, blood gushed like water. Hutuh's face turned pale from agony. The surrounding Xiongnu soldiers looked at Sheng Huaian with eyes that turned to fear. Even their Kiliarch, a martial master grand perfection, was no match for him. Could they possibly contend? Whoosh! Sheng Huaian beheaded Hutuhu with one stroke, but he himself was also injured. In a final desperate counterattack, Hutuhu left a wound on Sheng Huaian's abdomen. Defeating a martial master grand perfection enemy was no easy feat. Sheng Huaian's blood energy had been greatly depleted. He took a healing pill from his bosom and consumed it to staunch the bleeding from his wound. He still preferred battles of overwhelming force. Fighting someone of nearly equal strength was truly exhausting. It was much simpler when he could cut down martial apprentices and martial practitioners with a single stroke. But the stronger the enemy, the more kill points I get. Sheng Huaian felt gratified. Defeating a martial master grand perfection enemy earned him 25 kill points. With Hutuhu dead, there were no more Xiongnu experts around him, only martial apprentice-level soldiers, with few even at the martial practitioner realm. Kill. Sheng Huaian was shrouded in a blood-fiendish aura like a peerless god of slaughter. None of the surrounding Xiongnu soldiers could withstand a single strike from his blade. Soon the Xiongnu soldiers on this section of the wall were completely annihilated. The ground was piled with corpses and blood had stained the city walls bricks a deep red. War was nothing but life and death, cold and iron-blooded. Seeing Sheng Huaian wreaking havoc, the defending soldiers couldn't help but cheer. The more he killed, the fewer enemies they had to face. Clang! Sheng Huaian was sent staggering back by a single blow, his arm numb. He steadied himself and looked at his opponent. Huiyan Ting's eyes were icy, devoid of any emotion. Fall back. He's not someone you can handle. Colonel Lin stepped in front of Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian nodded and turned to engage other Xiongnu soldiers. This man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He was undoubtedly a Hotian martial artist, and a powerful one at that, beyond his current ability to deal with. Anyone who blocks me dies. Huiyan Ting charged at Colonel Lin with murderous intent. Come then, let's see who dies first. Colonel Lin raised his blade to meet Huiyan Ting. Both were Hotian martial artists locked in fierce combat. Those around them quickly gave way, clearing the area for their duel. High in the sky, 3 grandmasters were still locked in battle, their might terrifying and profound. Fortunately, the battle was in the sky. If it had been on the ground, it would have already rent mountains and split the earth. Yang Yi, wielding his overlord spear art, forced the 2 Xiongnu grandmasters to join forces just to resist him, his might unmatched. He alone could stand against 1,000 troops. Without him guarding Anning Pass, it would have long been trampled by the Xiongnu iron cavalry. After a long battle, the 2 Xiongnu grandmasters still could not overcome Yang Yi and were forced to retreat in frustration. Watching the 2 Xiongnu grandmasters retreat, Yang Yi turned and flew back to the top of the gate tower, standing there. His blood-red war robe fluttered, his golden armor gleaming exceptionally dazzling. His aura was like a mountain peak guarding that spot, unbreachable by 1,000 troops. Yang Yi was the anchor of Anning Pass. Within the Xiongnu army, the wise king of the left watched the 2 grandmasters return, without success, both angry and helpless. That Yang Yi was absurdly strong, holding his own against 2 without any disadvantage. Either kill Yang Yi and smash through the pass with overwhelming force, or break through the pass to force Yang Yi to retreat. Otherwise, taking Anning Pass would be no easy feat. The battle continued until dusk. The Xiongnu army still had not managed to take the city wall and breach the pass. Leaving behind thousands of corpses, they were forced to retreat. On the city wall, the defenders felt no joy at repelling the enemy. 1 battalion had been reduced to fewer than 300 men, a testament to the war's brutality. The defenders of Anning Pass had been whittled down by more than half. From colonels to generals, no one was joyful. All were filled with deep concern. At this rate, in 10 days, the soldiers of Anning Pass would be completely spent. Sheng Huaian looked at the bodies strewn across the ground. These were comrades who had fought alongside him, now reduced to cold corpses. These soldiers also had families, loved ones, people waiting for their return. How many families were behind them? They were human too. They missed their families, missed the one in their dreams. Yet facing the enemy, they never took a step back. They were men of passion and blood. Pray not for titles of nobility. A general's fame is built on 10,000 bones. This was war. He dragged his weary steps down from the city wall. His war robe was torn, his armor covered in blade scars, his hair disheveled, his face smeared with grime and blood. Pray not for titles of nobility. A general's fame is built on 10,000 bones. Colonel Lin watched Sheng Huaian's retreating figure. A fine verse. This lad has remarkable literary talent. I hear he was once a scholar. He looked at the corpses on the ground, both enemies and his own fallen officers and men. His 5th battalion now had only a little over 200 wounded survivors with casualties exceeding 90%. These were not cold numbers, but vivid lives. Colonel Lin fell silent. Was this Sheng Huaian's realization? Truly pray not for titles of nobility. A general's fame is built on 10,000 bones. This single line of poetry painted the cruelty of war with stark, brutal clarity. Descending the city wall, Sheng Huaian spotted the veteran soldier. With a smile he approached him. Seeing his battle robe torn and armor scarred with blade marks, the veteran furrowed his brow. Did you go up to the wall to kill enemies again? Slaying foes to serve the nation is our glory. Sheng Huaian said cheerfully. Be serious. The veteran glared. Hey uncle, a strong man grows swiftly in battle. Sheng Huaian said earnestly. Patriotism was just a slogan for others to hear. His true aim was to slay enemies and gain kill points to grow stronger. Of course this was his secret, and he would not reveal it. Well said. A strong man should grow in battle. The veteran nodded in agreement. Today General Yang battled 2 Xiongnu grandmasters. Did you see it, uncle? The might was awe-inspiring like a celestial being. Sheng Huaian spoke. I saw it. Grandmaster experts are indeed terrifyingly formidable. The veteran nodded with admiration. I too will become such a powerhouse renowned across the land. Sheng Huaian declared with lofty ambition. Good, you have aspirations. I support you in spirit. The veteran smiled and nodded, not discouraging him. By the way, I heard you're leading troops to the grassland again in a couple of days, the veteran said. Uncle, how did you know? Sheng Huaian looked at the veteran curiously. Few knew of this. Only General Yang, the 5 lieutenants, and those chosen. Others should have been unaware. The matter was confidential to prevent Xiongnu spies in the city. General Yang asked me to go too, but I declined. The veteran spoke. I see. Sheng Huaian nodded. Go wash up, then come see me after dinner. With that the veteran left. Sheng Huaian returned as well. Seeing him back safely, Tang Yunshan, Haidai, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Their platoon leader was indeed a warmonger. Platoon leader, you're back alive. Haidai said. What do you wish me dead so you can take my position? Sheng Huaian eyed Haidai dangerously. This fellow had his sights on his position, wanting to rise. No, that's not what I meant, platoon leader. Haidai quickly said, seeing Sheng Huaian's dangerous look. No. Dare you say you don't want to be platoon leader? Sheng Huaian stared intently at him. Haidai swallowed nervously. His ambition was exposed. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. A general who doesn't want to be emperor is not a good general. How could he not want to be platoon leader? He dreamed of it. Haidai quickly shook his head. Platoon leader, you misunderstand me. Am I that kind of person? Haidai will always be your soldier. Really? Truer than gold. Haidai said sincerely. They'll believe you for now. Sheng Huaian stopped pursuing the matter of this soldier who wanted to replace him. Platoon leader, you really don't care about safety. You just came back from the grassland and went up the wall to fight. Tang Yunshan said with concern. Seeing Tang's sycophantic demeanor, Haidai found it nauseating. A real man should not remain subordinate forever. Enough, less talk. Prepare hot water, I want a bath. Sheng Huaian said. Yes, platoon leader, I'll arrange hot water right away. Tang Yunshan quickly nodded. He glanced at Haidai with a provocative look, thinking you want to compete for the platoon leader's position. Go drink foot-washing water. Sheng Huaian was drenched in blood enough to give children nightmares for a decade. His subordinates felt that the blood and killing aura around him had grown heavier. Soon his men prepared hot water for him. He washed off the bloodstains and bandaged his wounds. After dinner, Sheng Huaian went to the veteran's place. Uncle, I'm here. Come in. A voice came from within the barracks. Sheng Huaian pushed open the door and entered. Zhang Daniu was still there, but Li Busi was nowhere to be seen. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, newly assigned soldiers under the veteran. Where's Brother Busi? Sheng Huaian asked. Zhang Daniu looked at him and slowly said, dead. The 2 light words made Sheng Huaian's heart skip a beat. Li Busi was one of the first people he had come to know in this world, and now he heard he had fallen in battle. Li Busan was severely injured and recuperating in the infirmary with no word on when he'd recover. Now Li Busi was dead. Of the 2 brothers, one dead and one gravely wounded. Now the people he first knew were only the veteran Zhang Daniu and Wang Wu. Wang Wu now served under Sheng Huaian. Life and death are fated. Brother Huaian, don't grieve. For us soldiers, dying on the battlefield is our destiny. Zhang Daniu comforted him. Sheng Huaian merely nodded lightly. These days he had grown accustomed to life and death, but hearing of a familiar one's death was sometimes hard to accept. Follow me, the veteran said to Sheng Huaian calmly. Sheng Huaian followed him into the inner room. Uncle, what's the matter so mysterious? Sheng Huaian said. The veteran pulled out an ancient book from his bosom. I bought this book from a beggar. The old beggar said it was a cultivation manual left by the Huaiyan martial emperor, the Great Sun Heart Sutra. I studied it for most of my life, but never found the entry. Now I pass it to you hoping you can cultivate something from it. The veteran said to Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian took the book from the veteran and looked at the 4 large characters, Great Sun Heart Sutra. The characters looked handwritten crooked and ugly. Worse than the chicken scratch writing of a primary school student in his past life. The whole ancient book looked fake at first glance. Uncle, did you buy this martial arts manual from an old beggar? Sheng Huaian looked at the veteran. Yes, it cost me 1 tael of silver. The veteran nodded earnestly. And you practiced it for most of your life and got nothing? The veteran nodded seriously, his eyes full of hope as he looked at Sheng Huaian, hoping he could achieve something from it. You have extraordinary martial talent, so I give it to you hoping you can succeed, and then teach me. Why else would I give it to you? This is a martial emperor-level cultivation manual. If it were known outside, it would cause countless experts to fight over it. The veteran said, cautiously, afraid others might overhear. Sheng Huaian felt the veteran had been cheated by the old beggar. It reminded him of a scene from a movie in his past life where a boy spent all his savings to buy a martial arts manual from an old beggar. It was something like the Divine Palm or something. Uncle, are you sure you weren't tricked? Sheng Huaian said, looking at the ancient book in his hand. What do you think, I'm foolish enough to be easily deceived? The veteran glared at Sheng Huaian, a hint of danger in his eyes. Seeing the veteran's look ready to strike, Sheng Huaian wisely swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Uncle, you're extremely clever. No one could possibly fool you. He quickly flattered. Enough, get out. If you don't want to give it back. I wouldn't want to give it to you anyway. Oh, I spent a tael of silver on it. The veteran said disdainfully, looking at Sheng Huaian's fawning expression. Sheng Huaian grabbed the ancient book and fled, afraid the veteran might beat him. Not staying a while. Zhang Daniu said, seeing Sheng Huaian rush out. Brother Daniu, not this time. They'll visit you another time. Sheng Huaian ran off in a flash. What's wrong? Looks like he's being chased by a ghost running so fast. Zhang Daniu scratched his head. Brother Daniu, who was that? A soldier asked. Him? That's Sheng Huaian. He was from our squad. Now he's a platoon leader commanding 100 soldiers. Zhang Daniu said. Platoon leader? Commanding 100 soldiers? The soldiers were astonished, unable to believe someone so young was already a platoon leader. Work hard and kill enemies, you can become platoon leaders too. Zhang Daniu told them. Well, fight hard and earn military merits to become platoon leaders. The soldiers' eyes were full of hope. Zhang Daniu felt a pang of guilt. His promise was a bit too grand and dry. He wondered if they could swallow it. Sheng Huaian returned to his quarters and took out the martial arts manual the veteran had given him. The handwriting is so ugly. He couldn't help but complain, then began flipping through it to see what was inside. The night was deep. Anning's city glimmered with scattered lights. Yang Yi gazed at the city's lights and the common people within the pass. On the desk behind him lay a calligraphy scroll. It read, do not speak of enfeefment, a general success rests on 10,000 bones. Sheng Huaian gazed intently at the scriptures in the book, lost in a trance. In his heart it felt as though a blazing sun had emerged, its aura vast and high. It seemed to come from ancient times. His heart beat powerfully, the blood energy surging and refining, akin to crimson flames burning. Martial masters refine blood, condensing blood energy to strengthen themselves. After finishing the scriptures, Sheng Huaian awoke, only to find that the book in his hands had spontaneously ignited, quickly turning to ashes. This? Sheng Huaian was astonished. This martial arts training method was indeed real. The techniques given to him by the old soldier were genuine. So the old soldier was not deceived by the old beggar, but had acquired a true martial art. He felt his own blood energy, which had condensed to 20%. This was merely from reading the scriptures once, yet it allowed him to condense his internal blood energy by 20%. Meanwhile, name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm early martial master. Techniques 9 heavens mystic art not yet initiated bull strength technique minor success blood blade technique major success overlord spear technique initiated. Strength 6,000 pounds. Talent silver archer. Kill value 188. The refinement of blood energy had unexpectedly increased his strength by 200 pounds. Simultaneously, a golden light screen recorded the 9 heavens mystic art technique. Unfortunately, the 188 kill points were not enough to trigger an enhancement for the 9 heavens mystic art. Could this truly be a cultivation technique of the Emperor level? Looking at the 188 kill points, these were obtained by slaying enemies after his consecutive breakthroughs yesterday. He wondered how many kill points would be required to enhance the 9 heavens mystic art. Upon inspecting his dantian, he noticed that the martial true essence within him was beginning to transform into gold. The martial true essence cultivated through the bull strength technique was blood red. Unable to allocate points for further training, Sheng Huaian began to comprehend the 9 heavens mystic art. The scriptures had already been imprinted in his mind, allowing him to meditate on his cultivation. This night he did not sleep, but immersed himself in understanding the nine heavens' mystic art. As he comprehended and cultivated, the true essence within him rapidly transformed. In his spiritual sea, a blazing sun rose, its light piercing through the darkness. The nine heavens' mystic art involves visualizing the blazing sun, using form to refine the spirit, nurturing oneself with the spirit, observing the heavens with the heart, and the self with the spirit. A sleepless night, as a blazing sun rose from the horizon. Sheng Huaian's entire being radiated with golden light, resembling a fiery ball, as a powerful force continuously washed over his body, blood, bones, and sinews. Only after the sun had risen did he slowly cease his cultivation. A night of comprehension and training had not allowed him to initiate the nine heavens' mystic art, but his physique had grown stronger than ever. Their regiment was ordered to rest for 2 days, and this morning there was no need for drills. Sheng Huaian did not command his subordinates to drill either. Tomorrow he would lead them back to the grasslands. Having rarely allowed his soldiers a 2-day rest, he decided to let them enjoy their break. After finishing breakfast, Sheng Huaian strapped on his bow and sword and returned to the city walls to defend against the Xiongnu forces. If he could not initiate the nine heavens' mystic art, then he would continue to slay enemies, earning kill points directly to enhance his training. Upon reaching the city walls, the soldiers on guard were already on high alert. Outside the pass, the Xiongnu army's camp was adorned with fluttering banners snapping in the wind. Dong dong dong. Woo. The sounds of war drums and horns echoed, the spirit of battle sweeping through the skies. On this land, years of warfare had buried countless loyal bones. The Xiongnu army once again sent over 10,000 troops to attack Anning Pass. Archers, prepare. The defending officers shouted immediately. The archers lined up, drawing their bows and strings. Sheng Huaian also stepped forward, knocking 3 arrows, his gaze sharp as he focused on the Xiongnu army. Release. The officer shouted loudly. Whoosh. Arrows rained down, penetrating the enemy camp. The Xiongnu army was equally unyielding. Their archers began to suppress. A dense volley of arrows shot out from their ranks. A torrential downpour of arrows shot towards the city walls, and Sheng Huaian and the other archers hurriedly dodged. Without reaching the post-celestial realm, one could not withstand the barrage of arrows. Sheng Huaian did not wish to die under the rain of arrows, feeling like a hedgehog. Seeing the archers on the walls being suppressed, the Xiongnu assault troops began their charge. Sheng Huaian directly shot through the wall's embrasure. Each arrow fired could take down an enemy. Soon after shooting 30 arrows, his kill points surged to 231. 30 arrows yielded him 43 kill points. At the same time, the golden light screen finally displayed a plus sign behind the nine heavens mystic art technique. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: early martial master. Techniques: nine heavens mystic art not yet initiated. Bull strength technique, minor success. Blood blade technique, major success. Overlord spear technique, initiated. Strength 6,000 pounds. Talent: silver archer. Kill value 231. Sheng Huaian was delighted to see he could enhance the initiation of the nine heavens mystic art. Without hesitation, he allocated points to enhance the nine heavens mystic art, neglecting his own cultivation level. 200 kill points vanished, and Sheng Huaian couldn't help but exclaim, to initiate required 200 kill points. How many would be needed for future enhancements? Countless insights and feelings about the nine heavens mystic art flooded into Sheng Huaian's mind. It felt as though he had cultivated the nine heavens mystic art for a full year. Simultaneously, the true essence within his body transformed entirely into gold. His vitality also surged considerably, the blood energy within him rolling like a roaring furnace, tumultuous and powerful. His strength increased by 500 pounds. As an early martial master, he was already comparable to a post-celestial warrior. If this were to be spoken of, no one would believe it. Feeling filled with power, Sheng Huaian thought that he was now terrifyingly strong. Against enemies at the martial master realm, Sheng Huaian was confident he could crush them with a single punch. Looking at the Xiongnu army, Sheng Huaian was eager to try his strength. These were all kill points, the source of his growing power. Like leeks, they could be harvested again and again, not knowing how many had been fattened. With the initiation of the nine heavens mystic art as the heart method operated, Sheng Huaian noticed the speed of condensing true essence was over 100 times stronger than the bull strength technique. The battle for the city grew increasingly brutal, with the Xiongnu army unafraid of death as they climbed the city walls to engage in fierce combat with the defending soldiers. Sheng Huaian naturally led the charge, plunging into the enemy ranks, fearing that others might steal his kills. With his cultivation breaking through to early martial master, his strength equaled that of a post-celestial warrior. Against these ordinary enemies, Sheng Huaian was like a harbinger of death. With blood-red, murderous intent on his blade, he swung his sword, slaying 3 Xiongnu foes. He could be seen once more on the city walls killing enemies. This kid is quite the warrior. Even when told to rest he refuses, Yang Yi said with a smile. This child is simply a born killer. A vice-general observed Sheng Huaian, noting that his aura of slaughter was unmatched by many post-celestial officers. His strength has grown again. He is simply a freak. General Zhao Yangan remarked. Sheng Huaian's rate of growth was astonishing, so fast that he found it hard to believe. Could it be that this kid grows stronger by killing enemies? The truth was laid bare. Sheng Huaian's blade fell cleanly, slaying 5 Xiongnu foes. Around him, over 20 corpses of Xiongnu soldiers lay fallen. Wei Dog, I'm here to fight you. One mid-level martial master from the Xiongnu army saw Sheng Huaian's overwhelming strength slaughtering ordinary soldiers like pigs and dogs and stepped forward to challenge, Sheng Huaian blocking his path while the ordinary soldiers attacked the city walls. The opponent swung a knife, true essence, surging with unmatched power. Sheng Huaian looked at him and countered with a horizontal slash. Clang! With a loud sound, the opponent's battle knife shattered. He stared at the full-force slash he had unleashed, which not only was easily blocked by Sheng Huaian, but had also been shattered. That unmatched strength forced him to retreat 2 steps. Wasn't this person an early martial master? Why was he so strong? The answer came from Sheng Huaian's blade. The blood-red blade light flashed, and the body was severed. The soldier from the 15th Battalion Xiangodua was dumbfounded. A mid-level Xiongnu captain was slain in just 2 strikes. Looking at the dense aura of slaughter surrounding Sheng Huaian, Xiangodua felt that this person was terrifying. Sheng Huaian dispatched his opponent, earning 22 kill points. He did not pause, continuing to slay enemies. A post-celestial Xiongnu leader climbed the city wall and charged towards Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian's keen sixth sense sensed a terrifying danger approaching, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He quickly dodged, narrowly escaping a slash from the postnatal warrior Itulan of the Xiongnu. The sharp blade left deep cuts in the ground. If it had struck him, it would have surely split him in 2. Despicable Xiongnu, how dare you launch a sneak attack? You truly have no shame. In anger, Sheng Huaian couldn't help but curse loudly. At this moment, he completely forgot that he had been just as shameless when he had previously ambushed the Xiongnu. Wei Dog die. Itulan did not engage in verbal sparring with Sheng Huaian, but directly launched a fierce assault. The dazzling blade light, imbued with a fierce intent, slashed down, seemingly ready to cleave the very void with powerful force that was heavy and brutal. Sheng Huaian gripped his battle blade tightly, circulating his true essence, exerting all his strength to counter it, eager to measure the strength of a postnatal realm warrior. Itulan's strikes were vicious and merciless, aimed solely at killing Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian's blood surged within him as he frantically invoked the Great Sun Heart Sutra, channeling all his blood energy to battle with the Blood Fiend blade technique. This was his first time confronting a postnatal warrior directly. The opponent's strength was heavy and robust, with a body as strong as steel, making it impossible for Sheng Huaian to inflict any damage. His swordsmanship was swift, yet he found it hard to harm his opponent. However, Itulan's violent strength caused Sheng Huaian's hands to bleed. The blades of the two clashed fiercely, their lights like wind continuously battling around the bystanders who dared not approach. That terrifying blade light left scars on the city walls. Fortunately, the bricks and stones of these city walls were built from special materials as hard as iron. Otherwise, such a terrifying force could have easily shattered the bricks. Clang! Clang! The sound of their battle blades colliding resonated through the air as both figures moved swiftly, exchanging over 100 blows in a short span. Sheng Huaian's hands bled, and compared to a true postnatal warrior, he was still at a significant disadvantage. Itulan was like a fierce wolf, making him feel an unprecedented sense of oppression. Looking at his battle blade now filled with chips, Sheng Huaian realized it wouldn't be long before it was shattered by his opponent. The surrounding people hurriedly avoided the battle circle, fearing to be caught in the crossfire and suffer an innocent death. Seeing Sheng Huaian's speed, Itulan unleashed a powerful punch, the fist's wind vigorous enough to stir the air. Sheng Huaian immediately activated the Great Sun Heart Sutra, his left hand forming a fist radiating golden light like a sun striking against Itulan's fist wind. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder echoed in the air, resonating with a force that sent chills down the spine. Itulan was immensely surprised. He was certain that Sheng Huaian was merely at the early stage of a martial artist. Yet his strength was not weaker than that of a newly advanced postnatal warrior. Such power was truly extraordinary. Among the Xiongnu warriors, it was rare to find one who could compete against a postnatal warrior with the skills of a martial artist. Each of them was a peerless talent among thousands. With such a prodigious figure emerging from the Anning Pass garrison, Itulan's killing intent surged. He vowed to eliminate this martial arts genius lest he become a great enemy of the Xiongnu in the future. Fueled by his intense killing intent, Lan's blood surged hot as the blazing sun charging towards Sheng Huaian like a ferocious wolf. Lan's blade light was brilliant, fierce, and ruthless, accompanied by both fists and feet, his body like bronze and iron, causing Sheng Huaian's fists and feet to ache. The blade's edge and the shadows of his fists carried the sound of thunder, the air crackling like a storm. This was the terrifying might of a postnatal warrior. Once one reached the innate stage, their internal true energy could leave the body, exponentially increasing their destructive power. Facing the murderous Lan, Sheng Huaian pushed the Great Sun Heart Sutra to its limits, his blood energy surging powerfully, his true essence rolling forth, transforming him into a blazing sun filled with violent power. Bang! Bang! The two's fists collided as their blades clashed, erupting with dull, thunderous sounds akin to rolling thunder. The surrounding people were immensely shocked. Even Yang Yi and others on the city tower turned their attention towards them. Sheng Huaian, with the early-stage martial artist cultivation, battled against a postnatal warrior at the early stage. Such performance was exceedingly stunning and dazzling. What kind of rare martial talent could achieve such a feat, fighting against a postnatal warrior with the skills of a martial artist? The two fought fiercely as Sheng Huaian's fist struck against his opponent, feeling as if he were hitting steel incomparably hard, causing his fists to ache instead. Receiving a punch from the opponent felt like being struck by a heavy cannon, nearly causing his body to fall apart. This was the nature of a postnatal warrior, forged with a body of bronze and iron with abundant blood energy. Their extraordinary strength was far beyond what martial artists could compare to. Fortunately, the Great Sun Heart Sutra was extraordinary, allowing him to recover from his injuries quickly. Simultaneously, the continuous flow of true essence within him was the foundation that enabled him to battle Lan. After over 100 exchanges, Sheng Huaian understood that there was a gap between him and a true postnatal warrior. Just because he had strength comparable to a postnatal warrior did not mean he could truly contend with one. It seemed that his realm was still too low. Gradually falling into a disadvantage, Sheng Huaian began to struggle as the situation grew increasingly dire, narrowly avoiding Lan's lethal strikes several times. Bang! A spear slashed down, forcing Lan to retreat. "Step back, let me handle him," Zhou Yuan spoke up. Sheng Huaian looked at the figure's attire. He was a school lieutenant, likely from the 15th Battalion. Sheng Huaian felt a wave of relief and turned to leave without hesitation. Indeed, he couldn't handle Lan. After another 100 exchanges, he would undoubtedly be defeated. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Once his cultivation improves, he would make sure to reclaim today's situation. Lan glared at Zhou Yuan, his eyes sharp as a wolf. This person was a mid-stage postnatal warrior, and seeing Zhou Yuan intervening to let Sheng Huaian escape from him made Lan feel extremely unwilling. "Lan, let's join forces to slay him." Another postnatal warrior from the Xiongnu climbed onto the city wall. "Kill." The two joined forces, attacking Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan faced two Xiongnu postnatal warriors alone, showing no fear as he wielded his spear to counter them. Sheng Huaian broke free from Lan's pursuit and turned his gaze towards the Xiongnu soldiers. So they think they can bully him due to his lower cultivation. Then he would return and bully the Xiongnu soldiers with lower cultivation than him. After slaying those Xiongnu soldiers to gain slaughter points, he would raise his cultivation and seek them out to fight again. With the mindset of, if I can't defeat you, I'll kill your subordinates, Sheng Huaian charged towards the Xiongnu army. "Kill. Seize the city, plunder wealth and women. There are plenty of women in the city." The Xiongnu army roared crazily, climbing the city walls. Hearing there were women, the Xiongnu soldiers' eyes lit up like starving wolves, eager to rush into the city and burn, kill, and loot. Seeing the shouting Xiongnu, Sheng Huaian didn't understand what they were saying, but found it noisy. Like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, he plunged into the Xiongnu army, beginning a frenzied slaughter. With one strike, he took down 3 enemies, then another 3, continuously slaying the Xiongnu army. "Kill this way, dog. Kill him. He is a demon, having killed so many of our clansmen. I'll kill him." The Xiongnu soldiers shouted, each raising their blades to charge at Sheng Huaian, intending to bury him under a pile of corpses. Seeing the fearless Xiongnu army, Sheng Huaian smiled happily, his blood-colored long knife continuously reaping the lives of the Xiongnu soldiers. The innate strongmen within the Xiongnu army also moved, but were stopped by the break-slave General Sun Hao and others. Today, the master-level experts in the Xiongnu army did not intervene. Watching the soldiers still being dragged on the city walls, the left noble king continued to send troops. "Send another 5,000 soldiers to press up. I will exhaust the Wei army to death." The left noble king's gaze was cold, as if those Xiongnu soldiers were mere consumables, completely disregarding their lives and deaths. As long as he could exhaust the Anning Pass garrison, it would all be worth it. "Yes, my king." His subordinates continued to send troops into battle, The Xiongnu tribes were numerous and the warriors were countless. Losing a few meant nothing to them. As the ruling aristocracy of the Xiongnu, the status of ordinary Xiongnu tribesmen was not high, they could be considered their subordinates. During wartime, they were warriors, and during peacetime, they herded cattle and sheep for the nobles. With another 5,000 Xiongnu soldiers joining the siege, the pressure on the defending troops on the city wall increased significantly. Send 2 more battalions to the city wall. Yang Yi ordered immediately. The Xiongnu army's offensive grew increasingly fierce. If 2 battalions of soldiers were not sent up, they feared they would be unable to withstand the Xiongnu army's assault. The 6th and 10th battalions were redeployed to the city wall to participate in its defense. By this point in the great battle, every battalion had already been replenished due to casualties. Veteran soldiers now numbered only half their original strength. For battalions like the 5th and 7th, which had endured brutal conflicts, the veterans accounted for less than a tenth. Most of the newly conscripted soldiers were able-bodied men and laborers possessing little combat capability. The defending forces of Anning Pass had thus significantly diminished in strength and fighting prowess. Sheng Huaian was like a god of slaughter. With the Hunnic army's acquired stage experts held in check, he faced no rival among martial artists below that level. He had already slain 2 or 3 Hunnic experts at the great perfection of the martial master realm. Ordinary soldiers who fell to his blade numbered 60 or 70. His kill count surged once more, reaching 283 points. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: early martial master. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Mangyu Force, minor proficiency. Blood Fiend Blade, art, major proficiency. Overlord Spear, art, beginner. Strength: 6,000 gene. Talent: Silver Archer. Kill count: 283. Seeing that his cultivation could advance further, Sheng Huaian immediately allocated points to elevate his realm. 200 kill points were consumed instantly, and a surge of immense power flooded his body. His skin and bones felt as if they were cast from molten gold, his physique continuously strengthening. His blood vitality surged, scorching and searing, while his true essence rapidly increased and solidified. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: mid-martial master. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Mangyu Force, minor proficiency. Blood Fiend Blade, art, major proficiency. Overlord Spear, art, beginner. Strength: 7,000 gene. Talent: Silver Archer. Kill count: 83. Feeling the violent power within him, Sheng Huaian was now confident he would no longer be suppressed by Yi Tulan. With his strength increased, he was invincible among those below the acquired stage. He plunged into the enemy like a wolf among sheep, slaughtering wildly to harvest kill points. Hunnic soldiers who charged onto the city wall fell continuously to Sheng Huaian's blade. The acquired stage experts were engaged by the defending colonels, soldier against soldier, general against general. Sheng Huaian was an anomaly, unmatched at the martial master realm. He was like a giant catfish invading a small stream devoid of natural predators, killing frenziedly. Martial apprentices, martial artists, and martial masters alike perished under his blade. The Blood Fiend Blade art had condensed a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter around him. Hunnic soldiers at the martial apprentice realm, upon seeing the killing intent radiating from Sheng Huaian, were so shaken in spirit that they could not lift their blades to resist. Some Hunnic acquired stage martial artists saw Sheng Huaian's relentless slaughter and sought to intercept and slay him, but they were all blocked by the defending colonels. With Sheng Huaian as such an anomaly, he could eliminate numerous Hunnic martial masters and martial artists, greatly alleviating the pressure on the defending soldiers. The 1,000 chieftains and 100 chieftains within the Hunnic army fell repeatedly to Sheng Huaian's blade, making it difficult for the Hunnic soldiers who had breached the wall to organize effective attacks. Meanwhile, the defending army's company commanders and squad leaders were freed up to lead their troops in systematically annihilating the enemy soldiers who had climbed the wall. Kill. Overwhelm him with numbers. 1,000 chieftain in the Hunnic army shouted, intending to use human waves to bury Sheng Huaian. Tuoba Yin felt terror in his heart. 2 of his colleagues at the great perfection of martial master had already died miserably under Sheng Huaian's blade, and he only at late martial master faced certain death against Sheng Huaian. Hearing Tuoba Yan's command, the Hunnic soldiers could only raise their blades and charge at Sheng Huaian. The Blood Fiend Blade art in Sheng Huaian's hands was executed with supernatural skill and consummate mastery. With each slash, he claimed 2 or 3 Hunnic soldiers. Around him, the ground was already littered with the corpses of Hunnic soldiers. The thick stench of blood stimulated nerves and adrenaline. Sheng Huaian could no longer recall how many Hunnic soldiers he had cut down. Wave after wave Hunnic soldiers surrounded him, attempting to bury him in a sea of flesh. In the Hunnic camp, a Xiantian-level divine archer had already set his sights on Sheng Huaian. Knocking an arrow and drawing the bow, the specially crafted arrowhead glowed with light. The eagle condensed his true essence into the arrow and released it. The arrow, blazing with radiance like a shooting star, flew directly toward Sheng Huaian. But Sheng Huaian, still engrossed in slaughtering the surrounding Hunnic soldiers, was utterly unaware of the imminent life-or-death crisis. That arrow pierced through the void, its light dazzling to the extreme. Standing atop the city tower, Yang Yi spotted the brilliant arrow light flaring up from within the Hunnic army. Not good. That arrow was aimed at Sheng Huaian. The overly dazzling and exceptional Sheng Huaian had finally drawn the attention of the divine archer among the Hunnic forces. With a clang, Yang Yi swiftly drew his black gold battle blade, channeled his true essence, and hurled it with all his might. The black gold blade streaked across the sky like a meteor. The arrow's light traveled with extreme speed. Sheng Huaian's sixth sense screamed of a great terror, as if immense danger was descending upon him. He felt marked by a horrific presence, unable to trace its origin, impossible to evade, and doomed to die. His very soul shuddered, enveloped by death. This sensation was akin to being targeted by a grandmaster-level expert, utterly helpless, merely awaiting the arrival of death. With a thunderous boom 2 meters behind Sheng Huaian, the blade and arrow collided, producing a deafening roar. The violent eruption of true essence, like a tidal wave, sent Sheng Huaian and the surrounding Hunnic soldiers flying. Sheng Huaian scrambled to his feet. Staring at the black gold warblade and the specially crafted arrow embedded in the ground, cold sweat poured down his back. 1 second later, and he would have been dead. The arrow, engraved with special runes, had clearly been shot from the Hunnic army camp. He had been targeted by a divine archer among the Hunnic forces, a true divine archer whose arrows meant certain death. Without that black gold blade, he would have been dead by now. In the Hunnic camp, the divine archer, seeing the defending General Yang Yi intervene to block the fatal arrow, felt a pang of regret. He did not shoot a second arrow. With Yang Yi, a grandmaster present, a second shot would be utterly meaningless. Tianning had never expected that Yang Yi would care about a mere martial master. Sheng Huaian recognized the black gold battle blade as General Yang Yi's personal weapon. He cast a grateful glance at the towering figure on the city tower. If not for General Yang Yi's intervention, he would have perished. He strode forward quickly and pulled the black gold blade from the brickwork. The weapon bore simple yet elegant golden patterns that glowed with a faint light. It was a long, straight blade, 3 fingers wide and 2 feet in length. Feeling the weight of the heavy blade, Sheng Huaian estimated it weighed over 100 jin. He wondered what material it was forged from that such a blade could be so heavy. Gripping the black gold war blade, Sheng Huaian was instantly filled with heroic valor. He looked at the hundreds of Hunnic soldiers encircling him. Kill! He charged into the Hunnic army. The black gold blade, wreathed in a crimson aura of slaughter, swept out. With one slash, Hunnic soldiers, along with their blades and armor, were cleaved in two. The black gold blade was exceptionally sharp, able to cut through iron like mud. Screams filled the air as blood flew and severed limbs scattered everywhere. With the black gold blade in hand, Sheng Huaian killed even faster. Over 100 Hunnic soldiers were soon slaughtered to the last. You are a demon. Tuoba Yin, seeing Sheng Huaian drenched in blood, felt his courage falter. More than 200 soldiers had fallen at Sheng Huaian's feet. Having massacred so many Hunnic soldiers, the aura of blood and slaughter clinging to him made even Tuoba Yan's heart tremble with fear. Die! Sheng Huaian's gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. He struck out with his blade, and a massive blood-red blade light blazed forth, splitting the void itself. Tuoba Yin ignited his blood vitality, pushing his true essence to its limits in a desperate attempt to fight Sheng Huaian. A sharp clang of shattering metal echoed through the air as Tuoba Yin, along with his armor, was sliced in two by Sheng Huaian's blade. Blood splattered, staining the wall bricks crimson. Sheng Huaian gasped for breath. After slaying so many enemies, his own hands had grown weary. Yet the black gold warblade remained unstained by even a single drop of blood. The kill count had long surpassed 200, reaching 474 points. Able to enhance his cultivation, Sheng Huaian continued to do so. With 400 kill points expended, he advanced 2 ranks, directly breaking through to the great perfection of the martial master realm. His strength also reached 9,000 jin. The blood energy and martial true essence within him were immensely abundant, comparable to the midstage of the Hotian realm, and his physical constitution had doubled compared to before. He looked down at the golden light screen named Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm great perfection of martial master. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, Initiate Mangox, Force minor success, Blood Fiend Blade, Art major success, Overlord Spear, Art Initiate. Strength 9,000 jin. Talent: Silver Archer. Kill points 73. With his greatly increased power, Sheng Huaian turned his gaze toward the Hotian experts among the Xiongnu. Among the crowd, Sheng Huaian spotted the Hotian martial artist who had bullied him earlier. Zhou Yuan, facing 2 Xiongnu Hotian martial artists alone, was not struggling, but could not overpower them either. He could only hold them at bay. Gripping his black gold warblade, Sheng Huaian charged toward Yichulin. This Xiongnu scoundrel had suppressed him earlier, taking advantage of his insufficient strength. Now that his power had risen, it was time to settle the score. Sensing a dangerous aura approaching from behind, Yichulin spun around swiftly and saw the descending black gold warblade. The black gold warblade roiled with a surging oppressive blood fiend aura. Yichulin hastily raised his blade to block. The warblades clashed like a muffled thunderclap. The immense force sent Yichulin staggering back several steps, and a notch appeared on his blade. "It's you, courting death." Yichulin roared in fury. He had not yet sought out Sheng Huaian, yet Sheng Huaian dared to come for him first. Abandoning his siege on Zhou Yuan, Yichulin immediately swung his blade at Sheng Huaian, intending to cut him down. Zhou Yuan frowned as he watched Sheng Huaian voluntarily engage Yichulin in fierce combat. Reckless. He thought Sheng Huaian was being somewhat foolhardy. Sheng Huaian activated the Blood Fiend Blade art and battled Yichulin. Night battle in 8 directions. Blood-red blade shadows multiplied, seeming to strike from all directions. Yichulin sensed something amiss, as Sheng Huaian's strength had grown greater. His blade technique had also become more ferocious and terrifying. How could his power have increased so dreadfully in such a short time? He was forced back repeatedly by Sheng Huaian's onslaught. Boom. They exchanged a punch, the sound deep and forceful. A pure contest of physical strength. Sheng Huaian stepped back, once while Yichulin retreated 3 or 4 steps. Looking at Sheng Huaian, Yichulin sensed danger. The opponent's power had surpassed his own. The blood energy in his body churned violently from the earlier punch, and his arm ached. Sheng Huaian strode forward and delivered a slash swift as lightning. Yichulin evaded quickly with his movement technique, only to be met by Sheng Huaian's kick. Sheng Huaian exuded a dangerous aura, his attacks relentless. He could only hastily raise his fist to block. Bang! The impact of the immense force sent Yichulin stumbling backward. He could not fathom why such a tremendous change had occurred in Sheng Huaian, whose strength had skyrocketed, leaving him at a disadvantage. "You dog, weren't you arrogant just now?" Sheng Huaian, emboldened by his advantage, continued to swing his blade at Yichulin. Clang! Yichulin's warblade was severed by Sheng Huaian's strike. Seizing the moment, Sheng Huaian kicked Yichulin square in the chest. With a bang, Yichulin flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. Sheng Huaian's powerful kick had made Yichulin spit blood. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened at the sight. What was he seeing? Sheng Huaian was beating a Houtian martial artist into the ground. Zhou Yuan felt he must be hallucinating. Earlier, if he hadn't intervened to stop Yichulin, Sheng Huaian would likely have been slain. But now, it was Sheng Huaian dominating Yichulin. Moving swiftly like the wind, Sheng Huaian stomped toward Yichulin's head. Yichulin executed a hasty roll to dodge the stomp. Bang! The floor tiles beneath were shattered by Sheng Huaian's foot, the force immensely powerful. Cold sweat dripped from Yichulin. If that stomp had landed on his head, even with his bronze skin and iron bones, his skull would likely have been crushed. He grabbed a warblade from the ground and slashed at Sheng Huaian. Clang! Sheng Huaian sent Yichulin staggering back with a single blow, also severing the blade in Yichulin's hand. An ordinary warblade was like mud compared to the sharp, black gold blade. This black gold warblade was the personal weapon of Yang Yi, a grandmaster-level expert, and was naturally extraordinary. With another swift slash, Yichulin had no room to dodge. The blade cut through his armor, leaving a terrifying gash on his chest that bled profusely. Seeing this, Tuoba Shi, who was battling Zhou Yuan, tried to break free to rescue Yichulin. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Yuan, noticing this, would not allow Tuoba Shi to help. His spear thrust forth like a dragon, blocking Tuoba Shi's path. "Get lost." Tuoba Shi attempted to knock Zhou Yuan's spear away with one strike. However, Zhou Yuan's spear technique was supremely skillful, binding Tuoba Shi tightly and preventing him from going to support Yichulin. Yichulin stared at the wound on his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. His bronze skin and iron bones had been breached. Sheng Huaian's strength had already surpassed his own. Yichulin racked his brains, but could not understand why Sheng Huaian's power had increased so rapidly. Having wounded Yichulin with a slash, Sheng Huaian continued to strike with his blade, determined to end the man's life. Seeing the incoming blade light, Yichulin dodged quickly while picking up another warblade from the ground to resist Sheng Huaian's assault. Bang! Another kick sent Yichulin flying. He spat blood, rose to a half-kneeling position, propping himself up with his blade, and looked up at Sheng Huaian. His gaze was both furious and fearful. "Why?" Sheng Huaian did not understand the Xiongnu language and did not reply. He stepped forward and swung his blade toward Yichulin's head, moving with incredible speed. Seeing the fierce blade light and murderous intent, Yichulin dodged hastily. The killing intent was too intense. Missing his slash, Sheng Huaian followed up with a punch. Bang! Yichilin took the punch heated, but the force sent him flying backward, spitting blood. Yichilin. Seeing Yichilin in dire straits, Tuoba sure grew frantic. Get lost. He forced Zhou Yuan back with a single move and turned to rescue Yichilin. Wanna leave? First ask my spear if it agrees. Zhou Yuan would not allow Tuoba Shi to save Yichilin. He thrust his spear, blocking Tuoba Shi's path. Kill. Yichilin charged at Sheng Huaian with a roar, determined to fight to the death. At this moment he had already embraced the thought of death, intending to take Sheng Huaian down with him. Being defeated by a martial master was something Yichilin could not accept. He was a warrior of the grasslands, a subject of the shaman Great Spirit. Clanged. Blade broken. Man fallen. Sheng Huaian did not look back. Ichirin, lying on the ground, was already decapitated. Ichirin, an early Hotian realm cultivator, had fallen under Sheng Huaian's blade. A mere martial master defeating a Hotian warrior, albeit at the early stage, was dazzling and shocking beyond measure. Zhou Yuan watched utterly astounded as Sheng Huaian slew Ichirin. This kid is defying heaven. Even he himself would have found it difficult to kill Ichirin quickly, yet the man had perished at Sheng Huaian's hands. That a martial master like Sheng Huaian could transcend ranks to slay a Hotian warrior. How could this not shake Zhou Yuan to his core? The other commanders who witnessed it were equally stunned. What kind of monster was this? A huge question mark loomed in their minds. How long had it been since Sheng Huaian had grown strong enough to kill Hotian realm warriors? Wasn't martial arts cultivation supposed to be extremely difficult? How could Sheng Huaian progress so swiftly? The commanders who saw Sheng Huaian slay the Xiongnu Hotian powerhouse felt that all their years of cultivation might have been for naught. Damn it! Tuoba Shi roared in fury and terror. The death of Ichirin at Sheng Huaian's hands signaled a grave crisis. A martial master killing a Hotian warrior. How prodigious must one be to achieve such a feat? If this man broke through to the Hotian realm, would anyone in that stage be able to stand against him? Tuoba Shi felt a profound threat. He realized that among the defenders of Anning Pass a monstrous genius had emerged, one who was a great enemy to the Xiongnu. Thus Sheng Huaian must die. This was the unanimous thought of every Xiongnu Hotian warrior on the wall. He could not be allowed to grow. Sheng Huaian picked up his black gold battle blade and walked toward Tuoba Shi. Ichirin had provided him with 30 kill points. Now, he set his sights on Tuoba Shi, who was locked in combat with Zhou Yuan. Seeing the black gold blade in Sheng Huaian's hand, Zhou Tian's mouth twitched. Wasn't that General Yang's blade? How had it ended up with this lad? Without a word, Sheng Huaian swung his blade at Tuoba Shi. The sharp edge descended, and a warning bell rang in Tuoba Shi's heart. He gathered all his blood chi and clashed with Sheng Huaian. Boom! The collision thundered like a drum. The immense force sent both men staggering backward. Only then did Tuoba Shi feel the full impact of Sheng Huaian's power. In terms of pure arm strength, Sheng Huaian surpassed him. If Sheng Huaian were to step into the Hotian realm with blood chi like a dragon and skin like iron, he would not even be able to withstand a single blow. Seeing how young Sheng Huaian was, Tuoba Shi could not fathom how he had grown so formidable. Had he known that it had been less than a month since Sheng Huaian first touched martial arts, Tuoba Shi's Dao heart would have likely shattered. Just as he clashed with Sheng Huaian, Zhou Yuan's spear thrust forth with a glint of cold light, then surged like a roaring dragon, aimed straight at Tuoba Shi's back. Now Tuoba Shi experienced what Zhou Yuan had faced earlier. Besieged by two strong opponents, he had to summon every ounce of his focus. One misstep, and he would follow Ichirin's path, dying on this wall. He burned his blood chi and true essence, unleashing his ultimate technique, barely managing to block Zhou Yuan's spear. With Sheng Huaian joining the fight, Zhou Yuan fought with abandon, holding nothing back. Bang! 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 3 consecutive spear thrusts, each like a wild dragon, fierce as wind and fire, forced Tuoba Shi to retreat. But behind him, Sheng Huaian's unstoppable blade was already descending. There was no escape. Trapped between Sheng Huaian and Zhou Yuan, Tuoba Shi was cornered with a tiger before him and a wolf at his back. Bang! Tuoba Shi hastily parried Sheng Huaian's blow, but in his rush, he was kicked flying by Sheng Huaian. A perfect opening. Zhou Yuan seized the chance, swinging his spear horizontally to strike Tuoba Shi. Bang! The iron spear slammed heavily into Tuoba Shi's back, shattering his battle armor. Every bone in his spine broke under the force, and his internal organs were crushed by the immense power. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Yuan's full-force strike had completely incapacitated Tuoba Shi. My life ends here. That was Tuoba Shi's final thought. Seeing that his kill might be stolen, Sheng Huaian moved like lightning, his shadow like a phantom. He dashed forward and thrust his black gold blade straight through Tuoba Shi's waist. One blade pierced both sides of his waist. Thus Tuoba Shi met a miserable end on the wall. Watching Tuoba Shi die from that waist thrust, Zhou Yuan inexplicably felt a chill at his own waist. Was this intentional or accidental? He had vaguely heard that Sheng Huaian had a nickname, the kidney-piercing hand. Now it seemed that legend was likely true. Zhou Yuan. You must be the famed Sheng Huaian brother. Zhou Yuan greeted with a smile. Brother Zhou Yuan, I am Sheng Huaian. Let's fight the enemy together and guard the border. Why speak of fame? Sheng Huaian waved his hand. Indeed, this is no time for talk. Once the battle is over, I'll treat you to a drink. Zhou Yuan chuckled. Good, I'll hold you to that drink. Sheng Huaian nodded with a smile. After exchanging greetings, they resumed their slaughter. By piercing Tuoba Shi's waist, Sheng Huaian gained 33 kill points. Tuoba Shi was slightly stronger than Ichiran, so the kill points were 3 higher. With Ichiran and Tuoba Shi dead, 2 fewer Hotian experts had scaled the wall. With Sheng Huaian and Zhou Yuan joining the fray, the pressure on the Xiongnu Hotian warriors increased greatly. Commander Wu, I'll help you. Sheng Huaian charged into the battle, engaging a Xiongnu Hotian warrior. With 1 fewer opponent, Commander whispered and eased. Although the 7th Battalion was still being formed and trained, he had come to the wall to counter the Xiongnu's Hotian experts. Fighting Tunon had put Commander Wu under great strain. Now that Sheng Huaian had taken 1 Hotian warrior, he could fight with full freedom. Looking at Sheng Huaian, Commander Wu felt a mix of emotions. How long had it been? Sheng Huaian was already a match for Hotian warriors. Give him a bit more time, and even he might have to address Sheng Huaian as an elder. The Hotian warrior Sheng Huaian had taken was at the early stage not overly strong, and he could handle it. Wielding the black gold blade, Sheng Huaian's swordsmanship was incredibly fierce, forcing his opponent to retreat step by step. Damn it! Feeling the immense power, Wumasang's arms trembled. He was the chief of the Wumu, tribe, a small one. The tribe's entire resources had only allowed him to reach the early Hotian realm. He had hoped that leading his tribe's warriors to campaign against Great Wei would earn merits, plunder supplies, and strengthen the tribe. Unexpectedly, the army's advance was halted and most of the Wumu warriors had fallen. Then came news of an attack on the tribe. All its able-bodied men had perished, and every male above the height of a cartwheel had been killed, severing the tribe's future. These blows had crushed Wumasang's spirit. Now facing a young Great Wei soldier, he was being driven back, his confidence shattered. Sheng Huaian's overwhelming power and his sharp, murderous blade made defense incredibly arduous. Swish! A gash appeared on Wumasang's waist armor, and bright red blood flowed out. The blade was too swift, too sharp. His armor and iron-like skin were useless. Soon Wumasang was covered in wounds, struggling more and more to fend off Sheng Huaian's fierce assault. A spray of blood erupted. Wumasang tried to plug the gash on his throat with his hand, but it was futile. He collapsed weakly, his eyes filled with visions of the tribe's future, the Wumu tribe thriving and rivaling royal clans. A single slash to the throat, and Sheng Huaian had killed him cleanly. Another Hotian warrior fell to his blade. The other commanders, seeing Sheng Huaian slay yet another Xiongnu Hotian expert, lamented inwardly, where did this monster come from? At the same time, they steeled themselves. They couldn't be outdone by this junior, otherwise wouldn't it make them seem utterly useless? With the commanders fighting with renewed ferocity, the Xiongnu Hotian warriors felt the pressure mount. The Xiongnu Xiantian experts locked in battle with the 5 deputy generals had naturally noticed Sheng Huaian. They too wished to kill him, but the 5 deputy generals held them fast, leaving no opening. Yet they memorized Sheng Huaian's face, branding him with a label: this man must die. Sheng Huaian remained unaware that he had already drawn the attention of the Xiongnu Xiantian experts. Inside the tent of the Xiongnu Left Wise King, over 10,000 soldiers besieged the fortress. Many had already scaled the ramparts, yet the wall remained unbreached. The Left Wise King had lost all patience. Why were merely 30,000 defenders of Anning Pass so formidable? So much time had passed, yet the garrison's fighting strength remained undiminished. Take my imperial seal and summon another Grandmaster-level cultivator. I refuse to let Yang Yi remain invincible. The Left Wise King resolved not to delay any longer. Repeated edicts had already arrived from the Great Chanyu commanding him to seize Anning Pass without further delay. Luojing, the imperial capital of the Great Wei dynasty. Within the palace, the aging emperor lay gravely ill. The Imperial Medical Bureau's most skilled physicians administered rare ancient elixirs in a desperate effort to prolong his life. Inside the Crown Prince's residence, Prince Han Che sat expressionless, listening to his subordinate's report. Has my second brother promoted yet another loyalist today? Your Highness, the second prince has appointed General Wei Wu as commander of the Imperial Guards, granting him control over the palace, and ordered Marquis General Li Dajiang to assume command of all national armed forces. Though Prince Han Che held the title of Crown Prince, it was the second prince whom Emperor Wei Ming had formally appointed regent, an edict that sent shockwaves throughout the court. And what of my younger brothers? Prince Han Che asked coolly. The third, sixth, and ninth princes were no mere bystanders. They would not wait passively for fate to decide their ends. Each prince is actively courting ministers and regional generals. Han Che gazed toward the palace, murmuring bitterly, "Old man, just what are you truly plotting?" He could not fathom his father's intent. The regency should have been his by right, yet it had slipped beyond his grasp. With the second prince installed as regent, the court descended into turmoil. Ambitious schemers began moving pieces in secret, transforming the once stable imperial hall into a treacherous labyrinth of shifting allegiances. "Your Highness, the northern frontier is in dire straits. 50,000 Xiongnu troops have gathered at the border preparing to invade southward. The frontier commanders have dispatched over a dozen urgent pleas for reinforcements." The Minister of War spoke solemnly. The second Prince Han Feiyu waved dismissively, his tone brimming with confidence. "No need to rush. General Li will lead an army north to reinforce them." The Minister of War attempted to speak again, but the Minister of Revenue quietly restrained him, shaking his head ever so slightly. Wang Cheng, the Minister of War, sighed inwardly. Power struggles, suppression of dissent, and promotion of cronies. This second prince, having seized ascendancy, elevated even his hounds to thrones. It would not be long before his own post too fell to another's ambition. How proceeds the famine relief in Jiangning Commandery? Prince Han Feiyu turned to the Minister of Revenue. Zuotang, the Minister of Revenue, felt his heart sink. Was this the opening salvo of an attack against him? "Your Highness, the Jiangnan prefectural governor has already opened the granaries to distribute grain." Zuotang replied dutifully. The second prince nodded impassively. Evidently, the Jiangnan prefectural governor would not survive the season. Beneath a modest residence in bustling Luojing, deep within a subterranean chamber, 3 figures sat in quiet deliberation. Third brother, sixth brother. The second brother's influence grows daily. Many ministers and generals now lean toward him. "If we do not unite, calamity will soon be upon us." "What of elder brother? Has he made any move?" "Elder brother remains utterly still. No one knows what he awaits." While the second prince purged rivals and filled key ministries with his allies, the other princes forged clandestine alliances and amassed hidden strength. The Great Wei court trembled with unrest. Princes waged silent wars of intrigue. Yet all seemed to have forgotten the northern frontier, where flames of war now blazed across the horizon. War ceased at dusk. Smoke coiled from smoldering watchtowers. The setting sun bled crimson across the sky. The northern wind grew fiercer. Not the serene solitude of desert smoke rising straight, nor the tranquil beauty of a river embracing the sunset, but the harsh metallic tang of steel and blood. Behind Sheng Huaian lay a field of fallen bodies. Torn battle robes, armor stained dark with gore, and a face carved by hardship, unyielding, resolute. His eyes, deep obsidian pools, burned with ruthless intensity. The frail scholar was gone forever. In his place stood Sheng Huaian, garrison lieutenant of Anning Pass, whose blade had claimed countless foes. The blood-handed butcher, Sheng Huaian. Today's battle ended. Common soldiers tended the wounded and cleared the dead. Fewer than half the Xiongnu who advanced returned to camp. The defenders too suffered losses equaling half their number. Anning Pass now held barely 10,000 combat-ready troops. Yang Yi gazed grimly upon the vast Xiongnu encampment beyond the gate. He knew no large-scale reinforcements would arrive from the capital. They were abandoned, left to stand alone until a new heir ascended the throne. Internal armies had become mere pawns in the prince's power games. Descending from the ramparts, Sheng Huaian washed hastily and joined his men for dinner. After the meal, they prepared to depart. Every soldier of the 7th Battalion's 10th Company chose, as Sheng Huaian had, to ride deep into the steppe. "Brothers," Sheng Huaian addressed the 50 or so veterans who had fought beside him on the grasslands, "this venture is perilous. Settle your affairs. Some of us may never return. Sergeant, we enlisted because we had nowhere else to go, only to carve out a future through valor. To fall on the battlefield is honor itself. Why should we fear this journey?" Tang Yinshan declared. "Exactly, we fear nothing. Either we die gloriously or return crowned in glory." Hai Dai added firmly. Others met his gaze with unwavering resolve. "Good, worthy soldiers indeed. This journey holds only 2 outcomes, death in battle, or triumphant return," Sheng Huaian proclaimed aloud. He led his men to the southern gate, where General Yang Yi already waited with a contingent of officers. "General." Sheng Huaian hurried forward and bowed deeply. "You've arrived," Yang Yi nodded. "General, here is your black gold battle saber." Sheng Huaian unbuckled the weapon from his waist and offered it back. Yang Yi accepted the saber, ran his fingers along its gleaming blade, sheathed it, and tossed it back to Sheng Huaian. "Keep it. It's yours now." Yang Yi smiled. Sheng Huaian caught the saber, stunned. This weapon had graced Yang Yi's side for decades. Sun Haozhao Yongin and others behind Yang Yi exchanged astonished glances. This black gold saber was legendary, None expected Yang Yi to bestow it upon Sheng Huaian. Hesitate. You don't want it. No, of course not. Sheng Huaian stammered, flustered by such unexpected favor. A warrior needs a blade that answers his will, so he may slay his enemies. I entrust you with easing Anning Pass's burden. Should the gate fall, countless families will vanish beneath the Xiongnu's iron hooves. Yang Yi spoke with solemn gravity. I shall not fail your trust. Sheng Huaian fastened the black gold saber to his belt. This spear was forged specially for you. Serviceable, I hope. May it drink Xiongnu blood. Yang Yi handed him a long lance. Sheng Huaian grasped it, its weight immediate, undeniable. A masterwork. Yang Yi then presented him with a suit of battle armor. These 1,000 elite cavalrymen are Anning Pass's final reserve, our last legacy. I now entrust them to you. Lead them across the steppe. Let them blaze with glory. Sheng Huaian surveyed the mounted host. Hadn't it been 500? How had it doubled? They are horsemen. Mounted combat is their art. To waste them on static defense would be sacrilege. Let them fulfill their true purpose. Seeing Sheng Huaian's confusion, Yang Yi explained. With 500 more riders, their might had doubled, and Sheng Huaian's confidence soared. Mount up. Sheng Huaian spurred forward, first leaping astride a snow-white warhorse. His men followed in flawless unison. Yang Yi watched the armored host and called out, soldiers, return victorious. I shall feast you in triumph. Advance. Sheng Huaian led the charge. With his original company added, the column numbered 1,060 riders, marching forth from Anning Pass's southern gate. No fanfare, no rallying cries. Only silence like phantoms drifting through night. To evade Xiongnu scouts, the 1,000 riders must skirt wide around the enemy lines, into the open steppe. They marched through the night, and before dawn broke, the column entered the boundless, endless grassland. Gazing across the sea of green, Sheng Huaian exhaled, a quiet, profound sigh. He had returned. This time he came with 1,000 cavalry at his back. The wind bent the grass, but no cattle or sheep were in sight. Near the frontier, all was a buffer zone where even the nomadic Xiongnu tribes refrained from grazing. Entering the grassland under the guidance of the army's scout, they pressed deep into the prairie. A youth's pride rode with swift hooves, a crimson spear and robe in tow. Sheng Huaian, mounted on a white steed draped in a red battle cloak and gripping a long lance, cut a dashing and heroic figure. Anyone who saw him would exclaim, what a handsome young man. Captain Sheng, shouldn't we cut off the Xiongnu's grain supplies first? Gua Xiaoping spoke up. Sheng Huaian glanced back at Gua Xiaoping, who wielded a great halberd and wore a black battle robe. This man, also a battalion commander of 1,000 men and a martial master at the great perfection stage, was now under his command. No rush. We're too close to the Xiongnu army. If we stir up trouble, their iron cavalry will come for us. With our meager forces would be no match for their slaughter. Sheng Huaian stated. To strike, they must plunge deep into the prairie and cause chaos far and wide. Though his cavalry was considered elite, they were far inferior to the Xiongnu's finest riders. Each soldier had only one horse, their armor was not heavy plate, and their cultivation levels were modest. In Sheng Huaian's vision, true elite cavalry should be heavy armored riders, each equipped with 3 mounts. A charging army would be an unstoppable torrent of steel, crushing all in its path. The troops pressed onward into the heart of the grassland, where lone wolves, sensing danger, fled far into the distance. Captain Sheng, there's a small tribe ahead. Should we go around? A scout reported, riding back. Go around. Now is not the time to attack minor tribes. He led the troops onward. By afternoon, they had ventured 200 li deep into the prairie. This grassland was vast beyond measure. Sheng Huaian had once thought this world might be a parallel version or copy of another. But as he truly understood this realm, he realized how wrong he was. This prairie was 3 or 4 times larger than the one in his past life. The 2 dominant nomadic powers bordering Great Way were the Xiongnu and the Rongdi. Commander, we have a situation. 20 li ahead, there's a Xiongnu supply convoy, the scout reported. How many men? Sheng Huaian asked immediately. About 1,000 with a large amount of supplies. Likely over 100 carts, the scout replied. 1,000 men. Sheng Huaian's eyes narrowed. With so many men and ample supplies, this Xiongnu convoy would be their first target. Prepare for battle. At his command, the soldiers instantly readied themselves for combat. The cavalry covered the 20 li distance in less than half an hour. In the distance, the Xiongnu supply column came into view. Charge! The iron cavalry surged forward with the speed of wind and fire. Sheng Huaian led the charge, riding at the forefront. The thunderous hoofbeats immediately alerted the Xiongnu army. The Xiongnu commander, seeing the unfamiliar uniforms and banners of the charging riders, knew they were not their own. Enemy attack. Defend. But it was too late. As the cavalry charged, a volley of arrows rained down upon the Xiongnu camp. Sheng Huaian dared to launch such an open assault because his 1,000 iron riders were no small force for skirmishes. By the time the Xiongnu hastily organized a defense, it was already too late. Sheng Huaian, spearheading the attack, plunged into the enemy camp. His long lance thrust toward the foes, its sharp tip easily tearing through their chests. The beginner-level Overlord spear technique was more than enough to deal with ordinary Xiongnu soldiers. He charged ahead, unleashing carnage. His spear, like a scythe of death, reaped the lives of Xiongnu warriors. The iron cavalry, like an unstoppable steel tide, shattered the Xiongnu camp. After a single charge, not a single Xiongnu soldier remained alive on the field. On this flat grassland, 1,000 cavalry against 1,000 enemies was utter domination, especially since the Xiongnu supply troops were merely second-line forces. But Sheng Huaian's cavalry were the elite Iron Riders of Anning Pass. The battle ended in a swift rout. The Xiongnu commander, a martial master, had his skull shattered by Sheng Huaian's spear. Clean the battlefield. Sheng Huaian commanded loudly. Tang Yinshan and Haide swiftly stepped forward, leading soldiers to clear the area. Wang Wu, take the scouts and spread out to reconnoiter the surroundings. Sheng Huaian ordered further. Yes, sir. Wang Wu and several scouts soon vanished into the grassland. Sheng Huaian had appointed Wang Wu as a squad leader commanding a scout unit. Commander, no. I mean Captain now. Captain Sheng, there are pills, a lot of pills. Tang Yinshan shouted joyfully. Sheng Huaian had officially been promoted to battalion commander, leading 1,000 men. Upon hearing about the pills, Guo Xiaoping and another commander Hu Bing were elated. The garrison at Anning Pass, as if forgotten, had not received any pills from the court for 2 or 3 years. Let's go take a look. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing followed Sheng Huaian. The chests on 4 wagons were filled with pills. Most were healing pills, with a portion being cultivation aids. Breakthrough pills. There are some breakthrough pills here. Tang Yinshan exclaimed excitedly. Breakthrough pills. Let me see. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing rushed forward to inspect them. 4th grade breakthrough pills. Haha, 4th grade breakthrough pills. Guo Xiaoping laughed with exhilaration. What 4th grade breakthrough pills? Hu Bing gasped, stunned for a moment, then began trembling with excitement. Both had reached the great perfection stage of martial master, but had been unable to break through. If the court had allocated pills, they would have advanced to the Hotian realm long ago. Now, seeing 4th grade breakthrough pills, how could they not be thrilled? 4th grade breakthrough pills were sufficient for them to break into the Hotian realm. On the black market, a single pill would start at 100,000 silver taels, a rare resource. Only 2 pills. They exchanged glances, then looked at Sheng Huaian. They knew he was also a martial master at the great perfection and the commander of this unit. That meant Sheng Huaian had the final say on how to distribute the pills. What's the matter? Sheng Huaian asked, noticing their gaze. Well, Captain Sheng, there are only 2 4th grade breakthrough pills, Guo Xiaoping said. 2 is fine. At least we got something. Sheng Huaian thought Guo Xiaoping was disappointed by the meager haul, but they were loot from the Xiongnu anyway. No, it's just. Spit it out. Why are you two hemming and hawing? Sheng Huaian urged them. How should we distribute these 2 pills? They wanted them badly, but were too embarrassed to ask directly. Sheng Huaian understood. They coveted the pills, but felt awkward knowing he was their superior and had the final say. You are both at the great perfection of martial master, right? Sheng Huaian said. Yes. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing nodded emphatically. Then use them to break into the Hotian realm. ITLL make us safer behind enemy lines, Sheng Huaian decided. Their hearts leaped with joy. What about you, Captain Sheng? Hu Bing asked. Sheng Huaian was also at the great perfection. Me? Don't worry about me. I can break through without pills now, Sheng Huaian replied. Alright, these 2 pills are yours. Use them quickly to advance. Yes, Captain Sheng. From now on, well, follow your every command, without fail, Guo Xiaoping said solemnly. Both were deeply grateful to Sheng Huaian. Without the pills, given their talents, it would take at least 2 years to reach the Hotian realm. Sheng Huaian waved his hand, then turned to Tang Yinshan. Distribute the pills to the soldiers. Give them healing and cultivation pills. Allocate 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade breakthrough pills to those who can use them to boost their cultivation. Yes, Captain Sheng. Tang Yinshan accepted the order joyfully. Being entrusted with such an important task meant the captain still valued him. Captain, there's a lot of supplies. Meat, grain, weapons, and arrows. What should we do? Haide ran over to ask. Take the horses and as much grain, meat, and weapons as we can carry. Burn the rest and retreat, Sheng Huaian ordered. The supplies they couldn't take along with the Xiongnu corpses were set ablaze. Sheng Huaian led his 1,000 Iron Riders across the prairie, targeting Xiongnu supply convoys. After a day, over a dozen supply columns were annihilated, suddenly cutting off the Xiongnu army's provisions. Once he struck, Sheng Huaian moved with lightning speed, wiping out over a dozen Xiongnu supply convoys and severing the frontline army's grain supply. Report, Great Wise King. Our supply convoys are in trouble. Today's assault on Anning Pass had yielded little, and the Great Wise King was already in a foul mood. Hearing that the supply convoys were also in jeopardy, his fury flared. What now with the supply convoys? Today, over a dozen supply convoys were attacked. The supplies were burned and all personnel were killed, the messenger reported. What? How did this happen? Those convoys were on our own grassland. How were they wiped out? Is it the Rongdi or some rebellious tribe? The great wise king roared. The details are unknown. The messenger was drenched in sweat. The great wise king's rage pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. Send men to investigate thoroughly. Dispatch 2,000 cavalry to find these people. Anyone who dares oppose me now will grind their bones to dust. The great wise king smashed a table with a single slap. Sheng Huaian's troops, having destroyed over a dozen Xiongnu supply convoys, were soon discovered by the Xiongnu army. Now he and his men were feasting on boiled beef and mutton in celebration. A group of rough warriors gorged themselves as if it were New Year's. After dinner, Sheng Huaian arranged watch shifts and began his cultivation. Rather, he was allocating points to break through and enhance his power. He could have broken through long ago. His kill count was sufficient, but at Anning Pass he held back. His strength had been growing too fast, and such rapid advancement was not always beneficial. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: martial master, great perfection. Skills: Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Mighty Ox Force, adept. Bloodblade, art master. Overlord Spear technique, beginner. Strength: 9,000 gene. Talent: silver archer. Kill count: 432. After breaking into the great perfection yesterday, he had slain 3 Hodian martial artists and numerous Xiongnu soldiers. Today, with more kills, the count rose to 432. Now out on the prairie, he could allocate points again. With a single click, he spent 200 kill points, and a vast force began to temper and forge his flesh, physique, and bones. His blood vitality surged like a dragon's, and the martial true essence in his dantian grew denser and more solid. Upon breaking through to the martial artist's limit, his strength increased to 10,000 gene. This strength matched the standard of a Hodian martial artist at the great perfection. Of course, this was only raw power. His actual combat ability was likely on par with mid to late Hodian martial artists. With over 200 kill points remaining, Sheng Huaian did not allocate further. He had a 4th-grade breakthrough pill given by General Yang Yi. Using it now would save his kill points. Taking out the pill, he swallowed it without hesitation. The potent medicinal force spread, assaulting the barriers between realms. Sheng Huaian activated the Great Sun Heart Sutra, channeling all his blood vitality and true essence to drive the medicinal power, fiercely striking the realm's barrier. Pop! Like an eggshell cracking, Sheng Huaian smoothly broke through to the Hotian realm. At the moment of breaking through to the Hotian realm, a surge of formidable power erupted from within him, continuously fortifying his flesh, bones, and physique. This was the most primal force originating from the depths of the human body. His form seemed to shatter some limit, causing this power to arrive with immense and ferocious intensity. A series of soft crackling sounds emanated from within him as his bones were ceaselessly strengthened, forged by that very power. His skin and bones took on a faint golden hue as if undergoing a transformation. The potent physical energy continuously reinforced his flesh and blood cells. Every sinew and bone in his body was now undergoing the baptism of this force, rendering them tougher and mightier. The surging blood vitality was enough to unsettle many onlookers. Many soldiers sensed the formidable aura and rolling blood energy emanating from Sheng Huaian's tent. The surging blood vitality within him roared like a dragon's chant. The potent blood vitality was felt by others outside the tent. Is this blood energy like a dragon? Tang Yunshan and the others were utterly astonished. Such formidable blood vitality. Sheng Huaian was now like a blazing sun, causing the soldiers outside the tent to feel a scorching presence. No wonder some say Commander Sheng is a prodigy to have cultivated his blood vitality to this extent at this realm. Even those so-called ancient millennium prodigies might pale in comparison to Commander Sheng. Commander Sheng must have succeeded in his breakthrough, a Hotian warrior so young. Many fell silent, especially Gua Xiaoping, and Hu Bing, who past 30 had yet to break through to the Hotian realm. Now Sheng Huaian had advanced ahead of them, breaking through to the Hotian realm before the age of 20. Such talent left them in awe. Many felt both envy and joy for Sheng Huaian. The stronger he became, the greater their hope of survival on this grassland. As this power receded, Sheng Huaian opened his eyes, a sharp golden glint flashing within them. The roaring and churning blood vitality within him also calmed. Looking at the golden light screen, name: Sheng Huaian, a race human, realm Hodian, initial, techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, beginner. Mighty Ox, art minor mastery. Blood Fiend Blade, art grand mastery. Overlord Spear, art beginner. Strength 15,000 gene, talent silver archer, kill value 232. Upon breaking through, his strength reached 15,000 gene, comparable to a Xiantian warrior's. Of course, strength comparable to a Xiantian warrior did not mean his overall power matched theirs. Yet even against a Hotian great perfection warrior, he had no fear. The gap between Hotian and Xiantian warriors was as vast as the heavens and earth, a chasm that strength alone could not bridge. After breaking through to the Hotian realm, his power had also greatly increased. He dared not claim invincibility within the Hotian realm, but it seemed difficult to find a worthy opponent. After his breakthrough, Sheng Huaian did not cease cultivation, but continued to circulate the Great Sun Heart Sutra, refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into martial true essence, strengthening his blood vitality, sinews, bones, and flesh. Martial cultivation was the constant honing of the physique, making it ever stronger, breaking through the limits of the human body. Seeing Sheng Huaian's successful breakthrough, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing prepared to take the breakthrough pill, aiming to break through to the Hotian realm. Among the troops, those whose cultivation could advance and had received the breakthrough pill also began to cultivate, consuming the pill to break through and enhance their strength. Such an opportunity was rare. Capturing so many pills was a stroke of luck. That night, this troop of Anning cavalry saw their strength improve, becoming considerably stronger than before. Early the next morning before dawn, soldiers had already prepared breakfast. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing emerged from their tents, faces beaming with joy, their smiles as hard to suppress as an AK-47. True to the saying, joy brings a cheerful spirit. Indeed, the two had taken the 4th grade breakthrough pill and successfully broken through to the Hotian realm. They greeted everyone they met with a smile. "Oh, seeing you two so happy, did you have a spring dream last night?" Sheng Huaian teased. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, did they look like such undisciplined men? At over 30, they had frequented the Yichuan pavilion enough times. Why would they still have such dreams? "Good morning, Commander Sheng." Hu Bing offered a wry smile. "Why such an ugly grin? Did I hit the mark?" Sheng Huaian winked and raised an eyebrow. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing exchanged glances. Their commander's temperament was truly indescribable. When killing enemies, he was like a god of death emerging from hell. Now he was like an old patron of the Yichuan pavilion. "Commander Sheng, we've broken through to the Hotian realm," Guo Xiaoping announced. "Oh, what a coincidence, I've broken through too. How about a spar?" A mischievous impulse rose in Sheng Huaian. Seeing their elation, he wanted to spoil it. They shook their heads like rattan drums. They wouldn't delude themselves into thinking that breaking through to the Hotian realm made them equals to Sheng Huaian. They had self-awareness and no inclination for masochism. Seeing them refuse, Sheng Huaian continued, "You two can team up and spar with me together." Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing still shook their heads. They might be less gifted, but they weren't fools. Watching them adamantly refuse, Sheng Huaian felt a pang of regret. Having just broken through, his fists itched, yet he found no punching bag. Breakfast was prepared and consumed. Before the morning sun rose, Sheng Huaian and his men had finished their meal and continued roaming deeper into the grasslands. Today's target remained the supply and transport convoys of the Xiongnu army. Cutting off the Xiongnu army's grain supply would prevent them from assaulting the city, buying time for Anning Pass. In the morning, the Xiongnu army did not attack. They lacked provisions. Seeing the Xiongnu army inactive, Yang Yi and other Anning Pass garrison commanders understood that Sheng Huaian and his men had struck. "It seems this tactic of cutting off supplies is effective," a major said. "Indeed it works, but it also puts Sheng Huaian and his men in grave danger." General Palu Zhaoyangan spoke. "I hope they all return safely," Sun Hao said. But this was clearly a wishful hope. The Xiongnu army would not allow their supply lines to be severed. They would surely dispatch heavy forces to eliminate those who cut them. Yang Yi remained silent, his heart heavy. This was a gambit, trading lives for a respite for Anning Pass defenders. It was merely exchanging one group of people for another to die. Report to the wise king of the left. Scouts have returned with news. The attackers on the supply convoys are likely a cavalry unit of about 1,000, seemingly from the Anning army. Early in the morning, the messenger reported. Anning army cavalry. 1,000 men dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. How audacious. Dispatch 3 cavalry units to bring me those 1,000 heads. The wise king of the left roared in fury. His temper had been fierce these days. He had already killed several slave girls he had brought. "As you command, great king." Receiving the order, a Xiongnu general immediately dispatched 3 cavalry units to annihilate those who had cut off the supply lines. Each cavalry unit numbered 2,000. Sheng Huaian and his men would face the encirclement of 6,000 Xiongnu cavalry. Of this, Sheng Huaian and his men were still unaware. "Commander Sheng, these supply transport troops seem to be reinforced. It appears the Xiongnu have discovered us," Guo Xiaoping said with a grave expression. Discovery was only a matter of time. With them destroying over a dozen Xiongnu supply convoys in a single day, it would be strange if the Xiongnu remained ignorant. Ahead, a Xiongnu supply transport force numbered 2,000, including 500 cavalry guarding both flanks. The regular infantry had also been increased to 500, making 1,000 regular troops. The 1,000 herders were also armed. "Shall we let them pass, or?" Hu Bing inquired. "Let them pass. I never give up a morsel that's already at my lips. Brothers, charge with me. Attack! Sheng Huaian raised his spear and shouted, then spurred his horse into a charge. Hiya! Charge! Kill! 1,000 horsemen thundered forward like 10,000 steeds, the earth trembling, raising billowing dust, a magnificent momentum. Thousands of cavalry charged forward with overwhelming momentum, quickly spotted by the Xiongnu army. Enemy troops, Colonel, there are enemy troops. My eyes are not blind. Helian Taishu gazed at the charging Anning iron cavalry, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me see who is so formidable as to force a colonel like me to escort provisions. Helian Tieshu, a colonel at the mid-stage Hotian realm, commanded 2,000 men, equivalent to a Grand Wei colonel. Warriors, charge with me to slay the enemy. Helian Tai drew his battle blade and roared loudly. Charge! 500 Xiongnu iron cavalry followed Helian Tieshu, surging forward to engage the approaching foes. Sheng Huaian's gaze was sharp, clutching an iron spear weighing over 100 jin. His blood chi surged within true essence, churning, all his power converging into the iron spear. His target was the leader among the Xiongnu forces. Helian Taishu's aim was also Sheng Huaian. As the two armies clashed, the cavalry charge pressed down with a majestic force, like mountains collapsing and seas roaring enough to terrify the faint-hearted. Boom! The hoofbeats echoed across the grasslands like thunder drums, scaring even the eagles in the sky into flying far away. Kill! Sheng Huaian bellowed, his spear striking out like a sky-upholding rod, the air bursting with sonic booms. Helian Taishu swung his battle blade in a fierce slash, unmatched in bravery. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Helian Tieshu along with his horse was shattered into pieces by a single spear strike, blood flying everywhere. The scene Helian Taishu had envisioned, cleaving the enemy's spear in one stroke and beheading the opposing general, never materialized. Instead, he was smashed into a pulp by a single spear blow. The Xiongnu cavalry behind, witnessing their colonel being obliterated along with his horse by the enemy general's spear, were struck with terror. Even Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing, riding behind Sheng Huaian, were filled with shock. That Xiongnu general was a martial artist of the Hotian realm, yet Sheng Huaian had slain him with a single spear strike. What terrifying strength and power did that require? That morning, when Sheng Huaian invited them to spar, their firm refusal had been a remarkably wise decision. Kill! Sheng Huaian charged ahead, plunging into the Xiongnu cavalry ranks. Wherever his spear passed, not a single intact body remained. Seeing Sheng Huaian slay the Xiongnu commander with one spear strike and charge into the enemy cavalry, the other soldiers were ablaze with fervor, their morale soaring as they joined the assault. War horses neighed, blades and spears clashed, and men fell one after another. The cavalry charge was swift as the wind. With their colonel slain, the Xiongnu cavalry lost all spirit, and the majestic Anning iron cavalry swept through, annihilating them all. Only corpses and masterless horses remained on the ground. This iron cavalry unit, besides Sheng Huaian, included two Hotian realm martial artists, Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing. Against the leaderless 500 Xiongnu cavalry, it was a complete massacre. The charge did not cease, it pressed forward relentlessly, targeting the remaining Xiongnu forces. Defeated, the army is defeated. These Wei iron cavalry are so strong. The cavalry are all dead. Run. Witnessing the 500 iron cavalry fall, the herders in the ranks could no longer bear the terrifying pressure of the iron cavalry charge and abandoned their weapons to flee. The remaining 500 infantry, facing the ferocious Anning iron cavalry, were utterly devoid of fighting spirit. The iron cavalry swept through, leaving only a field of corpses. Soon this Xiongnu supply convoy was completely wiped out, and even the fleeing herders did not escape. The cavalry halted, their charge warhorses neighing. Sheng Huaian's steed reared its front legs high, as if celebrating victory. His battle robe billowed, and the iron spear in his hand dripped with blood. After annihilating this Xiongnu supply convoy, Sheng Huaian immediately ordered the cleanup of the battlefield. Quickly clear the battlefield. Take what can be taken and burn what cannot. Tend to the wounded soldiers and bring back the bodies of our fallen comrades. Although the unit had suffered casualties in taking this convoy, the losses were minimal, with only about a dozen dead or injured. With Helian Tai, the strongest Xiongnu cavalry colonel, slain by Sheng Huaian, the remaining Xiongnu cavalry inflicted little damage on the Anning iron cavalry. The soldiers swiftly cleared the battlefield, set fire to the supplies that could not be carried, and departed quickly. By now, every man in this Anning iron cavalry unit had two warhorses, enabling even long-range raids. Having destroyed this Xiongnu supply army, Sheng Huaian continued leading the cavalry in search of the next target. In a single day, Sheng Huaian led his cavalry in sweeping through over a dozen Xiongnu supply convoys, killing more than 10,000 Xiongnu and burning countless provisions and material. When the Xiongnu cavalry discovered the slaughtered convoy, they were met with a scene of corpses and charred remains of supplies. Damn it, Whoever you are, I will tear you limb from limb. Heelan Guanshan roared in fury. Chase them. We must find this group. He bellowed, spurring his horse in the direction Sheng Huaian and his men had fled. Behind him, 2,000 elite, Xiongnu, iron cavalry clad in gleaming armor galloped in pursuit. Seeing their slain kin, the other Xiongnu soldiers were filled with rage. When had they ever been the ones invaded? Who dared to venture deep into their grasslands to attack their people? This was a challenge to the Xiongnu warriors. As warriors of the Xiongnu, the eagles of these grasslands, they could not tolerate it. As night fell, Sheng Huaian ordered the unit to halt and rest, and to have dinner. With ample food from the spoils, they ate freely. Martial artists had enormous appetites. Sheng Huaian alone consumed an entire ox, barely feeling full. The meat he ate was converted into vital energy and stored within his body. Combined with the previous day, their gains were exceptionally bountiful. Not to mention other items, they had secured a considerable number of pills. There were 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills, countless other healing and cultivation pills. This was a substantial fortune. Upon returning, everyone on this expedition would receive a generous share of silver. Unfortunately, there was no one at the great perfection of the martial master realm in the unit, otherwise Sheng Huaian would not have kept the 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills. In Sheng Huaian's view, only by enhancing strength could one truly prevail. Though they had successfully ambushed over a dozen Xiongnu supply convoys today, over 30 of the cavalry he had led out were forever left on these grasslands. That night, Sheng Huaian gazed at the stars in the sky, but could not recognize any familiar constellations. In the day's battles, he had slain 7 Xiongnu Hotian martial artists and hundreds of ordinary soldiers, amassing more kill points than ever before. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: Hotian. Initial stage. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, Beginner Mighty Ox, Art Minor Mastery, Blood Fiend Blade, Art Major Mastery, Evolve, Overlord Spear, Art Beginner. Strength: 15,000 Gene. Talent: Silver Archer. Kill points: 1132. Seeing the kill points exceed 1,000, Sheng Huaian felt a surge of excitement. He noticed the upgradable realm, but did not immediately boost it. He had only recently broken through. Raising his realm again so soon would draw too much attention and make him seem like a freak. The appearance of Evolve after Blood Fiend Blade Art puzzled Sheng Huaian. Was this a new function of his golden finger? The Great Sun Heart Sutra did not have a plus sign, making it unupgradable. This frustrated him. The first upgrade had cost 200 points, and now, with over 1,000 kill points, no plus sign appeared. How many more would it require? However, the Overlord Spear Art did show an upgradable plus sign. Sheng Huaian chose to upgrade the Spear Art first. In cavalry charges and mounted combat, the spear was the fastest weapon for killing. He directly allocated points to enhance the Overlord Spear Art. Countless insights and experiences of the Spear Art flooded his mind like a whirlwind. It felt as if he had practiced the Overlord Spear Art for 10 or 20 years, elevating it to minor mastery. Now holding the spear, Sheng Huaian felt an extraordinary familiarity, as if he had trained with it for over a decade. Unable to resist, he raised the spear and began to practice. The Overlord Spear Art was domineering and fierce, every move was bold and violent. Not far away, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing watched Sheng Huaian practice, their hearts pounding with fear. This Spear Art was too sharp and overbearing. No wonder that Xiongnu Hotian martial artist had been shattered man and horse into a pulp by a single strike. Such a powerful Spear Art. This is General Yang, yes, Overlord Spear Art. How does he know it? It must have been taught to him by General Yang Yi. But his proficiency looks like he has practiced for over a decade. Could this guy have started training in the womb? Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing muttered quietly. Sheng Huaian completed a full practice of the Overlord Spear Art. Now at minor mastery, his combat power had surged significantly. With his strength enhanced, Sheng Huaian was overjoyed. But when he checked his kill points, only 632 remained. Realizing that upgrading the Overlord Spear Art to minor mastery had cost 500 points, he became uneasy. Another resource-guzzling skill. How many kill points would it take to reach major mastery? Staring at the remaining 632 points, Sheng Huaian restrained his urge to evolve the Blood Fiend Blade Art. He needed to keep a reserve of kill points for emergencies. Across the boundless steppe, a towering mountain range lay coiled like a colossal dragon, its serpentine ridges vanishing into the horizon. Snow crowned the majestic peaks, while at their foothills rose a grand imperial city, the royal court of the Xiongnu. A burly youth stood beside an alchemical furnace, gazing at the Grand Sorcerer, cloaked in black robes, as he channeled flames to refine pills. Grand Sorcerer, do you believe His Majesty and the army can seize the northern frontier of the Great Wei dynasty? After a long silence, a voice finally emerged from beneath the dark cowl. The Great Wei's imperial qi remains unbroken. This is not yet the hour. The Grand Sorcerer paused, then added slowly. An eagle has descended upon the steppe. An eagle? The youth's expression flickered with sudden alertness. The next morning, Sheng Huaian led his troops away from the temporary encampment. he would never linger long in one place. Autumn had deepened, a white frost glistened on the grass at dawn. Today's objective remained unchanged: strike the Xiongnu grain convoys and sever their supply lines. Nearly 100,000 Xiongnu soldiers pressed the front lines, each day consuming staggering quantities of provisions. Cutting their supply would slow their siege momentum, otherwise, even with General Yang Yi defending Anning Pass, it could not hold. Common soldiers had already been depleted by more than two-thirds. Without them, even General Yang Yi alone could not defend Anning Pass. The army galloped across the steppe, hunting only Xiongnu logistical units. After annihilating 3 grain transport detachments, Sheng Huaian's forces encountered a Xiongnu cavalry contingent. The enemy numbered 2,000, elite horsemen of the Xiongnu. On the vast expanse of grassland, the two armies faced each other at a distance of barely 1 li. Under such conditions, retreat was impossible. To flee would invite relentless pursuit and gradual annihilation by Xiongnu cavalry. Nay, sensing the imminent clash, Sheng Huaian's white steed reared and stamped its hooves into the earth. Healing Guanshan surveyed the opposing cavalry, a cruel smile curling his lips. Over 1,000 heads, already mine. At last we've found you. Before us stand the butchers who slaughtered our kin. Warriors, what shall we do? Healing Guanshan thundered. Kill! 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 A deafening chorus of battle cries erupted from his Xiongnu riders, shaking the heavens. Slaying this enemy force and returning with their heads would earn him a generalship, not merely the rank of commander. Kill! Healing Guanshan drew his saber and roared, leading the charge. Turning to his own men, Sheng Huaian declared, "Brothers, do you fear?" No. Seeing no trace of dread among his troops, Sheng Huaian nodded in quiet satisfaction. To face overwhelming strength and draw one's sword without hesitation, this unit truly was the elite chosen from Anning's ranks. Victory belongs to the bold who meet on narrow paths. Follow me, charge! Sheng Huaian bellowed. His white steed shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Charge! Kill! Over 1,000 ironclad riders surged behind him, roaring with the fire of patriots whose blood sang for home and country. 10,000 horses thundered across the plain, bronze halberds gleaming, armored steeds roaring, swallowing 10,000 li of sky like a tiger devouring the world. Waves of killing intent shattered the clouds above. Sheng Huaian's aura surged ever higher, transforming him into a war god incarnate. His riders mirrored his might, like a razor-sharp blade cleaving straight toward the enemy's heart. Way dogs, your lives are forfeit. Healing Guanshan's aura erupted like a ravenous wolf. Yet Sheng Huaian descended like a tiger from the mountains. Both locked eyes, each seeing only prey. In Healing Guanshan's eyes, Sheng Huaian was already dead, a mere mortal at the early stage of the post-heaven realm, utterly incapable of withstanding his full power blow at the peak of that realm. Sheng Huaian uttered no cry, only ascended to the apex of his physical and spiritual state and unleashed his ultimate strike. Boom! Their weapons collided, spear against saber, with the force to split mountains and cleave oceans, detonating like thunder. Healing Guanshan was hurled from his mount by the cataclysmic impact. His saber flew from his grasp. That incomprehensible, terrifying force sent his internal qi surging violently, organs shifting, blood boiling. Tumbling across the ground for several rotations, Healing Guanshan finally came to rest, then coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Sheng Huaian, meanwhile, suffered only torn palms. This Xiongnu commander was extraordinary, the strongest foe he had ever faced. Kill! Unable to halt his charging steed, instantly Sheng Huaian plunged, radiating dread majesty, deep into the Xiongnu cavalry ranks. None survived within the arc of his spear. Healing Guanshan scrambled aside, narrowly evading the trampling hooves and crushing momentum of Anning's iron riders. Seizing his chance, he lunged upward, dragged down an Anning rider, killed him instantly, and seized his horse. Watching Sheng Huaian lead his iron riders like a rampaging dragon through the cavalry ranks, slaughtering without pause, Healing Guanshan regretted his miscalculation. He had lost the strategic initiative, leaving him powerless to rally his riders effectively. When the storm of slaughter passed, corpses littered the steppe, Anning riders and Xiongnu cavalry alike, but far more were Xiongnu. Fewer than half the Xiongnu cavalry remained mounted. Sheng Huaian had shattered their formation single-handedly, charging headlong into their vanguard, toppling riders and horses alike. The surviving Xiongnu riders gathered behind Healing Guanshan, gazing upon the carnage. Half his command slain, while the enemy had lost fewer than 100 men, his heart bled. His arrogance had cost him everything. One reckless moment, one spear strike, and he was unhorsed, robbing him of the battle's opening advantage. Having halted his charge, Sheng Huaian wheeled his mount about. Guo Xiaoping Hu Bing Tang Yunshan Hai De Huang Wu. All followed Sheng Huaian in solemn silence, their armor stained with the blood of enemies slain splattered across their bodies. Xiongnu cavalry are no terror. So long as we surpass them in strength and ferocity, we can rout them just as utterly. Sheng Huaian wiped blood from his face and smiled. Do you have the confidence to slay them all? His voice rang out clear and resounding in every ear. Yes, yes, yes. The Anning Iron Riders roared in unison, their morale surging, their spirits soaring under Sheng Huaian's command. Excellent. Follow me once more. Cut down the invaders and swear your lives to the defense of home and nation. Sheng Huaian cried, launching another charge. Cut down the invaders. Swear your lives to the defense of home and nation. His riders echoed the cry as iron hooves clanged and warhorses screamed. Watching the enemy cavalry charge again, Healing Guanshan's eyes hardened with savage resolve. Warriors, the wolves of the steppe are its sovereigns. With me we shall slay every invader who dares tread our land. Kill. Between them there was no middle path, only death or survival. Only the victor would stand to speak. Learning from his error, Healing Guanshan discarded all arrogance and marshaled his full focus against Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian thundered forward astride his steed, his vital energy surging like a coiling dragon, his blood roaring, his true energy churning at absolute limit. A faint golden radiance shimmered across his skin, as if a celestial deity had descended, unmatched in majesty. Seeing Sheng Huaian surge forward on horseback, spear raised high, Healing Guanshan likewise elevated his aura to its zenith, channeling every ounce of power to settle the score once and for all. Hooves shook the earth. Sheng Huaian unleashed the Overlord spear art, aiming for a single decisive strike to fell the Xiongnu commander where he stood. The two commanders charged forward at the head of their forces, eyes locked fiercely upon each other. Healing Guanshan clenched his teeth in grim resolve. He would slay Sheng Huaian without fail. At the instant they drew near, Sheng Huaian suddenly leapt from his horse, swinging his long spear downward in a devastating arc toward Healing Guanshan. Overlord spear art, Thousand Gene strike. The blow descended with the force of a mountain cleaved asunder and an ocean sundered, so overwhelming it seemed to split heaven and earth. Seeing Sheng Huaian soar upward and strike with such cataclysmic power, Healing Guanshan hastily raised his blade to parry. He had not anticipated such a lethal technique. Boom! The iron spear crashed down, a torrent of savage force that shattered man, blade, and mount alike, hurling them violently to the ground in a billowing cloud of dust. Sheng Huaian vaulted back onto his horse. As the dust settled, Healing Guanshan lay lifeless, his bones shattered, flesh mangled beyond recognition. He did not look back. A true sovereign warrior never glances behind. Oh, at this moment, having unleashed his utmost strength, even his very cells trembled with exhaustion. That single strike had pushed his body to its absolute limit. Healing Guanshan, a latest-stage cultivator at the peak of mortal cultivation, now lay dead by his hand, earning him 40 points of slaughter valor. Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing watched in stunned disbelief as Sheng Huaian obliterated the Xiongnu general, a latest-stage cultivator at the pinnacle of martial refinement. How formidable, then, was this young battalion commander? With Healing Guanshan utterly annihilated, the Xiongnu cavalry's morale plummeted sharply. Conversely, the Anning Iron Cavalry surged with renewed might, their spirit blazing like a crimson tide. Filled with fervent zeal, they surged forward behind Sheng Huaian, crashing into the Xiongnu ranks like a thunderous avalanche. Kill! Sheng Huaian led the charge alone, a veritable god of slaughter. With Healing Guanshan fallen, none remained capable of withstanding his peerless, terrifying might. Alone he slaughtered over 300 Xiongnu horsemen. Of the 2,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry, not a single soul survived. All perished upon the field. Limbs lay severed across the earth, broken spears and swords stood half buried in the soil, blood soaked the wild grass crimson. Whoa, we've won. Ha ha. One Anning cavalryman laughed heartily. The Anning Iron Cavalry stands invincible. Commander Sheng stands invincible. The Anning Iron Cavalry roared, triumphantly celebrating their extraordinary victory, 1,000 cavalry routing 2,000 elite Xiongnu horsemen, annihilating the entire enemy force while suffering only 100 casualties. What a monumental triumph. Since its founding, the Anning Iron Cavalry had never achieved such a decisive, glorious victory. Watching his jubilant soldiers, Sheng Huaian gradually calmed the surging heat within his veins. Clad in armor forged by war's crucible, riding forth across the battlefield, what boundless heroism! Wind! Sheng Huaian raised his blood-dripping spear and shouted, "Great wind! Great wind!" His soldiers echoed the cry, their voices rising like a tempest shaking the heavens. After clearing the battlefield, they gathered all usable spoils, including every intact warhorse. Horses with shattered limbs or grievous wounds cried out in anguish. Soon the stench of blood and the sprawl of corpses drew circling vultures from the sky. This resounding victory transformed the Anning Iron Cavalry, not merely in strength, but in unshakable spirit and unwavering confidence. They did not halt their campaign. Their mission, to strike deep into the steppe, remained etched in their hearts. Sheng Huaian led his cavalry onward, launching guerrilla raids against Xiongnu supply columns. That day they swept through 8 Xiongnu transport units, seizing immense spoils. The disruption of supply lines severed grain shipments, forcing the Xiongnu main army to halt its assault on Anning Pass. Anning Pass enjoyed a rare moment of quiet. "Have you dealt with the enemy who attacked our grain trains?" the left-wise king demanded impatiently. 3 days earlier, Qishan Fortress had already fallen to the right-wise king. With 100,000 troops advancing southward, they had invaded Yin Province, Qi Province, and Deng Province. Yet he remained stalled before Anning Pass, overshadowed by the right-wise king. How could he suppress his fury? The left and right-wise kings were rivals competing for the ultimate title, Great Chanyu. Should the right-wise king accrue greater merit than him, the title of left-wise king would vanish and be replaced by that of right-wise king. Within the left-wise king's tent, his generals exchanged uneasy glances. None dared speak. "Speak up. Have you all lost your tongues?" The left-wise king fumed at their silence. "Your Majesty, we still have no news." One general finally spoke, voice strained. "Worthless fools. 2 days, and still unresolved. Are you truly eagles of the steppe, warriors of the plains?" The left-wise king roared. How could he bear the shame of a mere 1,000 enemies rampaging unchecked across the steppe? "Within 2 days I demand resolution. Once the Iron Grandmaster arrives, we advance en masse. I shall seize Anning Pass in a single decisive battle." The Xiongnu army dispatched 10,000 elite iron cavalry back onto the steppe to encircle and destroy Sheng Huaian's unit. After a day of relentless combat, Sheng Huaian's forces had slain over 7,000 enemies and marched 200 kilometers. That night, Sheng Huaian's unit made camp beside a river. Unbroken victories had softened the grief of losing over 100 comrades. Now fewer than 900 remained. Within the camp, soldiers gathered to feast on roasted meat and hearty broth. After dinner, some took watch, others resumed cultivation. Vast quantities of pills seized in battle were distributed widely under Sheng Huaian's orders, fueling their training. Their situation would grow increasingly perilous with time. Only by strengthening themselves could they hope to survive. Meanwhile, inside his own tent, Sheng Huaian reflected. Today alone, he had slain over 500 Xiongnu soldiers. Combined with yesterday's tally, his slaughter valor had surged past 2,000. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Cultivation: realm, early stage mortal cultivator. Arts: Great Sun Heart Sutra introductory, mighty ox, Qi art, proficient, blood slaughtering saber art, mastered under refinement, overlord spear art, proficient. Strength: 15000 gene. Innate talent: silver tier archer. Slaughter valor: 2238. Seeing slaughter valor surpass 2,000, the plus sign finally appeared beside the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Sheng Huaian's lips twitched. An ominous premonition stirred within him. If initiation had cost 200 points, would mastery demand 2,000? He hesitated, daring not invest points into the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Instead, he chose to advance his cultivation level, spending 500 slaughter valor to ascend to midstage mortal cultivator, gaining 5,000 gene of strength, raising his single-arm lifting capacity to 20,000 gene. Simultaneously, his bones and skin hardened and strengthened further, shimmering faintly with golden luster. Having reached midstage mortal cultivator, Sheng Huaian paused his advancement. His growth had accelerated too swiftly, ascending again just days after his last breakthrough. To proceed further would verge on the absurd. After expending 500 points, he retained 1,738 slaughter valor. Never before had he felt so affluent. Slaying enemies now yielded far more value than any other pursuit. With this newfound power, he stood unrivaled among all non-heavenly realm warriors. The next morning, Sheng Huaian led his troops onward. Yet today they encountered only 3 Xiongnu supply detachments. Commander Sheng, it appears the Xiongnu have altered their strategy, deploying large contingents to guard their grain trains, Gua Xiaoping observed. Indeed, they had encountered only 3 small transport units all day. Yet from afar they spotted a massive supply column, 2,000 strong, with no less than 5,000 mounted escorts. Such overwhelming force rendered their current numbers utterly inadequate. Their plan to sever Xiongnu supply lines had collapsed here. Kia! A piercing eagle's cry drew Sheng Huaian's attention. This eagle had been circling overhead ever since they destroyed one of the Xiongnu grain convoys. Do Xiongnu tribes practice falconry? Sheng Huaian asked, a subtle unease stirring within him. Among the Xiongnu, there is an art of falconry used for reconnaissance. Not good. Our position has been exposed. Wang Wu's face suddenly turned pale. Damn it, we were careless. This is a scout falcon bred by the Xiongnu. We may have fallen into a trap. Those 3 small transport units were bait deliberately luring us in. Guo Xiaoping's expression also darkened as he spoke. Sheng Huaian furrowed his brow, immediately took a bow and arrow, knocked the arrow, drew the bow, infused his true essence into the arrow, and shot at the falcon. However, with his current archery skills, he simply could not bring down the falcon. The soldiers behind him frowned when they saw that Sheng Huaian had failed to shoot it down. If they allowed this falcon to follow them, they would not escape the pursuit of the Xiongnu cavalry. Sheng Huaian immediately consumed his kill points to upgrade his archer level. He spent 50 kill points to raise the archer level to gold. Then he continued to spend 200 kill points to elevate it to divine archer. Sheng Huaian knocked another arrow and drew the bow, once more aiming at the falcon in the sky. At that moment, his divine sense seemed to merge with the bow itself, channeling profound, true essence into the arrow. He released the arrow, which streaked across the sky like a golden beam of light, hurtling toward the falcon. The soldiers stared in awe. Only a divine archer could shoot such a terrifying arrow. Sensing the danger, the falcon spread its wings to flee, but it was too late. An arrow fired by a divine archer was inescapable. Only overwhelming power could destroy it. Swish! The arrow pierced the falcon's chest, and under the gaze of the soldiers, the bird plummeted from the sky. Let's go. Get out of here. Ignoring the slain falcon, Sheng Huaian led his men swiftly away from the spot. Before long, a cavalry force of 4,000 arrived at the scene. Seeing the dead falcon, Tuoba Tao said, "Damn it, we've been discovered. It seems there's a divine archer in that unit. They shouldn't have gone far. Chase them. Don't let them escape." Hunan Lei looked at the falcon, its blood still not coagulated. This cavalry of 4,000 was a merger of 2 units. Since they dared to cause trouble on the grasslands, let them be buried here, making the grass grow lush next year. The 4,000 cavalry thundered along the hoofprints on the ground in pursuit. Realizing they were being tracked by the Xiongnu cavalry, Sheng Huaian and his men covered over 100 kilometers without stopping to rest. "Captain, we can't keep running like this." Guo Xiaoping spoke. "If they continued like this, they would eventually be caught. What else can we do? If the pursuers were only 1,000 or 2, we could handle them. But if they number more than 2,000 with our few men, we'll be surrounded and slaughtered on this grassland." Sheng Huaian said. Their cavalry unit was not very strong. Including him, there were only 3 Hotian martial artists, barely worth mentioning. The remaining soldiers were not powerful either. There were few martial masters and martial artists. The vast majority were at the martial apprentice level. Once they encountered a large Xiongnu cavalry force, they could only flee. "We need to first find out how many Xiongnu cavalry are after us. If it's not many, we'll turn around and strike back," Hu Bing said with a fierce look in his eyes. "Captain, let me take some men to scout ahead." Wang Wu spoke. Sheng Huaian looked at Wang Wu and nodded slowly. "Be careful. Come back safely. Don't worry. I'm not ready to die yet. Xiao Chui at Yichuan Tower is still waiting for me." Wang Wu grinned. Then he took 2 scouts and turned back. The 3 distant figures were like solitary rebels. No one could guarantee they would return safely. Sheng Huaian watched them until they vanished from sight before looking away. "Leave a signal and find a concealed spot to wait for them," Sheng Huaian ordered. They stopped to rest not far away, and Sheng Huaian sent out scouts to stand guard. He had to be as cautious as possible, for any mistake could lead to their complete annihilation. Now that the Xiongnu were using large armies to transport grain and supplies, they could no longer attack those convoys. The objective of their operations had to change. Since they couldn't raid the Xiongnu's grain transport forces, they would target the small tribes, instead sweeping them all away. That was Sheng Huaian's plan. During the break, the soldiers began to cook a meal. Half an hour later, Wang Wu and his 2 men returned safely. "You're finally back." Sheng Huaian's anxious heart finally eased. "I'm lucky and blessed. Do I want die just yet?" Wang Wu grinned. "What's the situation, brother Wang Wu?" Tang Yinshan asked first, and everyone looked at Wang Wu waiting for his news. Wang Wu's face turned grim. "Behind us there are 4,000 elite Xiongnu iron cavalry about 30 li away." After hearing Wang Wu's words, everyone's expressions grew heavy. 4,000 elite cavalry. They had only 900 men. There was no chance of victory. Unless Sheng Huaian broke through to the Xiantian realm right now and could fight 1,000 enemies single-handedly. It was a gap in numbers and strength. "How do we shake off this Xiongnu cavalry pursuit?" Hu Bing said somberly. "If we could make the hoofprints disappear, the Xiongnu cavalry would lose our trail, and we could easily escape their pursuit." Hai Dai suddenly spoke. "Isn't that obvious? Erasing the hoofprints would naturally prevent them from tracking us, but how to make the hoofprints vanish? That's the real question." Tang Yinshan said irritably. "If I could think of a way, I would have said it already." Hai Dai rolled his eyes at Tang Yinshan. Their bickering gave Sheng Huaian an idea. Right. If they could make the hoofprints disappear, the Xiongnu cavalry would lose their target. "Do we have any leather or cloth among the captured supplies?" Sheng Huaian asked. "Captain Sheng, what do you need leather for?" Guo Xiaoping inquired. No one understood why Sheng Huaian suddenly wanted leather. I have an important use for it. If we have any, bring it quickly. Tang Yunshan scratched his disheveled hair and said, Captain, the supplies we took were food, weapons, and such. No leather. Sheng Huaian looked at Tang Yunshan. A breeze stirred Tang Yunshan's battle robe. Tang Yunshan felt a chill run down his spine as Sheng Huaian stared at him intently. See, Captain, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? He couldn't help but swallow. Take off your clothes. What? Tang Yunshan was stunned. It was still daytime. No, he didn't have those inclinations. The others also looked at Sheng Huaian in astonishment. A captain, I don't have that kind of hobby. Tang Yunshan was terrified. Do you want to die? I mean, take off your battle robe. Sheng Huaian's face was covered in black lines. Oh, you want the battle robe? You scare me to death. Tang Yunshan was frightened out of his wits. If Sheng Huaian had forced him, he might have lost his virtue. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. Tang Yunshan quickly took off his battle robe and handed it to Sheng Huaian. What do you need the robe for? Wang Wu and the others were baffled. I have a use for it. Sheng Huaian didn't explain. Instead, he tore the robe into several pieces and used them to wrap around the horse's hooves. After wrapping the hooves, Sheng Huaian rode his warhorse in a circle. The hoofprints left on the grass were much smaller and would soon disappear. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene. Could this actually work? Guo Xiaoping and the others felt like they had learned something new today. Wrap all the horse's hooves with cloth, quickly. Seeing that it worked, Sheng Huaian immediately ordered. Soon his soldiers took off their battle robes or used tent cloth to wrap the hooves. After wrapping the hooves, they left the area. The traces they left behind soon became indistinguishable. When the Xiongnu cavalry arrived at the campsite, they found signs of the encampment, but could not determine the direction of departure. Report, Captain. The tracks vanish here. We can't find any traces of the enemy's departure. What? The tracks disappear. Hearing the report, Tuoba Tao frowned. This was not good news. They clearly camped here, but there are no hoofprints leading away. The reporter said, could these people have burrowed into the ground? Hunan Lei was furious. Without tracks, searching for a unit on the vast grassland was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Search. Split up and search. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find them. Tuoba Tao said stubbornly. All right, well, split up. Use the scout falcons to communicate. Once we spot the enemy, contact immediately. Well, surround them. Hunan Lei agreed. If they returned empty-handed, their positions as captains would be over. The sudden disappearance of Sheng Huaian's unit caught Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei off guard. To find Sheng Huaian's unit, they had no choice but to split their forces again. After shaking off the pursuers, Sheng Huaian's unit did not linger on the grasslands, but instead ventured into a small desert, seeking refuge within its sands. Pa, what a fierce sandstorm. Tang Yunshan spat out the sand that had blown into his mouth. This damn place is no place for a man. Haidai grumbled, feeling that with one careless moment, he would be swallowing another mouthful of grit. Concealed within the desert, their tracks vanished without a trace. With ample food and water, they spent an entire day there. Only on the second day did they emerge. Upon leaving the desert, the men gazed at the grasslands, feeling that it was far better here, brimming with life. Captain, what do we do now? Guo Xiaoping looked at Sheng Huaian and inquired. Unable to strike at the Xiongnu army's supply and grain convoys, they had lost their tactical purpose on the grasslands. I'm not about to slink back in disgrace. If I can't hit their supply trains, I can still raid their smaller tribes. Sheng Huaian had no intention of returning to Anning Pass to partake in its defense just yet. Let's move. Change of objective: target the smaller Xiongnu tribes. Slay their able-bodied men, burn their provisions, and make sure these Xiongnu have a harsh winter ahead. With the new objective set, they continued their roaming on the grasslands, striking hard whenever they encountered a small Xiongnu tribe. They killed all men of fighting age, and those taller than a cartwheel, burned the grain stores, and scattered the livestock. In a single day, they ravaged over 20 small Xiongnu tribes. 1,000-strong Xiongnu cavalry unit, discovering the pillaged settlements, soon tracked down Sheng Huaian's unit. After sending word, the leading commander gave chase with his troops. At dawn the next day, as Sheng Huaian and his men were assaulting a tribe of 1,000, a Xiongnu cavalry force hurriedly arrived. Seeing Sheng Huaian's unit slaughtering within the tribe, the Xiongnu commander, burning with rage, immediately ordered a charge. The sudden appearance of 1,000 horsemen did not go unnoticed by Sheng Huaian and his men. Judging the enemy to be only about 1,000 strong, Sheng Huaian quickly ordered his men to form up and prepare a countercharge. They couldn't handle a massive Xiongnu army, but 1,000 riders. They were confident they could annihilate them. Kill. Charge. No words were wasted, only the thunderous roar of hooves echoed across the plains. Among the Xiongnu cavalry, their commander was a martial artist at the early acquired stage. From the moment the charge began, Sheng Huaian had his eyes on him. The Xiongnu commander had the same intention, targeting Sheng Huaian. However, he gravely underestimated Sheng Huaian's power. The moment they clashed, he was defeated. Swish. This Xiongnu acquired stage warrior couldn't even withstand a single blow from Sheng Huaian, who impaled him through the chest with his spear and lifted him high. With a powerful heave, he hurled the corpse into the charging Xiongnu cavalry. Kill. Having slain the Xiongnu commander with one strike, Sheng Huaian ferociously plunged into their ranks. Wielding his overlord spear technique, he swept across all directions, relentlessly reaping the lives of Xiongnu horsemen. He was like a peerless war god, leading his men as they cut through the Xiongnu cavalry. With their commander killed at the very outset, the Xiongnu cavalry was terrified, their morale plummeting. Sheng Huaian, like a god of slaughter, struck such fear into them that they were utterly unable to mount a resistance. Many Xiongnu soldiers turned their horses to flee, but they were pursued and cut down to the last man. They avoided the main Xiongnu forces, but whenever they encountered a small Xiongnu cavalry unit, they would strike with overwhelming force. Taking useful supplies like tents, grain, water, meat, and horses, they swiftly left the battlefield. By the time the main Xiongnu force arrived, all that remained was a ravaged tribe and a field strewn with corpses. Staring at the bodies scattered everywhere, Tuoba Tao was seething with rage. Damn these Wei rats. If you have the guts, come out and fight us. Hu Nanlei looked at the weeping women and girls in the small tribe and the slaughtered, able-bodied men. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his face bulged. If I don't kill them, I, Hu Nanlei, am not worthy of being called a man. Chase them. Even if we have to go to the ends of the earth, we must find these Wei rats. Having lost 1,000 riders, they now had only 3,000 left. After winning the battle, Sheng Huaian led his men and fled, continuing to swing his blade at any small tribe they encountered along the way. Wherever they passed, the small Xiongnu tribes were left with only the old, weak women and children. The ruthless Wei iron cavalry had swept into the grasslands, specifically slaughtering small tribes, and soon fear spread among them. Upon hearing the news, some medium and large tribes also dispatched cavalry to join the hunt for Sheng Huaian's unit. When they encountered small Xiongnu cavalry units, Sheng Huaian's men would strike hard and annihilate them. When faced with large Xiongnu forces, they would flee, escaping without a trace, refusing to engage. Sheng Huaian executed the art of guerrilla warfare to perfection, haunting the grasslands like specters. When the wise king of the left discovered that the iron cavalry from Anning Pass was still roaming the plains, not only undestroyed, but wantonly slaughtering small tribes, he was furious beyond measure. He immediately ordered the tribes under his command to dispatch troops for the encirclement. Over the next few days, Sheng Huaian led his men to destroy 40 or 50 small tribes and eliminate over 1,000 Xiongnu cavalrymen from small units. Then, pursued by a 5,000-strong Xiongnu cavalry force, they were driven into the desert. The 5,000-man Xiongnu cavalry followed them in, but quickly lost track of Sheng Huaian's unit. Once again, using their technique to erase hoofprints and shake off the pursuers, they spent a day crossing a 200-mile desert to reach another stretch of grassland. After a brief rest, Sheng Huaian led his unit into action, once more specifically targeting defenseless small Xiongnu tribes. By the time the news reached the ears of the encircling Xiongnu army, and they arrived, Sheng Huaian's unit was long gone, vanished without a trace. Damn it, are these men ghosts? Find them. We must find them. If we don't eliminate this unit, we will all lose face. The Xiongnu commanders involved in the encirclement were furious, but utterly helpless. They simply could not catch hold of Sheng Huaian and his men, who were leading them by the nose. While the various Xiongnu cavalry units were searching for them, Sheng Huaian's unit was hiding in a small mountain range. At that moment, they were cooking beef and mutton to eat. On the grasslands, one could eat beef and mutton until they were sick of it. Captain, the number of Xiongnu cavalry joining the hunt for us is growing, Tang Yinshan remarked. I feel like we've stirred up a hornet's nest. This feeling of dancing on the blade's edge is way too thrilling, Hu Bing said, gnawing on a lamb leg. In the past 2 days, they had encountered several large Xiongnu cavalry units. If not for their method of wrapping their horses' hooves in cloth to erase their tracks, they would have been caught long ago. This place is relatively safe for now. Let's lay low for a couple of days, Sheng Huaian said. With many tribes dispatching troops for the encirclement, they were facing more and more enemies, and had to avoid their spearhead for the time being. I wonder how things are at Anning Pass, Gui Xiaoping said with some concern. Despite their merry havoc on the grasslands, if they hadn't cut off the Xiongnu's grain supply, the main Xiongnu army was likely still attacking the pass. Trust General Yang Yi and the others. Anning Pass will hold, Sheng Huaian said. As the commander of this unit, he couldn't afford to say anything demoralizing that would affect the troops' spirit and morale. It's tough not being able to drink. All this beef and mutton would be perfect with some wine, Wang Wu said, taking large bites of lamb chops. If they had wine to go with it, this life would be too good. Bear with it. When we get back, you'll treat you all to a 3-day 3-night drinking binge, Sheng Huaian said with a smile. As they ate and chatted, the entire camp was filled with the aroma of meat. After nightfall, Sheng Huaian began to meditate and cultivate. Through these days of constant battle, he had slain many enemies, accumulating over 3,600 kill points. Several days had passed since his last cultivation breakthrough. Sheng Huaian decided to elevate his cultivation realm once more. With the enemy forces growing, a lower cultivation level left him feeling insecure. He glanced at the luminous screen within his sea of consciousness. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: Late Hotian. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, Beginner Mighty Ox, Force Minor Mastery, Blood Fiend Blade, Art Grand Mastery, Deduce, Overlord Spear, Art Minor Mastery. Strength: 20,000 gene. Talent: Divine Archer. Kill count: 3,619. With a single click to allocate points, he consumed 500 kill points and began to elevate his cultivation. A surge of formidable power flowed into his body, beginning to strengthen his flesh, bones, and skin. His flesh, bones, and skin seemed to be bathed in a golden radiance. Under the reinforcement of this power, his bones, sinews, and skin became as if cast from gold, growing increasingly hard and mighty. His blood energy and true essence also increased by a large margin. Elevating his cultivation to the Late Hotian realm, his strength increased by 5,000 gene, reaching 25,000 gene. While others boasted bronze skin and iron bones, he was now almost becoming golden in both flesh and bone. Although his cultivation had advanced to the Late Hotian realm and his strength had increased considerably, Sheng Huaian still felt unsafe. Looking at the vast amount of kill points, after some deliberation, Sheng Huaian finally decided to advance one more minor realm, elevating his cultivation to the great perfection of the Hotian stage. He continued to consume 500 kill points to push his cultivation to the great perfection of Hotian, increasing his strength to 30,000 gene. Now, unless he encountered a martial artist at the mid-Xiantian stage, he was confident he could even clash head-in with an early Xiantian martial artist. Only after elevating his cultivation to the great perfection of Hotian did Sheng Huaian's sense of security improve somewhat. And even then only a little, for he was merely at the great perfection of Hotian, not the great perfection of the Grandmaster realm. The next morning, when Sheng Huaian rose, Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing saw him. Both felt that Sheng Huaian seemed to have grown stronger once again, sensing an extreme sense of danger emanating from him. Regarding Sheng Huaian's continuous increase in power, the two had become numb to it. They themselves had broken through to the Hotian realm in a single night, and up to now they had only just managed to stabilize their cultivation. Yet apparently Sheng Huaian had broken through again. Sometimes they couldn't help but wonder why the gap between people was so vast. After resting for 2 days, they left this place and continued their operations on the grasslands. In a single day, they raided over a dozen small Xiongnu tribes, slaying countless enemies and seizing grain and livestock before setting fire to the grain stores and tents and leaving without lingering for a minute more. As soon as they made their move and swept through over a dozen tribes, news reached the Xiongnu army that was on a punitive expedition. Various Xiongnu cavalry units began to converge on this area of the grasslands. By the time the various Xiongnu cavalry units had gathered, Sheng Huaian and his men had already led their troops far away. This relentless guerrilla warfare drove the Xiongnu cavalry to the brink of madness. In the past, when enemy forces invaded the grasslands, they used this very tactic against them. Now someone was using it against them on their own turf, and the tables had turned, making them taste that helpless frustration. Sheng Huaian led his troops to raid over a dozen small tribes, replenish supplies, and then retreat hundreds of li to another part of the grasslands. Such a shameless tactic left the pursuing Xiongnu cavalry exhausted and unable to cope. Back at Anning Pass, upon hearing the tragic news that the right worthy prince of the Xiongnu had breached the passes of Yinxi and Deng provinces with 100,000 troops, and that these 3 provinces had fallen under the hooves of the Xiongnu's 100,000 iron cavalry, the officials of Yong and Ding provinces were deeply alarmed. The chief officials of the 2 provinces dared not remain indifferent any longer. They dispatched prefectural troops, county troops, and conscripted new soldiers to reinforce Anning Pass. Should Anning Pass fall, Yong and Ding provinces would have no natural defenses left, and the 100,000 Xiongnu troops would trample both provinces into ruins. At once, the wealthy gentry families contributed money, and the government dispatched an additional 30,000 troops to Anning Pass to help defend it. Seeing the 30,000 reinforcements, Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh. These officials had finally gotten scared and hurriedly sent out all their reserves. Those high officials are afraid now. Sun Hao sneered coldly. While we fight and risk our lives at the border, those people behind the pass live in constant revelry and debauchery. When they sent for reinforcements, the chief officials of the 2 provinces treated them like beggars, sending only cannon fodder. It's only because they heard that Yinxi and Deng provinces were ravaged by the Xiongnu iron cavalry, countless nobles and officials were killed, and grain and gold were looted. They fear Anning Pass will be breached and they'll die under the Xiongnu hooves, so they had no choice but to send their prefectural and county troops, Zhao Yanggan stated. Xishan Fortress has fallen and the 3 border provinces are lost. The pressure on Jubiai Pass has increased greatly. I wonder if General Jinbei can hold on, Yang Yi sighed. For now, they can only rely on themselves to hold out, Sun Hao said. They were already having a tough time facing the 100,000 troops of the left-worthy prince. With 3 provinces lost, countless common folk would fall under the Xiongnu iron hooves. Jin Daorong deserves to die for this. Yang Yi couldn't help but curse. Jin Daorong, the commander defending Xishan Fortress, had abandoned it to preserve his own strength, allowing the 3 provinces of Yanxi and Deng to fall under the Xiongnu cavalry's advance. That coward has probably long since sided with the second prince. Defending the pass was never as important as preserving his strength to help the second prince contend for the throne, Sun Hao said without reservation. Regardless, with these 30,000 soldiers our pressure is greatly relieved, Li Daoru said. With these 30,000 reinforcements, it would be impossible for the left-worthy prince to capture Anning Pass anytime soon. I wonder how Sheng Huaian and the others are doing now. Speaking of Sheng Huaian, Sun Hao felt a bit of worry. He truly admired Sheng Huaian, a man of daring and decisive action. This was what a soldier should be, iron-blooded and ruthless. Apart from the first few days when Sheng Huaian and his men left the pass and entered the grasslands, causing the Xiongnu army to pause their siege, they had resumed their attacks in recent days. This meant that the plan to cut off the Xiongnu army's supply lines had failed. Life and death are fated, we can only leave it to their own fortune. Yang Yi spoke words that were both cruel and helpless. Sheng Huaian and his men were deep in the grasslands, and they could offer them no help at all. Little did they know Sheng Huaian and his troops were in the grasslands eating beef and mutton every day until they were sick of it. On the grasslands, as long as one could run and hide without encountering large Xiongnu cavalry units, there wasn't much danger. On this day, Sheng Huaian led his men to raid over 20 small tribes, then vanished once more into the grasslands. By the time the Xiongnu cavalry arrived, all that was left was a mess of old, weak women and children. As a soul from another world, he had mastered the guerrilla tactics of his founding ancestor to perfection. When encountering large Xiongnu cavalry units, they would flee. When encountering small Xiongnu cavalry units, they would attack and annihilate them mercilessly. One could say they embodied the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong to its fullest extent. This drove the pursuing Xiongnu cavalry to gnash their teeth in frustration. In just a few days, Sheng Huaian had led his men on a campaign spanning over 1,000 li. Captain, I feel we should head back, or else I'm afraid we won't make it out of the grasslands, Guo Xiaoping said with deep concern. Continuously attacking small Xiongnu tribes would only further enrage the Xiongnu, causing them to dispatch more cavalry to encircle them. Once they were trapped by a large Xiongnu cavalry unit, they would truly have no escape. Sigh. Sheng Huaian sighed. His strength was still insufficient. If he had the cultivation of a grandmaster and led 100,000 iron cavalry, he would dare to march all the way to the Xiongnu royal court. After days of fierce fighting and marching, fewer than 900 of his soldiers remained. He looked at the soldiers behind him, though each was spirited, the fatigue in their eyes was undeniable. Head towards the border. We're going back, Sheng Huaian said softly. Despite their gallivanting across the grasslands, it was merely a trick. They dared not engage in a direct confrontation with any Xiongnu cavalry unit exceeding 2,000 men. He did not wish to bury these young soldiers on the grasslands. The wind on the prairie was too cold, they had grown up within the passes and would not be accustomed to it. He would lead them back alive. Having decided to return, the army began to advance in the direction of the border pass. Little did they know a crisis awaited them. On their way back, they did not attack any small Xiongnu tribes, instead avoiding them. Leading over 3,000 warhorses and a substantial amount of supplies, they headed toward the pass. These warhorses were top-quality steeds seized from the Xiongnu. They only took the finest, leaving behind any that were not robust. This number meant each man had 3 horses, allowing for long-distance raids without rest. 2 days later, they neared the border pass. Xiongnu cavalry scouts were scattered across the grasslands near the border like soybeans, with a scout roaming every 10 li or less. So many Xiongnu cavalry scouts were deployed to locate Sheng Huaian's unit and block their retreat. The vast grasslands made finding Sheng Huaian's unit no easy task. Yet there were only a few routes back to Anning Pass. Blocking these paths would seal off Sheng Huaian's retreat. As soon as Sheng Huaian's unit appeared near the border pass, Xiongnu scouts spotted them. The scouts swiftly relayed the message. Upon receiving the message, Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei were overjoyed. Found you, you damned way rats. This time see where you can flee. Tuoba Tao and Hunan Lei, elated, immediately mustered their cavalry and headed toward the scouts' location. 3,000 iron cavalry advanced at full speed. Unable to find Sheng Huaian's unit on the grasslands, they shifted tactics and came directly to the border pass to block the way. Now with the discovery, it was time to wash away their disgrace. Another nearby, Xiongnu cavalry unit of 2,000 also rushed toward the area upon receiving the message. All the while Sheng Huaian's unit remained utterly unaware. A total of 5,000 cavalry were converging to encircle them at the border pass. Arriving at the Yinma River, Sheng Huaian ordered his men to rest by the riverbank. He also dispatched Wang Wu with scouts to reconnoiter. Men and horses rested by the river replenishing food and water. In less than a quarter of an hour Wang Wu and several scouts rushed back in haste. Enemy sighted. Wang Wu galloped at full speed shouting loudly. Prepare for battle. Guo Xiaoping yelled, his voice echoing through the camp. Arrows came whistling from behind Wang Wu and his men, a sky-darkening volley. Mount up, prepare to fight. Sheng Huaian shouted, dashing over and leaping onto his horse in one fluid motion. The resting soldiers, hearing his command, scrambled onto their steeds. Behind Wang Wu and his men came the thunderous roar of hooves. The dust raised by the charging cavalry rose like smoke signals, blotting out the sky. Flee! Wang Wu kept shouting. The Xiongnu cavalry behind them were overwhelming. 3,000 iron riders, more than 3 times their number. Engaging now was far from wise. He hoped Sheng Huaian would lead the troops to escape. Yet fleeing at this point was clearly too late. Being pursued by Xiongnu cavalry would only lead to gradual annihilation. Now they had no choice but to fight. Warriors, prepare for battle. Sheng Huaian shouted. The soldiers behind him drew their blades ready for combat. Sheng Huaian glanced back at his men. He had hoped to bring them all home, but fate had other plans. Wind. Sheng Huaian raised his spear and bellowed. Great wind! Great wind! Great wind! The soldiers behind him erupted with a thunderous roar, their morale surging. Comrades, charge with me. Sheng Huaian, spear in hand, led the charge. Kill! 1,000 riders charged, facing a formidable foe with undiminished spirit. Not a single man faltered. Their eyes were resolute, ready to face death. Seeing Sheng Huaian and his men charge, Wang Wu was filled with helplessness. Now he had no choice but to turn and engage the Xiongnu army head-in. Tuoba Tao and Hunanlei leading the charge saw that Sheng Huaian's unit had not fled but chosen to fight, and they smiled. They would trample the enemy before them, take their heads back, and offer them to their fallen kin. Sheng Huaian's gaze was sharp. The Xiongnu cavalry blocked their retreat. This battle was inevitable if they were to return. Eyeing the 2 enemy commanders, Sheng Huaian gathered his aura. A golden light suffused his skin and his blood boiled like a pillar of smoke reaching the heavens. Tuoba Tao and Hunanlei also fixed their sights on Sheng Huaian charging toward him. The quickest way to defeat the enemy was to slay their general. Killing the enemy commander would shatter their morale, leaving only a massacre. As the 2 armies clashed, the thunder of hooves filled the air, the clash of metal and iron resounding. Sheng Huaian struck with full force, unleashing a devastating blow of 30 to 40,000 jin, his blood energy surging. With a thunderous crash, Hunanlei and his weapon were obliterated, raining blood. Tuoba Tao, a step behind, widened his eyes in disbelief as Hunanlei was annihilated in a single strike. They were both peak Hotian warriors. Only a Xiantian master could kill them so effortlessly. Having slain one enemy commander, Sheng Huaian's momentum did not wane. He drew his black gold war blade with his left hand and executed the blood fiend blade art toward the other Xiongnu general. Now also at the peak of Hotian, no one in that realm could withstand his full-powered strike. As the blade descended, a torrent of blood energy surged forth. Tuoba Tao snapped back to reality and raised his blade to parry. With a clang, Tuoba Tao's blade snapped. Even his bronze skin and iron bones could not withstand the sharpness of the black gold blade. The sword sliced through his waist, cleaving him in 2. Even in death, he could not fathom how Sheng Huaian had become so powerful. Tuoba Tao and Hunanlei, who had sought glory and revenge, were slain in a single encounter. After killing the 2 enemy commanders, Sheng Huaian spurred his horse, raised his spear, and charged into the Xiongnu cavalry formation. Originally intending to avoid a direct clash to spare his men since the Xiongnu were relentless, he unleashed a slaughter. With power comparable to early to mid-Xiantian, Sheng Huaian was like an ancient beast charging at the forefront. Bodies flew and none survived under his blade and spear. He was like a merciless butcher, killing frenziedly. Only by cutting down the Xiongnu cavalry could he reduce the casualties among his own men. The soldiers followed Sheng Huaian into the Xiongnu ranks, clashing with the enemy. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming. They faced 2 or 3 opponents each and soon suffered significant losses. As Sheng Huaian continued his slaughter, Xiongnu riders fell one after another. He was like a reaper sweeping through with his spear. The immense force ensured death for any who touched it. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, Tang Yinshan, Hai Dai, Yuan Yong, Deng Wu, and others followed close behind Sheng Huaian, hacking down Xiongnu riders. After the charge, the ground was littered with corpses, blood staining the earth. Behind Sheng Huaian, only a little over 600 men remained, most wounded. Over 200 had fallen. Of the 3,000 enemy, less than half remained. It was Sheng Huaian's unmatched ferocity, killing both Xiongnu commanders in a single encounter, that shattered their morale, who otherwise his men would have suffered even greater losses. Hundreds of Xiongnu riders had died by his blade and spear. The spear dripped with blood, having drunk deeply of Xiongnu life, now steeped in killing intent. The blades of Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and others were also stained with enemy blood. Their eyes burned with killing intent now. It was a fight to the death. Kill or be killed. The Xiongnu cavalry, though their commanders were dead, and they had lost half their number, did not flee. A Chiliarch took command. Gazing at Sheng Huaian and his men, the Chiliarch did not hesitate to order a charge. Warriors with me, break them. Sheng Huaian raised his spear and charged again. Under his leadership, despite the loss of over 200 men, they followed without fear. The two armies charged once again, colliding fiercely together. Sheng Huaian led the charge, plunging into the enemy camp, his spear becoming a machine of slaughter, continually cleaving down the Xiongnu cavalry. He alone was worth 1,000 riders. After several rounds of battle, all the Xiongnu cavalry were slain, while only about 500 remained behind Sheng Huaian, each one injured. If they had not seized a large quantity of healing pills, surely more would have perished. The battle was exceptionally brutal. Sheng Huaian was not a god, and despite his desperate efforts to slay the Xiongnu cavalry, the sheer number of enemies meant that casualties were inevitable. On the ground lay broken spears and halberds scattered haphazardly, while the river nearby was stained crimson with blood. Boom! Before Sheng Huaian's troops could catch their breath, the sound of cavalry charging echoed from the distant plains. As they watched the oncoming Xiongnu cavalry, everyone could only grip their battle blades and spears tightly. Fortunately, they had managed to deal with the previous 3,000 riders. Otherwise, with another wave of cavalry joining the fight, their annihilation would have been imminent. Brothers, let us make this a quick kill today. Sheng Huaian shouted with great fervor. Kill! 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 Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian spent 500 points of slaughter value to elevate his cultivation to the peak of a postnatal warrior. His strength surged to 35,000 pounds, significantly enhancing his power. Only by becoming stronger and slaying more Xiongnu cavalry could he ensure that more of his soldiers would survive. Kill! Sheng Huaian led the charge, his remaining 500 men, each possessing ferocious intent in their eyes. They were all strong warriors who had fought their way out of death. Those who survived were indeed formidable, while the weak had already been slain. The opposing Xiongnu army comprised another 2,000 iron cavalry. Seeing Sheng Huaian's unit, the Xiongnu cavalry continued their relentless charge. It was the mission of many Xiongnu riders to eliminate Sheng Huaian's force, even at the cost of their own lives. No one had ever dared to slaughter wantonly in the Xiongnu prairie tribes and return unharmed. 500 iron riders followed Sheng Huaian, charging towards the fourfold greater Xiongnu cavalry. This 2,000-strong Xiongnu cavalry was led by a postnatal peak warrior. He swung his battle blade towards Sheng Huaian with remarkable ferocity. Boom! Sheng Huaian thrust his spear, unleashing over 40,000 pounds of force that sent the enemy commander flying, crushing a large number of Xiongnu cavalry. The enemy commander, having perished, could not comprehend the terrifying power behind Sheng Huaian's spear strike. That pure force of 40 to 50,000 pounds annihilated everything in its path, utterly unstoppable. With a single strike, Sheng Huaian had no equal. Then, like a fierce dragon, he plunged into the Xiongnu cavalry ranks, slaying dozens of them in the blink of an eye. No one could withstand Sheng Huaian's overwhelming power. He was the first to breach the enemy formation, disrupting the Xiongnu cavalry's charge. Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and others followed closely behind Sheng Huaian, charging and hacking away, also claiming countless enemy lives. With the enemy's high-ranking commander slain, the loss of advanced combat power allowed Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing, both at the initial stage of postnatal cultivation, to wreak havoc among the enemy. With Sheng Huaian, Gua Xiaoping, and Hu Bing, they had taken down the vast majority of the Xiongnu forces, greatly reducing the death toll among the ordinary soldiers. After the battle ended, only about 300 remained standing behind Sheng Huaian. Even though he alone had slain 600 to 700 of the Xiongnu army, the sheer numbers of the enemy still held an advantage. Each exchange had cost them many lives. Those were 2,000 fully armored Xiongnu elite cavalry. Achieving such impressive results was already a source of pride. Brothers, we have won. Sheng Huaian shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the plains. In this battle, they annihilated the 5,000 Xiongnu cavalry with less than 900 men. This achievement, not only at Anning Pass, but throughout the entire northern battlefield, was a significant victory. 10,000 victories. 10,000 victories. The surviving soldiers shouted in unison, releasing their pent-up emotions. After such a brutal battle, only a third of their forces remained. 2/3 of the soldiers had forever stayed on that prairie. By the banks of the Drinking Horse River, there were corpses everywhere, the blood staining the soil and seeping into the river, turning its waters red. Sheng Huaian gazed at the countless bodies and recalled a line of poetry. Pity the bones by the unpredictable river. They are still the ones in the dreams of spring chambers. Nearly 600 of his subordinates would be buried here. They were all passionate youths with long roads ahead, perhaps with wives waiting for their return. The woman in the deep chamber would never see her triumphant return. Huaian, we must leave quickly. If we are surrounded by the Xiongnu cavalry, the remaining brothers will not be able to escape. Seeing Sheng Huaian silent as he looked at the bodies of his fallen brothers, Wang Wu with a bloodied sword and a wounded arm spoke. Their whereabouts had been exposed, and the Xiongnu cavalry had discovered their intention to return. Every minute spent lingering on the prairie was another minute of danger. They did not even have time to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades. Sheng Huaian could only order them to continue on their way. They took 3,000 warhorses and left the Drinking Horse River. They were too few in number. There were still 4,000 or 5,000 unclaimed warhorses on the prairie. If they had more men, they would not have hesitated to seize them. But now, with only over 300 left, taking too many horses would instead become a burden. They had barely walked for less than half an hour when another group of Xiongnu cavalry arrived. Seeing the multitude of corpses and the wandering, unclaimed warhorses, Helan Zhang's expression turned grim. They had arrived too late. Captain, General Tuoba, General Hu, and General Yi have all perished. 5,000 brave warriors, none survived, all fell heroically in battle. How many enemy combatants were slain? Helan Zhang's face turned cold enough to freeze water. About 570 corpses, not reaching 600. With such casualties, just how strong is the enemy? How many troops do they have? Helan Zhang felt a sense of confusion. These were 5,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry. They dared to charge directly at 30,000 infantry of the Wei army, yet here they all lay slain by the banks of the Drinking Horse River. A Tintun casualty rate was a terrifying figure, and he began to lose track of the enemy's strength. Perhaps the scouts had brought back false information. This was not an ordinary Wei army. Could it be that within this group there are innate strong warriors? Otherwise, how could 3 generals, all at the peak of postnatal, have fallen? One of the centurions spoke up. Helan Zhang fell silent. Oh, only innate warriors could slay 3 postnatal peak fighters. This undoubtedly indicated the presence of innate powerhouses among the enemy. Should we pursue? Another centurion asked. If they pursued with suspected innate strong warriors among the enemy, it would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. If they did not pursue, they would face the wrath of the left Sage King. Pursue. Helan Zhang ultimately decided to chase after them, but the pace of the pursuit slowed. They galloped without rest. If the horses could no longer bear it, they would switch mounts. Only by escaping the prairie could they survive. When they entered the borders of the Wei Empire, and no pursuers followed, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sheng Huaian glanced at his remaining soldiers. Before exiting the pass, there had been over 1,060 men, now only more than 300 remained. With 700 lives lost, those vibrant lives were forever left on the prairie, weighing heavily on Sheng Huaian's heart. Among the remaining 300, the majority were warriors. Only those with great strength could survive in such a brutal battlefield. Though they were now a remnant army, their momentum was unparalleled. Rising from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, their transformation was significant. The remaining ones were truly the elite. Leading the survivors, they continued towards Anning Pass. At night, they rested at the foot of a mountain. Near the border with sparse population, the Xiongnu armies knocking at the gate revealed no signs of human presence. Don't be too hard on yourself. Oh, as soldiers dying on the battlefield is our destiny, our fate. Moreover, the achievements of our battle will astonish the entire Wei Empire. They will not diminish the honors we deserve. Seeing Sheng Huaian silent, Wang Wu spoke to comfort him. I could have brought them all back. Sheng Huaian said slowly. A person can be overwhelmed at times. You are not a master, nor a grandmaster. Wang Wu patted Sheng Huaian on the shoulder. Sheng Huaian remained silent. Their original orders were to attack the Xiongnu supply troops. After being unable to do so, he should have returned to Anning Pass with his troops, which would have prevented such heavy losses. War is brutal. From the day we enlisted, we were prepared for death. You need not blame yourself. Remember this grudge. In the future, let the Xiongnu pay in blood for their debts. Sheng Huaian silently nodded. A tattered, half-rolled dragon banner fluttered in the darkness, swaying with the wind. Wounded soldiers bandaged their injuries and consumed healing pills to recover. Those without wounds began to light fires, cooking meat and preparing meals. Once they crossed into the territory of Great Wei, the danger was no longer as fierce as on the grasslands, where they had to remain ever vigilant against the appearance of the Xiongnu army. Even if the Xiongnu cavalry pursued them into these desolate mountains and forests, there was no need to fear. The terrain was not flat plains, and the cavalry could not maneuver effectively, making them much easier to deal with. Nevertheless, Sheng Huaian still deployed scouts and sentries to guard against any relentless Xiongnu forces attempting a surprise attack. Come, brother Huaian, have a sheep's testicle. I'll nourish your kidneys. Wang Wu fished out a boiled sheep's testicle and handed it to Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian glared darkly at Wang Wu. He was only 17 in the prime of his youth, with a cultivation at the peak of the postnatal realm, his qi and blood surging like smoke, his waist and kidneys as strong as steel. Did he really need such nourishment? I appreciate the gesture, but I don't need it. You, brother Wang Wu, should take more supplements now, or in a few years you might not be able to use them at all. Sheng Huaian promptly returned the sheep's testicle. Ha ha ha. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yunshan, and the others burst into laughter. The laughter lightened the somber atmosphere. Speaking of which, that girl Huaiya from Yichuan Pavilion. Her singing is truly beautiful, and she's as lovely as a lark. Too bad she's too expensive, we can't afford a night with her. Once we drive back the Xiongnu, will treat everyone to a night at Yichuan Pavilion, Wu Xiaoping declared loudly. Their journey on the grasslands had yielded many spoils, and they would receive a good share of silver. Great! The soldiers cheered at the promise of a night at Yichuan Pavilion. Clearly everyone was eager. They'll call for 10 girls, Tang Yunshan boasted loudly. 10. Can you handle that? The others eyed Tang Yunshan skeptically. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Tang Yunshan felt his pride wounded. What's with those looks? In my prime, I could go 10 times in one night. TSK. The group responded with a chorus of jeers. A true hero doesn't brag about past glories. Can you still hit a straight line when you pee now? Damn it, I'm only in my 30s, not my 60s. The men ate meat, drank soup, chatted, and joked, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. As night deepened, aside from those on guard duty, everyone else retired to their tents to sleep. Sheng Huaian did not sleep. Instead, he quietly observed the golden light screen. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: postnatal peak. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, Initiate Mighty Ox, Strength, Minor Mastery, Blood Fiend Blade. Art: Major Mastery, Deduce, Overlord Spear. Art: Minor Mastery. Strength: 35000 Gene. Talent: Divine Archer. Kill value: 6127. Now the kill value had reached 6127, a historic high. In the battle that day, he alone had slain over 1,000 Xiongnu enemies, including 3 postnatal Grand Perfection cultivators. Combined with his previous kill value, his gains were immense. If he were defending a city, he wouldn't have accumulated kill value so quickly. With this many kill points, he could easily advance to the innate realm. Yet Sheng Huaian did not do so. His cultivation speed was already swift enough. The world was deep and treacherous, filled with monstrous prodigies and many who harbored secrets. But being too dazzling without knowing how to conceal one's brilliance was not a good thing. Instead of raising his cultivation, Sheng Huaian chose to improve his mastery of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. With a single click to allocate points, 2,000 kill values were instantly consumed, and insights and experiences regarding the Great Sun Heart Sutra flooded into his mind. After a long moment, Sheng Huaian slowly opened his eyes, a hint of world weariness in them. The infusion of so much cultivation experience felt as if he had lived for 100 years. With the Great Sun Heart Sutra at minor mastery, he had saved countless hours of comprehension and practice. The speed of his cultivation technique was now nearly 10 times faster than before. Endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth was refined, converted into true essence, tempering his flesh and blood. His entire being shone like a blazing sun, radiant and brilliant. He wondered what incredible luck the old soldier had stumbled upon to acquire such a heaven-defying technique from a beggar. After a night of cultivation, his blood energy and true essence had grown further, and his physique continued to strengthen. Even with the golden finger to boost his cultivation, Sheng Huaian never abandoned his own training. He still worked hard, quietly astonishing everyone. He wanted to see the scenery at the peak. In this life, he refused to be a mere underling. After a night of cultivation, as the sun rose, a thread of golden light was absorbed into his body, and Sheng Huaian slowly awoke. After breakfast, the troop continued their march toward Anning Pass. By afternoon, they finally arrived at the southern gate of Anning Pass. The garrison guarding the southern gate was startled by the sight of so many warhorses, fearing that Xiongnu cavalry had bypassed the pass and attacked from the rear. They immediately went on alert, mobilizing troops to the walls. As the troop approached the city, the defenders on the wall spotted a half-tattered dragon banner of Great Wei. Lin, the commandant of the 5th Battalion, squinted and recognized the leader as Sheng Huaian. The lad made it back alive. Quick, send word to General Yang Yi. Sheng Huaian's unit has returned, Commandant Lin ordered. In the distance, the imposing fortress stood before them, one of the passes defending against the Xiongnu in the north. Without this pass, the Yong and Ding prefectures behind would have been perpetually overrun by Xiongnu iron hooves. As Sheng Huaian and his men neared the gate, it swung open, and Commandant Lin led a small squad to greet them. Brother Sheng, you finally returned, Lin said cheerfully. Commandant Lin. Sheng Huaian clasped his hands in salute. Looking at the mere 300-plus men behind Sheng Huaian, Commandant Lin's expression grew solemn. It was clear his unit had endured many brutal battles. Over 1,000 had set out, but only 300 returned. More than 700 would never come back. Anning Pass had enjoyed 3 or 4 days of respite from battle, all thanks to Sheng Huaian's unit. Soon General Yang Yi arrived. The Xiongnu army that had attacked the city that day had already withdrawn, allowing him to come from the northern gate tower. The moment Sheng Huaian saw General Yang Yi, he dismounted and choked out, "General, I failed to bring them all back." Looking at the 300 returnees, many bearing wounds, Yang Yi sighed inwardly. He walked up to Sheng Huaian and patted his shoulder. "You've done well enough. Don't blame yourself." Having 300 riders return was already a blessing. He had feared Sheng Huaian's entire unit had been annihilated on the grasslands. He gazed at the still youthful boy, only 17, who had dared to lead 1,000 cavalry into the grasslands. What immense courage that required. On this frontier fighting enemies, Sheng Huaian's ferocity had made everyone overlook the fact that he was merely 17 years old. You completed your mission brilliantly. You bought Anning Pass 3 or 4 days of breathing room, which is crucial. Their sacrifice. I and all of Anning Pass will remember it. Looking at the boy before him, Yang Yi spoke with heartfelt approval. My unit destroyed countless Xiongnu army supplies, slew dozens of their supply convoys, then wiped out over 100 small Xiongnu tribes, and killed more than 8,000 Xiongnu riders. Today we return, but I failed to fulfill your commission. Sheng Huaian reported their achievements. The soldiers behind him straightened their backs. They had returned, but over 700 comrades remained on the grasslands. They would stand tall and proud, for their brothers were watching them. Well done. They are all fine sons of Great Wei. Your contributions are immense. You are the pride of the Anning army, and I am honored by you, Yang Yi declared loudly to the soldiers. Wind. Great wind. Great wind. The soldiers behind Sheng Huaian roared, a mere 300 men, yet with a momentum like 1,000 troops, causing the soldiers behind Commandant Lin to pale. Commandant Lin also watched them. This aura was that of elites forged in seas of blood and mountains of corpses. Such spirit marked these 300 as true elites, and Yang Yi's eyes gleamed with admiration. Welcome the heroes, Yang Yi announced loudly to the army. Welcome the heroes. Commandant Lin and the others behind him shouted in unison. Sheng Huaian's unit had sacrificed 700 men to buy Anning Pass 3 or 4 days of respite. To the pass they were heroes. Sheng Huaian and his men led their horses into the city. Every soldier in his unit stood upright, brimming with pride. Over 300 men armored and armed, leading more than 3,000 war horses. A magnificent sight. These were their spoils, the testament to their glory. These were their spoils, the testament to their glory. Gazing upon over 3,000 fine war horses, Yang Yi's mind raced with ambition. Such a herd of steeds would be enough to forge 1,000-strong heavy cavalry. Yet he could not afford to maintain heavy-armored knights. After entering the city, the other soldiers were dismissed to rest. Upon hearing Sheng Huaian recount his experiences over the past days, Yang Yi and the others were left in awe. 1,000 riders slaying 8,000 enemy cavalry. This feat was enough to astonish many. This did not even account for the other Xiongnu soldiers and tribesmen they had killed. The healing pills Sheng Huaian and his men brought back were all handed over. As for the cultivation pills, Sheng Huaian had already distributed them among his troops. They had earned them with their lives. He kept 3 4th-grade breakthrough pills for himself, distributing the rest to his subordinates. As for other supplies, he brought back little of value. The most precious were the 3,000 fine war horses. After Sheng Huaian left, Sun Hao finally spoke slowly. This lad has rendered great merit this time. Such achievements are enough to promote him to a 6th-grade lieutenant general. Unfortunately, a 6th-grade lieutenant general required imperial appointment, and Yang Yi lacked the authority to bestow such a rank upon Sheng Huaian. To lead troops with such ease across the grasslands. He is a born commander. A true fierce general, his future seems boundless, Li Daoru remarked. After one expedition, the lad seems to have grown even stronger, Zhai Yanggan added. Everyone held Sheng Huaian in high regard. Let us promote him to a major for now, Yang Yi finally declared. With the imperial court in turmoil and the princes vying for succession, reporting merits for an imperial promotion was impossible. Returning from General Yang Yi's tent, Sheng Huaian went to visit the old soldier. The old soldier was still a squad leader. Among his men, only Zhang Dainyu was a familiar face. The others he had seen before had been replaced by strangers. Such was the cruelty of war. Soldiers were replaced batch after batch. Uncle Brother Dainyu, I've come to see you. Good to have you back, the old soldier nodded. Huaian, I heard you slew over 8,000 enemy riders on this campaign. That's incredibly fierce. Zhang Dainyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Those kills were spread over several days, all earned by the brothers' lives. There's no fierce about it, Sheng Huaian waved dismissively. If only I were under your command, I would have galloped across the grasslands with you, Zhang Daniu said, his voice full of longing. Shall I send you to Huaian's command? The old soldier shot Zhang Daniu a glare. Ahem, well. I'd rather stay with you, Zhang Daniu quickly declared. The old soldier nodded satisfied. At least you know your place, unlike that Wang Wu who ran off to join Sheng Huaian and hasn't dared to come back. Uncle, I've succeeded, he. The old soldier looked at Sheng Huaian in astonishment. Come inside with me. Sheng Huaian followed him into the inner room. You truly cultivated it, the old soldier asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Truly, Sheng Huaian nodded. He began circulating the Great Sun Heart Sutra, and his entire body radiated golden light. This? The old soldier was dumbfounded. He never expected Sheng Huaian to actually succeed in cultivating a fake manual. So he hadn't been cheated. He had bought a genuine manual after all. But why, after studying it for so long, had he failed to cultivate it? Something's not right, the old soldier murmured. What's wrong? Sheng Huaian stopped his circulation and asked. Nothing. I mean, you've succeeded, and I'm truly happy for you, the old soldier said, a hint of envy in his voice. Let me teach you how to cultivate it, uncle. Sheng Huaian offered. Since he had succeeded, he naturally wanted to teach the old soldier, as the Great Sun Heart Sutra had come from him. Good, I didn't misjudge you, the old soldier said, having waited for this very offer. Then Sheng Huaian began teaching him the foundational method. After a while, the old soldier looked dejected. I can't cultivate it. Can't even begin. It seems not everyone is suited for it. Sigh. Sheng Huaian scratched his head. Was this cultivation method truly that bizarre? Lad, never reveal this technique to anyone. Innocence is no crime, but possessing a treasure is, the old soldier warned gravely. Yes, uncle. Sheng Huaian naturally understood this principle. Also, do not break your pure yang until you become a martial saint, or you will never reach that realm. The old soldier continued. Martial saint. The old soldier explained slowly. In martial cultivation, there are ranks: martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial master, Houtian, Xiantian grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Above great grandmaster lies the martial saint, a saint of martial arts. One martial saint can suppress an entire nation and live for 500 years. Sheng Huaian's blood boiled with excitement. A martial saint, a single person capable of subduing a nation. Such power was unimaginable. Before, he only knew of great grandmasters. Now he learned of the realm beyond the martial saint. And what about a martial emperor? Sheng Huaian asked curiously. Wasn't the Great Sun Heart Sutra he cultivated created by a martial emperor? Martial emperor. The old soldier glanced at Sheng Huaian. That is a legend. Enough. Remember my words, do not break your pure yang until you reach martial saint, or you will forfeit all chance of attaining that realm. Sheng Huaian was dejected. Did this mean he couldn't touch a woman until he reached the martial saint realm? Then what was the point of all this arduous cultivation? Forget this path of martial arts. Uncle, then why can other martial cultivators do it? Have you never studied the nature of the technique you cultivate? The old soldier rolled his eyes. Sheng Huaian looked up to the heavens and sighed. Uncle, you have led me astray. That evening, General Yang Yi held a victory feast for the 300 soldiers under Sheng Huaian's command, fulfilling the promise he made before their departure. The men drank heartily. Some soldiers wept as they drank, mourning the comrades who would never return. After the feast, Sheng Huaian began his cultivation. Ever since the old soldier told him he could not break his pure yang without becoming a martial saint, Sheng Huaian trained even harder. To become a true man as soon as possible, he had to cultivate diligently and strive to become a martial saint. Otherwise, if he visited the pleasure pavilion, he could only gaze and weep in frustration. The next morning, Sheng Huaian absorbed the first golden rays of dawn and concluded his practice. After breakfast, the Xiongnu army beyond the pass launched another assault on the fortress. Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian grabbed his blade and ascended the city walls. Slay enemies and slay more enemies. Only by killing could he accumulate slaughter points and hasten his path to becoming a martial saint. The Xiongnu sent 20,000 troops to storm the fortress, immediately intensifying the pressure on Anning Pass defenders. Beneath the walls, the Xiongnu swarmed like locusts. Their cavalry rained down arrows to suppress the defenders, while infantry scaled the walls. The garrison hurled stones, boiling oil, and tetanus-laced arrows down upon them. Every strike silenced an enemy. After suffering heavy casualties, the Xiongnu soldiers began to breach the walls. Houtian and Xiantian martial artists among the Xiongnu forces also joined the assault. The defending majors and lieutenant generals entered the fray, engaging the Xiongnis high-tier combatants. The Xiongnis offensive was fiercer than ever before. Two oppressive auras rose from the Xiongnu ranks. Two grandmaster experts cloaked in black robes leaped across the sky. Yang Yi, come out and die. One Xiongnu grandmaster roared, his voice thundering across the entire Anning Pass. Arrogant. Insolent. Seeing the two Xiongnu grandmasters so brazen, many defenders and residents of Anning Pass were enraged. Yang Yi stepped forward confronting the two grandmasters. Ha, two beaten dogs dare to show bravado. Yang Yi sneered. Today you die, the smaller Xiongnu grandmaster said coldly. With just you? Taste my spear. Raging dragon. Yang Yi twirled his overlord spear. The spear moved like a dragon, his true chi surging, transforming into a golden serpent that lunged at the Xiongnu grandmaster. Seeing the spear transform into a raging dragon, with overwhelming domineering might, the Xiongnu grandmaster's expression turned grim. His black robe billowed as black, true chi coiled like serpents. He gathered all his true essence into his palm and struck a strike like a dark cloud, descending, releasing terrifying energy. The other Xiongnu grandmaster also attacked, his blade gleaming brilliantly as he slashed at Yang Yi. In the sky, true chi surged the pressure like a hellish prison, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Every move of a grandmaster carried terrifying force beyond mortal comprehension. Boom! The three clashed repeatedly. High above, the sounds were like thunder, their power far surpassing that of Xiantian cultivators. Boom! Suddenly another figure emerged from the Xiongnu army, charging at Yang Yi. The aura was unmistakably that of a grandmaster. A third grandmaster appeared among the Xiongnu forces. The terrifying pressure made the defenders' hearts skip a beat. No, the Xiongnu have another grandmaster. Sun Hao exclaimed in alarm. Damn it! These Xiongnu are despicable, sending three grandmasters to besiege General Yang. This is bad. General Yang is in danger. What do we do? The 5 lieutenant generals of the garrison, seeing the third grandmaster emerge, were filled with anxiety. If anything happened to Yang Yi, none of them would survive and Anning Pass would fall. The Xiongnu dispatched 3 grandmasters to besiege Yang Yi, plunging the entire garrison of Anning Pass into a sliver of despair. 3 grandmaster powerhouses and General Yang Yi faced them alone with no hope of victory. After holding out for nearly a month, are we finally going to fall? General Zhao Yangan let out a bitter smile. Great Wei was not lacking in powerhouses, nor was it short of grandmaster experts. Yet at Anning Pass, only Yang Yi, a single grandmaster, stood firm in defense. All of this stemmed from the aged emperor of Great Wei, whose sons vied for the throne, while Yang Yi refused to take sides. The defenders of Anning Pass had endured 2.5 years of targeted oppression. Many resources were secretly withheld by those princes, leaving only 30,000 troops instead of the full complement of 50,000. Now, as the battle raged and the pass teetered on the brink of collapse, the imperial court remained indifferent. The garrison commanders were filled with grievances against the court. Soldiers, kill these slave bandits. 1 is enough to break even, 2 is a profit. Sun Hao roared, abandoning all restraint as he engaged a Xiongnu innate martial artist in a desperate fight to the death. High above, Yang Yi fought 3 opponents alone, ultimately unable to hold his ground and retreating step by step. The defenders of Anning Pass launched a frenzied counterattack, resolved to die and take as many enemies as possible. Kill. The desperate garrison unleashed unimaginable lethality, their reckless fighting style striking terror into many Xiongnu foes. Sheng Huaian moved through the Xiongnu ranks like a demon from the underworld, his black gold saber drinking the blood of countless enemies. His battle robe was dyed crimson, and around him lay dense piles of fallen Xiongnu soldiers. Enemies below the innate realm could not withstand even a single exchange with him. Ordinary soldiers could not survive a single stroke of his blade. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 100 Xiongnu had fallen to his saber. A surging aura of blood and slaughter billowed around him, his blade gleaming red, terrifying and peerless. He was like a harvester of lives, leaving trails of Xiongnu corpses in his wake. Witnessing Sheng Huaian's terror, even the Xiongnu foes, as well as Colonel Lin, Colonel Zhou, and Colonel Wu, were struck with awe. They saw that even a latest-stage Houtian powerhouse among the Xiongnu could not withstand a single blow from Sheng Huaian, sending chills down their spines. What kind of monster was this? After a trip to the grasslands, his strength had transformed beyond recognition. He slew Houtian martial artists as easily as slaughtering fowl. They arrogantly thought that even they would likely be cut down if they faced Sheng Huaian. What kind of freak is this? His growth in power is simply terrifying. Colonel Wu muttered under his breath. Once Sheng Huaian had been just a lowly soldier under his command. Now he doubted he could even withstand one strike from him. As Sheng Huaian rampaged, reaping heads in droves, the powerhouses among the Xiongnu army grew restless. An innate martial artist from the Xiongnu forces ascended the city wall to confront him. That innate martial artist struck with overbearing force, sending a palm strike directly at Sheng Huaian to crush him. Sheng Huaian cleaved an early-stage Houtian expert with his saber, then facing the incoming palm, he threw a punch. His true essence surged, the fist imprint blazing like a sun, carrying unmatched power as it collided fiercely with the palm. Boom! The clash of immense forces erupted like thunder and both staggered back 5 paces. This was a collision of pure strength, power, and physique. Such was the way of martial arts masters, blades and fists meeting flesh, a contest of raw strength and might. Xiao Tu Yao looked at Sheng Huaian in astonishment, having expected to crush him with a single palm strike. To his surprise, Sheng Huaian's strength was formidable, no less than his own, and his physique was equally matched. Such feats were beyond any Houtian martial artist. Breaking through to the Xiantian realm allowed one to nurture the body with Xiantian true essence, far surpassing the bronze skin and iron bones of a Houtian practitioner. Yet Sheng Huaian at the Houtian stage rivaled a Xiantian expert, a fact that left Xiao Tu Yao utterly astounded. Truly a monstrous genius, no wonder he dispatches Houtian martial artists so effortlessly. Xiao Tu Yao spoke coldly as he regarded Sheng Huaian. But no matter how monstrous, without the chance to grow, he is ultimately a dead man. Sheng Huaian gazed at his opponent with grave eyes. This man was a Xiantian martial artist and not a recent breakthrough. His strength was profound. Confronting a true Xiantian expert forced him to take the battle seriously. The gap between Houtian and Xiantian was a vast chasm, an insurmountable divide. Few could overturn a Xiantian master while still in the Houtian realm. Ending the life of a great Wei prodigy with my own hands might be a deeply satisfying achievement. Xiao Tu Yao raised his fist and charged at Sheng Huaian. True essence surged between his fingers, blood aura swirling. At the Xiantian realm, true essence could leave the body wielding immense power. Sheng Huaian swung his black gold saber, a rolling aura of blood and slaughter emanating. This was the blood-killing energy he had condensed through his blood slaughter saber technique accumulated from slaying enemies. Bam! Fist met blade, and Sheng Huaian was forced back 2 steps. The true essence of a Xiantian martial artist was immensely powerful and terrifying. His own true essence had yet to transform into Xiantian true essence, so Sheng Huaian could only rely on his unparalleled physique and immense strength to fight. Kill. Fight to the death. Perish with the slave bandits. The city stands, we stand. The city falls, we fall. Defend the homeland. On the city wall, the scene was tragic, with defenders constantly dying alongside their enemies. The garrison of Anning Pass, now with hearts set on death, repelled the enemy atop the wall. But the foes were too numerous, and the defenders fell one by one beneath the Xiongnu blades. The reinforcements from the prefectures and counties were vastly inferior to the Xiongnu forces. Accustomed to peace, they had lost their sense of vigilance. The soldiers of Anning Pass were incomparable to those county troops. Yet the garrison had been worn down too severely, and now facing the surging Xiongnu assault, the defenders on the wall were steadily retreating. The Xiongnu army pressed forward with 20,000 troops, with more forces streaming in behind, intent on breaching the pass and bloodying Anning Pass. Listening to the clamor of battle on the wall, the townspeople gazed toward the ramparts. They knew the war had reached its most brutal stage. Once the city fell, Anning Pass would be trampled under the hooves of the cavalry, and none would survive. Mother, your son is unfilial. I must go and fight the enemy. A man knelt to his mother, then grabbed a household blade and ascended the wall. When the nest overturns, no egg remains intact. Brothers, come with me to slay the foe. A minor gang leader led a group of ruffians charging onto the wall without hesitation. The garrison is spent. It's our turn. A blacksmith picked up a freshly forged saber and headed for the wall. Wife, take the children to the cellar and look after them well. A man said to the mother and daughter before him. Daddy. The children stared blankly at their father, who resolutely took his blade and ascended the wall. In the town, able-bodied young men and martial artists with some skill all streamed toward the city wall. They too harbored love for their homeland and could wield blades to fight. High in the sky, Yang Yi was steadily retreating, struggling immensely against 3 grandmasters. Meet your doom, Yang Yi. A black-robed Xiongnu grandmaster struck at Yang Yi's back with a massive hand. The other 2 grandmasters also unleashed their killing moves, preparing to surround and slay him. Old Wang, if you don't act now, I'm dead. Yang Yi suddenly shouted. Sigh, old Yang can't hold out any longer. I thought I wouldn't need to step in. A voice rang out from within the city. The 3 grandmasters besieging Yang Yi paused abruptly, an ally. The next moment, a figure stepped out from the city, soaring through the air like a phantom. Wang Xian wore a dark black robe that billowed without wind, his long hair flowing, and a short beard adorning his chin, giving him the air of a dashing middle-aged man. Stop showing off. If you don't act, you'll be killed. Yang Yi repelled a Xiongnu grandmaster with his spear, then turned to exchange a palm strike with another. They can't kill you yet. Wang Xian said, then threw a punch at a Xiongnu grandmaster. A grandmaster. A grandmaster, huh? We have a grandmaster reinforcement. Seeing the sudden appearance of a grandmaster, the garrison commanders burst into hearty laughter. Yang Yi, I didn't expect you had a contingency plan and called in powerful reinforcements. A Xiongnu grandmaster said, glaring at Wang Xian with a dark expression. I knew you wouldn't give up easily. How could I not prepare? Yang Yi chuckled. Old Wang hold off too, and he'll kill this one first. Yang Yi wielding his overlord spear charged at a Xiongnu Grandmaster. Hey, that's not the price we agreed on. I only agreed to block one Xiongnu Grandmaster. Wang Xian couldn't help shouting. Yang Yi paid no heed his ferocity, now fully unleashed determined to slay a Xiongnu Grandmaster. Seeing the sudden arrival of a Grandmaster ally, the garrison's morale steadied. Damn it, didn't they say Anning Pass had no reinforcements? What are the scouts doing? Why is there another Grandmaster in the pass? The wise king of the left in the Xiongnu army roared in fury at the sight of the Grandmaster. He had seen hope of breaching the pass, but the emergence of another Grandmaster shattered his expectations. The Xiongnu army pressed forward with 20,000 troops, with more forces streaming in behind, intent on breaching the pass and bloodying Anning Pass. He had seen hope of breaching the pass, but the emergence of another Grandmaster shattered his expectations. The Xiongnu army pressed forward with 20,000 troops, with more forces streaming in behind, intent on breaching the pass and bloodying Anning Pass. Wang Xian's iron fists firmly suppressed the two masters of the Xiongnu. Faced with Wang Xian's fierce intent, the two Xiongnu masters could only join forces to resist desperately. A loud boom. The overlord spear struck with overwhelming force, sending one of them flying. With their combined strength, they could barely handle Yang Yi. Now facing him alone meant certain defeat. The other master, bleeding from the mouth and at a disadvantage, made Zhuo Xianwang's face dark as water. Damn it, Zhuo Xianwang cursed. Had he known, he would have requested two more masters to come. The overlord spear in Yang Yi's hands was fierce and domineering. The Xiongnu master could not withstand its might. Help me! The master cried out for rescue. However, the other two masters were firmly held back by Wang Xian and could not assist. Today, whoever comes will not be able to save you. Yang Yi's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. With the overwhelming energy unleashed, a martial arts master was struck down in the skies. The shocking sight of a master being slain left countless people stunned. Seeing this, the other two Xiongnu masters abandoned their fight against Wang Xian and retreated to their army. With the two Xiongnu masters fleeing, Wang Xian did not aggressively pursue. One master was brutally killed, shattering the morale of countless Xiongnu soldiers. Charging into the Xiongnu army, Yang Yi brandished the overlord spear, killing dozens of enemies. With Wang Xian's help to intimidate, Yang Yi was ready to unleash a massacre. He feared that Yang Yi would charge into his command tent and slay him. The Xiongnu army retreated, and the innate masters also fled, fearing Yang Yi would block their escape. Kill them, brothers! General Zhao Yangon shouted loudly. After being beaten for so long, the defenders finally launched a counterattack. Sheng Huaian also jumped down from the city wall, pursuing the Xiongnu army. With the death of the Xiongnu master, the defenders' morale surged to its peak. Boom! Yang Yi struck down an innate Xiongnu warrior. At this moment, they regretted not having more legs to run faster. Of the 7 innate warriors that had attacked the city, only 3 managed to escape. Their killing power was terrifying. Without any innate or master-level opponents to restrain them, the attacking Xiongnu army was slaughtered. After the battle, the ground was littered with corpses. The Xiongnu army fled, retreating 20 kilometers. We won. Oh, a great victory. We defended it. The Xiongnu army had thrown in over 100,000 troops. By now, the true defenders of Anning Pass were likely down to 1 in 10. Indeed, the stronger the power, the more enemies slain. General Yang Yi and the 5 deputy generals killed more enemies than he did. Especially Yang Yi as a master was truly a one-sided slaughter against the ordinary soldiers. With Wang Xian's support, Yang Yi unleashed his fury against those enemies. Bold aspirations consumed the flesh of the Hu invaders, laughingly slaking thirst with Xiongnu blood. What a great poem! Yang Yi laughed heartily. Zhao Yangon couldn't help but laugh loudly. As long as the Dragon City flies, the slave horses shall not cross the In Mountain. Slave horses refer to the Xiongnu cavalry, and Anning Pass is located in the In Mountain range. What a great poem! Everyone praised, recognizing it as their own depiction. Fighting to the death, they resisted the enemies outside Anning Pass. The residents of the city also came to help deal with the Xiongnu corpses. Unlike the cheers of the defenders, the Xiongnu army was engulfed in despair. Losing 20 to 30,000 soldiers, 1 master, and 4 innate warriors was already a disaster. The roars of Zhuo Xianwang echoed through the camp. The 2 masters had left, returning deep into the grasslands. Without the 2 masters, Zhuo Xianwang found himself powerless to continue the assault. Upon returning, he would face the wrath of the Xiongnu Khan, his iron-fisted father. Despite driving back the Xiongnu army, their losses were severe. Over the course of the battle, more than 50,000 lives were lost. At night, Anning City was vibrant and lively, with the residents celebrating their victory. Each building had resumed operations, and many people gathered there to drink and enjoy themselves. With great ambitions I feast on the flesh of the enemy and laugh as I drink the blood of the Xiongnu. That esteemed military officer is filled with immense spirit, fiercely courageous in battle, and his literary talent is also remarkable. Indeed, this line of poetry is full of boldness and passion. Eat a laugh while drinking the blood of the Xiongnu. What a display of vigor! Let me tell you that esteemed military officer is my neighbor. He used to be a scholar. This brother speaks well. As long as the Dragon City General is present, one would not allow the enemy to cross the Anshan Mountain. Each line of poetry clearly reflects the determination and resolve of the Anning army. It is a true portrayal of their spirit. Inside Yichun building, the majority were discussing today's great battle and the 2 lines of poetry created by Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian's fame was spreading widely throughout Anning City. Wang Xian looked at Yang Yi clad in golden armor and sighed. Brother Yang, if you had focused solely on martial arts and not been burdened by military duties, you would probably have already broken through to the Grandmaster level. Do you not regret such a choice? I have never regretted it. You know, I am a man of the frontier, having grown up there. The martial arts I have learned are meant to guard the border and protect the peace of the people. Yang Yi said with unwavering determination. Just like you, Brother Wang, having grown up in the martial world, aspiring to the freedom and excitement of it all. Unfortunately, I do not possess your talent, otherwise I would have already broken through to Grand Master and established my own sect, Wang Xian replied. You, a mighty Grand Master wanting to establish a sect? Who knows how many would vie to learn from you? Yang Yi said with a smile. All right, our transaction is complete. Shouldn't we settle your reward now? Wang Xian chuckled. I truly do not understand why you want my spear techniques when you are a master of fist techniques, Yang Yi said as he handed the Overlord spear technique to Wang Xian. Yang Yi invited Wang Xian to help guard Anning Pass, with the reward being the Overlord spear technique. You don't understand, spear techniques and fist techniques are not that different. I want to take inspiration from your spear techniques to see if I can achieve a breakthrough. Wang Xian began. The two had met by chance in their youth and traveled the martial world together, eventually obtaining their respective legacies. Yang Yi received a copy of the Overlord spear technique, while Wang Xian obtained a copy of the Thunder Fist technique. Then I wish you success in your endeavors, Yang Yi said with a smile. All right, now that the reward is in hand, farewell. I hope to see you again and that you are still alive, Wang Xian said as he took his leave, departing with a carefree demeanor. After killing countless enemies during the day, he gained a substantial amount of slaughter points. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: postnatal peak. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra. Minor completion: Brawny Bull technique. Minor completion: Blood Demon Blade technique. Major completion: Deduction. Overlord Spear technique. Minor completion. Strength: 35,000 pounds. Talent: Divine Marksman. Slaughter points: 8,200. With the previous slaughter points added, he now possessed over 8,000 slaughter points. After killing countless enemies during the day, he earned 4,000 slaughter points, a considerable harvest. Seeing so many slaughter points, Sheng Huaian ultimately decided not to spend them to enhance his cultivation. I will hold on to them for now. I will enhance my cultivation after some time, and it will come naturally. To break through the innate realm one after another now would be too conspicuous. At 17, a congenital martial artist is rare throughout the Great Way. Moreover, considering that it has not even been a month since I began my martial journey, if someone with ulterior motives notices, it might lead to great trouble. With the war over, Anning Pass gradually returned to normal. The Xiongnu army fled, and the heavy sense of warfare dissipated. However, the Anning army did not let their guard down. Although the war had temporarily ended, they still needed to apply for compensation for the fallen soldiers from the court. They also needed to recruit new soldiers, train the army, and restore their defensive strength. Compared to the Xiongnu army, there was always the possibility of another attack. On this day, Sheng Huaian was promoted to the position of Xiao Wei. Although promoted to Xiao Wei, he only had over 300 cavalry under his command, the same 300 who had survived the grasslands with him. Xiao Wei, congratulations. Guo Xiaoping congratulated. Indeed, you have become a Xiao Wei. It seems you are not far from becoming a general, Wang Wu said with a smile, genuinely happy for Sheng Huaian. Xiao Wei, congratulations. The others under his command, such as Tang Yunshan and Haidai, all congratulated Sheng Huaian. Both Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing had sufficient cultivation and military merit, but the positions of Xiao Wei and the Anning army were limited, and it was not their turn. Even Sheng Huaian's position as Xiao Wei seemed to not be officially counted. Originally, the Anning army could have had a strength of 50,000, allowing for 25 Xiao Wei positions. However, the Anning army could only form a 30,000-strong army, thus only having 15 Xiao Wei positions. Sheng Huaian was not among these 15, and his camp had not yet begun to form. It was essentially just a nominal title. Xiao Wei, with your promotion today, our camp is on leave. Why don't we go to Yichun building for some fun? They'll treat everyone to drinks and entertainment. Yes, Xiao Wei Xing, now that you've been promoted, you should treat us to a good time, Wang Wu said with a smile. No, you said that when the war ended you would treat me to drinks. Why are you asking me to treat you now? Sheng Huaian looked at Wang Wu speechless. That won't do, you are now Xiao Wei, and it should be you treating us. Brothers, what do you think? Wang Wu shouted loudly. Absolutely. The soldiers under his command cheered happily. All right then, tonight at Yichun building, I'll treat everyone. Sheng Huaian agreed, not wanting to spoil the mood. Brother Gua, I'll treat you tonight. You can treat the brothers next time, Sheng Huaian said to Gua Xiaoping. Sure, no problem. Gua Xiaoping replied, completely agreeable. In the evening, their camp changed into their everyday attire and arrived at Yichun building. Seeing the imposing group of over 300 people, the madam of Yichun building thought someone had come to attack them, making her pale with fright. Madam, arrange for all these brothers, otherwise I will hold you responsible, Gua Xiaoping said. Upon seeing Gua Xiaoping, and who being the madam relaxed, they were from the military. Gentlemen, please come in. Ladies, hurry and attend to the guests, the madam smiled broadly. With so many military men, she could not afford to offend them or their powerful backers. After all, this was Anning past the territory of the Anning army. Bring out your top courtesan Hua Yuru to accompany our Xiao Wei. Gua Xiaoping added. Yes, yes, I will fetch Miss Hua right away, the madam said, not daring to refuse upon hearing there was a Xiao Wei. As Sheng Huaian and his group entered Yichun building, many cast their gazes upon them. Who are those people? They appear to be from the Anning army. I know. That young leader among them is the one who composed the lines with great ambitions. I feast on the flesh of the enemy and laugh as I drink the blood of the Xiongnu. He is the esteemed military officer Sheng Huaian. I was also present on the day he went out of the city to slay enemies, witnessing the display of his prowess, and I heard him compose poetry on the spot. Wait, didn't you hear? Sheng Bing Wei has been promoted to Sheng Xiao Wei now. So young. A Xiao Wei so young, and he can compose poetry. Truly a man of both letters and martial arts. Moreover, he is quite handsome. At first glance, one might think he is the young master of a wealthy family. People whispered about Sheng Huaian and his group. Entering Yichun building, Sheng Huaian and his group went directly to the second floor, where over 300 people filled the space. The third floor was occupied by the courtesans providing accommodation for guests. There was a stage on the first floor surrounded by many tables. The entire Yichun building had 3 floors and was not small compared to Anning Pass. Of course, it could not compare to the provincial city and Luo capital. On the stage, dancers dressed in scanty clothing were performing as music played. After Sheng Huaian and his group sat down, the attendants hurriedly brought out drinks and fine dishes. The madam arranged for the courtesans to accompany them, with 3 per table. Having 1 courtesan per person was unrealistic, as there were not over 300 courtesans in the entire Yichun building. The courtesan Hua Yuru donned a light-colored sheer dress, her figure graceful and captivating. With fair skin and a delicate oval face, she possessed a certain charm, explaining why Gua Xiaoping and the others could not forget her. Gentlemen, I greet you with respect. Hua Yuru approached, bowed slightly, and then sat beside Sheng Huaian, pouring wine for him and the others. Sheng Huaian raised his cup, saying, Brothers, for the first toast, let's honor our fallen comrades. The soldiers all raised their cups. To our fallen comrades. They shouted in unison, inadvertently releasing a murderous aura that sent shivers down the spines of the courtesans. What are you all doing? A bunch of warriors don't scare the ladies, Sheng Huaian said, feeling a headache coming on. The soldiers quickly reigned in their imposing presence. Drink. Today we shall not return until we are drunk, Sheng Huaian proclaimed loudly. Until we are drunk. The crowd began to drink, and after a few cups, everyone loosened up, playing drinking games with the courtesans. Miss Yuru, please take good care of our Xiao Wei. This is his first time here, Wang Wu said with a smile to Hua Yuru. It is my honor to meet Xiao Wei. Sheng, allow me to toast you. Hua Yuru was not shy, leaning against Sheng Huaian. A faint fragrance enveloped the body, stirring the heart and mind, leaving one restless and distracted. Feeling the fullness of soft delicacy was truly irresistible. At 17, a time of youthful vigor, even a slight provocation could elicit a reaction. But who is Sheng Huaian? Having lived 2 lives, he is a supreme master at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, practicing the great sun scripture. Not to mention remaining unperturbed, at the very least such trivial provocations wouldn't stir his heart. Pleased. Sheng Huaian raised his cup and clinked it with Hua Yuru, tilting his head back to drink it all. This drink had a low alcohol content, probably only around 10 to 20 degrees, yet it was still good wine. Drinking it felt similar to the beer of his past life, honestly, not very pleasant. If the brewing techniques of this world are at this level, he could make high-proof liquor and become wealthy. As night fell, people gradually arrived at the Yichun building. Those who came were either from wealthy families or single men who could afford to eat well and not worry about others. Of course, there were also scholars who could not withstand the loneliness. Seeing that the second floor was already fully occupied, newcomers had to either stay on the first floor or pay to go to the third floor. Why are there so many people today filling the second floor, said a man dressed like a scholar. After reading a few pages of ancient texts at home, he could no longer resist and wanted to come and research techniques and practice. Those people are from the Anning army. Have you heard of Sheng Huaian, the young general who boasts of glorious ambitions to feast on the flesh of the Hu and quench his thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu, who is hosting his subordinates? Someone nearby spoke up. What? The young general? The scholar was astonished. In Anning City, no scholar was unaware of Sheng Huaian's reputation capable of composing such grandiose verses, his talent far surpassing theirs. Indeed, said another. I wonder if the young general will be able to complete his verses today, or otherwise they are merely half-completed, which feels somewhat unsatisfactory. That's right. If we are fortunate enough to witness the complete poem, it would indeed be a great blessing in life. Many wished to toast, but seeing Sheng Huaian entertaining his subordinates, they had to refrain. Thanks to the fact that Yichuan building was the only establishment of its kind in Anning City, it was very lively and bustling. After all, it was a border area, always amidst the threat of war. A few liked to conduct business here. It seems that Miss Huaiyu has been called to accompany the young general for drinks, so we won't be able to see her stunning dance tonight. Someone lamented. On the first floor, guests were drinking, chatting, and enjoying the dance, while the second floor was occupied by Sheng Huaian and his companions. As for the third floor, that was not to be spoken of. Come, Captain, I toast you a drink. Tang Yinshan raised his cup to salute Sheng Huaian. Drink. Sheng Huaian in high spirits clinked cups and drank with him. Captain Sheng, I also toast you. Hai Dai raised his cup to salute Sheng Huaian. Aren't you all trying to get me drunk? Sheng Huaian said with a smile. One shouldn't say it that way among all present. Given your esteemed status, Captain, we must first toast you, Hai Dai said with a flattering grin. Yinshan looked at Hai Dai's sycophantic demeanor with disdain. Was it really necessary to curry favor just for a minor officer position? Indeed, Captain, you have led us through perilous battles, slaying the Xiongnu enemies, so we must toast you first. All right, less flattery. We are here to have fun tonight. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Even if all of you were to join forces, you still wouldn't be able to get me drunk. Sheng Huaian laughed and shook his head. These two fellows were clearly trying to win him over, all for the sake of that minor officer position. He saw through their little schemes quite clearly. Everyone toasted Sheng Huaian a drink, and he thought to himself, indeed, one cannot escape the culture of toasting, previously toasting leaders, now toasting superiors. However, now he was no longer the one toasting, he was no longer the lackey in the corner. At their table, only Wang Wu was quite open, sitting with Sheng Huaian, while the others were somewhat restrained. Wang Wu was currently hugging the accompanying girl, kissing and embracing her, laughing and chatting. It was clear he was a frequent visitor, experienced and seasoned. As for Sheng Huaian himself, he secretly observed the Yichuan building. Being in a brothel for the first time, he still felt somewhat curious, but with subordinates present he feigned composure, not showing it. After all, this was a world where visiting a brothel was legal, and there was no need for secrecy. Come, my lord, allow me to toast you another drink. Huaiyu raised her cup invitingly to Sheng Huaian. She felt that the aura emanating from Sheng Huaian was very pleasant, making her unable to resist the urge to burrow into his embrace. Perhaps it was due to his cultivation of the great sun scripture, that blazing yang energy stirred her heart. Facing the toasts from everyone, Sheng Huaian did not refuse. The drinking culture from his past life allowed him to handle 2.5 gin of liquor and drink beer freely. Now, with his martial arts cultivation in this world, low alcohol drinks would not intoxicate him unless he drank continuously for 3 days and nights without rest. Sheng Huaian did not make any advances towards her, leaving Huaiyu feeling somewhat disheartened. Did she not look attractive enough to captivate Sheng Huaian? Little did she know Sheng Huaian dared not act rashly, fearing to break his vows. At this moment he was utterly frustrated with the great sun scripture. What a ridiculous cultivation method that even prevented him from breaking his pure yang. Having a beauty in his arms, able to see and touch, but not to indulge, how painful was that feeling. How about I perform a dance for all you lords? Huaiyu planned to showcase her best skill. One of her specialties was her enchanting dance. Great. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Then thank you for dancing for my brothers, Sheng Huaian said with a smile. Huaiyu stood up and gracefully descended from the second floor, her thin veil and delicate sleeves revealing skin as white as snow, immediately causing many to drool. Miss Yu is coming down. Is she going to perform a dance? Wow, we are in for a treat. No, we are blessed with beautiful sight. Huaiyu arrived on stage, and the dancers on stage coordinated with her. The string musicians began to play. The dancers coordinated with Huaiyu, and in an instant her exceptionally beautiful and elegant dance captured everyone's attention. Even Sheng Huaian was no exception. Her graceful movements surpassed countless flirtations from his past life. No wonder ancient aristocrats preferred to have courtesans. It was elegant and pleasing to the heart. As the dance concluded, many were entranced by her enchanting movements, which were both alluring and elusive. Indeed, no wonder so many are captivated. Sheng Huaian nodded slightly. If this were in his past life, such a dance would have garnered over 100,000 viewers in a live stream. After the dance was over, Hua Yuru glanced at Sheng Huaian, noticing that he was merely appreciating and did not show the same entranced expression as the others. This made her feel somewhat disheartened and defeated. Could she not entice Sheng Huaian with this? Returning to the second floor and sitting beside Sheng Huaian, she no longer thought about taking his first time, but quietly poured wine. Miss Yu Ru's dance is captivating, enchanting these rough men to the point of distraction, Sheng Huaian said with a smile. Just now many soldiers were so enchanted they drooled, looking like fools. Having spent years in the military, they rarely had the chance to appreciate such a dance. My lord, please don't laugh at me. Hua Yuru smiled, lightly alluring and enchanting. In her heart she thought, yet you still haven't been captivated. Sheng Huaian sighed inwardly. Indeed, she was a beauty of the pleasure district, every frown and smile filled with charm. If he were truly an ordinary pure-hearted youth, he might have been unable to resist. Watching his subordinates toasting, drinking, and enjoying themselves, Sheng Huaian sighed inwardly. Perhaps for the soldiers guarding the borders this was the only joy they could experience. Before long, a few scholars bravely approached to toast. Could it be that you are Captain Sheng? One scholarly figure in a blue robe spoke. I am. Sheng Huaian nodded. If it weren't for those damned soldiers forcibly conscripting him, bringing him to the city wall to activate the system's golden finger, he might still be an ordinary scholar. We toast to you, my lord, to thank the generals for guarding Anning Pass and providing us with a peaceful and serene life, the leading scholar said. Sheng Huaian nodded. Indeed, scholars know how to speak. Let's drink together. Sheng Huaian raised his cup in response. After downing the drink, the scholars showed no sign of wanting to leave. My lord, the verses you crafted feast on the flesh of the Hu and drink the blood of the Xiongnu, and as long as the flying general of Longcheng is present, the horses shall not cross the mountains have left us in awe. We wish we could study them night and day, yet feel regret that the poems are incomplete. Could you bestow upon us the complete verses, so we scholars may study them day and night? The leading scholar spoke sincerely. They were all scholars, highly admiring those with talent and literary skill, and they were very respectful towards Sheng Huaian. That's right, Captain, those 2 lines even stirred our blood. Just complete them for us. Gua Xiaoping chimed in from the side. Do you have ink and paper? Seeing everyone looking at him with eager eyes, Sheng Huaian spoke. He'll get it right away. Hua Yuru stood up personally to retrieve it. She brought back ink, paper, and brush, and personally ground the ink for Sheng Huaian. Upon hearing that Sheng Huaian was going to complete the 2 poems he wrote on the battlefield, everyone on the first floor instantly perked up, all filled with anticipation. Thankfully, in his past life, he had excellent handwriting. Although he never passed the imperial examination, he wrote well. The moon during the Qin dynasty shines upon the Han's border, 10,000 miles of long march, yet the men have not returned. As long as the flying general of Longcheng is present, the horses shall not cross the mountains. After pondering for a moment, Sheng Huaian completed 1 poem, while the other was not suitable to present at this time. Everyone watched as he wrote the entire poem, and the scholars' expressions became fervent. The moon during the Qin dynasty shines upon the Han's border, 10,000 miles of long march, yet the men have not returned. As long as the flying general of Longcheng is present, the horses shall not cross the mountains. This is an eternal famous line. The poem will be remembered through the ages. They never expected to witness such a timeless poem. What an honor it was. Although they did not know which dynasty the moon during the Qin dynasty and the Han's border referred to, it did not hinder them from appreciating this poem worthy of being passed down through the ages. Hua Yuru gazed at Sheng Huaian, stars sparkling in her eyes. This young man, both handsome and poetic with high martial arts cultivation, truly was the dream lover one could wish for, yet she was trapped in this pleasure district. What about the other one, my lord? What about the other one? The scholars eagerly inquired. The other one has not yet been composed, only 1 line exists. Sheng Huaian replied. Hearing this, the crowd was filled with disappointment. However, upon hearing the word however, everyone instantly perked up, looking at Sheng Huaian with eager eyes. I have another poem here. Immediately Sheng Huaian wrote on another sheet of rice paper. Vow to sweep the Xiongnu without regard for oneself, 5,000 sable coats lost to the dust of the Hu. Pity the bones by the Wuding River, still a person in the dreams of the spring chamber. This poem was originally one of the 4 poems by the Tang dynasty poet Chen Tao, and Sheng Huaian did not name this poem. Looking at this poem, Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing Wang, Wu Tang Yunshan, and the others fell silent. It reminded them of the battle at the Drinking Horse River, where over 700 comrades' bones lay strewn by the river waiting for their return, only able to meet in dreams. Vow to sweep the Xiongnu without regard for oneself, 5,000 sable coats lost to the dust of the Hu. Pity the Bones by the Wuding River, still a person in the dreams of the spring chamber. This poem left everyone in silence. It lacked the fervor and ambition, only reflecting the brutal cruelty of war. Pity those countless bones by the Wuding River, yet how many women in their chambers yearn for their loved ones day and night. Guo Xiaoping and the others looked at Sheng Huaian, realizing that he still hadn't moved on from this matter. How many comrades were left to rot in the wilderness, yet they could not give their brothers a proper burial. That night, everyone got drunk. The residents of Anning City, who had just endured the Xiongnu army's assault, felt it most deeply. At the same time, these two poems quickly spread beyond the pass, reaching the south and north. One line, Pity the Bones by the Wuding River, still a person in the dreams of the spring chamber, expressed endless longing and heartache, illustrating the brutal cruelty of war resonating with many. October. The wind from the northern frontier carrying a frigid chill cut, like a bone-scraping cold blade. The battle at Anning Pass had concluded while the northern garrison army at Jubal Pass faced 300,000 Xiongnu troops refusing to retreat and still locked in bloody combat. The Qishan fortress was breached by the Xiongnu right-worthy prince leading a massive army. 100,000 Xiongnu iron cavalry swept southward, crushing through the three prefectures of Yanqi and Deng. These three prefectures fell into enemy hands. Women were seized by the Xiongnu horde, the elderly, weak, and disabled were slaughtered in countless numbers, and able-bodied men were captured as slaves. Vast waves of refugees fled southward, while immense quantities of gold, silver treasures, and grain were plundered by the Xiongnu army. The land was left devastated and scarred. The fall of the three prefectures sent shockwaves through the Great Wei realm. Countless scholars and literati erupted in vehement denunciations, cursing the imperial court for its inaction and the defending generals for their cowardice. Jin Daorong, the general guarding the Qishan fortress, was dismissed from his post under the weight of public condemnation. The regent's second prince had not anticipated the situation escalating so severely. The loss of three prefectures placed him under immense public scrutiny and pressure. Left with no choice, the second prince issued an order for Marquis General Li to lead 200,000 troops northward to expel the Xiongnu. With Marquis Li, the second prince's greatest pillar of support, marching north with 200,000 soldiers, the political landscape of the capital Luojing grew even more turbulent and treacherous. The second prince found himself increasingly exhausted in dealing with the machinations. Throughout Luojing, the capital of Great Wei, princes, imperial sons, and ambitious schemers were locked in a ceaseless web of overt and covert struggles, each vying for advantage. The shifts within the capital also cast a significant shadow over the frontier. The compensation funds that Yang Yi had submitted for approval remained unanswered. The request from the northern garrison Marquis at Jubal Pass for imperial reinforcements was also shelved. The Anning army, tempered by the baptism of war, was still recruiting and training troops, slowly recovering its strength. On this day, a plea for aid arrived in Yang Yi's hands. 200 li west of Anning Pass lay a county named Heshi. This was the northwesternmost county of the Great Wei dynasty. Northwest of Heshi County lay the Heshi grassland, once the Heshi prefecture of Great Wei, but seized by the Rondi tribes. The only remaining county seat was named Heshi County. The letter in Yang Yi's hand was a plea for help from Heshi County. 30,000 Rondi troops were assaulting the pass. Of the 2,000 defenders in Heshi County, half had already fallen in battle. The situation was now perilous, and the Heshi County magistrate implored the Anning army to dispatch reinforcements. Yang Yi showed the letter to his 5 lieutenant generals. After reading it, their expressions turned grim. Truly, this is a season of turmoil. Sun Hao sighed. The entire northern border was ablaze with conflict, with not a single place at peace. Scouts report that the left-worthy prince's army has retreated 20 kilometers, but has not led its troops back into the depths of the grassland. It seems they are reluctant to give up and still have their predatory gaze fixed on our Anning Pass. Li Daru spoke up. Their Anning Pass now consisted of 80 to 90% new recruits. Should the left-worthy prince stage a comeback, the pressure would only intensify. It was the most difficult time for frontier troops when they were neglected and unloved by the imperial court. They bore the responsibility of defending their territory, yet were abandoned and ignored by the authorities. Unable to retreat, they could only hold their ground with their lives. Now the Anning army harbored deep dissatisfaction and resentment towards the imperial court. Tell me, what should we do? Who should we send as reinforcements? Yang Yi looked at his lieutenant generals. Zhao Yong'an's son Hao and the others exchanged glances. They all had to remain stationed at Anning Pass and could only dispatch their subordinates. But among their subordinates, those capable of taking independent command were few and far between. How about sending Sheng Huaian? His strength rivals that of a Xiantian master. He should be able to hold off the Rondi tribe, especially since it's not one of their major tribes. Sun Hao proposed. Among the company commanders, Sheng Huaian was now the strongest and possessed some skill in leading troops into battle. Indeed, I also recommend Sheng Huaian. That lad is an excellent hand at warfare and a true battle lover. Send him, and he'll surely be willing. Zhao Yangon chimed in agreement. In that case, we have no choice but to let him make the journey. Replenish his troops to full strength and order him to depart immediately to support Heshi County. Yang Yi promptly commanded. Soon Sheng Huaian received the military order. What? Our battalion is to reinforce Heshi County. Sheng Huaian stared at the messenger, wondering if he had heard correctly. His battalion only had 300 men and was not yet fully formed. 300 men to reinforce Heshi County. What kind of joke was this? The general has ordered that troops be prioritized to fill your battalion to full strength. Captain Sheng is to lead your men immediately and reinforce Heshi County. The messenger stated. Only upon hearing that his battalion would be replenished did Sheng Huaian breathe a sigh of relief. If he were truly sent with just 300 men, it would be no different from marching to his death. He immediately ordered an assembly. His 300 soldiers quickly gathered. Captain, an urgent assembly. Is there a battle? Guo Xiaoping inquired. Indeed, we have our orders. Heshi County is under attack by a Rongdi army. General Yang Yi has commanded our unit to go to their aid. Sheng Huaian announced loudly. Captain, are you sure the order is correct? Hu Bing's face was full of doubt. Their battalion had only 300 men. How could they provide reinforcement? There's no mistake. Another 1,700 men will be added to our battalion, Sheng Huaian explained. After hearing his explanation, the men finally dispelled their doubts. Move out. Sheng Huaian led his troops to the drill ground where Yang Yi had already assembled the force's 2,000 warhorses and 1,700 soldiers. Reporting to the general, our unit has assembled, as ordered, Sheng Huaian reported before Yang Yi. Sun Hao and Zhao Yangon stood behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked at Sheng Huaian. Heshi County is now in dire straits. I am reinforcing you with 2,000 troops. Lead these 2,000 riders and rush to their aid. You must not let the Rongdi breach Heshi County and advance south. Can you accomplish this? I swear to defend our territory to the death and drive out the invaders. Sheng Huaian declared loudly. Good. I await your good news. Yang Yi nodded with a smile. Mount up. Sheng Huaian commanded immediately. The 2,000 men mounted their horses. Sheng Huaian raised the battle flag and waved it forward. Move out. Leading the 2,000 cavalry, he did not pause and set off at once. The 2,000 iron horsemen thundered out of Anning Pass, racing at full speed toward Heshi County. Watching Sheng Huaian depart with his troops, Yang Yi saw the column fade into the distance. Now with him and his lieutenant generals unable to leave Anning Pass, all hope for reinforcing Heshi County rested on Sheng Huaian. They were also curious to see if Sheng Huaian could work a miracle. After all, it was a move born of desperation. They simply had no elite troops left to spare for Heshi County. An army of 30,000 Rongdi would surely include Xiantian masters. For Sheng Huaian, this would be a true challenge. Moreover, the 1,700 replacement soldiers were raw recruits who had never trained or coordinated together. Sheng Huaian's own heart was filled with apprehension. Yet Heshi County could not be abandoned. Once the Rongdi breached it, Yongzhou would also face their iron cavalry. If the Rongdi attacked from behind Anning Pass coordinating with the Xiongnu army, the consequences would be fatal. In Heshi County town, all 4 city gates were tightly shut as the Rongdi army besieged the city. Last night, the Rongdi launched a probing attack with merely 2,000 men, yet it cost the defenders over 500 casualties. To plead for aid, the county magistrate and the defending captain had doubled the reported casualties. Today, the Rongdi continued their assault with 3,000 troops relentlessly attacking the city. The defending soldiers resisted, stubbornly pouring down stones and hot oil to impede the Rongdi's assault. The Heshi County magistrate and captain both took up swords and ascended the city walls to fight the enemy. With the magistrate and captain leading by example, the 2,000 county troops of Heshi did not flinch but fought bravely. At the magistrate's call, men of ambition and martial skill within the city also mounted the walls to help repel the invaders. Soldiers, hold fast. Reinforcements from the Anning army will arrive soon. Victory will surely be ours. County Magistrate Chen shouted loudly to boost morale. With 30,000 Rongdi invaders without reinforcements, they could not possibly hold the city. Watching the Wei army's stubborn resistance on the walls, Yu Danjin's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if he were toying with prey. Young master, why not commit the full army directly and take Heshi County, looting all its treasures? An old man beside him remarked. Uncle Shinyo, killing a prey with a single strike has no thrill. We must savor the process of the chase and the hunt. Yu Danjun said with a smile. Like now, we should enjoy the Wei people's resistance, then watch it slowly turn into despair. We must appreciate their expressions of hopelessness. That is the true sense of conquest. They were from the Xinyu tribe of the Rongdi, a major tribe that occupied the Heshi grassland. This expedition was also an opportunity for Yu Danjuan, the crown prince of the Xianyu tribe, to take advantage of the situation and plunder. He led 30,000 troops south to attack Heshi County. Hearing Yu Danjun speak thus, Xianyu refrained from further comment. Otherwise, with his strength as a Xiantian master, he alone could have taken Heshi County with the meager defenders it had. Come send another 3,000 men to press the attack. I want these Wei people to taste what true despair means, Yu Danjun commanded once more. Yu Danjuan, the young prince of the Xianyu tribe, issued his command, and another 3,000 Rongdi soldiers joined the assault on the city. As the Rongdi army deployed these fresh troops, Chen Tianhua, the magistrate of Heshi County, and Wu Cheng, the county commandant, felt the pressure mounting heavily upon them. Fortunately, the city walls stood tall and thick, capable of repelling the Rongdi cavalry. Forced to dismount and fight as infantry, the Rongdi warriors saw their greatest advantage greatly diminished. The Rongdi and Xiongnu steppe peoples par excellence were masters of horseback archery. Cavalry was their forte. Unskilled in siege warfare, they could only throw soldiers into the fray to take a city. Highborn nobles cared little for the lives of commoners. These ordinary Rongdi soldiers were nothing more than cannon fodder. Wu Cheng directed the defenders in a relentless defense, while Chen Tianhua, the scholarly magistrate, joined the fray with sword in hand. Though a man of letters, he dared to wield a 3-foot blade against the enemy, which greatly bolstered the morale of the garrison. Hold fast. Reinforcements are on their way. Once they arrive, we will surely drive back the Rongdi invaders. Wu Cheng, slaying a Rongdi soldier who had scaled the wall, ceaselessly rallied the troops. Yesterday, 500 defenders had fallen. Today, only 1,500 remained, bolstered by the city's able-bodied men and martial artists. Yet the Rongdi army attacking today numbered 5,000 to 6,000, 4 or 5 times their strength. Even relying on the city walls, they could not hold out for long. Despite his constant encouragement, Wu Cheng's heart was filled with uncertainty. He knew that the garrison at Anning Pass had been locked in a bitter month-long battle with the Xiongnu, and likely had few troops to spare for reinforcements. Saying that reinforcements were near was merely a way to give the defenders a glimmer of hope. As for whether Heshi County could truly be saved, Wu Cheng had no confidence at all. The Rongdi army pressed the assault until noon, but the defenders resisted stubbornly, preventing them from breaching the walls. However, more than half of Heshi County's garrison had been killed or wounded. With only 700 soldiers left, many of them bearing wounds, Commandant Wu Cheng and Magistrate Chen Tianhua wore grim expressions. Could they hold out through this day? Neither of them knew. They had no answer in their hearts. Meanwhile, on another front, Sheng Huaian was leading his men in a furious gallop. The 1,700 replacement soldiers were divided into 2 groups, with Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing each leading a unit of 1,000. Among the troops, he appointed veterans of the martial master realm as company leaders, martial artists as platoon leaders, and experienced soldiers as squad leaders and section leaders. He believed that with 300 veterans leading them, this new force would not crumble at the first clash. In the northern borderlands of October, leaves and grass had already turned withered and yellow. Along a road strewn with yellow leaves, a column of cavalry galloped at full speed. Sunlight spilled down, making the falling leaves dance like butterflies. Yet Sheng Huaian and his men had no time to admire such a beautiful scene. Hiya! Hiya! Leading his troops in a relentless charge, they pressed on without pause, racing towards Heshi County. Rescuing the besieged was like fighting a fire. A single moment's delay could mean the fall of Heshi County to the Rongdi army. If that happened, their arrival would be utterly meaningless. The cavalry moved swift as the wind, their banners fluttering. On the command flag was emblazoned a large character Sheng. This signified that Sheng Huaian was the commander of this force. At noon, after a brief rest and a meal, the Rongdi army launched another assault on the city. "Brothers, defend the walls," shouted Wu Cheng, the Heshi County commandant. Over 700 soldiers, along with several hundred city constables, able-bodied men, and martial artists, all seized their weapons and prepared to face the enemy. The mournful sound of the Rongdi war horns echoed, striking fear into the hearts of many within the city. Some wealthy families hurriedly packed their valuables, ready to flee through the pass the moment the city fell. Join the defense. They were lords and masters, not common rabble. They had neither the thought nor the duty to defend the city. The city will fall, and we will perish. Gentlemen, even the magistrate himself is fighting valiantly on the walls. Do any of you dare to take up your swords and join me in slaying the enemy atop the battlements?" A scholar cried out. "If only the Dragon City general were here, the barbarian hordes would never cross mountain." That young commander at Anning Pass, Sheng, is also a scholar, yet he dares to fight for his country. So can we. Another scholar declared, "In our prime we feast on the flesh of barbarians, in jest we drink the blood of the Xiongnu. The Rongdi dare to invade our great way. Though we are scholars, we are not without skill in martial arts. Come, let us ascend the walls and kill the enemy." A group of scholars wielding 3-foot swords mounted the battlements. For every scholar with hot blood, there were cowards who feared death. Timid scholars, merchants, and wealthy lords alike packed their belongings ready to flee at a moment's notice. Those who dared to ascend the walls to repel the invaders were mostly peddlers and laborers. Their homes were here, in this vast world. Where else could they go? Kill. Crush these Rondi bastards. Stones, logs, boiling oil, and rusty blades. These were the weapons to counter the Rondi siege. Take a taste of my boiling oil. A laborer shouted, pouring scalding oil down onto the Rondi soldiers. Screams erupted as the burning liquid rained down, causing many Rondi to fall from their ladders. The sounds of battle cries and screams merged into one. This was the battlefield, a realm of blood and steel, of life and death. Brother Jean, Song Chungwen watched his former friend fall, his eyes filled with grief and hatred. Kill. He cut down one Rondi soldier with his sword, only to be set upon by 2 more. The Rondi offensive raged like a wildfire, and the defenders fell one after another. Chun Tianhua, the scholars, the able-bodied men, and the laborers. Their clothes and faces were now stained with blood. Wu Chung, a commandant of the later heaven stage, found himself besieged by 2 Rondi masters of the same realm. Heshi County was on the verge of collapse. After a desperate, bloody struggle that lasted until the afternoon, only a little over 300 defenders remained on the walls. Magistrate, when will our reinforcements arrive? A surviving scholar, his blue robe soaked in blood, asked. Soon, they will be here soon. We must hold on, Magistrate Chen replied. Commandant, stay with us. You cannot die. A company leader cried, shaking Wu Cheng's body. Having single-handedly fought 2 Rondi later heaven martial artists, Wu Cheng lay gravely wounded, hovering between life and death. Within the Rondi army, Yu Danjun watched the tenacious Wei defenders, his playful smile fading. He saw no fear or despair on their faces. Instead, he saw the unyielding resolve of men ready to fight to the death. So this is the great Wei my father spoke of. Their backbone is indeed hard, Yu Danjun murmured. Even in their desperate defense, the Wei had not retreated a single step or abandoned their city. Send another 3,000 men. Take Heshi County, Yu Danjun ordered, his playful mood gone. No wonder his father had said that Great Wei was a formidable foe with bones of iron. A nation that could hold its own against both the Xiongnu and the Rondi, the 2 overlords of the steppes, was not to be underestimated. Yes, young prince. The Xinyu tribe was a royal clan among the Rondi. Thus Yu Danjun could lead an army of 30,000 south to attack Heshi County. Seeing the Rondi commit another 3,000 soldiers to the assault, Magistrate Chen's eyes flickered with despair. Wu Cheng lay gravely wounded, his fate unknown. Now Chen Tianhua was the highest-ranking official in Heshi County. Yet even so, Chen Tianhua did not retreat a single step, nor did he entertain any thought of flight. He was the magistrate of Heshi County, and Heshi County would have a magistrate who died in battle, not one who fled. Whether such a thing had happened before, or would happen again, he did not know. But he was absolutely determined not to fall back. Chen Tianhua had his own integrity and backbone. Everyone, we may not live to see the reinforcements arrive. Do any of you fear death? Chen Tianhua called out. All the soldiers on the wall turned their eyes to him. No. Let's kill every last one of these Rondi bastards. In 18 years, he'll be a man again. I'm not afraid of a damn thing. Let's kill them all. Yeah, let's kill them all. The remaining soldiers, each facing death as if it were a homecoming, showed no fear or sorrow. Instead, they laughed. Good. Every one of you is a warrior, a true son of Great Wei. I am proud to have fought alongside you. Now let us meet our nation's fate together and swear to fight these barbarians to the bitter end. Chen Tianhua raised his long sword, ready to face death. At this moment, he seemed not at all like a scholar or a magistrate, but rather like a scholarly general. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. The men on the wall were united in purpose, not a single one flinched. They had resolved to live or die with Heshi County. Feudal barking, Yu Danjun said flatly, hearing the roar from the walls. This Heshi County was already his for the taking. Today we shall repay the nation's grace with our 9-foot bodies. Magistrate Chen's spirit blazed, his aura surging. Kill. The Rondi army surged forward like a tidal wave, fierce and unstoppable. Heshi County could no longer withstand this assault. The city's fall was but moments away. Chen Tianhua cast a glance toward Anning Pass. In the end, they had not lived to see the reinforcements. Kill. How much further to Heshi County? Sheng Huaian, galloping on horseback, asked. Commandant, there are still 10 li to Heshi County, Gua Xiaoping replied. Order the men to speed up. The iron cavalry rolled forward like a mighty flood, banners snapping in the wind like a writhing serpent. They had taken very little rest along the way. If not for the horses' endurance, they would not have stopped at all. 10 li was but a quarter of an hour's ride for cavalry. Wang Wu, sent ahead to scout, soon returned with 2 other scouts. What is the situation? Sheng Huaian asked, looking at him. Reporting, Commandant. The Rondi army is still attacking and Heshi County is on the verge of collapse, Wang Wu answered, panting. He had ridden back at full speed. Only 200 to 300 battered soldiers remained on the walls, holding on with their last strength. Full speed ahead. We cannot let the Rongdi breach the city gates of Heshi County. Sheng Huaian shouted, quickening the pace. Guo Xiaoping, take 500 men into the city and help defend the walls. The rest of you follow me. Yes, Commandant. You men come with me. Guo Xiaoping immediately selected 5 companies of 500 men and headed towards the city. Sheng Huaian led 1,500 riders in a direct charge at the enemy camp. The thunderous pounding of hooves echoed far and wide, impossible to conceal. On the walls of Heshi County, brave sons of Great Wei, follow me and kill the enemy. If there is a next life, we shall surely drink and laugh together. Qin Tianhua led the remaining troops, constantly cutting down enemies who had scaled the walls. Young Prince, enemy cavalry. Wei reinforcements have arrived. A Rongdi scout reported swiftly. How many? Yu Danjun demanded. 1,500 riders. 1,500 riders, and they think they can save Heshi County. They're too late, Yu Danjun said with a faint smile, dismissing the Wei cavalry. In a cavalry battle, he was confident that the Rongdi horsemen were unmatched and could crush the Wei riders. Send 2,000 cavalry to annihilate these 1,500. Yu Danjun ordered. Yes. A force of 2,000 Rongdi cavalry quickly detached from the main army and rode out to meet Sheng Huaian's force. Soon a soldier on the wall spotted the Wei army's banner in the distance. Magistrate! Magistrate, look! A soldier exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards Sheng Huaian's direction. What is it? Reinforcements. Our Great Wei reinforcements have arrived. The soldier cried out, his voice choked with joy. Hearing this, everyone looked. On the distant horizon, the banners of the Great Wei army fluttered in the wind as a column of cavalry approached at great speed. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. The remaining soldiers on the wall erupted in cheers of jubilation. They had held on long enough for help to arrive. Kill. Guo Xiaoping led 500 soldiers into the city and charged up the walls. Kill. The surging battle cries like music from heaven reached the ears of Magistrate Shun and the others. Ha ha! We are saved. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Shun Tianhua's face as he slumped to the ground. He had long since exhausted his strength, held up only by sheer will. Sheng Huaian's force descended like divine soldiers, propping up a collapsing edifice and rekindling the flame of hope in the hearts of Heshi County's surviving defenders. Guo Xiaoping led his troops onto the city wall and took over the defense. You may withdraw and rest now. My unit will hold the city against the enemy, he announced loudly to Magistrate Chun and the others. We can still fight. Many soldiers refused despite their injuries. Looking at the nearly 200 to 300 battered troops, all bearing wounds, Guo Xiaoping sighed. To them, fighting and defending the city was their creed. Seeing this, he did not force them. With Guo Xiaoping's arrival and his 500 men, they temporarily held back the Rongdi assault on the city. Sheng Huaian had intended to lead his cavalry directly from the rear to charge into the Rongdi army and scatter them. However, Rongdi scouts had already spotted them, and Yu Danjun dispatched 2,000 Rongdi cavalry to annihilate them. The 2 cavalry forces met on the open plain, immediately forming ranks and charging into battle. Without a word, the Rongdi cavalry sought to destroy Sheng Huaian's unit, while his men aimed to slay the 2,000 Rongdi riders. Kill! With iron hooves thundering and battle flags fluttering, the 2 cavalries clashed heated. Sheng Huaian, gripping his iron spear, locked eyes on the Rongdi cavalry commander and charged forward. Overlord Spear Art, Furious Dragon. His iron spear like a raging dragon struck at the Rongdi cavalry commander. The Rongdi commander, seeing Sheng Huaian's overwhelming and ferocious attack, was horrified. He had assumed the leader of the Great Wei's 1,500 riders would not be formidable, unaware that the commander was Sheng Huaian himself. Xin Yufei unleashed all his powers, swinging his long spear in defense. With a single blow, Xin Yufei was sent flying, his internal organs shattered, and he died. How could a mere late-stage Hotian warrior withstand even one move from Sheng Huaian? Having slain the Rongdi commander with a single spear strike, Sheng Huaian went on a killing spree. His overlord Spear Art became a deadly phantom, his iron spear piercing through the Rongdi cavalry formation. Kill! Hu Bingwang, Wu Tang, Yinshan Haidai, and others followed behind him, charging into the enemy cavalry formation like fierce tigers. With Sheng Huaian leading the charge and breaching the formation, the 1,500 riders surged with unstoppable momentum, utterly shattering the Rongdi cavalry. In a single charge, they annihilated the entire Rongdi cavalry unit, leaving no survivors. Sheng Huaian alone slew 300 to 400 Rongdi cavalry. Hu Bingwang, Wu Tang, Yunshan, and the others were also formidable, and with no significant disparity in strength, they overwhelmed the enemy. The key was Sheng Huaian's overwhelming power. With strength rivaling a Xiantian master, he killed the Rongdi cavalry commander in one blow, sealing the battle's outcome. The air was thick with blood and killing intent, and the ground was littered with corpses. Sheng Huaian's men inevitably suffered losses with several dozen riders fallen. After all, many were new recruits lacking in horsemanship and combat prowess, so casualties were unavoidable. Sheng Huaian continued leading his troops in the charge without pause. Bad news, little prince. The cavalry we sent out has been wiped out in a single charge by the Wei cavalry, a scout reported in haste. What a... Yudanjin sprang from his tiger-skin seat. What did you say? He could not believe what he heard. It seemed absurd. 2,000 Rongdi cavalry had been annihilated by 1,500 Wei riders. Could it be that the true elite cavalry of Great Wei had arrived? The enemy commander was too powerful. Captain Xin Yufei was slain on horseback in a single exchange, and then our cavalry was massacred, the scout reported. Let me lead a force to destroy this cavalry, Xian Yu offered. He was a Xiantian martial artist serving as Yudanjin's personal guard. Surely even the strongest Wei commander could not be a Xiantian master. When launching the attack on Hushi County, spies had already gathered intelligence the Great Wei court was unstable, and the garrison at Anning Pass had fought a great battle with the Xiongnu, leaving little strength to reinforce Hushi. That was why they dared to attack Hushi County with 30,000 troops. Then it'll trouble Uncle Xian Yu to take 3,000 cavalry and extinguish Hushi County's last hope, Yudanjin said with a nod. For this campaign, he had brought 3 Xiantian martial artists, a force sufficient to crush Hushi County. Yes, little prince. Xian Yu led 3,000 cavalry and charged toward Sheng Huaian's unit. Sensing the presence of a Xiantian master, Sheng Huaian immediately turned his troops and fled, refusing to engage Heaton. The chase stretched far into the distance. It wasn't that Sheng Huaian feared facing the Xiantian master, but the disparity between his 1,500 riders and the 3,000 Rongdi iron cavalry was too great. A direct clash would result in heavy casualties. Xian Yu pursued Sheng Huaian's unit with his 3,000 cavalry. In his eyes, this Wei cavalry was as good as destroyed. However, Sheng Huaian aimed to lure this wolf away. The Rongdi army harbored 3 Xiantian masters, and even if he broke through to Xiantian, now dealing with them would be difficult. By drawing one out, he could eliminate them one by one. That was Sheng Huaian's plan. Now to slay this Xiantian foe, he ceased hiding and directly allocated points to enhance his cultivation. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: Hotian limit. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, Minor Mastery, Mangniu Force, Minor Mastery, Blood Fiend Blade, Art, Grand Mastery, Deduce, Overlord Spear, Art, Minor Mastery. Strength: 35000 Gene. Talent: Divine Archer. Kill value: 9450. Previously 8200, now 9300. From annihilating the Tuthisan-strong Rongdi cavalry, he had personally slain over 300, gaining 1250 kill points. Without hesitation, he allocated points, consuming 1000 kill value. A surge of immense power erupted within him, strengthening his flesh and bones. This surge was more intense and violent than before. Sheng Huaian had not expected that breaking through from Hotian limit to Xiantian would cost 100 kill points instead of 500. The formidable power exploded within him, rapidly elevating his realm to the Xiantian stage. His flesh, bones, sinews, and true essence underwent a continuous transformation. Xiantian. From Hotian to Xiantian, from mortal to saint, transcending the mundane, reversing the innate. This was a fundamental metamorphosis. Entering the Xiantian realm meant shedding the mortal Hotian body. This was the true beginning of martial arts. His true essence transformed into Xiantian true essence, his physique multiplied several-fold, and his blood vitality surged like a dragon. This transformation was extraordinary, as if shedding the mortal coil. Hu Bing and the others stared in shock at the changing aura around Sheng Huaian. Was he becoming stronger? Sensing traces of Xiantian Qi, they were astounded. Could one break through to Xiantian while fleeing? They witnessed the unbelievable Sheng Huaian effortlessly broke into the Xiantian realm as easily as eating or drinking. This scene struck them profoundly. Sheng Huaian silently contemplated the changes brought by his breakthrough to Xiantian. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: early Xiantian. Techniques: Great Sun Heart Sutra, Minor Mastery, Mangniu Force, Minor Mastery, Blood Fiend Blade, Art, Grand Mastery, Deduce, Overlord Spear, Art, Minor Mastery. Strength: 45000 Gene. Talent: Divine Archer. Kill value: 8450. With his breakthrough to early Xiantian, his strength increased to 450 Gene, rivaling that of a Xiantian Grand Completion martial artist. Moreover, the change in Xiantian true essence, blood energy, and physique was far beyond the Hotian realm. If his blood vitality was like a dragon in the Hotian stage, now it was like billowing smoke. His physique was immensely powerful, blood vitality abundant, every inch of flesh and cell brimming with strength. Additionally, Xiantian true essence could be projected outward, greatly enhancing lethality and power. These were all the changes he experienced after breaking through to Xiantian. Sheng Huaian could scarcely suppress the urge to let out a long, triumphant roar as his cultivation ascended to the Foreborn realm. Breaking through into the Foreborn realm felt like shattering an invisible lock within his body. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his awareness, and his capacity to absorb and refine celestial qi accelerated dramatically. Only upon attaining the Foreborn realm could one truly be called a master of martial Tao. Now Sheng Huaian possessed at least a measure of self-preservation. A faint smile curved his lips as he broke through. Behind him, that Foreborn-level Rondi warrior still pursued them. Clearly, he had already chosen the path to his own demise. Once sufficient distance had been gained, Sheng Huaian reined in his steed and halted. His soldiers followed suit, drawing up silently behind him. Hu Bing Wang, Wu Tang Yunshan, and the others brimmed with exhilaration. They knew the counteroffensive had begun. Being chased relentlessly had chafed their pride deeply, and now with Sheng Huaian's ascension to the Foreborn realm, the time for retribution had arrived. They longed to witness firsthand just how formidable Sheng Huaian had become as a Foreborn cultivator. After all, even while still in the Postborn realm, their young commander had stood undefeated, capable of besting Foreborn opponents single-handedly. Now that he had himself crossed into the Foreborn realm, none could fathom the sheer magnitude of his power. His troops sat motionless atop their mounts, arrayed solemnly behind him, watching in silence as the Rondi host galloped ever closer. Ahead, the Dawei cavalry had ceased their flight, and Xian Yu's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. Had they resigned themselves to fate? "My sons, charge with me," Xian Yu bellowed, leading 3,000 horsemen into a thunderous charge. Sheng Huaian merely raised his iron spear. "Remain where you are, await my signal. Once I have slain that Foreborn foe, you shall advance and encircle and annihilate those 3,000 riders." With those words, he spurred his mount forward. Spiritual energy of the Foreborn realm coalesced along Sheng Huaian's spear. Its iron shaft blazed gold, radiant and incandescent. In that instant, the spear seemed to transfigure into a living golden dragon, his entire being swelled, with surging qi blazing with golden light, like a sovereign sun. Xian Yu instantly recognized the telltale aura, the sudden eruption of Foreborn spiritual energy. So this was no mere Postborn warrior, but a true Foreborn master. No wonder he had effortlessly routed 2,000 Rondi cavalry. Those 2,000 had perished honorably. A wry smile flickered across Xian Yu's lips. Had this youth lured him forth intending to slay him? How naive. Judging by Sheng Huaian's aura, he had only just broken through, barely settled into the Foreborn realm. Whereas Xian Yu himself was a seasoned Foreborn master, standing at the apex of the mid-Foreborn realm, poised on the cusp of late Foreborn should fortune favor him. To think he could be killed. Preposterous. Xian Yu responded in kind, his own Foreborn qi erupting violently as he charged forward, great halberd gripped tight. Both men leapt from their saddles, briefly treading empty air before colliding mid-flight with cataclysmic force. Overlord Spear Art, 1,000 Catty Descent. Sheng Huaian brought his spear down in a vertical cleave, bearing the crushing weight of mountains and seas, unstoppable absolute. Xian Yu's crimson halberd blazed with flame-like qi as it met Sheng Huaian's descent. Boom! The clash of spear and halberd ignited a blinding flash, thunderous, deafening, like heaven rending itself asunder. Terror-inducing waves of qi roiled outward like a boiling tide, evaporating moisture from the very air. The charging Rondi cavalry behind recoiled, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of Foreborn combat. Even the residual shockwaves of a Foreborn duel could sever the lives of ordinary martial artists. From that first impact, Xian Yu sensed something profoundly wrong. The raw, overwhelming power dwarfed his own, sending him hurtling backward through the air like a shattered puppet. His inner qi and vital blood essence trembled on the verge of dispersal. His 5 vital organs shifted violently within his chest. That strike bore none of the restraint or instability of a newly ascended early Foreborn cultivator. It struck with the full, unrelenting fury of a late Foreborn or peak Foreborn master. Overlord Spear Art, Raging Dragon. Sheng Huaian whirled his spear. A golden dragon unleashed. Xian Yu, now his perfect sparring partner, would help him swiftly acclimate to his newfound Foreborn strength. Combat against such a foe would accelerate his mastery of this transformed power beyond any mere meditation could achieve. Watching Sheng Huaian surge forward with overwhelming dominance, Xian Yu could only muster every ounce of strength. Having mistaken him for easy prey, he now faced a master who concealed his might behind humble guise. Crack, crack, crack. Their battle churned the earth into swirling tempests of sand and dust. Seen from afar, 2 streaks of light blazed across the field, one golden, one crimson. Such terrifying momentum forced Hu Bing and the others to watch from a safe distance. No wonder Sheng Huaian had commanded them to wait. To charge now would invite death from the lethal aftershocks of Foreborn combat. Foreborn masters locked in mortal combat often lost all awareness of those around them. Our commander is astonishingly powerful, Tang Yinshan exclaimed. Immediately after breakthrough, he dominated his opponent utterly, pressing the Rongdi Foreborn master without respite. Could Commander Sheng be the reincarnation of some ancient venerable master? His cultivation speed defies belief. Hai Dai muttered under his breath. Such rapid advancement was unheard of. Even the direct disciples of sacred sects and ancestral clans likely match him only in pace. Hu Bing added quietly. A 17-year-old foreborn cultivator. Such a phenomenon existed only in legends whispered among the most hallowed sects. What were they doing at 17? Still refining their bodies, perhaps barely stepping into the martial apprentice stage. Gazing upon Sheng Huaian's awe-inspiring, indomitable figure, Hu Bing felt deep yearning, wondering if he too might one day seize the chance to ascend to the foreborn realm. After all, even transcending the postborn realm had required a grade 4 boundary-breaking pill. Ascending to the foreborn realm remained for now an unimaginable dream. Boom! A downward thrust split the earth, leaving a jagged, elongated fissure in its wake. Xian Yu grew increasingly unnerved with each passing moment. The youth's raw strength was monstrous. Even his foreborn forged physique now cracked and bled under the strain. Though clearly only early foreborn, he fought as though confronting a peak foreborn sovereign. Overlord Spear Art, stabilize the realm. Sheng Huaian struck again. The spear pierced the heavens, its brilliance eclipsing the sun, its authority sealing dominion over all under heaven. Boom! Xian Yu poured every last reserve into defense, yet failed utterly. The spear pierced his left shoulder clean through. His once invincible foreborn body impervious to blade and spear now streamed crimson. Had he known Sheng Huaian's true strength, he would never have volunteered to lead this expedition. Now desperate to flee, he found himself ensnared, unable to break free. Overlord Spear Art, kidney pierce. A lightning thrust tore through Xian Yu's flank, opening a gaping wound. Were Yang Yi present, he'd surely thrash Sheng Huaian. Did such a technique even exist within the Overlord Spear Art? This is humiliation beyond bearing. Kill me outright if you must, but why degrade me? Xian Yu spat in Dawei tongue, staring at the wound, gushing blood from his side. Outmatched and entrapped, reduced to little more than a sparring dummy, Xian Yu felt his plight could scarcely grow worse. Until now, when one kidney lay pierced and ruined. Slipped, purely slipped. Sheng Huaian hadn't intended it, but his hand had simply betrayed him, veering instinctively toward the flank. Slip your mother's grave. Xian Yu roared, swinging his halberd in blind fury, only for Sheng Huaian to deflect it effortlessly. This disparity ran far deeper than mere strength. Sheng Huaian's blood-flesh body, forged anew in the foreborn transformation, vastly surpassed Xian Yu's, even post-ascension. He felt certain he could now contend with a peak foreborn master. Enough! I've grown accustomed to this power. Time to send you westward. Sheng Huaian ceased holding back. He would end this now. Overlord Spear Art, celestial fire scours the plains. His spear erupted, not as weapon but as wildfire descending from heaven, consuming all in its inexorable path. Xian Yu watched blood trickling from his lips as his heart dissolved beneath the spear's onslaught, then crumpled slowly to the ground. That blow admitted no defense. Given the choice again, he'd sooner die than pursue Sheng Huaian. His life forfeit for nothing. Brothers, follow me. Hu Bing cried, seeing Xian Yu fall, and led the cavalry into a thunderous charge. The Rongdi cavalry, witnessing their foreborn commander slain, wheeled about and fled in panic, formation shattered. For eliminating Xian Yu, Sheng Huaian earned 70 points of slaughter valor. He paid no heed to the corpse, instead vaulted onto his horse and galloped headlong into pursuit. Ordinary Rongdi cavalry were the true wellsprings of slaughter valor. The greater the slaughter, the greater the yield. Slaying Xian Yu, a foreborn cultivator, yielded only 70 points, equivalent to dispatching 70 low-tier martial apprentices. The Rongdi cavalry formation collapsed entirely. These soldiers, awestruck and terrified by a foreborn master in their midst, fled blindly, offering no resistance, as Sheng Huaian and his forces gave chase like wolves hunting lambs. Over 2,400 Rongdi corpses littered the field. Fewer than 500 escaped the slaughter. In such chaos, slowness meant death. Another victory. New recruits now gazed upon Sheng Huaian with dawning reverence. The entire cavalry unit exuded renewed vigor, its spirit refined, no longer resembling a green, untested force. Leave a contingent to gather the war horses. Everyone else follow me. Sheng Huaian commanded, voice ringing clear and commanding. Leaving 50 cavalry behind to gather the war horses of the Rongdi, Sheng Huaian led his men onward to continue engaging the Rongdi army, alleviating their assault on Heshi County. The fleeing Rongdi cavalry returned in panic. Your Highness, disaster, disaster. What is it? What happened? The enemy. There is a powerful expert among the enemy. Lord Xian Yu has fallen in battle, the terrified soldier reported. What? Yu Danjin rose from his tiger-skin seat, once more his face filled with shock. Xian Yu was a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Xiantian realm. To slay him, one would need at least the latest stage peak of the Xiantian realm, wouldn't they? Moreover, Xian Yu was his personal bodyguard, and he had fallen in battle. Yu Danjin found it difficult to accept for a moment. Gazing at the 500 scattered remnants of his army, he felt a sense of daze. Your Highness, the one who could slay Brother Xian Yu is likely a Xiantian great perfection expert. We must prepare to retreat immediately, Yu Lin said gravely. As one of the 3 Xiantian cultivators on this campaign, he naturally knew Xian Yu's strength, a mid-stage Xiantian peak. An ordinary latest-stage Xiantian cultivator would find it difficult to kill him. Even if he couldn't win, escaping should have been no issue. Yet Xian Yu had died, proving that even a mid-stage Xiantian cultivator like him couldn't flee. Yu Danjin's heart shuddered at the news. A Xiantian great perfection expert was unstoppable here. Even an army of 20,000 would struggle to withstand the charge of such a powerhouse leading troops. Rumble. From the distant wilderness came the thunderous sound of hooves immense in scale. Trouble. That expert is leading troops to attack. Yu Lin sensed a formidable aura. Peering into the distance, he saw a pillar of blood-red energy rising like smoke rolling toward them. The powerful blood aura made him tremble. The other Xiantian cultivator also saw the blood-red energy. Such terrifying blood aura, at least Xiantian great perfection, perhaps on the verge of breaking through to Grandmaster. Sound the retreat. Withdraw quickly, Yu Danjin shouted. He couldn't fathom why the Anning army would send a Xiantian great perfection expert to reinforce them. Yu Danjin fled with his men, abandoning the soldiers still assaulting the city. Seeing the Rongdi army about to escape, Sheng Huaian grew anxious. If they fled, where would he harvest his kill points? Hiya! He immediately spurred his horse to greater speed, hoping to cut off part of the Rongdi army. The Rongdi troops still attacking the city suddenly heard the retreat, horn bewildered. They were on the verge of capturing Heshi County. Turning back, they saw the main army retreating seemingly in flight. Panic spread among the attacking Rongdi soldiers who abandoned their assault. Those who had climbed the city walls found no escape. As the subsequent waves of attackers fled, the Rongdi soldiers on the walls were left isolated and doomed to be slain. On the city walls, Guo Xiaoping and Magistrate Chen, seeing the Rongdi army retreat, couldn't help but shout, "They're retreating. The Rongdi army is retreating. We've won. We've won. Ha ha ha. Don't run, you Rongdi bastards. Your grandpa hasn't had enough killing yet." A burly martial artist spat blood as he spoke. "Don't be a hero. If more Rongdi troops come, well, all die here." Another martial artist remarked. "Ha ha, soldiers, we have won." Magistrate Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. "We won." Cheers erupted on the walls, filled with the joy of victory. Guo Xiaoping gazed outside the city, watching Colonel Sheng Huaian lead a charge against the fleeing Rongdi army. "Captain Guo, is that General Colonel Sheng?" Magistrate Chen asked, standing beside Guo Xiaoping. Guo Xiaoping nodded. "Indeed, that is our colonel. Such a fierce general. No wonder he could compose a poem with such lofty ambition and high spirits. We devour the flesh of the northern barbarians. In jest we quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu." Magistrate Chen sighed in admiration. Though he was a Jinshi and appointed magistrate of Heshi County, he could never craft such heroic verses. Sheng Huaian's arrival with his army had stabilized the situation, now forcing the Rongdi to retreat. Although they didn't know why the Rongdi army had suddenly withdrawn. Seeing he couldn't catch up to the Rongdi forces, Sheng Huaian drew his bow. After all, he was a master archer. Locking onto a Xiantian cultivator, he knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and infused all his innate true qi into the arrow, uniting his essence, energy, and spirit. He loosed the arrow. Those on the city walls saw a brilliant streak of light shoot toward the Rongdi army. The dazzling arrow, like a meteor, carried terrifying lethality as it tore through the air. "Is this a master archer?" Magistrate Chen stared in shock at the brilliant arrow. Though master archers were rare, he had encountered them before. Few specialized in archery, and even fewer reached this level. He hadn't expected Sheng Huaian to also be a master archer. "Indeed, our colonel is a master archer," Guo Xiaoping said with a smile and a nod. When a master archer struck, the target was as good as dead unless their cultivation was higher and they could break the arrow through sheer force. The arrow Sheng Huaian had just loosed would be fatal to anyone below the Grandmaster realm. A Xiantian cultivator could not withstand his mightiest arrow. Even a Xiantian great perfection would pay a heavy price to block it. Among the Rongdi army, Dang Kun's heart filled with dread. He felt as if a terrifying presence had marked him, like a Grandmaster expert had set their sights on him. Having just broken through to the Xiantian realm, he was naturally Sheng Huaian's target. That arrow locked onto him. Dang Kun turned and saw a terrifying beam of light hurtling toward him. "It's over." Dang Kun's expression shifted drastically. There was no escape, nowhere to hide. Such was the power of a master archer's arrow. The other Xiantian cultivator Yulin looked back and felt his scalp tingle. This was a killing arrow from a Xiantian master archer condensing lethal intent and might into a single shot. Had it locked onto him, he too would have been doomed. Run! Yulin grabbed the young Prince Yudanjin and fled for his life, abandoning their horses. He never expected that Xiantian expert from Great Wei to also be a master archer. If he didn't flee, he'd die here too. Dang Kuan roared, his expression wild. With no escape, he burned his essence blood to forcibly resist the arrow, buying himself a slim chance of survival. Boom! The protective shield of blood chi and innate true chi was pierced through. The arrow struck him in the chest, pinning Dang Kuan to the ground as blood soaked the earth. The shockwave of innate true chi sent over a dozen surrounding Rondi cavalry, flying, their organs shattered. Seeing a Xiantian cultivator slain by a single arrow, the other Rondi soldiers fled in even greater terror. Yulin ran desperately, finding the horse too slow. He channeled his true chi and sprinted, carrying Yudanjin. Watching Dang Kuan get killed by one arrow, Yudanjin was stunned, his spirit broken by fear. Had that arrow locked onto him, he would surely be dead. On the city walls, Magistrate Chun and the others standing high up clearly saw the terrifying and dazzling arrow slay a Xiantian cultivator, leaving them utterly shocked. Xiantian. Magistrate Chun stammered. Guo Xiaoping's mind was also in turmoil, filled with shock. Had Colonel Sheng Huaian broken through to Xiantian? How long had it been? Sheng Huaian sensed an increase of 60 kill points and knew he had slain that Xiantian cultivator with one arrow. It must have been an early-stage Xiantian, as he had targeted the weaker of the two. Killing a Xiantian with a single arrow took a toll on Sheng Huaian, depleting his essence, energy, and spirit. So he refrained from targeting the other Xiantian cultivator. Unable to catch the main Rondi army, Sheng Huaian set his sights on the retreating soldiers who had attacked the city walls, over 1,000 of them. Don't attack, just surround those Rondi men. Don't steal my kills, Sheng Huaian ordered his troops. Hu Bing and the others couldn't believe their ears. Colonel Sheng Huaian was telling them not to steal his kills. Now that his cultivation had ascended to the Xiantian realm, he alone could annihilate the 1,000 Rondi soldiers with ease. This was an opportune moment. The main Rondi army had fled, leaving behind these stragglers. Sheng Huaian naturally sought to harvest a bounty of kill points to rapidly elevate his cultivation. Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and the others, upon hearing Sheng Huaian instruct them not to steal kills, but merely to encircle the enemy, complied, without understanding his reasoning. The cavalry charged forth and blocked the path of the 1,000-plus Rondi soldiers. Sheng Huaian plunged into the abandoned Rondi ranks and unleashed a merciless slaughter. His long spear reaped the lives of the Rondi soldiers while his kill points surged ever upward. Witnessing Sheng Huaian slaughtering like a god of death, many Rondi soldiers cast aside their weapons and fled. Resist. A Xiantian powerhouse. How could mere martial apprentices and warriors hope to oppose him? The fleeing Rondi soldiers were driven back by Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and the others. Sheng Huaian swept his spear, and golden true chi like a blade of light instantly slew a dozen Rondi soldiers. Each strike claimed the lives of 10 to 20 of them. A layer of blood-fiend aura coalesced upon him, resembling a mist of crimson, enshrouding his golden protective chi and casting him as both deity and demon. Many Rondi soldiers, their minds overwhelmed by terror, knelt and cried out for mercy and surrender. Yet Sheng Huaian understood not a word. He slaughtered every last one of the 1,000-plus Rondi soldiers, taking no prisoners. Observing Sheng Huaian's immense bloodlust, Wang Wu and the others were frightened by the killing aura emanating from him. Could the colonel be walking the path of slaughter? Wang Wu swallowed hard. Who would believe that the colonel was once a scholar, a man of letters? Hu Bing could not help but twitch his eyelids. A scholar, when he killed, was truly ruthless, without blinking an eye. Those were 1,000 Rondi soldiers butchered cleanly, not a flicker of hesitation. The ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing like a river. Sheng Huaian wiped the blood from his face, his iron spear dripping crimson. The 1,000-plus Rondi soldiers had yielded him 3,467 kill points. In slaying these foreign Rondi soldiers, Sheng Huaian felt not a shred of burden in his heart. He glanced at the golden light panel, name Sheng Huaian, a race human, a realm Xiantian, initial, techniques, Great Sun Heart, Sutra, Minor Mastery, Mighty Ox, Force Minor Mastery, Blood Fiend Blade, Art Major Mastery, Deduce, Overlord Spear, Art Minor Mastery, Strength 4500, Gene, Talent Divine Archer, Kill Points 13717, System Upgradable. Seeing the kill points exceed 10,000, a grin split Sheng Huaian's face, harder to suppress than an AK. In a single day, he had personally slain over 2,000 Rondi enemies, amassing an unprecedented bounty of kill points. At last he witnessed a change in this golden sheet. System Upgradable. Was it about to evolve to a T1 version? Could the current one be T0? Sheng Huaian curled his lip. So even cheats had version updates. But why did it show upgradable only after kill points exceeded 10,000? Did it require 10,000 points to upgrade? Sheng Huaian declared that upgrading was unnecessary. He found the current T0 version quite satisfactory. Setting aside further investigation, he led his troops into the city. County Magistrate Chun and Guo Xiaoping had already opened the city gates to welcome them in. As for the corpses outside the city, the horses and the supplies the fleeing Rongdi army had abandoned, others would handle them. Sheng Huaian need not worry. Welcome, General Sheng. On behalf of all the people of Hushi County, I thank you for your rescue, for repelling the Rongdi army, and for saving the entire county. County Magistrate Chun bowed with clasped hands, sincerely expressing his gratitude. This was a debt of life, and he, representing the people of Hushi County, paid homage to Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian did not stop him, but simply said, "This is the duty of us soldiers. There is no need for such ceremony." He was worthy of this great bow. Had the rescue force lacked a Xiantian cultivator, Hushi County could not have been saved. Sheng Huaian led his men into the city, greeted warmly by the people of Hushi County. Without his army's victory over the Rongdi forces, they would have fallen under the invaders' iron hoofs. Gazing at the enthusiastic citizens lining the streets, Sheng Huaian felt deeply moved. Clad in splendid armor, spear in hand, guarding a land of peace. This was the essence of a general, of a soldier. Amid the cheers of the populous, County Magistrate Chun led Sheng Huaian's troops to the military camp. Now the county's forces were nearly decimated, with only 200 battered soldiers remaining. Sheng Huaian's unit temporarily took over the garrison and defense duties. "General Sheng, please have your men rest here for now. Tonight, I will host a banquet in your honor. Your achievements I shall report to the imperial court to seek recognition." County Magistrate Chun addressed Sheng Huaian. Before him stood a youth whose face already bore an air of dignified authority, a young commander to be envied. "Very well, Magistrate Chun, go about your duties. My men will temporarily take over the city's defense." Sheng Huaian nodded. With Hushi County's troops gone, he had no choice but to assume the garrison. With the battle just concluded, much work awaited Magistrate Chun as the chief official. "Then tonight, I shall share a few cups with you, General." Magistrate Chun clasped his hands in farewell. Pacifying the people, compensating the fallen, arranging for corpse disposal. All these tasks required his attention. Sheng Huaian's unit had suffered 200 casualties. The fallen were buried in Hushi County, while the wounded were sent for treatment. Having taken over the city's defense, Sheng Huaian did not idle. He sent Wang Wu with scouts to probe whether the Rongdi army had truly retreated, ordered Guo Xiaoping to lead 500 men in securing the north wall, and Tang Yinshan to take 100 men to guard the south gate. He also dispatched Haide with 100 soldiers to patrol within the city, deterring troublemakers and maintaining order in Hushi County. Having witnessed Sheng Huaian's might, County Magistrate Chun grew cunning. He petitioned the imperial court and the garrison of Anning Pass to have Sheng Huaian stationed permanently in Hushi. At that moment, Sheng Huaian was inspecting the wounded soldiers' camp, unaware of Magistrate Chen's scheme. The camp housed both his own injured men and the county's troops. "Colonel, General," the wounded soldiers greeted him. "Brothers, rest assured and receive treatment. I will ask Magistrate Chen to bring more doctors for you. I hope you recover swiftly, so we may fight side by side again," Sheng Huaian encouraged. After comforting the wounded, he noticed a man lying on the ground clad in a colonel's uniform. "Who is this?" "General, this is our Colonel Wu Cheng. He fought fiercely against 2 Rongdi Hotian experts, and now lies gravely wounded," a soldier replied. So this was the Hushi County colonel. No wonder he hadn't been seen, he was on the verge of death. Sheng Huaian took out a healing pill from his collection, pried open Wu Cheng's mouth, and administered it. Whether he would survive depended on Wu Cheng's own fortune. After inspecting the wounded camp, Sheng Huaian examined the captured warhorses. Over 3,000 were unharmed, adding to their own 2,000, enough to form a cavalry of 5,000. Yet this was but a fleeting thought. For now he was merely a colonel commanding only 2,000 troops. That evening, bonfires blazed in the camp. County Magistrate Chun had procured ample meat and wine to feast Sheng Huaian's unit. "Magistrate Chun, let us forego the wine. Tea will do. Eat and drink," while Sheng Huaian would not permit his men to drink while the battle had just ended. Caution was paramount. "I was careless. Well, save the wine for another time. Let everyone eat heartily." Magistrate Chun promptly apologized. It seemed Sheng Huaian was different from others. He did not hold grand victory celebrations. "General Sheng, our county's forces have been decimated. Until the court dispatches reinforcements, I ask for your diligent oversight." Magistrate Chun raised his tea in a toast. "This is my duty," Sheng Huaian nodded. Little did he know Magistrate Chun had designs to keep him here. "I hear you were once a scholar, General Sheng. What led you to abandon letters for the sword?" Magistrate Chun inquired. Sheng Huaian studied the man who at 25 or 26 was remarkably young. To become a county magistrate at such an age suggested either great talent or connections at court. "I have yearned for a martial life since childhood, to battle foreign tribes. My father insisted I study. After his passing, I joined the military. Sheng Huaian fabricated. Wang Wu, overhearing, barely suppressed a twitch. Had he not known Sheng Huaian was forcibly conscripted, he might have believed it. A Xiantian powerhouse, so young. Your future knows no bounds. Magistrate Chen flattered. Such a youthful Xiantian cultivator was something he had only heard of before. Not at all. The two chatted, growing acquainted. The modest celebration consisted of meat and soup. Sheng Huaian permitted no alcohol. In the following days, Sheng Huaian devoted himself to training the troops. With 1500 recruits under his command, improvement was essential. Meanwhile, Magistrate Chen busied himself with post-war affairs. One day, Sheng Huaian received orders from General Yang Yi to temporarily garrison Hushi County and not to rush back. Sheng Huaian thought little of it. Wang Wu's scouts confirmed the Rongdi army had indeed withdrawn, suggesting Hushi County would enjoy a period of peace. Sheng Huaian thought little of it. Wang Wu's scouts confirmed the Rongdi army had indeed withdrawn, suggesting Hushi County would enjoy a period of peace. In times without battle, Sheng Huaian led his men in relentless training. At dawn, they practiced the military martial art, the mighty ox strength. In the afternoon, they honed horsemanship, archery, coordinated cavalry maneuvers, and battle formations. Now a commander of an army, he naturally trained his troops to enhance their combat prowess. Magistrate Chen, eager to retain Sheng Huaian's forces, never skimped on provisions, ensuring the soldiers were well-fed and vigorous for training. Recruiting some soldiers from the county town and reinstating the lightly wounded Sheng Huaian's unit was replenished to 2,000 men. Simultaneously, Sheng Huaian had Magistrate Chen order the conscription of 1,000 county soldiers as reserves. Chen agreed, enlisting 1,000 laborers into the county militia, placing them under Sheng Huaian's training. After the Rongdi army retreated, a full half-month passed without them returning for revenge. By mid-October, heavy snow fell over Hushi County. Snowflakes as large as goose feathers drifted down, and overnight the northwestern border was blanketed in a world of white. The snow was knee-deep, the heavens and earth a vast expanse of white. With the snow came a sudden drop in temperature, bitingly cold. Gazing at the snowy landscape, Sheng Huaian stood atop the city gate tower, taking in the wintry scene. After the snowfall, this border county finally knew true tranquility. The heavy snow made it difficult for the Rongdi army to move south, rendering them unable to attack Hushi County. The entire northern frontier was covered in ice and snow. At Anning Pass, the Xiongnu army retreated deep into the grasslands, bringing peace to the pass. Outside Jubai Pass, the Xiongnu's 300,000 troops failed to take Jubai City. They turned to enter through Qishan Pass, and 400,000 Xiongnu soldiers occupied the three prefectures of Yanxi and Deng. In those three prefectures, fewer than 1 in 10 of the Great Wei commoners survived. They were slaughtered by the Xiongnu army or taken as slaves. Those who fled escaped to inland prefectures and counties. These three prefectures were utterly devastated, and restoring them would take no less than a century. The defending general of Qishan Pass, Jin Daorong, and the second prince ultimately could not be saved. The prince was thrown into prison to face charges. The 400,000 Xiongnu troops and Marquis Li's 200,000 soldiers clashed fiercely across these three prefectures. Marquis Li was pinned down, and one of the second prince's greatest backers was confined to the three northern prefectures. Other princes in the court could no longer contain themselves, launching attacks against the second prince one after another. The Great Wei court descended into chaos. Despite the heavy snow, Sheng Huaian did not grant his men rest. He dispatched the troops to help clear snow from within the city walls. Afterward, he entrusted the training to Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing. He himself went to drink with Magistrate Chen. This left Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing in misery. Not only could they not rest in the heavy snow, but they also had to lead the troops in training. Though they were Hotian martial artists with boiling hot blood impervious to the cold, they still longed for a drink. Sheng Huaian and Magistrate Chen sat around a tea stove brewing wine. "Oh, in this heavy snow, who knows how many commoners will freeze to death," Magistrate Chen said with worry. "Let us hope the people have stored enough firewood to survive this snow." Sheng Huaian replied, but he had no solution. Beyond the city walls lay a boundless white expanse. He was no god, powerless to prevent the people from freezing. "Are the grain supplies sufficient? We must avoid deaths from starvation. Except for a few villages plundered by the Rongdi, the other towns and villages should be fine." Magistrate Chen dared not boast. The people under his governance were prosperous, but without natural disasters or man-made calamities, deaths from starvation were unlikely. Has the court sent any word? When will soldiers and generals be dispatched to garrison Hushi County? Sheng Huaian could not help asking. Half a month had passed without any movement. He was from the Anning army, not a county soldier of Hushi. Remaining stationed in a single county town was hardly proper. Magistrate Chen saw Sheng Huaian's unease and feared he might leave. So he quickly said, "Wait a little longer. The court has yet to respond." Sheng Huaian knew little of the Great Wei court, unaware that the princes were locked in a bitter struggle for the throne. Who would care about the assignment of a minor frontier county's colonel? Even the three prefectures of Yanxi and Deng had fallen under the iron hooves of the Xiongnu, and the court had only dispatched Marquis Li with 200,000 troops to resist. As a county magistrate, Chun had some understanding of the court. These matters would not be resolved anytime soon. The two men brewed wine around the tea stove. Magistrate Chun was an upright official keeping no dancing girls and few maidservants. They brewed the wine themselves. "Chun, are you from Yingchuan?" Sheng Huaian asked curiously. The Yingchuan Qin clan was a great family with its members scattered across Great Wei. A branch long separated, Qin Tianhua said. Otherwise, as a Jinsha graduate, he would not have been assigned to this remote border county as magistrate. Sheng Huaian nodded. Clans were a powerful force. Since Magistrate Chun was from the Yingchuan Qin clan, he likely would not remain in this border county forever. Sheng Huaian had initially hoped to ask Chun to use his clan connections to procure some elixirs. But learning Chun was from a branch, he abandoned the idea. Martial cultivation consumed resources. One needed either great talent or ample resources, otherwise progress was as slow as a snail. He had wanted to obtain elixirs to boost his men's strength, but now he would have to find another way. "Why do you ask, General Sheng?" Magistrate Qin knew Sheng Huaian would not ask without reason. "I want to get some elixirs for my men's training," Sheng Huaian said openly. Magistrate Qin shook his head. "Difficult. Elixirs are rarely sold, except occasionally on the black market. They are monopolized by the court, great families, and sects who very few flow to the common people. General Sheng may not know, but only the Taoist sects can refine elixirs. So many factions watch the elixirs released by the Taoist sects. Finding a channel to buy them is nearly impossible." Hearing this, Sheng Huaian realized how difficult it was to obtain elixirs, understanding why Gua Xiaoping and Hu Bing had been so thrilled at the fourth-grade realm-breaking pill. "Among the Taoist sects, which one has the best alchemy?" Sheng Huaian inquired. Seeing Sheng Huaian's persistence, Magistrate Qin said, "The best alchemy is at the Dan sect of Fenling Mountain. 80% of Great Weiss elixirs come from there." Dan sect. Sheng Huaian committed the name to memory. The more he learned of this world, the deeper it seemed. Great Wei was not the sole master of this land. To its side lay the kingdoms of Dali and Dexian, each with territories no smaller than Great Weiss. There were also countless Taoist sects and demonic schools. Martial arts were but one cultivation system. Sheng Huaian enjoyed drinking with Magistrate Chun because he could gradually learn more about this world. With the line of procuring elixirs through Chun cut off, Sheng Huaian would have to find another way. At dusk, the liveliest place in Hushi County was the Misty Willow Tower. At night, wealthy young masters and noble gentlemen would gather in twos and threes to drink and enjoy the company of courtesans. The pleasure quarters were most bustling in the evening. That evening, Magistrate Chun invited Sheng Huaian to join him at the Misty Willow Tower. Unable to refuse, Sheng Huaian went along. In all these days, it was his first visit to Hushi County's pleasure house. They made no effort to hide their presence, strolling openly into the Misty Willow Tower. In this world, visiting a brothel was perfectly normal, requiring no concealment. "Oh, Magistrate Chun, a rare and honored guest," the madam of the Misty Willow Tower exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. "And this handsome young lord, what distinguished guest might you be?" Sheng Huaian was dressed in plain clothes that day, so the madam did not recognize him. "This is General Sheng," Magistrate Chun introduced. "General Sheng. The one who..." "General Sheng. An honored guest indeed. Your visit brings great glory to our humble establishment. Please come in, both of you." The madam smiled warmly and personally escorted them to a private VIP room on the second floor. Then she hurried to summon the Misty Willow Tower's top courtesan to entertain Magistrate Chun and Sheng Huaian. Miss Qin. Quick, Magistrate Chun and General Sheng are here. Come with me to attend to our honored guests." "General Sheng." A cool yet seductive voice came from the chamber. General Sheng Huaian, the one who had turned the tide, leading his army in time to repel the Rongdi forces and save Hushi County. In Hushi County, while many had not seen Sheng Huaian, none had not heard his name. From the boudoir emerged a graceful figure in red, her silhouette curvaceous and alluring. Her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, her peerless beauty captivating, carrying a natural charm within her aloofness. Qin Yao approached leisurely, her red robe trailing on the ground like a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting. "Hurry up, my little ancestor, don't keep the two gentlemen waiting." Seeing Qin Yao's unhurried pace, the madam grew anxious. This courtesan, rumored to have come from the capital, had arrived at her Yanlu Tower a month ago and become the leading lady. With her breathtaking beauty and exquisite dance, she had enchanted countless noble gentlemen of Hushi County. Someone had offered 10,000 gold to spend a night with her, but was refused. The madam led Qin Yao to the private room where Magistrate Chun and Sheng Huaian were. "Honored guest, Miss Qin Yao is here." "My dear Qin Yao, do entertain our distinguished guests well." With these words, the madam departed with a smile, leaving the room for Magistrate Chun and the others. So this is the celestial maiden Qin Yao. Truly reputation falls short of the reality. Your beauty is unmatched. Had I known you were so lovely, I would have come sooner. Magistrate Chen's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Qin Yao praising her. Sheng Huaian glanced at Magistrate Chen, surprised to find that this seemingly righteous scholar was actually a sucker for beauty. Magistrate Chen, clad in white robes, exuded an air of refinement. His fair face bore an expression of righteousness, but now Sheng Huaian saw through him. This fellow was putting on an act, but now that he had laid eyes on a stunning beauty, his true colors were revealed. Greetings, Magistrate and General. I am Qin Yao. Thank you for your kind words, Your Honor. Qin Yao curtsied gracefully, a slight smile gracing her exquisite face, radiating myriad charms. Her bewitching eyes seemed to hold a light that could captivate one's soul. Magistrate Chun was momentarily stunned, wondering how such a beautiful woman could exist in this world. Ahem. Unable to bear it any longer, Sheng Huaian coughed twice, snapping Magistrate Chun out of his trance. Staring at someone like that was embarrassing. Even Sheng Huaian felt awkward for him. Honestly, weren't they both scholars? Could he not disgrace the scholarly community? Coming to his senses, Magistrate Chun realized his lapse in manners. Embarrassed, he raised his wine cup to drink and cover his awkwardness. Please have a seat, Miss Qin Yao, Sheng Huaian said, generously looking at Qin Yao. He thought Qin Yao was beautiful, almost unrealistically so. Though he couldn't help but steal a few glances, it was only a handful of times. He absolutely did not stare excessively. Sheng Huaian would stake his reputation on it. Yes, yes, celestial maiden Qin Yao, please sit. Magistrate Chun echoed enthusiastically. He had even changed his address to celestial maiden. Thank you, Your Honors. Qin Yao took a seat opposite Sheng Huaian, studying him. The intense masculine aura emanating from Sheng Huaian made her hesitant to draw near, yet she found it deeply alluring. Qin Yao's heart was conflicted. This young man captivated her profoundly, yet also gave her a sense of danger. Hey, it seems our magistrate has taken a liking to Miss Qin Yao. Sheng Huaian chuckled. Shun Tianhua's gaze at Qin Yao was practically dripping with infatuation. Could this be love at first sight? Nonsense, I have not. General Sheng, do not slander my reputation. Magistrate Chen hastily defended himself. You jest, General? His Honor the Magistrate is of such exalted status. How could he fancy a woman of my lowly standing? Qin Yao picked up the wine pot and poured for Magistrate Chen. Miss Qin Yao is no fallen flower or withered willow, but a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. Sheng Huaian smiled. This aloof yet subtly seductive woman truly deserved the title of leading courtesan. No wonder she could enchant so many men. Even Magistrate Chen, a man of integrity, was captivated at first sight. Thank you for the compliment, General. Allow me to toast to you. Qin Yao's slender fair fingers held the wine cup as she gazed at Sheng Huaian with eyes as limpid as water. Sheng Huaian also raised his cup, thinking to himself, is this woman a fox spirit? Who could resist such tender, affectionate looks? She could bewitch anyone in an instant. I've heard that General Sheng is quite talented and unmatched in poetry. Could you compose a poem for me? Qin Yao's eyes were like pools of water, looking at Sheng Huaian with deep affection. Magistrate Chen, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. He was handsome too and could write poetry. Why was Qin Yao always looking at Sheng Huaian? You flatter me, miss. I only dabble. Sheng Huaian felt embarrassed. He was merely a copyist. Those poems were the fruits of the ancestors' wisdom. Miss Qin Yao? I want to see Miss Qin Yao. Let her drink with me. Squire Zhang shouted loudly. Squire Zhang, please don't shout. Miss Qin Yao is entertaining honored guests. If you disturb them, neither of us can bear the consequences. The madam quickly pulled at Squire Zhang, fearing he would offend the distinguished guests. Honored guests? How honored? Am I not an honored guest? Squire Zhang declared loudly. That Squire Zhang must be drunk shouting like that. Doesn't he know Miss Qin Yao is with the magistrate and General Sheng? Someone remarked. Huh, just look at his face, red as a monkey's backside. He's clearly drunk. If he spoils the magistrate and general's evening, his Zhang family might not be able to stay in Hushy County anymore. A bystander eager for drama commented. Squire Zhang, Miss Qin Yao is drinking with the magistrate and General Sheng. Are you sure you want to cause a scene? The madam's face darkened. What? Squire Zhang's intoxication dissipated significantly. He dared not shout any longer. Although his Zhang family was wealthy in Hushy County, they were far beneath the two most esteemed men in the county. Magistrate Chun was the chief official governing the entire county, while Sheng Huaian was the garrison general commanding 2,000 fierce soldiers. Who would dare offend them? Knowing that Qin Yao was with Magistrate Chun and General Sheng, Squire Zhang slunk away in disgrace. Sheng Huaian and Magistrate Chun, behind the screen on the second floor, had naturally witnessed the commotion downstairs, but they chose to ignore it. General Sheng, when a beauty requests a poem, you should oblige. If a beauty asked me to compose, I'd write 10 on the spot. Magistrate Chen said. Sheng Huaian looked at Magistrate Chen. Had this guy turned into a simp? This Miss Qin Yao possessed such immense charm that she had captivated Magistrate Chen after just one meeting, making him fall at her feet. Come, Brother Chen, you go ahead. I'm sure Celestial Maiden Qin Yao would appreciate your talent. What's 10 poems? So stingy. Write 100, Your Honor. Sheng Huaian said to Magistrate Chen. What a transformation into a simp. Hadn't he heard that simps never prosper? Well, I lack inspiration today. Magistrate Chen said with some embarrassment. Sheng Huaian rolled his eyes at Chen Tianhua. What a presumptuous fellow. General, does this humble body not deserve a poem? If you would compose one for me, I shall accompany you tonight. Qin Yao bit her lips, slightly exuding immense allure. Magistrate Chen felt envious and jealous. Looking at Qin Yao's bewitchingly beautiful face, Sheng Huaian felt his blood surging, barely containable. Was this woman a fox spirit? How could she be so seductive? Very well, since the celestial maiden so earnestly requests, I shall offer a poem. Sheng Huaian suspected that if he didn't agree, this enchantress might throw herself into his arms to tempt him. Seeing Sheng Huaian agree, Qin Yao immediately went to fetch the brush, ink, and paper. Allow me to grind the ink for General Sheng. Magistrate Chen offered eagerly. Then I am obliged. Qin Yao handed the inkstone to Magistrate Chen while she personally spread the paper for Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian watched as Magistrate Chen took over the ink, grinding, wishing he could kick him away. Who asked you to be so eager? After preparing the materials, Sheng Huaian began to write the poem. No, to transcribe it. For a scholar, how could it be called plagiarism? Her robe is a cloud, her face a flower, her balcony glimmering with the bright spring dew. Were I not to see her atop the jade mountains, I would meet her by the moon terrace in the moonlight. Magistrate Chen was mesmerized, his eyes glazed. He seemed to see a peerless goddess who transformed into the likeness of Qin Yao, as beautiful as a peony under the spring breeze, and then as a celestial maiden on the Jasper Mountains meeting beneath the moonlit terrace. Qin Yao softly recited the verses, ripples stirring in her beautiful eyes. Was he comparing her to the peerless fairy under the moon terrace? Her robe is a cloud, her face a flower, her balcony glimmering with the bright spring dew. Where is that poetry coming from? It seems to be from the second floor. If not seen atop the jadeite peaks, then met beneath the moonlit Jasper terrace. Her melodious voice, accompanied by song, made the patrons drinking and watching the dance on the first floor feel as if a celestial goddess had descended. Petals drifted down, and under the moonlight the goddess danced gracefully on the jade terrace. What a poem, what beauty! Who composed this verse? A genius, a world-shaking genius. Many scholars were overjoyed. It was undoubtedly a masterpiece that would be remembered for ages. Madam, who is in that private room on the second floor? Someone couldn't help asking, eager to know who had crafted such an exquisite piece. Honored guest in that room are the county magistrate and General Sheng. The madam replied, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Such an unparalleled masterpiece born in her willow smoke pavilion would surely spread fame far and wide. Countless scholars and literati would flock here, and her business would inevitably boom. The county magistrate and General Sheng are inside. So who could have written it? After all, there were two people in the room. Who else but the magistrate? He's a Jinshi scholar. No. Though the magistrate is a Jinshi, he's never composed any poems. Then you mean it's General Sheng? It must be General Sheng. Don't forget he has 2 poems that have been passed down. He was a scholar before. Exactly. General Sheng's in ambition feast on Hun flesh, ingest drink Xiongnu blood, and pity the bones by the Wooding River. Still dreams of the boudoir have spread across the land. Such a masterpiece must be his. Clouds yearn for her garments, flowers for her face, spring breezes caress the balustrade, dew glistens. If not seen atop the jadeite peaks, then met beneath the moonlit Jasper terrace. What a poem, what beauty! Come drink to celebrate. To have witnessed such a poem we must toast heartily. This journey was not in vain, ha ha. That night the willow smoke pavilion buzzed with excitement. In the private room on the second floor, Qin Yao's gaze towards Sheng Huaian shifted. Such talent, handsome features, and a jade-like demeanor. Truly an ideal suitor. General Sheng's talent is admirable. I thank you for composing this poem for me. I have nothing to repay. Sheng Huaian looked at Qin Yao. What did she mean? A lifelong commitment. He'll repay you another day. After a pause, Qin Yao slowly spoke. Miss Qin Yao, next time you speak, please don't pause. Promise me. Sheng Huaian was speechless. How was he supposed to interpret another day? Excellent poem, excellent. Magistrate Chen exclaimed excitedly. It's all right, just average, Sheng Huaian said indifferently. Hearing this, Magistrate Chen nearly choked on his own saliva. This show-off caught him off guard, nearly throwing his back out. General Sheng saying that could get you beaten. Magistrate Chen glared at Sheng Huaian. What did he mean by average? Was he mocking his inability to compose poetry? You can't beat me, Sheng Huaian said disdainfully. Magistrate Chen clenched and unclenched his fists. In the presence of a beauty, he couldn't be rash and lose decorum. He would tolerate it for now. Qin Yao smiled faintly. This Sheng Huaian was quite amusing. That smile was harmless, but it nearly bewitched Magistrate Chen. Even Sheng Huaian's heart raced uncontrollably. This Qin enchantress was irresistibly alluring. If not for the Great Sun Heart Sutra requiring him to preserve his pure yang, he would have devoured this tempting enchantress tonight. Truly, one smile from her could captivate 100, leaving all palace beauties colorless. With such beauty, how did you end up in the entertainment quarters? Sheng Huaian asked curiously. How could someone so stunning be a courtesan? General Sheng, you may not know. When I was young, my father died, and my mother remarried. Qin Yao began to recount her tragic story. Your life story is truly pitiful. Magistrate Chen looked at Qin Yao's pitiful demeanor, his protective instincts surging. Sheng Huaian was taken aback. Why did this story sound so familiar? He felt he had heard it somewhere before. Tonight, let me serve you in bed, General Sheng, in gratitude for your magnificent poem. Qin Yao looked at Sheng Huaian with eyes full of autumn water. Sheng Huaian was sorely tempted to agree. It was like when Wang Zuxian gazed at you with affection and said, stay tonight. Who could refuse? But he had cultivated that damned virgin technique, and now he regretted it. If only heaven would give him another chance to choose. Unfortunately, there was no chance. Miss Qin Yao, you misunderstand. I am not that kind of man. I composed the poem for you simply because I felt it suited you. Sheng Huaian spoke with righteous indignation, as if he had upright gentleman written on his forehead. Qin Yao looked at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She couldn't tell if he was sincere or not. But from start to finish, Sheng Huaian had never been captivated by her beauty, unlike other men who were instantly mesmerized, drooling like pigs eager to devour her on the spot. I think Magistrate Chen is quite fond of you, Miss Qin Yao. Why not spend the night with him? Sheng Huaian cursed himself inwardly. In ancient times, Han Paopao gave up his post. Today, he, Sheng Huaian, was giving up a beautiful woman. He truly envied that fellow Su who could dual cultivate to enhance his strength while having a blast. Great. Magistrate Chen immediately nodded eagerly. He looked at Sheng Huaian with newfound warmth. Truly a good brother. Watching Qin Yao's bewitching eyes and face, every movement seemingly laced with allure, Sheng Huaian felt overwhelmed. If he stayed any longer, he feared he might break his vow. To stand at the pinnacle of the world one day, Sheng Huaian had to take his leave. Miss Qin Yao, Magistrate Chen, I have military affairs to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Enjoy your conversation. Sheng Huaian turned and left. If he didn't leave now, he couldn't suppress his desires anymore. This damned enchantress was truly lethal. Watching Sheng Huaian depart, Qin Yao couldn't fathom his thoughts. Was he truly immune to her charms, an upright gentleman, or could it be that he couldn't get it up? Magistrate Chen, on the other hand, felt that Sheng Huaian was a true friend willing to share such a beauty. Sheng Huaian descended the stairs, his boiling blood gradually calming. He glanced back at the private room on the second floor and thought to himself, could she be a demoness? She made my blood boil involuntarily, igniting an uncontrollable fire within. Oh, General Sheng, leaving so soon? The madam asked with a grin. Sheng Huaian nodded. General Sheng. Many on the first floor greeted him with smiles, and Sheng Huaian nodded in return. Leaving the Willow Smoke Pavilion, he headed toward the military camp. Tonight's expenses would be on Magistrate Chen. Why did General Sheng leave? Many wondered as they watched him go. Having composed such a masterpiece, shouldn't he be invited to stay by Miss Qin Yao? Could the poem be the magistrate's work? Were we all mistaken? I told you such an eternal masterpiece could only be written by a gene-sure scholar like the magistrate. After Sheng Huaian left, Qin Yao looked at Magistrate Chen. Compared to Sheng Huaian, the magistrate fell far short in talent, cultivation, and appearance. Magistrate Chen, General Sheng has left. Why are you still here? Qin Yao's eyes were like water, her voice clear, yet bewitching. Off. Oh, I'm leaving now. Magistrate Chen stood up and left. Exiting the room, he suddenly realized. Wasn't he supposed to spend the night with Miss Qin Yao? Why had he obeyed so readily? Shouldn't he have stayed to win the bowtie's favor? Descending the stairs, everyone saw Magistrate Chen again. Oh, Magistrate, leaving so soon? Not staying for a while? The madam asked. Magistrate Chen shook his head. No. Magistrate, was that poem just now yours? Someone asked. No. It was General Sheng's. With that, Magistrate Chen walked out of the Willow Smoke Pavilion. Hit by the cold wind outside, he suddenly snapped back to reality. What's wrong with me? Was I bewitched? Damn, could Miss Qin Yao have mastered the art of enchantment? How embarrassing. Thinking back to his behavior in the room, he was utterly humiliated. He, Chen Tianhua, a righteous scholar, had acted so disgracefully in front of a woman like a lovesick fool who hadn't seen a woman in 300 years. Even worse, when Sheng Huaian offered Qin Yao to him, he actually thought it was great luck. Magistrate Chen couldn't help but shudder. Sheng Huaian must be laughing at him. She's truly a seductress who brings ruin. This place is cursed and never coming back. Magistrate Chen quickened his pace. Qin Yao took the poem Sheng Huaian had written and returned to her room on the third floor. I didn't expect to meet someone so talented in this remote border region of Great Wei. And it seems his cultivation level is quite profound. Sheng Huaian returned to the camp and ran into Wang Wu. You're back late, Brother Huaian. Wang Wu looked at Sheng Huaian and spoke. Yeah, are you on night duty tonight, Brother Wang Wu? Sheng Huaian nodded. No, you reek of rouge. Did you go to the Willow Smoke Pavilion? Wang Wu, with a nose like a dog's, caught the scent of a woman on Sheng Huaian. Are you part bloodhound? How could you smell that? Sheng Huaian looked at Wang Wu in surprise. Well, Brother Huaian, you've gone bad. Going to the Willow Smoke Pavilion without me. And we're supposed to be brothers who've been through life and death. Our bond is fading. This is no fun. Wang Wu looked as if he had been betrayed. No, you've got it wrong. Magistrate Chen invited me, Sheng Huaian explained. I want listen. Upon returning to his quarters, Sheng Huaian began his cultivation. To placate Wang Wu, he promised to take him to the Misty Willow Pavilion to visit the fairy Qin Yao next time, and only then did Wang Wu relent. He continued his cultivation through the night, cycling through the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Radiant with pure solar energy, he was like a blazing sun, his inner chi and blood seething and burning. Fortunately, his former self had been an impoverished scholar who only buried himself in books, lacking the funds to indulge in pleasure houses, and thus remained a virgin of pure yang. As the Great Sun Heart Sutra cycled, he became a burning sun. His blood, bones, sinews, and flesh were all tempered and strengthened, his physique slowly growing tougher and more resilient. Martial artists valued physique and blood vitality, all their strength derived from these. Even with his golden finger, Sheng Huaian persisted in his daily cultivation, all for the sake of growing stronger. To become powerful, he could even resist carnal desires. All to become terrifyingly strong. In the following days, Sheng Huaian never left the military camp, spending his time either drilling troops or cultivating. He dared not seek out Magistrate Chen lest the man tempt him to the Misty Willow Pavilion again. The snow in the northern frontier slowly began to melt, and the first snowfall soon passed. Wang Wu waited and waited, but Sheng Huaian never came to take him to the Misty Willow Pavilion, leaving him straining his eyes in anticipation. Sheng Huaian looked at the golden light screen. Name Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm peak of Xiantian. Techniques, Great Sun Heart, Sutra Minor Achievement, Mang Ox, Strength Minor Achievement, Blood Fiend Blade, Art, Great Achievement, Deduce, Overlord Spear, Art Minor Achievement. Strength, 85,000 Gene. Talent, Divine Archer. Kill count, 4717. System, upgradable. Over these days, Sheng Huaian had quietly elevated his cultivation to the peak of Xiantian. His single-arm strength had grown to a terrifying 85,000 Gene. To put it in perspective, an ordinary martial artist at the peak of Xiantian possessed only 50,000 Gene of single-arm strength, while Sheng Huaian had reached a staggering 85,000 Gene. Advancing from the early Xiantian stage to the middle stage consumed 2,000 kill points, from the middle to the late stage 3,000, and from the late stage to the peak 4,000. Each advancement required an additional 1,000 kill points, leading Sheng Huaian to realize that the further he progressed, the more kill points were needed. From the early Xiantian stage to the peak, he had consumed a total of 9,000 kill points. He wondered just how terrifying the consumption would be to break through to the Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster realms. Had he not started on the frontier battlefield killing enemies, he truly doubted he could sustain this golden finger. Now that he had secretly broken through to the peak of Xiantian, no one knew. Sheng Huaian chuckled inwardly, thinking that if anyone crossed him, he could slap them dead with a single blow. Now facing Grandmaster-level experts, he no longer felt as though he was confronting an immortal. He would grow stronger in secret and then amaze everyone. In the Great Wei capital, Luojing's splendor reigned supreme, gathering the world's nobility and wealth. The entire Luojing was resplendent and magnificent, a 1,000-year-old ancient capital of unparalleled prosperity. Its vast expanse stretched beyond the horizon, impossible to take in at a single glance. Towers and palaces stood in staggered array with a permanent population of 3 million. The bustling imperial capital was ablaze with lights. At the second prince's mansion, Second Prince Han Feiyu's gaze was cold and sinister. Lately, his uncle Marquis Li had led 200,000 troops north, only to be bogged down in the 3 prefectures of Yin and Qi by 400,000 Xiongnu soldiers. This had drained most of his power in Luojing, leaving him vulnerable to the constant pressure from other princes allied with ministers. These days, his position as regent had been far from stable. Your Highness, last night the Minister of War Lord Wang visited the Crown Prince's residence, reported a spy. That old scoundrel. I have tried to win him over countless times, but he always refused. Now he has completely sided with my eldest brother, has he? Rage surged within Second Prince Han Feiyu. He was the current regent, the one most likely to ascend the throne. And what of that old fool, the Minister of Revenue? The Minister of Revenue, Lord Zwatang, visited the third prince's residence a few days ago. Fine, all of you are just fine, Han Feiyu laughed in bitter fury. These high-ranking court officials, did none of them have faith in him? What was he, Han Feiyu, lacking? What about the left chancellor? The left chancellor still claims to be ill and resting at home and has not ventured out for days. The right chancellor Xie Yan supported the ninth prince. Thus few of the powerful ministers backed the second prince. His commanders with Chinchio of the black-clad guards still wavering. Commanders was said, he only takes orders from His Majesty. A long silence followed. You leave me no choice. No choice. The second prince's expression twisted with ferocity. Notify the palace to prepare for action. Second Prince Han Feiyu's voice echoed from the darkness like a demon from the abyss. He could wait no longer. Yes. The spy vanished into the darkness like a phantom. Summon someone. Send word to Generals Tang and Chung to march their troops into the capital. Take my token and release General Jin Daorong from the celestial prison. Order General Wei Wu to seal off the Imperial Palace. Generals Su and Deng of the Five-City Military Command will lead their troops to take over the Imperial City. Second Prince Han Feiyu intended to cut the Gordian, not issuing orders one after another. He planned to strike first. Seeing the resolute look in the second prince's eyes, his advisors and followers were filled with fervent anticipation and nervous excitement. If they succeeded, they would be credited with supporting the new emperor, their status elevated beyond measure. Come follow me to the palace. The mansion's guards, ministers, and advisors, a vast entourage, surged towards the imperial palace. Halt! Who goes there? The imperial city is under curfew at night. Come any closer, and we will shoot you down with arrows, the imperial guards bellowed. I am the second prince. I have urgent business to see my imperial father. Stand aside. Second Prince Han Feiyu shouted. The guards exchanged glances and finally lowered their bows. They were the imperial guard. Their Grand Commander General Wei Wu Gusheng had just issued orders that no one but the second prince was to be allowed into the palace tonight. The Imperial Guard opened the city gates, permitting the second prince and his retinue to enter the palace. The order was clear when the second prince arrived. Open the gates immediately. At the Crown Prince's residence, a spy rushed in with a report. Your Highness, disaster. The second prince has entered the palace with his men tonight. What? This is bad. Crown Prince Han Che sensed grave danger. Come, we must leave the city at once. He gathered his trusted followers and fled the city under cover of night. He knew exactly what his second brother intended to do, but he was powerless to stop it, and had no desire to try. The Imperial Guard were loyal to the second prince. Of the 5 city military commands, 10,000 troops, half had defected to the second prince, and the other half belonged to the third prince. At the same time, third Prince Han Yuan received word from his spies that the second prince had entered the palace with a large force. Damn it! Has that fool lost his mind? Third Prince Han Yuan cursed. Send word to Generals Fong and Liu immediately. Have them lead their troops to the palace and stop the second prince. Quickly dispatch a message to General Liu. Order General Liu, who is stationed in Yuzhou, to bring his army into the capital to suppress the second prince's rebellion. The third prince reacted swiftly, issuing commands. He planned to crush the second prince after he made his move and seize the fruits of victory. The second prince's move instantly plunged Luojing into turmoil. The sixth prince, the ninth prince, and the other princes vying for the throne all made their own moves in response. At the left chancellor's residence, lights flickered dimly. Left Chancellor Fu Xiangru sat at his desk, a book in hand, but his mind was elsewhere. Gazing at the stars outside the window, he finally spoke softly after a long while. The wind is rising. The second prince entered the palace and, familiar with the layout, made his way to the emperor's bedchamber. Your Highness, the second prince. Seeing the second prince's menacing demeanor, the eunuchs and maidservants all knelt in terror, sensing impending doom. The palace was now under the control of the second prince's subordinate, General Wei Wu Gusheng. The second prince looked at the old emperor, lying on the dragon bed, kept alive only by medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. His breath was faint, more out than in, sustained solely by medicine, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Everyone else leave. Old Wei stay, the second prince ordered. He dismissed the maids and eunuchs, keeping only the elderly eunuch who attended to the emperor's daily needs. The dismissed maids and eunuchs were dragged away by the Imperial Guard and beheaded, not a single one left alive. Your Highness, have you considered this carefully? You will be burdened with eternal infamy. The old eunuch spoke calmly. Eternal infamy. History is written by the victors. The second prince retorted, his mind set, caring nothing for infamy. As long as he became emperor, the entire realm would be his. He would kill anyone who dared to speak out of turn. Do it. Second Prince Han Feiyu steeled his heart. 2 assassins stepped forward, approached the bedside, and picked up a pillow, pressing it firmly over the old emperor's nose and mouth. The old eunuch Wei did not intervene to stop the second prince from killing his father and seizing the throne. Having spent so long in the palace, he had long grown numb to such scenes. In the imperial family, there was no such thing as familial bonds. Father killing son, son killing father, brother killing brother. These tragedies had played out many times within these opulent palace walls. The old emperor soon breathed his last, dying on his bed. The great Wei emperor had passed. The two assassins left the hall and immediately took their own lives before the palace gates. Old Wei'll trouble you with this imperial edict, the second prince said, producing a prepared edict and stamping it with the imperial seal. The old eunuch Wei accepted the edict, his face expressionless, and tucked it into his sleeve. The second prince waved his hand, and a eunuch under his command immediately began to cry out, "The emperor has ascended to heaven! The emperor has ascended to heaven!" The cries echoed throughout the palace. The death knell from within the palace rang out across all of Luojing. Hearing the death knell, the third prince, who had been waiting outside the imperial city, immediately led the 250 troops of the 5-city military command to launch an assault on the capital. The second prince Han Feiyu shows no respect for his sovereign father and has usurped the throne through patricide. "Follow me, men, and slay this traitor to restore order," shouted the third prince Han Yuan. "General Lu, General Fong, charge into the imperial city with me to execute the rebel and avenge our father." Lu Jian and Cheng Li led their troops to besiege the imperial city, staking everything they had on the merit of supporting the new ruler. "Kill. Soldiers, follow me to crush the rebellion and slay the traitors. Kill. Hold them off. Do not let these rebels enter the city. They intend treason." Deng Xing shouted, commanding his forces to resist the army besieging the imperial city. The clash erupted with earth-shaking battle cries. Tonight Luojing was destined for chaos. Many ordinary ministers cowered in their homes, trembling with fear. A prince-led mutiny in the capital. Blood would surely flow like rivers and heads roll like melons. At the sixth prince's residence, a strategist said, "Your Highness, the second and third princes are fighting. Should we make our move?" "Not yet. Whoever jumps out first dies the fastest." The sixth prince Han Shang shook his head. "The first bird to fly gets shot." Besides his patient elder brother, the great prince had yet to stir. The ninth prince harbored the same mantis, stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole, behind mentality, letting the second and third princes exhaust each other before striking the victor. The prince's uprising for the throne plunged Great Wei into turmoil. The second prince sat firmly on the dragon throne in the Chaotian Hall, awaiting dawn. At daybreak, he planned to produce a forged imperial edict and announce his ascension to the realm. The great prince Han Che had fled Luojing to muster troops for a counterinsurgency. After a night of fierce assault, the third prince Han Yuan failed to breach the imperial city. The second prince's generals Su Wei and Deng Xing held the walls, leveraging their defensive advantage. At dawn, the third prince sought his allies, the sixth and ninth princes, persuading them to join forces and storm the imperial city to slay the patricidal usurper. "Sixth brother, ninth brother, what are you waiting for? If we don't act now, once second brother's main army arrives, we are doomed. Are you waiting for death? Second brother now holds the palace and has surely forged an imperial edict. Once his army reaches Luojing and announces his rule, we have no way out. But the great prince hasn't moved yet. Why rush? If we pave the way for him, our efforts will be in vain," said the ninth prince. "The great prince has already fled Luojing to rally his loyal forces. By the time he returns, it will be too late," the third prince argued. The sixth and ninth princes realized he was right. They would seize the imperial city, kill the second prince, and then unite against the great prince. With 600 troops, the three princes besieged the imperial city. The clang of weapons filled Luojing's skies, forcing commoners to hide indoors. After a day of fighting, they breached the city and annihilated the second prince's forces. The second prince Han Feiyu was defeated and slain in the Chaotian Hall. The army he awaited never arrived in time. Having taken the imperial city and palace, the third, sixth, and ninth princes eyed each other warily, fearing a backstab from their allies. After all, they were only temporary allies and rivals. The great prince Han Che arrived with 150 troops to crush the rebellion, clashing with the three princes. Against the great prince's 150 strong army, the three princes mustered a coalition of 150 and fought for 10 days. In the end, the great prince won a Pyrrhic victory. The third prince was slain in battle, the sixth vanished, and the ninth fell. Just as the great prince thought he had secured the prize and prepared to ascend the throne, the unassuming fifth prince emerged from the shadows, defeated him, and stole the victory. The great prince Han Che fled to Dali with his loyal remnants. No one had anticipated such a twisted, bewildering struggle for the throne. The victorious fifth prince Han Feng, emboldened by his imminent reign, turned his gaze to the harem, debauching the consorts of his late father. This outrage enraged the royal clan's martial saint ancestor, who struck him down with a single palm. The true victor won and then died. The ministers were bewildered, the commoners were dumbfounded. With the Great Wei princes dead or fled, and the victorious fifth prince slain for his depravity, who would claim the throne? Just as people expected the youngest, the 12th prince to be enthroned, the eunuch Wei produced a long-prepared edict from the late emperor decreeing that the 7th princess Han Jiangxue would ascend the throne. Many ministers opposed a woman ruling as emperor, but the royal clan's martial saint stepped forward to support Princess Han Jiangxue's claim. The Grand Marshal Shao, a martial saint defending the southwestern frontier against the demon race, also declared his support for Han Jiangxue's succession. With the backing of two supreme powerhouses, the female emperor was enthroned. No one had foreseen this outcome. After her ascension, she styled herself Wu, becoming Emperor Wu of Wei. This was an unprecedented title, a woman claiming the name Emperor Wu. Few emperors of Great Wei had dared to call themselves that. After her coronation, Han Jiangxue held a funeral for the late emperor, and with the support of the left chancellor, began governing the court. Dressed in a crimson dragon robe, and wearing the imperial crown, Han Jiangxue sat on the dragon throne in the Chaotian Hall. Her flawless face bore an aura of majesty that made it impossible to look her in the eye. The emperor's dignity overshadowed her breathtaking beauty. "Speak if you have matters, if not the court is dismissed," the eunuch Wei announced in his raspy voice. The female emperor was the third sovereign of Great Wei that this old eunuch had served. "Your Majesty, the Xiongnu have invaded the northern frontier and 3 prefectures have fallen. The people are suffering, living in misery. I implore you to dispatch troops to expel the invaders and reclaim our lands lest the tragedy of Hushi Prefecture repeats itself," reported Minister of War Wang Cheng. "I second the motion." Left Chancellor Fu Xiongru immediately stepped forward in support. Seeing his lead, other ministers echoed their agreement. "Approved. Mobilize 200 troops northward and place them under the Marquis of Jinbei. Order the Jinbei army to encircle and destroy the Xiongnu forces. Command the Marquis to drive them out swiftly, then proceed to the southwestern frontier to serve under Marshal Shao and defend against the demon race," commanded Han Jiangxue. "Your Majesty." Accumulated state affairs were brought forth. The left chancellor actively participated in resolving them, deterring any officials who sought to obstruct or delay proceedings. Only then did everyone realize that the left chancellor, that old fox, had been supporting Princess Han Jiangxue all along. "Old Fu, you've hidden this well. Did you know long ago that Emperor Ming intended to pass the throne to the 7th princess?" asked Minister of Revenues Wu Tang after the court session. "You cunning old scoundrel, watching the world's upheaval from the sidelines," Minister of War Wang Cheng added quietly. Left Chancellor Fu Xiongru glanced at them, but said nothing, clasping his hands behind his back, as if to say, "Whoever becomes emperor, I will serve. Unlike you treacherous ministers jumping about in chaos." Right Chancellor Xie Yan, implicated in the prince's rebellion, was dismissed and imprisoned. Minister of Revenues Wu Tang and Minister of War Wang Cheng had not participated, they had merely been guests invited by the princes, inadvertently provoking the second prince's paranoia. The second prince, Han Feiyu, who had patricide and usurped the throne, shocked the realm. He was expunged from the royal registry, and his descendants were stripped of nobility, reduced to commoners. Generals, ministers, and noble families involved in the rebellion were dismissed, imprisoned, or executed. The Black Robes were overwhelmed with arrests. The cells of the Grand Court were nearly overflowing. With the female emperor's ascension and governance, the chaos that had gripped Luojing for nearly a month gradually subsided. Great Wei welcomed its new sovereign. The news of the empress' ascension to the throne swiftly spread throughout the entire Great Wei dynasty. Everyone knew that this would usher in a new chapter. The turmoil in the capital Luojing had little impact on the northwestern frontier, it was merely a change of emperor. For those on the frontier who sat on the dragon throne, made little difference to their daily lives. Sheng Huaian had spent a month drilling his troops in Hushi County. The imperial court had not dispatched a new commandant to guard Hushi County, nor had any military orders come from Anning Pass summoning him back. Winter had arrived on the northwestern frontier. Every morning frost could be seen, and snow fell frequently, sometimes for days on end. "General Sheng, my master invites you to share some warm wine." A servant from Magistrate Chen's residence arrived at the military camp to deliver the invitation. "Is your master truly so idle?" Sheng Huaian remarked, marveling at the magistrate's leisurely life. Unlike himself, who spent every day either cultivating or drilling troops. The servant merely smiled, not daring to respond to the general's jest about his master. Arriving at the magistrate's residence, they went to the pavilion by the lotus pond in the rear garden. Snow dusted the rockeries. Magistrate Chen, clad in a black padded jacket, was warming wine and admiring the snow. "Brother Chen has such refined tastes, spending his days warming wine and enjoying the snow," Sheng Huaian called out from a distance. "Are you mocking me, General Sheng? This is merely stealing a moment of leisure from my busy schedule." Magistrate Chen replied with a smile. Sheng Huaian entered the pavilion and sat opposite him. Out with it. You didn't call me here because you want to visit the Yinlu Tower again tonight, did you? Sheng Huaian picked up the warmed wine and took a sip. In recent days, Magistrate Chun had begged him to accompany him to the Yinlu Tower several times, all for a glimpse of the courtesan Qin Yao. What baffled Sheng Huaian was that the man never gained any favor there, yet he was perpetually obsessed with seeing Qin Yao. It was as if he had been bewitched. What kind of man do you take me for, General Sheng? Magistrate Chun declared with righteous indignation. A lovesick fool, Sheng Huaian replied flatly. That Qin Yao was truly skilled in chanting men like Magistrate Chun to the point of infatuation. As for Sheng Huaian himself, he kept his distance from that woman. You always mention lovesick fool, but what exactly is a lovesick fool? Magistrate Chun asked curiously. It's a beautiful thing, a compliment to your refined character. Sheng Huaian replied with a clear gaze and a serious tone. Well then, being a lovesick fool isn't so bad. Magistrate Chun nodded happily. Sheng Huaian. All right, tell me, why did you call me here today? Having grown familiar with each other, their conversation was now casual. General Sheng, are you aware of the events in Luojing? Magistrate Chun set down his cup and looked at Sheng Huaian. How would I know? I spend all my time drilling troops in the camp. I have no close friends in Luojing, Sheng Huaian said, swirling the wine in his cup. The capital was a distant matter to him. Emperor Ming has passed away. The princes fought for the throne, and a new emperor has been established. Magistrate Chun declared solemnly. Oh, Sheng Huaian narrowed his eyes. So the old emperor was dead. Who is the new emperor? Sheng Huaian set down his cup and asked. After all, he was still in the service of Great Wei, he ought to know who his ultimate superior was. Take a guess. Magistrate Chun said with a mysterious expression. Guess if I guess you guess I guess or not. Sheng Huaian rolled his eyes at the magistrate. A grown man still playing such silly games. Magistrate Chun nearly choked on his wine. He had intended for Sheng Huaian to guess which prince would ascend the throne, but instead he got a tongue twister. Aren't you the least bit curious which prince has taken the throne? Magistrate Chun asked, exasperated, seeing that Sheng Huaian seemed utterly uninterested in who became emperor. Whoever becomes emperor, we still need to eat and wear clothes. The emperor is far away, and he probably couldn't be bothered with border affairs, Sheng Huaian said, indifferent to which prince ruled. After all, he wasn't the emperor, so why should he care? He only wanted to slay enemies and grow stronger. Once he attained the rank of marshal, saint, even the emperor would have to bow to him. Little did Magistrate Chun know that a man like Sheng Huaian held little reverence for the emperor. I give up on you, Magistrate Chun sighed, his little game unsatisfied. The one who ascended the throne is not a prince, but the seventh princess Han Jiangxiu, Magistrate Chun finally revealed, seeing that Sheng Huaian wouldn't guess. What? The seventh princess Han Jiangxiu? Sheng Huaian was astonished. A female emperor. In this world where strength and men reign supreme, how could the court officials accept a woman as emperor? Seeing Sheng Huaian's shocked expression, Magistrate Chun finally felt a sense of satisfaction. See, isn't it surprising? I found it unbelievable when I received the news myself. Magistrate Chun said, still puzzled that the relatively unknown seventh princess had taken the throne. It is indeed very surprising, Sheng Huaian nodded. The first female emperor in history appeared 500 years ago during the Great Li dynasty. Magistrate Chun remarked with emotion. Now Great Wei also had a female emperor. Magistrate Chun recounted the events of the past month in Luojing to Sheng Huaian, who felt that the royal power struggle could be made into a complex and dramatic long-running series. This time, over a dozen Grandmaster Generals have been imprisoned and beheaded. Marquis Li has also been implicated and will likely be exiled to the southwestern frontier to defend against the demon tribes. Magistrate Chun lamented. Royal succession struggles were always brutal, and those entangled in them could be crushed to dust. If so many Grandmasters were sent to the frontier to fight, the three prefectures of Yin and Qi wouldn't have fallen. Sheng Huaian remarked. Magistrate Chun heartily agreed. Hushi County was on the northwestern frontier, yet not a single Grandmaster was stationed there. The Rondi tribes came and went as they pleased, constantly raiding the county and leaving the people in an unending state of unrest. The two of them discussed the events in Luojing, and Sheng Huaian gained some understanding of the capital. In Luojing, at the Zhenghe Hall of the Imperial Palace, Empress Han Jiangxiu was processing state affairs. These days there was an endless stream of administrative tasks. In his old age, Emperor Ming had left many matters unattended. The second Prince Han Feiyu, who was overseeing the state, was too busy contending with other princes, so the backlog of work fell to Han Jiangxiu, piling up like a mountain. Han Jiangxiu finished reviewing a memorial and flexed her wrist. A maidservant beside her offered a cup of spiritual tea. Your Majesty, please rest, and have some tea to relieve your fatigue. The maidservant Han Yinran said. Han Jiangxiu took the cup, drank a sip, then set it down and rubbed her temples. How dare I rest? There's so much waiting for me to handle. Some ministers in the court are just waiting for me to make a mistake, so they can impeach me and force me to abdicate, Han Jiangxue said. Many court officials were dissatisfied with her ascension. Han Jiangxue becoming emperor did not align with their interests, and they were waiting for her to make a grave error. They wouldn't dare. They'll kill anyone who tries. Maidservant Han Yinran declared with murderous intent. If only killing could solve everything, Han Jiangxue shook her head. Governing a country and its ministers could not be achieved through killing alone. Han Jiangxue picked up another memorial. It was from the northwestern frontier. She opened it and read it carefully. Sheng Huaian with 1500 cavalry slew 500 enemy riders. A 17-year-old Xiantian realm cultivator. Empress Han Jiangxue was intrigued by the contents of the memorial. This was a memorial from the magistrate of Heshi County requesting that Sheng Huaian be appointed as a 6th-rank lieutenant general to guard Heshi County and defend against the Rongdi. Sheng Huaian. That name sounds familiar, the maidservant Han Yinran remarked. You've heard of him? Han Jiangxue glanced at her longtime attendant. Your Majesty, this man wrote a poem that is widely circulated in the capital, Han Yinran replied. Tell me about it. Han Jiangxue said, her interest piqued. It is said that Sheng Huaian composed a poem for a courtesan named Qin Yao, and it is now sung by many scholars and courtesans. Her robe is a cloud, her face a flower, her balcony glimmering with the bright spring dew. If not seen among the Jade Mountains, she would be met under the moon at Jade Terrace. Han Jiangxue listened and said, what kind of woman deserves such a poem? A goddess under the moon at Jade Terrace. Humph. The poem was excellent, but the woman. Han Yinran sensed an unusual tone and dared not speak further. In this world, who but her, the peerless and elegant empress, could be worthy of such a poem? A common courtesan, what a waste. I want information on this Sheng Huaian, Han Jiangxue said coolly. Yes. Han Yinran turned and left the Zhenghe Hall, going to the embroidered uniform guard to retrieve intelligence on Sheng Huaian. The Great Weiss embroidered uniform guard surveilled officials above, commoners below, and martial artists in between. They were the emperor's sword and eyes. Holding the intelligence retrieved from the embroidered uniform guard. Sheng Huaian, 17 years old, from Anning Pass, a scholar. After enlisting, he fought bravely, showed exceptional talent in cultivation, and advanced rapidly in realm. He had twice ventured into the grasslands, slaying Xiongnu enemies. He once led 100 cavalry to defeat 800 enemy riders, and later rescued Heshi County, slaying 500 Rongdi and 2 Xiantian realm cultivators. On the battlefield, he composed the poems with burning ambition, I feast on the flesh of the barbarians, with laughter and talk, I quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. The moon of Qin times the pass of Han times the long march of 10,000 miles, men have not returned. But if the Dragon City Flying General were here, no who horses would dare cross the Yinshan Mountains. Swearing to sweep away the Xiongnu without regard for their own lives, 5,000 sable-clad warriors were lost in the barbarian dust. Pitiful are the bones by the Wooding River, still the beloved in their spring chamber dreams. Such was the information on Sheng Huaian, more or less accurate. If Sheng Huaian knew, he would certainly think that the embroidered uniform guard was truly pervasive. Not bad. He has both courage and strategy, a fierce general. His poetic talent is also remarkable, a man of both literary and military prowess. Han Jiangxue praised him after reading. She then found the commendation memorial written by General Yang Yi of Anning Pass for Sheng Huaian. In that case, appoint this man as the swift cavalry general to guard Heshi County and defend against the Rongdi. Han Jiangxue issued an imperial edict directly. Then she paid it no further mind. A frontier general was not worth her expending too much energy on. Half a month later, an imperial edict from the capital arrived at Heshi County. The imperial edict has arrived. A eunuch strutting with an arrogant gait and accompanied by Magistrate Chun entered the military camp. At that moment, Sheng Huaian was still training his troops. Watching the procession arrive with great fanfare, Sheng Huaian and his men looked on curiously. What did that eunuch shout? Wang Wu asked. Something about the imperial edict arriving. Sheng Huaian, with his keen hearing, had heard clearly. The imperial edict. Wang Wu, Guo Hu Bing, and the others were startled. That was an imperial edict. Why did their commandant seem so indifferent? Shouldn't he be rushing to receive it? General Sheng quickly come to receive the edict. Magistrate Chen called out, seeing Sheng Huaian standing there motionless. What? Him to receive it? Sheng Huaian finally snapped out of it. General Sheng Huaian received the imperial edict. The eunuch waddled over. Your subject receives the edict. Sheng Huaian finally clasped his hands in salute. There was no need to kneel. This was not the Qing dynasty. The officers behind him also clasped their hands in respect to the emperor. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees the general Sheng Huaian valiant in battle and having rendered distinguished service. Blah blah blah. The eunuch droned on, but Sheng Huaian wasn't really listening. Why would the emperor suddenly issue him an edict? He was completely baffled. Now we appoint Sheng Huaian as the swift cavalry general to guard Hushi County, defend against the Rongdi, and protect the peace of the frontier. Respect this. After reading the edict, the eunuch looked at Sheng Huaian and said, General Sheng, please receive the edict. Oh. Sheng Huaian took the edict. His officers behind him were overjoyed, even happier than Sheng Huaian himself. You have worked hard, eunuch. After receiving the edict, Sheng Huaian took out a 50 teal ingot of silver and pressed it into the eunuch's hand. Seeing the silver in his hand, the eunuch Xiao Chunzi was inwardly delighted. This general was very savvy. The long and arduous journey had been worth it, and all his complaints along the way vanished. Please rest a while, eunuch. I will host a banquet for you tonight, Sheng Huaian said. It was hard to guard against petty people. Although this was just a minor eunuch, it was still good to stay on friendly terms, a lesson he had learned in his past life. No need, General Sheng. I must return to report on my mission. Thank you for your hospitality. Xiao Chunzi declined politely and took his leave. Congratulations, General Sheng. You are now legitimately promoted to the rank of Swift Cavalry General. Magistrate Chen offered his happy congratulations. The Swift Cavalry General was a 6th-rank Lieutenant General, a miscellaneous general, but still a rank higher than his own 7th-rank magistrate. Holding the imperial edict in his hand, Sheng Huaian was somewhat bewildered. How had the Empress suddenly appointed him as the Swift Cavalry General to guard Hushi County? He didn't seem to have any connections in the court, did he? How could the lofty Empress have taken notice of a mere commandant like him? Little did Sheng Huaian know that the instigator was Magistrate Chen, who was standing right beside him, beaming with congratulations. Congratulations. From now on we must address you as General Sheng. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Tang Yunshan, and the other subordinates happily offered their congratulations. With the responsibility of guarding Hushi County, they would henceforth form their own independent army, breaking away from the Anning army system. Sheng Huaian clutched the imperial decree in his hand, listening to his soldiers' congratulations. He sighed. Coming here had been fine, but now there was no turning back. Promoted to General of Agile Cavalry, he could now command 5,000 troops, forming his own army. General Sheng, I look forward to your guidance in the days ahead. Magistrate Chen said with a smile resembling a sly fox that had stolen a chicken. With Sheng Huaian leading 5,000 soldiers, the safety of the entire Hushi County would be elevated by 2 levels. Sheng Huaian eyed the magistrate. The man's grin seemed odd. Was he hiding something? I shall likewise rely on your kindness, Magistrate Chen, Sheng Huaian said. A promotion was cause for joy. General Sheng, with your new rank, shouldn't you treat us to a drink at the Willow Smoke Pavilion? Magistrate Chen teased. Indeed, General, a celebration at the Willow Smoke Pavilion is in order. Wang Wu chimed in, joining the jest. Wang Wu had long yearned to see the famed Qin Yao at the pavilion, but Sheng Huaian had always refused, keeping him in the camp training scouts. Now a platoon leader, Wang Wu commanded a 50-man scout squad. Enough of that. There's much to do in the army, Sheng Huaian scolded, glaring at Wang Wu. Magistrate Chen, military affairs are pressing. Another time. Didn't you swear never to return to the Willow Smoke Pavilion? Why break your word? Sheng Huaian shook his head at the magistrate, who always vowed to quit the pavilion after each visit, only to forget and yearn for the fairy Qin Yao again. A hopeless romantic indeed. Disappointed by Sheng Huaian's refusal, the magistrate felt downcast. Without the General, Qin Yao wouldn't see him. How pitiful. The magistrate shuffled away in disappointment, longing for the fairy Qin Yao. Sheng Huaian turned to his men, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Today we form our own army, bearing the duty of defending this land. My order: integrate the 1,000 county troops into our force, recruit 2,000 more for full strength, and then 2,000 reserves. Sheng Huaian issued the command directly. Guo Xiaoping, hear my order from today. You are colonel of the 1st Battalion. Yes, thank you, General. Guo Xiaoping shouted joyfully. Hu Bing, hear my order. You are colonel of the 2nd Battalion. Yes, thank you, General. Hu Bing beamed with delight. Though they had broken through to the Hotian realm in the peaceful army, it would have taken ages to become colonels. As colonels, they would be 7th-rank officers capable of guarding a county and standing equal to a magistrate. Tang Yunshan appointed as 10th platoon leader. Hai Dai appointed as 11th platoon leader. One by one his subordinates received their posts. This army was his own, loyal from the start. The 300 veterans from before were now captains, platoon leaders, or squad leaders. Tang Yunshan and Hai Dai finally achieved their wish of becoming platoon leaders. Magistrate Chen quickly gathered the remaining 2,000 soldiers and handed them over to Sheng Huaian. But for the 2,000 reserves, the magistrate hesitated. A 6th-grade lieutenant general could only command 5,000. Sheng Huaian's plan was an overstep, a breach of protocol. Magistrate Chen, what are you afraid of? I'm not scared. Hurry and recruit the men, or how will we fend off the Rongdi when they come in spring? Besides, His Majesty appointed me General of Agile Cavalry. He never said I could only lead 5,000. I'm forming my own army. 10,000 wouldn't be excessive. After Sheng Huaian's relentless persuasion, Magistrate Chen reluctantly recruited 2,000 reserves. Sheng Huaian handed them to Colonel Wu Cheng for training. Wu Cheng had survived thanks to the healing pills Sheng Huaian provided. But since he wasn't one of Sheng Huaian's trusted men, he was assigned to command the 2,000 reserves. Thus, Sheng Huaian's army swelled to 7,000. He spent every day in camp training. Magistrate Chen visited several times hoping to lure him to the Willow Smoke Pavilion, but was always refused. Having finally become a general with his own foundation, Sheng Huaian was determined to forge a formidable force to strengthen his power. What were the Willow Smoke Pavilion or the Fairy Qin Yao compared to this? With an army and a base, Sheng Huaian's mind began to stir. The heavy armored cavalry he had long dreamed of now seemed within reach. With 5,000 warhorses in camp, forging a 1,000-strong heavy cavalry unit was entirely feasible. Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing would command the 2 battalions of 4,000 men, while he personally led the 1,000-strong heavy cavalry. When his subordinates heard of his plan, they exchanged bewildered glances. General, heavy armored cavalry is far too costly. We don't have the funds, Guo Xiaoping said. With only a 5,000-man army, a court stipend stretched thin by 2,000 extra reserves, dreaming of heavy cavalry was pure fantasy. Even the peaceful army can't afford such a force. The northern garrison's 200,000 troops boast only 3,000 heavy cavalry, Wang Wu added. General, think twice. His men begged him to abandon the idea. Sheng Huaian knew that heavy cavalry was a money pit. At the root of it all was money. Without it, everything was hollow. No matter. I have a plan, Sheng Huaian declared. Was money truly such an obstacle? He would forge the heavy cavalry no matter what. Only such a force could counter the Rongdi and Xiongnu. A day later, a figure arrived at the camp gate bearing an imperial order to join Sheng Huaian's army as a colonel. The guards eyed the black-clad stranger and the order, uncertain whether to let him in. Report to the general. Let him decide, one guard said, hurrying off. Sheng Huaian was drilling his troops in spear techniques. Drink, drink, drink. General, there's a man at the gate with a Ministry of War order claiming to be our new colonel, the guard reported. Sheng Huaian ordered the men to continue training and went to the gate. At the camp entrance, Xiao Qi stood in black robes, a sword at her waist, dressed as a man, brisk and spirited. Sheng Huaian studied her. At first glance, he thought she was a beauty, but the Adam's apple and flat chest convinced him she was male. He examined the Ministry of War order, then looked at Xiao Qi again. The document was genuine, but which noble scion from the capital had pulled strings to get this post as a colonel in his remote northwestern army? Xiao Beishan is it? He looked at the delicate face before him. Why such a fierce name? It belonged to a burly giant, not this slender figure. The contrast was stark. Yes. Xiao Qi assessed Sheng Huaian. Was this the man who had slain 8,000 Xiongnu with 1,000 riders? The border general whose poetry had spread through the capital. You're late. My 2 colonel positions are already filled, Sheng Huaian said. He didn't want an unknown stranger as a colonel. The order was issued by the Ministry of War at His Majesty's command. Are you defying the decree? Xiao Qi said coolly. Well, here on his turf she invoked the emperor. He had no choice but to comply against his will. If you want to stay, fine. But I have no spare troops. You'll have to manage on your own, Sheng Huaian said dismissively. A ministry-appointed pet. Let her recruit her own men. Xiao Qi nodded coldly, unfazed. She had anticipated such treatment. Recruiting a few soldiers was well within her ability. Why else would she have come? An unexpected colonel unsettled Sheng Huaian. Was this a spy sent by the court? Fine. Find yourself a place in camp. With that, he walked away, resentment toward the empress simmering. Had she sent someone to watch him the moment he was promoted? Did she think him a traitor ready to rebel? Sheng Huaian grew wary, fresh from promotion and already under surveillance. The empress' heart was indeed narrow. Xiao Qi entered the camp, found a vacant barracks, and settled in. In the military camp, news quickly spread that a colonel with connections had arrived. Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and others were particularly sensitive. Everyone was wary of Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi couldn't be bothered to care. She wasn't there to spy on Sheng Huaian, nor was she a member of the Xieni Guard. Having read Sheng Huaian's poems on a whim, she had impulsively traveled to the northwestern border army to experience frontier military life and see if the legendary Sheng Huaian truly was as skilled in both literature and martial arts as rumored. Sheng Huaian was busy training the troops, striving to forge them into a combat-ready force as quickly as possible. Most of his soldiers were new recruits lacking formidable strength. The only way to rapidly build combat effectiveness was through relentless drilling of their coordination. At the same time, he led the soldiers in cultivating the fierce ox art, aiming to make them martial apprentices as soon as possible. A few days later, Xiao Qi sought out Magistrate Chen and had him recruit 2,000 soldiers for her. Upon hearing this, Sheng Huaian couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, connections were everything. With a background and backing, raising 2,000 troops was effortless. After recruiting her army, Xiao Chuyi began training them, as if she were competing with Sheng Huaian. Seeing this, Sheng Huaian couldn't be bothered to intervene. He was far too busy to deal with this Xiao the Overlord. As long as she didn't cause trouble or pester him, it was fine. General, the soldiers are eating us out of house and home. We're almost out of money and grain, Gu Xiaoping said to Sheng Huaian one day. With 9,000 men and 5,000 war horses, the consumption of grain was immense, and Sheng Huaian imposed no restrictions, allowing them to eat their fill. The military pay and grain allocated by the court simply couldn't sustain it. To help the new recruits cultivate into martial apprentices as soon as possible, Sheng Huaian also had the soldiers eat meat, resulting in enormous expenses. Out of money and grain, Sheng Huaian was so absorbed in training troops daily that he hadn't paid attention. Gu Xiaoping couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "General, you're truly carefree. You don't even manage this." This was a major issue. Without provisions, even troop training became problematic. Sheng Huaian pondered what would make money the fastest. The fastest way to earn money was undoubtedly plundering, but with heavy snow blocking the passes outside, there was no way to raid the Rongdi or Xiongnu on the grasslands. "Go fetch Wang Wu," Sheng Huaian ordered. "Yes, General." Gu Xiaoping quickly went and brought Wang Wu over. "General, you wanted to see me." In the camp, Wang Wu always addressed Sheng Huaian as General. Only in private did they act like brothers. "I have a task for you," Sheng Huaian said. Wang Wu was highly skilled in intelligence gathering and scouting. "What is it?" "Just give the order," he said. Wang Wu looked at Sheng Huaian seriously. "I want you to gather information on any bandit strongholds or major outlaws within a radius of several hundred li," Sheng Huaian instructed. Unable to raid the Xiongnu or Rongdi, Sheng Huaian turned his attention inward to the passes. The Great Way was vast and resource-rich, but it couldn't govern every corner. Total peace was unrealistic. Especially in this ancient world, bandits and outlaws were bound to exist. Gathering intelligence on bandits. Wang Wu understood. Was this for training or something else? "All right, I'm on it. Wait for good news." Wang Wu, along with 10 scouts he had trained, slipped out of Hushi County silently. Sheng Huaian stroked his chin. Suppressing bandits for money and grain was ultimately a minor tactic, only temporary. For more substantial funds, he needed a fast, steady source of income. "What should I do?" Sheng Huaian brainstormed ways to make quick, big money. Soap, liquor, mirrors, salt. Salt won't work. It's strictly prohibited by the court. Getting caught means execution, and we're not strong enough to clash with the Great Way government yet. Maybe open a tavern to sell liquor and roast chicken. Sheng Huaian considered his business plans. Brewing was indeed profitable, but it wasn't feasible now. He was running out of money to buy grain for brewing. How is soap made? Let me think. It seems pretty simple. Why think? Go borrow money from Magistrate Chen. With our friendship, borrowing 10,000 or so silver taels should be a piece of cake, right? Without further ado, Sheng Huaian left the camp and headed straight for the magistrate's residence. Achut. Magistrate Chen had just finished his official duties and sat down to rest when he sneezed. "What's this? I don't have a cold." Magistrate Chen tightened the padded jacket draped over his shoulders. The weather in the northwest was harsh, unbearably cold. "In this freezing weather, I hope it freezes more of those Rongdi and Xiongnu to death," Magistrate Chen mused, deeply concerned for the nation. The household servants prepared the meal, and he was about to eat. "Master, General Sheng has come to call," the old servant announced. "General Sheng is here. Quickly invite him in," Magistrate Chen ordered. "No need, him already inside." Sheng Huaian walked and saw the food and wine on the table and remarked, "Oh, living it up, aren't we?" "General Sheng, sit down and join me for a meal," Magistrate Chen invited. Sheng Huaian didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down and said to the old servant, "Butler Chen, bring me a pair of chopsticks and a bowl." "Right away, sir." The old servant fetched the utensils. "Come, General Sheng, have a drink with me," Magistrate Chen said, pouring wine for Sheng Huaian. "Thanks." Sheng Huaian raised the wine bowl, took a sip, and began eating as if he were at home, not at all like a guest. "What brings you here today, General?" "I thought you were busy training troops all day," Magistrate Chen said, watching Sheng Huaian wolf down his food. "Coming to see you, Magistrate, means there's something on my mind," Sheng Huaian said without beating around the bush. "Tell me. It's rare for you to seek me out." Their conversation flowed like strangers who were familiar. "What's the background of that Xiao the Overlord?" Sheng Huaian inquired. "Xiao the Overlord?" Magistrate Chen was taken aback for a moment before realizing. This young lady sure knows how to have fun. Can't say, can't say." He shook his head like a rattledrum. "Even I can't know. Tell me quietly." "I won't tell anyone," Sheng Huaian whispered. Magistrate Chen looked at him. "Do you take me for a fool?" "A bit," Sheng Huaian nodded. "Aye. Is this the only reason you came? If so, finish your meal and head back." "I'm off to Yanyan Tower," Magistrate Chen said irritably. "Hold on. Even if you go to Yanyan Tower, the court is in Qin. Yao won't see you." "Out with it then. I'm not promising anything. Lend me some money." "How much?" 100,000 silver taels. Get out. Get out of my house now. Magistrate Chun trembled with rage. Even selling himself wouldn't raise that sum. Don't get worked up. Why are you so hot-tempered? Sheng Huaian quickly tried to calm him. 100,000 taels. Even if I embezzled, I couldn't scrape that together in 3 to 5 years. You've got some nerve asking, Magistrate Chen said crossly. Isn't it said that 3 years as an honest prefect yields 100,000 taels of silver? You've been magistrate for 3 years now. Can't you even produce 100,000? Sheng Huaian eyed him suspiciously. Sheng Huaian were through. Get out. Get lost. Magistrate Chen was so furious he wanted to curse. He was an upright official, yet in Sheng Huaian's foul mouth, what had he become? Don't be so angry. Why get all worked up? Sheng Huaian leisurely drank and ate his meat. How dare you slander my integrity like that? Magistrate Chun was so mad he wanted to hit someone. Alas, I'm at my wit's end, which is why I came to you, Magistrate. Thousands of men are crying out for food. We have no money to feed them. Sheng Huaian began to plead poverty. The court's quarterly funds in grain are gone already. You haven't embezzled them, have you? Magistrate Chen scrutinized Sheng Huaian. You don't manage the household, so you don't know the cost of rice and oil. It's 9,000 men and 5,000 war horses. Sheng Huaian retorted. By the way, you arranged those 2,000 troops for Shao the Overlord, so you should be responsible for them. Magistrate Chen stared at Sheng Huaian. Was this guy a scoundrel in his past life? That had nothing to do with him. They weren't his subordinates. I govern a county with nearly 200,000 people. I know the cost of rice and oil better than you do, Magistrate Chen said irritably. If 100,000 won't do, how about 50,000? Sheng Huaian began to haggle. No, I've got one measly life. Take it if you want. 30,000 then. 30,000 is the absolute minimum. Magistrate Chen drank in silence, unwilling to entertain Sheng Huaian. After all these years as county magistrate, you haven't managed to skim any profit. Sheng Huaian remarked, eyeing Magistrate Chen. Could this man truly be an incorruptible official? If you think you can do better, then take the post. He'll petition His Majesty immediately. Had he been able to defeat Sheng Huaian, he would have loved to smash that face even more handsome than his own. If I hadn't failed even the imperial examinations at the county level, do you think I'd covet such a minor post? Sheng Huaian's tone was grandiose, dismissing the magistrate's position as trivial. He aimed to be the top scholar, the Grand Chancellor. Just tell me the maximum you can lend me. Give me a definite figure, for I need the money to buy rice for the pot. Surely Magistrate Chen wouldn't bear to see 9,000 soldiers starving and howling in hunger. 5,000 taels at most. That's my entire fortune. Take it or leave it. The magistrate was truly exasperated with this deadbeat. He came to borrow money, but acted as if he were collecting a debt. What? 5,000? You're really that poor? Sheng Huaian stared wide-eyed at the magistrate. How had the man managed his post so disastrously? With so many wealthy families in the city, hadn't he squeezed out any profit? Even the village heads in his past life made more money than Chun Tianhua did as magistrate. Forget the loan. Leave now. You're not welcome here. Chun Tianhua's veins bulged with rage. Was this considered poor? 5,000 silver taels was no small fortune. How much did a caddy of grain cost? 1 tael of silver could sustain a family of 5 in comfort for a month. All right, 5,000 it is. He'll repay you in a few days. Why be so stingy? Sheng Huaian quickly interjected. Chun Tianhua fumed, bristling with fury despite lacking a beard. He had lent his entire fortune, and yet he was called stingy. That money was meant for his own marriage. In the end, Sheng Huaian borrowed 5,000 silver taels from Magistrate Chun, temporarily alleviating the camp's financial woes. After Sheng Huaian left, the old steward stood behind Chun Tianhua. Master, why did you lend him all that money? The steward was perplexed. If the camp lacked funds, they should petition the imperial court. What will he use the money for? The magistrate asked calmly. To support the army, the old servant replied truthfully. And why support the army? To defend Hushi County. And what is your master's position? Magistrate of Hushi County. It seems you're not senile after all. This old servant understands. Having secured the loan, Sheng Huaian continued intensive training, ensuring the soldiers ate well and were full. Only with full bellies could they train with vigor and cultivate energy. The brutal ox art relied on eating and tempering the body. Eating and tempering. Perfect for military drills. Within just a month, thanks to Sheng Huaian's relentless feeding and training, many new recruits broke through to the initial martial apprentice stage, gaining some combat capability. His soldiers began to show promise, no longer mere simple-minded farmers. 3 days later, Wang Wu returned to camp. General, we have a target. Wang Wu reported to Sheng Huaian. Speak. Sheng Huaian's face lit up with joy. In Tianlin County, a mountainous region, a large bandit group has entrenched itself, numbering over 10,000. Their leader is a martial artist at the Xiantian realm. The Dingzhou garrison has besieged them multiple times, but to no avail. Over 10,000 men and a Xiantian martial artist. This group is no simple matter. Sheng Huaian stroked his chin. For such a large bandit group to thrive and scathe, they were either a powerful figure's black glove or secretly nurtured by a major aristocratic clan. Otherwise, wild bandits could never have grown to this scale. They would have been used long ago to pad political achievements. This was not the chaotic end of a dynasty. This bandit group has dominated Tianlin County for 10 years, likely amassing considerable wealth, Wang Wu added. These words struck a nerve with Sheng Huaian. He needed substantial riches. Oh, what use was plundering mere scraps? To hell with it, there are mark. How far is Tianlin County from here? Sheng Huaian asked. A day's ride for the cavalry. Time to test these wolves. No matter how much we drill, they must first taste blood, or they'll remain greenhorns forever, Sheng Huaian declared. Subsequently, Sheng Huaian summoned his subordinates Colonels Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing. General, the two arrived at his tent. You two guard Heshi County well. I need to leave on a mission. Sheng Huaian instructed them to hold the city. Though it was winter with snow and cold making incursions by the Rongdi and Xiongnu, unlikely orders still had to be given. Yes, General. Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing did not inquire about his destination. Their orders were simply to defend Heshi County. After giving instructions, Sheng Huaian led his directly commanded 1,000 men, with 2,000 warhorses slipping out of Heshi County silently under cover of night. The next morning when Xiao Chuyi rose to train her troops, she noticed Sheng Huaian was absent from the usual drills, and that 1,000-man force had vanished. Xiao Chuyi, keenly sensing something amiss, sought out Gui Xiaoping. Colonel Guo, where is General Sheng? She asked. Gui Xiaoping regarded her warily. No idea. No idea. How would I know? Does General Sheng need to report his whereabouts to a colonel? Gui Xiaoping snorted, implying she was overstepping her bounds. Xiao Chuyi stared intently at him, seeking any clue. But Gui Xiaoping was no naive fool. Though not cunning as a fox, he was a seasoned veteran. Failing to glean anything, Xiao Chuyi returned to her training. Hu Bing, being one of Sheng Huaian's trusted men, would yield nothing either. Sheng Huaian's force, traveling through the night, reached the borders of Tianlin County. Tianlin County, with its mountains and forests and scarce plains, was unsuitable for cavalry maneuvers. But Sheng Huaian wasn't here to train cavalry. He aimed to test battle formations. Wang Wu, lead a squad to scout the bandits' position and defenses, Sheng Huaian ordered. Yes, General. Wang Wu and 20 scouts departed, quickly vanishing from sight. Everyone else rest here. Set up visible and hidden sentries to prevent anyone from approaching the camp. Sheng Huaian swiftly commanded. They avoided towns and villages, halting in a forested area that offered concealment. By evening, Wang Wu returned with the scouts. General, we've scouted them thoroughly. The bandits have set up camp on a hill behind a village outside Pingshan town. The terrain is defensible, but their guard is lax. Infiltration is feasible. Good. We move out now and attack at the end of the hour when defenses are weakest and men are drowsy, making infiltration easier. Sheng Huaian ordered the army to march toward Qingshan town. The end of the hour was 4 in the morning when night owls grew most lethargic. Bypassing Pingshan town and its villages, they headed straight for Tiger Roar Mountain. This bandit group styled themselves as the Tiger Roar Hall Green Camp, posing as righteous outlaws. But according to Wang Wu's intelligence, they committed every evil, robbing caravans, pillaging villages, abducting women, and killing ruthlessly. The common folk of Tianlin County lived in terror under their tyranny. The villages below the mountain were like livestock for the bandits to be exploited at will. The people of Pingshan town had grown numb. The county troops of Tianlin were powerless against them, leaving the populace to suffer. General, let me lead a team to eliminate the guards at the pass, Wang Wu proposed. Now a martial artist at the great perfection stage, Wang Wu was brimming with confidence, dismissing mere bandits as beneath his notice. Thanks to the Xiongnu elixirs seized on the grasslands, the 300 veterans under Sheng Huaian had received cultivation pills, greatly boosting their strength. Pick 10 martial artists to accompany you, Sheng Huaian nodded. Wang Wu selected 10 and crept forward. Sheng Huaian followed with the main force ready to strike. On the mountain path under dim torchlight, a few ordinary bandits guarding the way dozed off. So sleepy. Damn it, they always stick us with guard duty. Cold and drowsy, a pockmarked man yawned, complaining bitterly. Wang Pockmark, do you have a death wish? If the squad leader hears you, you're finished, a comrade warned. That Tang Liping only got the post by offering his sister as a concubine to the 7th chief. What's there to be proud of? Who knows how miserably she screams under the 7th chief? Wang Pockmark vented recklessly. Shut up. Do you want to die and drag us down with you? Another glared murderously. To speak of the 7th chief, so did he want to be burned alive? Faced with the killing intent, Wang Pockmark fell silent. The mountain path grew quiet again. Huddled by the fire, cold and weary, the 5 guards soon began to nod off. Wang Wu and his 10 martial artists crept up silently. He struck first, covering a mouth with one hand, while slitting a throat with a short blade. 4 others joined him in the assault. Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. It'll be over soon. Wang Pockmark and the others made no sound as Wang Wu's team efficiently dispatched them. Sheng Huaian led the army up the mountain slowly. At the stockade gate, Wang Wu's men eliminated the sentries. Unfortunately, a bandit with a weak bladder rose to urinate and half asleep spotted them. Seeing the white blade enter and emerge red, the sentries collapsed, startling him so badly that his urine retracted. "Who are you?" he shouted. Wang Wu's team, now discovered, pressed on. They had already reached the gate. "Kill!" The 10 martial artists rushed forward, hacking the urinating bandit into 10 pieces. He had ruined their perfect stealth assault. Those roused by the commotion saw the butchery and raised the alarm. "Charge!" The main force behind, seeing they had been detected, launched the attack directly. War cries erupted within the mountain stronghold. "Kill!" The overwhelming cries of battle roused many from their slumber within the bandit encampment. Sheng Huaian led his army charging into the camp and commencing a merciless slaughter. Many recruits followed behind the veterans, cutting down the enemy. For those drawing blood for the first time, the hands gripping their blades trembled. A month or two ago, most of them were common folk whose limit was slaughtering a chicken. They had never killed a man. "Ambush! The officers are attacking!" a bandit shrieked in terror. Numerous outlaws, not even bothering to put on shoes, grabbed their swords and weapons to confront the enemy. Sheng Huaian led the troops, slaying only those above the martial artist rank, leaving the rest to his soldiers. He had come to plunder, but also to train his men. His soldiers, grouped in squads of 10 under a squad leader, formed the Mandarin Duck formation to counter the charging bandits. Indeed, Sheng Huaian had transplanted the Mandarin Duck formation into this world. He aimed not only to train these soldiers as heavy cavalry, but also as invincible infantry when dismounted. In daily drills, its power went unnoticed, but now with the soldiers in formation, the bandits could not even approach them. 2 shield-bearers advanced with blades. 2 soldiers wielded wolf-tooth spears to disrupt the enemy's sight. Spearmen followed behind, and the squad leader commanded from the center. With long and short weapons interlocking, the charging bandits were steadily cut down. Sheng Huaian personally slew the strong among the bandits, while his soldiers, employing the Mandarin Duck formation, proved utterly invincible. As more bandits were roused, they poured forth in an endless stream, armed with blades, spears, and clubs. This bandit camp housed over 10,000 outlaws, no small number. "Kill them!" Attacking our tiger's roar camp. They must have grown a pair of bear's guts and leopard's courage. A chieftain at the martial master realm declared arrogantly, utterly dismissing Sheng Huaian's 1,000 men. "Brothers, kill! Slay these dog officials!" Many bandits fumed with rage. It was early dawn, barely light, and they had been disturbed from their sleep. Their morning temper was immense. "Capture the dog officer. A reward of 100 silver taels." Every minor bandit leader was insufferably arrogant. In the past, it was always they who attacked the officials. Those government troops would take a detour at the sight of them. Now, daring to raid their camp was like lighting a lantern in a latrine, courting death. Sheng Huaian spotted the martial master realm bandits, flicked his finger, and shot forth a strand of true chi, like the 6 meridians divine, sword instantly piercing through their heads, killing them. Over a dozen martial master chieftains were slain by Sheng Huaian's true chi, yet the bandits still charged headlong, devoid of any order or formation. Truly a rabble of mountain outlaws. Sheng Huaian did not spare the martial artists among the bandits with any real strength. They were all slaughter points. With Sheng Huaian holding the line, constantly killing the strong among the outlaws, only the weak were allowed through for his men to practice and taste blood. Using the Mandarin Duck formation against the enemy, his soldiers suffered no casualties whatsoever. The soldiers gazed at Sheng Huaian's back with even greater reverence. This was the new formation their general had devised, and its power was terrifying beyond imagination. When strength was equal, the enemy could only be butchered. "Kill!" The thunderous battle cries roused the camp's leaders from their slumber. "Someone! What's happening out there? All this noise?" The tiger's roar camp's chief Weihu bellowed. Beside him, a woman clad in scant, tattered garments stared blankly, her eyes filled with terror, clearly broken from abuse. A minor lackey guarding the door quickly replied, "Chief, an army is attacking the camp. Our brothers are encircling the officials." Weihu was stunned. Officials had actually come to assault his camp. Which army was this so bold as to grow a pair of bear's guts and leopard's courage? He immediately turned over, and as the blanket was thrown aside, a pale, naked body was revealed. The woman was startled, clearly driven mad by fear. Weihu paid her no mind. She was merely a tool for his carnal desires. He dressed and strode out. "Chief." The lackey bowed respectfully as the chief emerged. "Let's go. Let's see which officials dare to be so audacious as to stir up trouble in my tiger's roar camp. He'll teach them a lesson." Weihu declared, exuding an imposing aura. It was as if he were the righteous officer, the side of justice. To Weihu, as long as it wasn't the prefectural army, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, his superiors had not informed him of any military movements by the prefectural forces. Against ordinary county troops, he was utterly fearless. Accompanied by a crowd of underlings, Wei Hu swaggered forward. Big brother. The Tiger's Roar camp's third chief, Li Liang, spotted Wei Hu and brought his men to join him. Third brother. Wei Hu nodded at Li Liang. Come, let's see who dares to cause trouble in our Tiger's Roar camp. They'll capture them and hang them as lanterns. Wei Hu and Li Liang, leading over 1,000 men, advanced in a massive throng. How dare you? Stop! Wei Hu shouted angrily as he saw Sheng Huaian slap the 7th chief, a Hotian realm cultivator, to death. Sheng Huaian had killed the so-called 7th chief who dared to charge at him with a single slap, and now 2 more leaders appeared. One was an early Xiantian realm cultivator, his aura thick and powerful, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the mid-Xiantian stage. The other was at the Hotian Great Perfection stage. This band of outlaws was indeed formidable. No wonder they had dominated this region for years with the government powerless against them. Without a Xiantian realm strongman leading a force of 30,000, it would be impossible to deal with these great bandits. Unfortunately, Sheng Huaian had set his sights on them. You little beast. I told you to stop. Are you deaf? Wei Hu glared at Sheng Huaian in fury, his Xiantian true qi swirling around him. Sheng Huaian's gaze darkened as he looked at Wei Hu as if staring at a dead man. This was the first time anyone had cursed him like this. You little bastard. You've got some nerve leading 1,000 men to attack my camp. Wei Hu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. From Sheng Huaian's attire, he knew this was the commanding officer of these troops. Kill Sheng Huaian, and these soldiers would be at his mercy. Come here and kneel to beg for mercy, and maybe your granddaddy here will spare your life, ha. Wei Hu laughed arrogantly, utterly dismissing Sheng Huaian. How dare you? Several soldiers roared in anger. This madman dared to insult their general. Sheng Huaian was now thoroughly enraged. This man had successfully provoked him. No longer suppressing his aura, Sheng Huaian's presence erupted like divine might. He became like a primeval behemoth, stepping forward and throwing a punch at Wei Hu. The fist imprint blazed like a scorching sun, terrifying and unmatched. Wei Hu's expression shifted drastically. He had been about to hurl another insult, but the foul words died in his throat. Where in the hell did this monster come from? So young, yet a Xiantian realm expert. Could he have a deep background? But he was no pushover either. He too was a Xiantian realm cultivator. Who was stronger would only be known through battle. No wonder you have such confidence, a Xiantian realm expert. But even so, my Tiger's Roar camp is no place for you to act recklessly. Brothers, kill these officials. Wei Hu shouted as he charged at Sheng Huaian. Boom. Their fists clashed, and Wei Hu's arm instantly exploded, sending him flying backward. The terrifying force had shattered his arm. The opponent's fist power was unmatched. Wei Hu wailed as he crashed to the ground. That single punch had not only crushed his arm, but also dispersed the Xiantian true qi within his body. This sudden turn of events stunned the bandits. Their usually lofty and awe-inspiring chief had been sent flying by that young man's punch, his arm shattered. They could scarcely believe this was real. Wei Hu's heart was filled with terror. Could this bastard be a grandmaster? Hastily condensing his true qi, Wei Hu tried to flee. Nothing was more important than his life. These brothers could die for all he cared. He couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He could find new underlings later. There were plenty of them, and they were easy to come by. Ignoring the pain of his shattered arm, Wei Hu scrambled to his feet and ran. Thud! Sheng Huaian would not let this madman escape. He leaped forward, kicked him to the ground, and then stomped down, crushing Wei Hu's dantian and crippling his cultivation. 2. Wei Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing the terrifying killing intent radiating from Sheng Huaian, he realized he had provoked the king of hell himself. How many people must one have slaughtered to amass such fearsome bloodlust? At that moment, all the bandits ceased their attack, standing frozen in place. Sheng Huaian stared coldly at the weakened Wei, who then stomped, shattering one of his legs. Scream. Weren't you so loud just now? Wei Hu screamed in agony, trembling from both fear and pain, his earlier arrogance completely gone. Big brother lord, don't kill me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Wei Hu pleaded, trembling at the icy murder in Sheng Huaian's eyes. The bandits of the Tiger Roar camp were now all panic-stricken. Their chief, the strongest among them, had been utterly defeated with a single punch, so miserably. Could they still stand against this regiment of imperial troops? Master Ancestor, I beg you, spare me. Sheng Huaian lifted his foot and crushed Wei Hu's other leg with another stomp. Wei Hu let out a wretched howl. Clearly begging for mercy was useless. Sheng Huaian would not let him go. You damned brat, you dare lay a hand on me. You're dead. With only his left hand intact, Wei Hu cursed. If you kill me, you won't live either, ha ha ha, you little beast. If you kill me, you'll be buried with me. Sheng Huaian lifted his foot again and stomped down, shattering the left hand into pieces. The screams reached the ears of the bandits, causing them to tremble in uncontrollable fear. The big shot behind me won't let you off. You'll be buried with me. Wei Hu laughed bitterly, as if possessed by madness. Sheng Huaian didn't bother to ask about the so-called big shot. With a single stomp, he crushed Wei Hu's skull. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Sheng Huaian commanded with cold, merciless fury. At the same time, he struck out, slaughtering all the strong among the bandits. The third in command, second in command, and others could not escape Sheng Huaian's grasp and fell one by one beneath his blade. Soon Sheng Huaian had slaughtered the entire bandit camp, leaving no one above the martial apprentice realm. Run! Flee! The chief is dead, the second in command is dead, the third in command is dead too. Mom, I want to go home. With Wei Hu and the other leaders dead, the ordinary bandits lost all will to resist and fled in a mad panic. Mercy! I've never done anything wrong. Spare me, officer. I have an 80-year-old mother at home and 2 newborn babies crying for milk. I've never even stepped on an ant. I'm kind, I've never done evil. Please, officer, spare me. The sounds of battle cries, pleas for mercy, and weeping echoed throughout the bandit camp. Sheng Huaian's soldiers began a frenzied pursuit of the bandits. After tasting blood and killing a few more, the new recruits were no longer afraid or unsettled. It was no different from slaughtering chickens, 1 slash or thrust per kill. Hearing the commotion, the virtuous women who had been taken captive came out of their rooms, their faces numb. Watching the Imperial troops massacre the bandits, they couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Die, all of you, die, ha ha. Die well. Demons deserve to die. The disheveled women laughed, tears streaming down their faces. The demons who had tormented them were being slaughtered, and they felt that heaven had finally opened its eyes. Seeing the bandits flee, Sheng Huaian no longer held back and began a wholesale slaughter, showing no mercy to even martial apprentices or martial artists. The fleeing bandits were too many for his soldiers to handle, as he had only brought 1,000 men. Sheng Huaian killed without restraint, and one by one the sin-laden bandits fell. He was frantically harvesting slaughter points. When all the bandits had been slain, the entire camp was a river of blood with corpses piled high like mountains and a bloody stench reaching the heavens. After the carnage, the new soldiers had forged their aura, no longer greenhorns. Sheng Huaian restrained the bloodthirsty aura on his body. It was now a deep crimson, enough to terrify anyone who saw it. Aside from the ordinary bandits without cultivation, a majority, over 2,000, had died by Sheng Huaian's blade. He had reaped a bountiful harvest of slaughter points. The chief Xiantian martial artist provided 60 points, while the 7 Hautian martial artists contributed over 200. Today, in exterminating this great bandit gang, he had amassed a total of 8,300 slaughter points. Adding the 4,717 points he had previously accumulated, that made 13,017 slaughter points. He glanced at the golden interface named Sheng Huaian. Race human. Realm Xiantian, great perfection. Techniques, Great Sun Heart, Sutra minor accomplishment, Mighty Ox, Strength minor accomplishment, Blood Fiend Blade, Art, great accomplishment, Deduce, Overlord Spear, Art minor accomplishment. Strength 85,000 Gene. Talent, Divine Archer. Slaughter points 13017. System upgradable. The prompt for system upgrade had appeared again, and his cultivation could be improved with enough slaughter points. Indeed, to rapidly improve cultivation, one had to kill enemies to gain slaughter points. With the battle over, Sheng Huaian ordered, send a squad to search for any survivors. The rest of you find the bandits' grain and treasures. Yes, General. His subordinates swiftly set to work. A group of women 400 or 500 in number rushed over and knelt before Sheng Huaian, kowtowing. Thank you, General. Thank you. Thank you for killing those demons and rescuing us from our suffering. Get up, all of you, please. Sheng Huaian was startled to see so many women kneeling before him. The women ranged in age from their 30s to girls as young as 14 or 15. What's going on? Sheng Huaian looked at the women still kneeling and kowtowing. General, I've asked them. They are all virtuous women who were kidnapped by these bandits and have been abused by them ever since. Wang Wu said angrily. These were pitiful, tragic women who should have had good families, but were forcibly taken to the mountain by the Tiger Roar camp bandits and used as tools for their lust. Everyone get up. Sheng Huaian saw that the women only knew how to kowtow and refused to rise. Helpless, he had to order the soldiers to pull them up. Looking at these violated women, Sheng Huaian felt that killing Wei Hu and his ilk was letting them off too easily. General, we've discovered the bandits' treasure vault. Yuan Yong ran up to report. Now a martial artist himself, he had been appointed as a centurion. He was one of the earliest veterans to follow Sheng Huaian. Wang Wu, take care of them. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you personally responsible. Sheng Huaian commanded. Huh. Wang Wu's face immediately fell. Among these women, many had a look of death in their eyes, clearly unwilling to go on living. Sheng Huaian gave Wang Wu no chance to argue and followed Yuan Yong away. He was eager to see how much plunder there was. They had come all this way traveling over 100 or 200 li for the silver the bandits had stolen. Inside the cave Wei who had stored all the stolen treasures, grain, and other goods. When Sheng Huaian entered, he saw mountains of grain and chest upon chest of gold, silver, and jewels. His eyes lit up at the sight of the treasure. Have you counted it? How much gold and silver is there? Sheng Huaian asked happily. Reporting, General. There are gold, silver, and jewels worth 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 shur of grain, Yuan Yong reported. 300,000 taels of silver was enough to support his army for a long time, and the 50,000 shur of grain would last them for many months. Such a haul made Sheng Huaian beam with joy. The spoils were incredibly rich. None of you have helped yourselves, have you? Sheng Huaian's gaze suddenly sharpened, his demeanor shifting as he stared at Yuan Yong. Yuan Yong was startled. Sheng Huaian's gaze was too piercing, like a blade stabbing straight into his heart. He quickly said, No, I swear on my head. Sheng Huaian stared at Yuan Yong for a long moment, and Yuan Yong broke out in a cold sweat from fear. The weight of Sheng Huaian's presence was so heavy, it was suffocating. Could I trust you? You've done well, I'll remember this. I'm crediting you with a merit. Guard these treasures and the grain with your life. Whoever dares to touch them, behead them. Sheng Huaian said sternly. Yes, I swear on my head. Whoever dares to touch them, I'll personally cut off their head, Yuan Yong vowed earnestly. Sheng Huaian had to be this strict, the temptation was too great. With gold, silver, and jewels worth over 300,000 taels, he couldn't guarantee that the soldiers wouldn't be blinded by greed and desire. Go call the others. Hurry up and move the treasures and grain. Not a single grain is to be left behind, Sheng Huaian ordered. Yes, General. The soldiers quickly came to carry the grain and jewels down the mountain. Their war horses, 2,000 of them, were waiting below, more than enough to transport everything back. With such abundant spoils, Sheng Huaian's long march to exterminate this bandit gang had not been in vain. During this bandit suppression, the Mandarin duck formation that Sheng Huaian had long drilled was employed, and with Sheng Huaian himself, a great master, overseeing the operation, the army suffered no fatalities, only a number of wounded soldiers. This number was truly terrifying, for in the era of cold weapons, how could there be a battle without casualties? Victory was always bought with lives. Suffice it to say, the Mandarin duck formation had demonstrated its might in this world. This formation was originally created by General Qi, the famous anti-Japanese hero from a past life, to combat Japanese pirates and Ronin warriors. This formation was immensely effective for ordinary soldiers. Having witnessed its power, Sheng Huaian returned with the intention of training the entire army in it, for the formation was excellent both for offense and defense. General Sheng Huaian, big boss, Sheng, come quickly. I can't handle it anymore. Those women want to die, and I can't persuade them. Wang Wu hurried over to find Sheng Huaian. Upon hearing that the women sought death, Sheng Huaian immediately went to see. Having rescued them with such effort, it wouldn't do for them to all cry out and seek death. In this world, there were still many old widowers and bachelors unable to find wives. When Sheng Huaian arrived, he saw 20 or 30 women hanging themselves, a scene like a swing set, truly spectacular. What are you doing? What are you all standing there for? Save them, Sheng Huaian shouted. Those soldiers stood there dumbfounded, only moving to rescue them upon hearing his command. Sheng Huaian had a headache. Were these soldiers really just dense straight men? Seeing someone hanging themselves and not even moving to save them. He was speechless. No wonder they couldn't find wives back home, they deserved it. General, please just let us die? Living holds no meaning for us anymore, a rescued woman said tearfully. Many other women felt the same. They had been captured by bandits and brought to the mountains. News had spread in their villages and towns. Now, even though rescued, they had been defiled by the bandits and could not return home. In this vast world, where could they go? Sheng Huaian looked at these women. There was no hope of survival left in their eyes. This was an ancient world, and for a respectable woman, chastity was paramount. Under the rule of a feudal dynasty, they had virtually no path forward. It was truly a headache. Sheng Huaian couldn't just let these women die here. Listen to me, everyone. A living dog is better than a dead lion. Living on requires even greater courage. Since you aren't afraid of death, why fear living? Sheng Huaian spoke loudly to the women. But how can we live on? We have no home to return to, our bodies have been defiled. What can we rely on to survive? A woman cried out. They were but weak women relying on their families and husbands to survive. Captured by bandits, how could their chastity remain intact? Their former families would not take them back. Everyone listen to me. I am the general of the Agile Cavalry defending Heshi County. If you have no home to return to, you can come back with us to Heshi County. I will arrange things for you and ensure you live well. Only by living can one enjoy a beautiful life and behold this lovely world. Sheng Huaian understood that these women sought death because they were homeless and had lost all hope. Now he had to give them a reason to live. Really? Can we go with you, General? A timid girl of about 17 or 18 asked. Many women hearing Sheng Huaian's offer had a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes. I, the General, keep my word. Sheng Huaian nodded. With his promise, the women whose eyes were filled with death regained a trace of clarity. They had survived until now on a sliver of hope and hatred. Those who were chaste and determined to die with no will to live, unwilling to endure disgrace, had already taken their own lives. In the end, who would seek death unless they were utterly hopeless? They chose to end their lives because they believed that Sheng Huaian and his men would send them home after wiping out the bandits. Returning home to face scorn and humiliation only to die anyway. It was better to die in the wilderness. Now Sheng Huaian had given them a thread of hope to live. Your humble servant thanks the General for the grace of saving our lives, a woman said, kneeling and kowtowing to Sheng Huaian. The other women followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing to Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian was exasperated. Why were they kneeling and kowtowing again? Get up, get up. Sheng Huaian hurriedly pulled them up. Pull them up. What are you standing there like wooden posts for? He shouted at the soldiers. A bunch of blockheads completely lacking in tact. After calming the women's emotions, Sheng Huaian breathed a sigh of relief. Keep an eye on them. If anyone's mood turns wrong, soothe them immediately, he instructed Wang Wu. These women were in an extremely unstable state of mind. Having just been rescued from a den of evil, without someone to comfort them, they could easily become fixated on dark thoughts and seek death. Wait, are you really planning to take them all back? With so many, how will you arrange things? Wang Wu asked quietly. This was no joke. 400 or 500 women. How to manage them was a real problem. Otherwise, let them all hang themselves on this mountain. Sheng Huaian retorted irritably. You need to think clearly. We are garrison troops. With so many women, if not handled well, it could cause big trouble, Wang Wu warned. Don't worry, I have my plans, Sheng Huaian said, patting Wang Wu's shoulder. General letters found in the bandit leader's room. A soldier reported, handing over some documents. Sheng Huaian took them and read, his brows deeply furrowed. After a long moment, he asked, Who is the prefectural commandant of Dingzhou? The Dingzhou prefectural commandant is the younger brother of the head of the Chui clan of Dingzhou. The Chui clan is one of the great clans of Dingzhou. Chui Lang serves as the Dingzhou prefectural commandant, a peak Xiantian realm cultivator commanding 5,000 prefectural troops, Wang Wu replied. Quite a background. They have both the white gloves and the black gloves, Sheng Huaian chuckled. It seems we've made a formidable enemy. Wang Wu frowned. Clearly this great bandit was a tool used by the Chui clan to handle dirty dealings. By wiping out this band of outlaws, they had undoubtedly offended the Chui clan. What's there to fear? If they don't mess with me, fine. If they do, it'll raise the Chui clan to the ground. Sheng Huaian said, a hint of dominance flashing across his brow. Mess with him, and they become enemies. Enemies equal kill points. They gathered all the gold, silver, jewels, grain, and weapons, and brought them down the mountain. With 1,000 warhorses, they could barely manage to bring back the seized supplies. The main issue was the grain. There was a lot of it. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sheng Huaian instructed Wang Wu, in 2 days set fire to this mountain stronghold, erase all traces, and then return. Yes, General, Wang Wu acknowledged. Sheng Huaian left 50 men with Wang Wu to burn down the stronghold 2 days later. 2 days would be enough time for them to return to Heshi County. The weather was cold now, so there was no fear of the bodies rotting. After 2 days, a single fire would destroy the entire stronghold and obliterate all evidence. By the time others discovered it and searched for clues, it would be extremely difficult. They set out with the seized supplies, gold and silver, and the 400 to 500 women, taking 2 days to return to Heshi County. They had deliberately avoided main roads and populated areas, which caused the delay. By the time they returned to Heshi County, it was already evening. The soldiers guarding the city, seeing Sheng Huaian and his men, quickly opened the gates and discreetly let them in. Sheng Huaian sent someone to summon Magistrate Chen. So many women could not be quartered in the barracks, which were full of virile men. Trouble would be inevitable. When Magistrate Chen arrived and saw so many respectable women, he was utterly shocked. Sheng Huaian, where did you take the troops to kidnap so many respectable women? You are utterly lawless. Facing the suddenly enraged Magistrate Chen, Sheng Huaian was speechless. Was he not even going to give him a chance to explain before slapping on a charge? No, don't shout nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Sheng Huaian quickly interjected. He feared his good reputation would be tarnished, ruining his chances to charm women in the future. If you're not that kind of person, then explain them. If you can't, don't blame me for reporting you to His Majesty without mercy. Magistrate Chen pointed at the women with a stern gaze. Let me explain. They are all unfortunate souls I rescued from bandit camps during my campaign. Sheng Huaian recounted his recent bandit suppression efforts to Magistrate Chen, who finally softened his stern expression after hearing the tale. He had truly feared Sheng Huaian would commit an unforgivable mistake. I've heard of those vicious bandits in Tianlin County. I never imagined their atrocities were so numerous. Sigh. Magistrate Shun felt helpless. He knew that noble families or powerful figures often kept bandits for their own purposes, a common albeit not universal practice in local regions. So Magistrate Shun, you need to find these women a place to stay. Don't worry about food. They'll handle that. Just provide them temporary shelter, Sheng Huaian said. Such matters required Magistrate Chen's arrangement. All right, leave it to me. He'll take care of it, Magistrate Chen agreed without hesitation. As long as these women weren't taken by force, arranging accommodation for a few hundred people was a trivial task for him. Magistrate Chen settled the women in a cluster of empty houses in the western part of the city whose owners had fled upon hearing of the approaching Rondi army. The border was too perilous, a few chose to live there unless they had roots they couldn't abandon. Constant incursions by foreign tribes made life uneasy for all. Sheng Huaian also assigned 50 soldiers to patrol and guard the women's safety. Without protection, a gathering of so many women would inevitably invite trouble from local thugs. You left your post for days just to suppress bandits. How daring, Magistrate Shen remarked, eyeing Sheng Huaian, a border commander neglecting his duties to poach the provincial army's business. Hey, race the 5,000 tael promissory note I borrowed from you. Returning it now, Sheng Huaian said, handing back the money. Magistrate Shen took the note, finally realizing why Sheng Huaian had led his troops out. How much did you loot? Loot? Learn to speak properly. It's spoils of war, understand? Sheng Huaian declared with righteous indignation. Fine, spoils of war. How much did you seize? Not telling you. Sheng Huaian turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Magistrate Chun gritted his teeth. Damn it, dragging me out in the dead of night to help, and not even a word of thanks. The next morning, Xiao Qi noticed Sheng Huaian had returned and was drilling the soldiers, though some were missing. Where have you been these past few days? Xiao Qi approached and asked. Sheng Huaian glanced at this somewhat effeminate man and said flatly, Do I need to report to you? No, but remember, you are the defender of Hushi County. You cannot leave lightly. If the enemy invades in your absence, the danger is immense. The lives of an entire county would be on your hands. With that, Xiao Qi turned and left. Sheng Huaian clicked his tongue. A mere colonel under his command was lecturing him. If not for Xiao Beishan's powerful background and the fact that he hadn't caused trouble since arriving, Sheng Huaian would have slapped some sense into him to remind him whose territory this was. After returning, Sheng Huaian taught the Mandarin duck formation to Colonels Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing, instructing them to train their men in its use. Under their envious and admiring gazes, Sheng Huaian's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Creating a battle formation was an achievement few generals could claim. Not only had Sheng Huaian invented one, but it had also passed the test of real combat. The two colonels eagerly began training their troops. Of the 1,000 men Sheng Huaian personally led, the wounded were recuperating. Wang Wu hadn't returned with his 50 men, and another 50 had been sent to guard the rescued women. The rest were left to train on their own. For now, they had money and grain, but at this rate of training, the 300,000 taels of silver and 50,000 share of grain wouldn't last long. To build a strong army, the key was still money. With enough funds, even heavy cavalry and armored infantry could be established. Then he could sweep across the northern desert, amass enough slaughter value, and grow even stronger. Everything was for the sake of becoming more powerful. Seeing the vast stores of grain, the idea of brewing liquor took root in Sheng Huaian's mind, impossible to suppress. Liquor was a high-demand consumable. If brewed well, it would sell like wildfire, bringing in silver that could buy more grain, brew more liquor, and earn even more money. With wealth, he could begin forging heavy armored cavalry. As soon as Wang Wu returned, Sheng Huaian put him to work. Brother Wang Wu, I have a task for you. Brother Huaian, I just got back. Can't you let me catch my breath? Even a beast of burden gets more rest than this. Wang Wu complained. It's not like I'm asking you to plow the fields. Just help me find some people, Sheng Huaian said, looking at Wang Wu. All right, out with it. I'm destined to be a workhorse, Wang Wu resigned himself. Don't be like that. Finish this, and it'll take you to Yanyan Tower to see the fairy Qin Yao, Sheng Huaian consoled him. Really? Wang Wu's eyes lit up. Don't lie to me again, or he'll never let it go. Truly, I promise, Sheng Huaian nodded. All right, what's the task? Go find everyone in Hushi County who knows how to brew liquor. I want to start a distillery, Sheng Huaian said. What? Brew liquor? Why? Can't you just buy it if you want to drink? Why make it yourself? Stop shouting. I plan to brew a new kind of fine liquor to sell, earn military funds, and build heavy armored cavalry, Sheng Huaian explained. Oh, so Sheng Huaian was still fixated on building heavy cavalry. You even know how to brew? Wang Wu stared at him. Go on. Don't you want to see fairy Qin Yao soon? Sheng Huaian urged. Leave it to me, Wang Wu said, patting his chest at the mention of Qin Yao, and left. Watching Wang Wu so easily fooled, Sheng Huaian couldn't help but laugh. He had him completely under his thumb. See fairy Qin Yao. That woman he dared not even glance at. Not unless he broke through to the martial saint realm right now. After Wang Wu left, Sheng Huaian pondered where to build the distillery. He planned to brew the high-proof spirits of later ages, a golden goose that would lay endless eggs. The distillery's location couldn't be taken lightly. After some thought, Sheng Huaian decided to build it next to the military camp. With a strong garrison, there was no fear of petty thieves coveting it. Then he led the soldiers to start construction. On both sides of the camp were open fields with no residents. With money in hand, he bought materials and had the soldiers build the structures. Xiao Qi saw Sheng Huaian leading the soldiers to build a distillery beside the camp, but didn't understand why. Not daring to ask, she simply trained her troops and observed from a distance. The commotion naturally attracted Magistrate Chen's attention. He came over and looked at Sheng Huaian. "General Sheng, what are you doing now? Isn't the camp big enough?" The Hushi County camp was built to accommodate 10,000 men. With only 9,000 garrisoned, it was more than sufficient. "Building a distillery to brew some liquor to drink," Sheng Huaian said, watching the busy soldiers. "What? Brew liquor to drink?" Magistrate Chen thought he was hallucinating. A garrison commander, instead of diligently training his soldiers, was building a distillery to brew liquor. Isn't this just indulging in frivolous pursuits? "General Sheng, what wine would you like? He'll go buy it for you. Can you please just focus on training the troops? Our entire Hushi County, the northwestern gateway of Great Wei, depends on you for its defense. The lives of over 100,000 people in Hushi County rest in your hands. Can you take this seriously, my general?" Watching Magistrate Chen, who was droning on like a Buddhist sutra, Sheng Huaian finally understood why Sun Wukong got headaches. Sheng Huaian said with a straight face, "I am being serious." You. Magistrate Chen stormed off in anger, unable to control or persuade him. Sheng Huaian was a 6th-rank lieutenant general guarding the border, commanding his own army. No one below the Ministry of War or a 3rd-rank general could interfere with him. With 5,000 soldiers, they built a large distillery in just a few days. Wang Wu, true to his mission, brought back over a dozen veteran brewers. "I've completed the task you gave me. Don't forget your promise," Wang Wu said, travel-worn. He was born to be a workhorse. "I know I won't forget." Sheng Huaian nodded perfunctorily, his gaze falling on the dozen or so brew masters dressed like peasants. "General." The brew masters quickly bowed. Facing Sheng Huaian, these ordinary farmers were very nervous. This was a great general, a figure of high status in their eyes. "No need for formalities, masters. You all know how to brew, don't you?" Sheng Huaian said with a smile. "Reporting to the general, we only know some basic brewing techniques, making rough wines for our own consumption." One brewmaster quickly replied. They were from villages, brewing a bit for themselves or for sale, nothing compared to large distilleries. "It's fine. Knowing how to brew is enough." Sheng Huaian nodded. As long as they could brew, it was fine. The high-proof spirits of later generations were all purified, so they just needed the distillation technique. With the brewmasters found, they now needed workers. Sheng Huaian already had candidates in mind, the 400 to 500 rescued women. Giving them jobs to earn their own money would keep them from dwelling on dark thoughts and contemplating suicide. Sheng Huaian immediately went to the west of the city. General. As soon as Sheng Huaian arrived, the women gathered around to greet him. In this new environment, there were more smiles on their faces, no longer the numbness and lifelessness. "How are you all doing?" Sheng Huaian asked with a smile. "We sisters are doing well." Xiahe, a woman in her early 30s with some charm, nodded with a smile. "That's good. I came to ask if you'd be willing to work at the distillery and earn your own money," Sheng Huaian said. Hearing this, light instantly returned to the women's eyes. Though they wanted to live, they didn't want to be kept like this forever, unable to find their own worth. "Really? General, are you telling the truth?" the girl called Xiao Chao asked happily. "Of course it's true. Have I ever lied to you?" Sheng Huaian laughed. "We're willing. General, no matter how hard or bitter, we're willing." Xiahe wept tears of joy. Being able to rely on themselves to survive, that was their greatest wish. With these 400 to 500 women, there was no need to find other laborers. Sheng Huaian led them straight to the distillery. When the distillery was built, living quarters were also constructed, more than enough to house these women. Workers, brew masters, grain, all were secured. Brewing equipment was simple to make, but Sheng Huaian simply bought a set. Leaving the army under the command of Guo Xiaoping and Hu Bing for training, Sheng Huaian threw himself into the distillery, leading a team to research brewing. During this time, Magistrate Chen came looking for Sheng Huaian, but Sheng Huaian was so engrossed in his brewing venture that he barely acknowledged him. After 10 full days, joyous shouts erupted from the distillery. "General, we've succeeded. We've succeeded. Haha, finally succeeded. Great. Finally a success." The brew masters, the women workers, and the soldiers who had joined Sheng Huaian in brewing all cheered. Especially the rescued women, they embraced each other, crying tears of joy, celebrating this moment of success. They had proven and realized their own value. Sheng Huaian smelled the aroma of the wine and took a small sip. It was pungent, strong, warming, and ended with a sweet aftertaste. We've succeeded, Sheng Huaian said happily to everyone. After half a month of hard work day and night, they had finally brewed this strong spirit. General, give this wine a name. The brewmaster Du Fei said, his eyes crinkling with joy. Let's call it Western Gale. The northwestern wind is fierce and cold, and this wine is both strong and warming, Sheng Huaian said. Not bad, Western Gale, a fine name. From now on, focus on brewing. Once our wine hits the market, it will attract countless merchants. Sheng Huaian said. Master Du Misia, he'll leave the hard work to you from now on. General, you flatter us. This is our duty. You've given us unfortunate women a place to live. We should repay your great kindness. Xiaohe said. Exactly, it's what we should do. The women nodded in agreement. The lead brewmaster Du Fei was also deeply sympathetic after learning of these women's experiences. The women worked just as hard as the men, earning the respect of the brewmasters. With Western Gale created, all that remained was mass production. Sheng Huaian immediately assigned 200 soldiers to guard the distillery and ensure its safety. The families of brewmasters like Du Fei were also relocated to the county. After arranging everything, Sheng Huaian only had to wait for the wine to be produced in bulk, build its reputation, and begin sales. Having accomplished the brewing, Sheng Huaian felt deeply relieved. The goose that laid golden eggs was about to start laying. What's got you smiling so brightly? Some good news. Magistrate Chen arrived at the distillery and saw Sheng Huaian beaming with joy, unable to resist asking. He, old Chen, I've done it. Sheng Huaian laughed. Done it? Done what? Have you become a grandmaster? Magistrate Chen asked with 3 question marks. I've successfully brewed my wine, Sheng Huaian rolled his eyes. Really? Fake. Let me have a taste, Magistrate Chen said expectantly. He wanted to see if Sheng Huaian's wine was good or bad. If it was bad, he'd laugh at Sheng Huaian until he died. Sheng Huaian opened the wine jar, and instantly a strong aroma of spirits filled the air. What a fragrance! Magistrate Chen's eyes lit up. The wine smelled truly wonderful. Scooping out a ladle, Magistrate Chen snatched it eagerly and downed it in one gulp. Ah, excellent wine. So strong, pungent, stimulating, warming, with a sweet aftertaste. A masterpiece of peerless vintage. Magistrate Chen swore that even the imperial wine from the palace couldn't compare. Before Sheng Huaian could stop him, Magistrate Chen scooped another ladle and downed it. Hey, go easy. This wine is intoxicating, Sheng Huaian quickly said. This was at least over 56 proof spirits. Drinking it like this, Magistrate Chen would be drunk before long. What's there to fear? I have a high tolerance. You're not just being stingy, are you? Magistrate Chen, having tasted such fine wine for the first time, couldn't help but want more. Drink up, drink up. Let's see how much you can handle. Sheng Huaian stopped persuading. Some people just can't be reasoned with. After the 5th ladle, Magistrate Chen's vision began to blur. General Sheng, since when did you learn to split into multiple selves? Hey. Magistrate Chen swayed as he spoke. Sheng Huaian watched speechlessly as Magistrate Chen's legs gave out, and he started staggering. He wasn't a ninja capable of shadow clones. General, what's wrong with the magistrate? Xiaohe asked worriedly as she watched Magistrate Chen's unsteady steps. Nothing, just too much to drink. No sooner had Sheng Huaian spoken than Magistrate Chen stumbled and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Hey, still going to call me stingy? Get up and keep drinking, you lightweight. Sheng Huaian couldn't help but laugh. Magistrate Chen downed 5 cups of West Wind's Fury and promptly got himself drunk. Someone escort Magistrate Chen back to his residence, Sheng Huaian ordered his guards. Yes, General. 2 guards stepped forward, lifted Magistrate Chen, and carried him to the magistrate's mansion. Master, do the brewing tasks from now on are in your hands. Sheng Huaian addressed the crowd. Rest assured, General. Leave the brewing to us. Such an extraordinary divine liquor. If we failed to brew it and let the world taste it, it would be a crime. Du Fei declared with unwavering resolve. Brewing such exquisite liquor was enough to etch their names in history. Initially, they came for the high pay and silver. But now it was for faith. Failing to brew this peerless divine liquor and share it with the world would be their sin. The remaining brewing tasks were left to the master brewers Xiaohe and the others. Sheng Huaian returned to train his troops, awaiting the liquor's completion. During this time, he also honed his cultivation, elevating it to the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: Xiantian pinnacle. Techniques: Great Sun Heart, Sutra minor accomplishment, Mighty Ox, Force minor accomplishment, Blood Fiend Blade, Art, Great accomplishment, Deduce, Overlord Spear, Art minor accomplishment. Strength: 95,000 Gene. Talent: Divine Archer. Kill count: 8017. System: upgradable. Expending 5,000 kill points, Sheng Huaian elevated his cultivation to Xiantian pinnacle. Within him, Xiantian true qi condensed like water, and his blood vitality surged like a dragon. He had no idea of his own strength now, but he was unrivaled in the Xiantian realm. Even if he encountered a master of the Zhongshe realm, unless it was a Zhongshe Grand Perfection expert, he likely couldn't be defeated, and the opponent couldn't harm him either. After elevating his cultivation to Xiantian pinnacle, Sheng Huaian suppressed his aura to the early Xiantian stage, disguising himself. Stay steady, don't get reckless. Magistrate Chun was sent back drunk for an entire day, waking only the next evening. Ouch, my head. Upon waking, Magistrate Chen's first reaction was a throbbing headache, his entire body limp and powerless. Master, you're awake. Seeing Magistrate Chen conscious, the old servant finally breathed a sigh of relief. His master had been unconscious for an entire day. A physician had been summoned and confirmed it was drunkenness, otherwise the old servant would have risked everything to confront General Sheng for an explanation. How long have I been asleep? Magistrate Chen inquired. Master, you've slept for a full day and night, the old servant replied. What? A full day and night? Magistrate Chen was stunned. The liquor's potency was fierce, leaving him drunk for a day and night. Excellent liquor, truly excellent liquor. Magistrate Chen marveled. He really couldn't fathom what was inside Sheng Huaian's head. Young as he was, a Xiantian powerhouse, a brilliant poet, and now brewing peerless divine liquor. No, I must get some of this fine liquor from him. Magistrate Chen decided to ask Sheng Huaian for some West Wind's fury. Meanwhile, Sheng Huaian trained his troops while monitoring the liquor's brewing progress. Gradually, Sheng Huaian accepted Wu Cheng as a colonel whose strength surpassed that of Gui Xiaoping and Hu Bing. Witnessing the power of the Mandarin duck formation, Xiao Chuyi also sought guidance from Sheng Huaian and began training her troops in it. Under his command were 4 battalions of 8,000 men, plus his own personal 1,000, totaling 9,000. Now that all had trained in the Mandarin duck formation with ample grain and silver, Sheng Huaian invested in meat and medicinal meals to rigorously drill his men. With substantial silver meat and medicinal supplements, his soldiers had all become martial apprentices, their strength greatly enhanced. Though not yet elite, they were a formidable force. Now, if faced with a 30,000-strong Rongdi army, Sheng Huaian dared to crush them utterly. Half a month later, the first batch of new West Wind's Fury was brewed. General, mission accomplished. The first batch of West Wind's Fury is ready, Du Fei said with excited laughter. Sheng Huaian tasted it. The flavor was pure and unchanged. He nodded approvingly. Good, you've rendered great service. I'll remember this. Once the liquor sells, I'll reward you with bonuses. Sheng Huaian smiled. General, it smells amazing. Let me have a taste. Gui Xiaoping couldn't resist. Yes, such fragrant liquor, let us sample it. Hu Bing's eyes were also full of anticipation. Xiao Chuyi was equally curious about what liquor could be so fragrant. Seeing his subordinates eager to taste the fine brew, Sheng Huaian waved his hand magnanimously. Help yourselves, but only 1 bowl each. You're military officers. Can't have you getting drunk. With Sheng Huaian's permission, everyone grabbed bowls and filled them with West Wind's Fury. Xiao Chuyi didn't hold back either. She filled a bowl, inhaled its rich aroma, and took a sip. The liquor was fierce and spicy on entry, then blazed like fire, followed by warmth and a sweet aftertaste. Excellent liquor. Damn, this is too good. This is what real divine liquor should be. What we drank before was garbage, Gui Xiaoping blurted out. Divine liquor, truly peerless. So fierce, so bold. This is the drink for soldiers. It's got real kick, Hu Bing added after finishing his bowl. Once this peerless divine liquor hits the market, countless connoisseurs will go mad for it. The general is truly remarkable to brew such a masterpiece. Wu Qing couldn't help but praise. Xiao Chuyi's eyes sparkled as she secretly observed Sheng Huaian. This man was an enigma. Young as he was, he excelled in martial arts, poetry, and brewing. Everything about him seemed shrouded in mystery. Sheng Huaian accepted his subordinates' praises with pleasure. This liquor is too strong, but it's not suitable for women, Xiao Chuyi remarked. Sheng Huaian stroked his chin, realizing she was right. The liquor's potency was too much for light drinkers and women. To reduce the strength, he simply had the brewers dilute it, cutting the alcohol content by about half. With reduced potency, the liquor lost its harshness and spice, gaining a fragrant aroma perfect for light drinkers and women. The liquor was ready for sale, but Sheng Huaian lacked distribution channels. Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. But how could this stump him? That evening, Sheng Huaian had Wang Wu summon a few soldiers to carry several jars of the brewed liquor, called on Magistrate Chun, and headed to the Misty Willow Pavilion. The Misty Willow Pavilion was a den of all sorts where news spread fastest. General, will we really see the fairy Qin Yao? Wang Wu asked excitedly. Sheng Huaian was finally fulfilling his promise to take him to see fairy Qin Yao. As a frequent patron of such establishments, Wang Wu had heard countless tales of her ethereal beauty, but had never glimpsed her. Magistrate Chen glanced at the rugged Wang Wu. Was he also here for fairy Qin Yao? You're going to the Misty Willow Pavilion. Xiao Chuyi intercepted them mid-road. She stood on the street in black attire, a long sword at her waist with light snow falling around her like a wandering knight. What's it to you? Do I need to report my whereabouts? Sheng Huaian retorted irritably. What a colonel trying to boss around a general. I'm coming too, Xiao Chuyi stated flatly. The camp needs you to hold the fort. Why are you going to the Misty Willow Pavilion? Go back, Sheng Huaian said gruffly. He was going to promote his liquor, not indulge in debauchery. Xiao Chuyi stood her ground staring at Sheng Huaian. Magistrate Chun tugged at Sheng Huaian's sleeve hinting at her background. Fine, come if you must. Faced with Xiao Chuyi's resolute gaze, Sheng Huaian relented. So Xiao Chuyi followed behind him. Speaking of which, Brother Beishan, what was your old man thinking? You're not built like a brute, yet he named you Xiao Batian, heaven-dominating Xiao. The name's fierce, but you're rather refined, Sheng Huaian teased. Xiao Chuyi didn't respond, remaining aloof. Magistrate Chin's lips twitched. Xiao Batian, you sure have guts to joke like that. Arriving at the Misty Willow Pavilion, it was still ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. At night, this was the liveliest spot in Heshi County. Moreover, Sheng Huaian's poem for Fairy Qin Yao had skyrocketed her fame, drawing countless literati and scholars who flocked here daily, often filling the place to capacity. The madam spotted Sheng Huaian and Magistrate Chun and hurried over to greet them. General Sheng, Lord Chun, honored guests, please come in. The madam's smile was syrupy sweet, though age had etched wrinkles on her face. This was Xiao Chuyi's first time in a brothel. Though her gaze remained cool, her heart brimmed with curiosity. She glanced around, and when she saw the dancers on stage performing seductive moves, their forms barely concealed her face, flushed crimson, and she dared not look further. The seasoned patrons held courtesans closed their hands, wandering freely. Xiao Chuyi lowered her head further. Brother Beishan, first time here. Want me to call a pretty girl to break you in? Sheng Huaian quipped, grinning. Oh my, what a handsome young master. Let me tell you, our girls at the Misty Willow Pavilion are the most charming. You'll be thoroughly pleased, the madam chimed in, seizing the chance to promote. No need. Xiao Chuyi's heart raced, her face burning, her usual composure shattered. If she'd known, she wouldn't have come out of curiosity. Hey, getting shy now? A grown man who drills his troops into fierce fighters, yet here you are acting all soft, Sheng Huaian remarked. Was this guy actually timid and bashful inside? Magistrate Chun followed behind, covering his forehead with his hand as he looked at Sheng Huaian. This man really dared to say anything. Ignorance is bliss. The madam led Sheng Huaian and his party to a private room on the second floor. Please invite Fairy Qin Yao to join us for a few drinks. I have a favor to ask of her, Sheng Huaian said. Right away. I'll summon Miss Qin Yao immediately, the madam said, hurrying off. Miss Qin Yao, General Sheng has arrived and specifically requests your company. What do you say? Even before, the madam had little sway over Qin Yao. Now that Qin Yao's fame had soared, the madam had even less control, having to beg for her consent for everything. General Sheng is here. Qin Yao finally opened her chamber door and stepped out. She was curious about Sheng Huaian, and since he invited her, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Greetings, my lords. This humble girl offers her respects, Qin Yao said as she entered the private room, offering a graceful bow. Her voice was gentle, yet laced with a hint of allure, sending a tingle through the listeners. Wang Wu felt as if his skull might split open. The moment his eyes fell on her, it was love at first sight, leaving him utterly spellbound. How could such a beautiful woman exist in this world? Even Magistrate Chun, who had been clear-eyed moments before, became instantly entranced, as if bewitched. Xiao Chuyi looked at Qin Yao, sensing that this woman exuded allure in every move, capable of captivating anyone's heart. Just look at Wang Wu, Magistrate Chun, and the soldiers. They were practically drooling. But Sheng Huaian seemed unaffected, casually pouring himself a drink and taking a sip. Sheng Huaian's composure earned Xiao Chuyi's newfound respect. Please have a seat, Fairy Qin Yao. Sheng Huaian gestured. My thanks to General Sheng, Qin Yao said with a faint smile, taking a seat across from Sheng Huaian. I hear you sought me out, General. I wonder if there is anything I can assist with. Today Qin Yao's voice was no longer cold and distant. It carried a gentle, alluring warmth that softened the heart and ensnared the senses of any man who heard it. Xiao Chuyi could not help but think to herself, what a seductress. No wonder Sheng Huaian wrote poetry for her. With such beauty, she would be unparalleled even in the capital. Fairy Qin Yao, please sample this wine, Sheng Huaian said with a smile as he poured her a cup. It was a blend, mellow and lacking the harsh bite of strong spirits. Qin Yao's eyes lit up at the aroma. Thank you, General Sheng, for this fine wine. She raised the cup and drank it all in one go. The wine was rich and smooth on the palate, warm, sweet, and fragrant with a unique texture. Qin Yao found it more delightful than any wine she had ever tasted. Excellent wine. Truly excellent. I heard you've established a brewery, General Sheng. Is this the wine you've produced? Qin Yao gazed at Sheng Huaian, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Wang Wu and his men were utterly bewitched, like country bumpkins. So beautiful, like a celestial maiden. Wang Wu murmured, his throat dry from sheer awe. Magistrate Chun was slightly more composed, but still wore the expression of a love-struck fool. Fairy Qin Yao, this is the wine brewed by General Sheng. A completely new peerless vintage. Before Sheng Huaian could speak, Magistrate Chen rushed to add, General Sheng, you didn't seek me out just to offer me a taste of wine, did you? Qin Yao set down her cup and spoke softly. I came to ask Fairy Qin Yao for your help in promoting it, Sheng Huaian said. How heartless, General Sheng. You only come to me when you need something. Qin Yao teased, her eyes flashing with feigned sorrow. Sheng Huaian was speechless. Why else would I come looking for you? I'm afraid you'll devour me whole. Enough teasing, Fairy Qin Yao. I truly need your assistance. What do you need me to do? Qin Yao dropped her playful demeanor. It goes like this. And like that. I can help, but you'll have to give me a poem as payment. Qin Yao nodded in agreement. Sheng Huaian rubbed his temples. As long as it didn't cost money, a single poem was fine. He could just borrow one. Deal, Sheng Huaian said with a nod. I want the poem first, Qin Yao insisted, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Chuyi studied Sheng Huaian, eager to see if he truly possessed the unrivaled poetic talent the rumors claimed. Sheng Huaian glanced at the wine on the table, and an idea struck him. Since Qin Yao hadn't specified the poem, any would do. Green ants brew new wine, a small red clay stove. Evening comes, snow is about to fall. Will you share a cup with me? He recited the verses. How's that? Good enough. Green ants brew new wine, a small red clay stove. Qin Yao repeated, glancing around the room with a radiant smile. You're quite clever, General Sheng. The wine on the table, the small stove in the elegant chamber. Everything was perfectly fitting. Evening comes, snow is about to fall. Can you share a cup with me? Xiao Chuyi murmured, recalling their arrival that night under a light snowfall. It was so perfectly apt. Such poetic genius is unmatched. Witnessing Sheng Huaian compose a poem on the spot, Xiao Chuyi's expression shifted. Excellent poem. Truly excellent. Magistrate Chen burst into laughter. Though he couldn't compose poetry himself, he could certainly appreciate it. He promptly poured himself a bowl of Shifeng Lai and drank. Ah, that's potent. He was drinking the undiluted Shifeng Lai. Another type of wine? Qin Yao asked, catching the richer aroma. Indeed, this one is much stronger, not as mild as the one you just had, Sheng Huaian confirmed. Let me taste it, Qin Yao said. Allow me, Fairy Qin Yao. Wang Wu quickly offered, pouring her a cup. Magistrate Chen inwardly cursed himself for being distracted by the poem, letting that simple-minded fellow get ahead. Thank you. Qin Yao's simple words of gratitude stole Wang Wu's soul away. He wore a foolish grin, his mind filled with her smile. She smiled at me. How wonderful. Qin Yao took a sip of the Shifeng Lai. Indeed, it's quite fierce. A fiery sensation traced down her throat, burning in her stomach before settling into a comforting warmth. What's that wonderful smell? A patron in a neighboring private room caught the drifting aroma. Xiao Chuyi preferred the milder, non-irritating blend, quietly sipping her own cup. The poem is done, the wine is tasted. Fairy Qin Yao, I entrust this to you. Sheng Huaian clasped his hands in a bow. Leave it to me. Qin Yao rose and descended the stairs to the first floor. Immediately someone spotted her. Fairy Qin Yao? Fairy Qin Yao is coming down. A rough-voiced man shouted. Where? Where? Fairy Qin Yao, you're so beautiful. Is this the legendary Fairy Qin Yao? Truly stunning. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Qin Yao descended gracefully. Every gaze in the hall was fixed upon her. Hearing the commotion, patrons from the private rooms on the second floor drew back their curtains to look down. Clouds envy her garments, flowers envy her beauty. Spring breezes caress the balustrade, dew glistens thick. Truly a goddess from the Jade Terrace. This journey was not in vain. A cultured scholar exclaimed, utterly captivated. Qin Yao stepped onto the stage, her voice melodious like a nightingale. Tonight, I shall offer a dance for all of you. Bravo! The crowd of lecherous men roared, nearly drooling. Many were overwhelmed with excitement. To finally behold Fairy Qin Yao's countenance, they felt they could die without regret. Qin Yao began to dance like a goddess from the moonlit Jade Terrace. Her movements were graceful and enchanting, as lithe as a startled swan, as sinuous as a swimming dragon. A faint mist rose from the stage, casting her dancing silhouette in an ethereal, dreamlike glow. Even Sheng Huaian upstairs was mesmerized. Wang Wu and Magistrate Chen's eyes bulged, drool already escaping the corners of their mouths. Beautiful. So beautiful. TCH, a bunch of men who've never seen the world, Xiao Chuyi muttered, returning to her seat to drink, her tone laced with jealousy. She had to admit Qin Yao possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Green ants brew new wine, a small red clay stove. Evening comes, snow is about to fall. Will you share a cup with me? Qin Yao sang the poem in her melodious voice. How beautiful. What a fine poem. In a private room on the second floor, a young man dressed as a scholar remarked. This journey was not in vain. Truly not in vain. Another young master in the same room exclaimed, hearts practically in his eyes. Bring the wine. Qin Yao called out suddenly. Sheng Huaian tossed 2 prepared jars of wine toward the stage. Qin Yao caught them, opened both simultaneously, and the rich aroma of wine instantly filled the air. She took 2 sips from one jar, then smashed both jars onto the floor below the stage. As the wine spilled, the entire first floor became steeped in its fragrance. Qin Yao ceased her dance and returned to the private room upstairs. Mission accomplished. Qin Yao gave Sheng Huaian a faint smile. My thanks, fairy. Sheng Huaian clasped his hands. The first floor erupted into chaos. First Fairy Qin Yao's dance, then a new poem followed by 2 jars of peerless wine. What a fragrance. What kind of wine is this? It's intoxicating. What a waste smashing such exquisite wine. The combination of a beautiful woman and fine wine caused a sensation, setting the entire hall ablaze with excitement. What is this wine called? Wasn't it mentioned in the poem? Green ants brew new wine. It must be called green ants. Where can I buy this green ant wine? I want it. I want to drink it. Madam. Yes, madam, serve us this peerless wine. Hurry. This master wants to drink the immortal wine Fairy Qin Yao just had. Everyone on the first floor clamored for the wine. The madam hurried out to apologize. Honored guests, our Misty Willow Pavilion doesn't have this wine. It's not from our establishment. It isn't. You dare say it isn't. Do you believe he'll tear down this Misty Willow Pavilion of yours? Truly, it's not our wine. The madam was on the verge of tears. Then tell us, where did this wine come from? This wine was brought by General Sheng himself, the madam anxiously explained. General Sheng. That very General Sheng. In Hushi County, there is only one General Sheng renowned for inspiring the verses cloud-like garments and flower-like beauty. General Sheng can also brew wine. What a pity, such a waste, truly a waste, to have such peerless wine spilled. In an elegant chamber on the second floor, Li Xuanhuan smiled and said, interesting. Quite a clever trick. Indeed, very exquisite. Lin Tian bore a swaggering expression. Snap back to reality, the fairy has already departed, Li Xuanhuan remarked. Brotherly, which do you think is more beautiful, Fairy Qin Yao or Lu Shishir from the capital? Lin Tian asked. Both are beautiful, each with their own charms, Li Xuanhuan replied. If one were to marry either, life would hold no regrets, Lin Tian said wistfully. Then your father might break your legs, Li Xuanhuan joked. General Sheng is formidable, a slight stratagem produced such an effect. It seems this wine is destined to be famous across the land, Qin Yao said with a smile. Fairy Qin Yao flatters me, Sheng Huaian responded with a modest smile. With his purpose achieved, Sheng Huaian soon took his leave from Qin Yao. Wang Wu and County Magistrate Chun parted reluctantly, but Qin Yao did not even glance their way. Upon leaving Yinlu Pavilion, Xiao Chuyi said indifferently, I thought you would spend a wonderful night with Fairy Qin Yao. Sheng Huaian cast Xiao Chuyi a glance. Am I that sort of man? I am a gentleman, never lingering in brothels, faithful and devoted, the paragon of virtue. I am that unparalleled good man. Ugh. Xiao Chuyi made a gagging gesture and walked away. Hey Xiao Beishan, if I don't deal with you one day, I'm not Sheng Huaian said, unable to hold back. Coming out of Yinlu Pavilion, the sobered County Magistrate Chen said slowly, if you do that, you're finished too. Old Chen, you should reveal his background and see if I can still afford to offend him, Sheng Huaian said. That cannot be said, Chen shook his head and left. So mysterious. Could his background really be stronger than the emperor? Sheng Huaian scoffed. Once he breaks through to martial saint, he would dare to provoke even the reigning empress. After Xiao Chuyi and County Magistrate Chun left, only a few guards, and Wang Wu followed Sheng Huaian. Fairy Qin Yao is truly beautiful. Brother Huaian, next time be sure to bring me along, Wang Wu said. We'll see next time. Come on, we are brothers who have faced life and death together. Then it depends on how you perform, Sheng Huaian replied. The next morning, Sheng Huaian had just finished training and washing up when his subordinate soldiers reported that wealthy merchants wished to meet him. The brothers Hu Yin and Hu Shui had also been at Yinlu Pavilion the previous night. Naturally, they recognized the appearance of the peerless wine as a tremendous business opportunity. The two brothers belonged to the Hu family, a commercial noble clan in the city. Upon spotting this enormous opportunity, they spent the entire night awake and came early to wait outside the military camp. They were not the only ones, several other merchant families had also arrived. These commercial nobles regarded each other with hostility. They were now competitors. Upon hearing the report, Sheng Huaian smiled slightly. Indeed, these merchants were drawn by the scent alone. Without delay, after washing up, he made his way to the camp gate. General Sheng. My Lord General. The merchants saluted in unison. Enough with the formalities. This is no place for talks. Come with me to the distillery, we shall discuss matters there, Sheng Huaian said. General Sheng speaks wisely. The group followed Sheng Huaian to the distillery, where 200 soldiers patrolled, sealing off the entire area, so outsiders could not enter. Under Sheng Huaian's lead, Hu Yin, Hu Shui, and others entered the distillery. Naturally, Sheng Huaian did not bring them to observe the brewing in the back, but entertained them in the front hall. Gentlemen, I am aware of your intentions. Now the wine is here, please sample it first, Sheng Huaian said, presenting 2 varieties. Then we shall shamelessly indulge first, Zhang Yachuan said. He was the commercial representative sent by the Zhang family. As the wine was poured, its fragrance filled the air, and everyone revealed expressions of intoxicated delight. Fine wine it is, this aroma. Such a fragrant wine is truly rare in the world, they all praised. Is this the green ant wine? It tastes dozens of times better than usual. After tasting, everyone's eyes lit up, silently vowing to secure this wine. Try this one as well, Sheng Huaian said, opening a jar of West Wind Fierce. The aroma is even richer. This must be one of the wines from last night. Sheng Huaian poured for the crowd, who eagerly finished it in one gulp. Ah, so spicy, so fierce, was their initial reaction. General, what is this wine called? Such a strong, peerless wine. Huyan's eyes sparkled as he asked. This is called West Wind Fierce. The one you drank earlier is Green Ant, Sheng Huaian replied. Since everyone referred to the first as Green Ant, so it shall be named. West Wind Fierce. A fine name for a fine wine, they couldn't help but praise. Such exquisite wine was truly rare in the world. Having tried the wines, let us now discuss prices. I brew these to raise funds for the army, Sheng Huaian said. Everyone exchanged glances. Sheng Huaian did not mention a price, clearly intending to let them bid. 30 taels of silver per jar for Green Ant, 40 taels per jar for West Wind Fierce. How about that? One person offered first. Old Feng, are you so reluctant to set a price? I offer 40 taels per jar for Green Ant, 50 for West Wind Fierce, another said. Agreed, we are willing to pay that, another said, looking at Sheng Huaian. The others remained silent, watching Sheng Huaian's reaction. This price was already quite high for a jar. A jar held only 2 or 3 jin of wine. Sheng Huaian calmly said, I sell this wine exclusively. The price that satisfies me is the price I accept. Hearing this, the crowd's mood sank. They had not expected Sheng Huaian's plan to pursue exclusive sales. My production is limited. I will not sell widely. Think carefully before you speak. I can offer 70 taels for Green Ant and 100 taels for West Wind Fierce, Zhang Yachuan boldly bid. Sheng Huaian said nothing, watching the crowd with calm indifference. It was clear Sheng Huaian was not satisfied with this price, yet no one dared to outbid. At 100 taels per jar to break, even they would need to sell at least 150 taels per jar. But how many would dare to pay 150 taels for a jar? This was the borderlands, not the capital. The Hu brothers exchanged a glance and resolved their decision. General, we offer 100 taels per jar for Green Ant, 200 for West Wind Fierce, Hu Yin said through gritted teeth. At this price, others looked at the Hu brothers and gave a thumbs up. Such audacity. Does anyone else wish to bid? If not, I shall grant the purchase rights to them, Sheng Huaian said, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Silence fell. No one could match such a high price or dared to. Then please everyone return for now, Sheng Huaian gestured politely. Except for the Hu brothers, the others left the distillery. Outside, someone remarked, hey, those Hu brothers really have guts. Such a high price for the wine. No matter how exquisite, if it doesn't sell, the Hu family might be ruined. Let's wait and see the show, others said. I don't believe they can sell at such an expensive price. If it doesn't move, I wonder if they'll lower the price. Zhang Yachuan said nothing and left quietly. He wished to compete with the Hu brothers, but lacked the courage to match their ruthless pricing. After everyone left, only the Hu brothers remained. Gentlemen, how much do you intend to take? Sheng Huaian's gaze fixed on them. Under Sheng Huaian's scrutiny, the two felt pressured. General, we plan to purchase 2,000 jars of Green Ant and 1,000 jars of West Wind Fierce, though. Hu Yin cautiously spoke, not daring to name a larger quantity for fear of angering Sheng Huaian. Upon hearing this, Sheng Huaian showed a satisfied smile. Seeing this, the Hu brothers finally relaxed. All right, but I do not allow arrears. Payment is immediate and you take the wine away, Sheng Huaian said contentedly. 2,000 jars of Green Ant at 100 taels per jar totals 200,000 taels of silver. 1,000 jars of West Wind Fierce at 200 taels per jar is also 200,000 taels. A total of 400,000 taels of silver, profits soaring beyond the heavens. Costs and labor were under 10,000 taels, truly exorbitant profits. General, please give us 2 days. We will gather the silver and deliver it to you, Hu Yin spoke. Very well, I await your good news. Sheng Huaian nodded. The Hu brothers took their leave and returned home to raise the funds. After returning, they took out all their family savings, sold their lands and properties, and borrowed heavily from relatives and friends to scrape together 500,000 taels of silver. It was a gamble where they staked everything they owned, an audacious wager. They hauled 400,000 taels of silver into the distillery, a sight that dazzled many onlookers. Master Du and the other brewers, along with Xia He and the other women, stared wide-eyed, having never seen such a fortune before. The Hu brothers took their silver and loaded 3,000 jars of wine onto carts. Brother, take 1,000 jars of West Wind's Fury to Wuzhou. There are many sects and martial heroes there who favor strong liquor. Hu Yin said to his younger brother, Hu Shui. All right, brother, I'll take these 1,000 jars to Wuzhou, Hu Shui nodded. But brother, how much should we sell each jar of West Wind's Fury for? Hu Shui inquired. Hu Yin replied, at the very least 500 taels per jar. 500. Hu Shui was startled. That was exorbitant. Brother, trust in the allure of this wine. You've tasted it, believe it's worth the price, Hu Yin said. Very well, I'll do my best. Hu Shui led the caravan hauling 1,000 jars of West Wind's Fury through wind and snow toward Wuzhou. Hu Yin himself took 2,000 jars of green ant wine and set off through the blizzard for the capital Luojing. Luojing was filled with high officials and nobles. The green ant wine with its light fragrance and mild character suited their palates. Under the watchful eyes of Hushi County's wealthy merchants, the two brothers embarked on their high-stakes journey. Sheng Huaian's distillery made its first profit of 400,000 taels of silver. He set aside 20,000 taels to reward Master Du Xiaohe and the others. Each master brewer receives 50 taels of silver, and each of you Xiaohe and the rest 10 taels, Sheng Huaian announced, gathering everyone together. Master Du and the others were overjoyed at the reward of 50 taels. Xiaohe and the women, however, felt it was too generous. General, we don't need such a high reward. You've given us food and work. We're already deeply grateful. How can we accept so much? Xiaohe spoke. 10 taels of silver was more than her entire family could earn in a year. I said I'm giving you this reward, and that's final. Listen to me, take it. Someday when you start your own families you'll have enough savings, said Sheng Huaian. He cut off Xiaohe before she could argue further. The 400 or 500 women gazed at Sheng Huaian with gratitude shining in their eyes. He was their light, their salvation. After distributing the bonuses, Sheng Huaian continued, work hard at brewing and strive for a better life. Rest assured, General, we will give our all to brewing. With 50 taels in hand, Du Fei felt richer than ever before. To repay Sheng Huaian's kindness, they could only dedicate themselves to brewing. Now that he had money, Sheng Huaian was eager to forge his heavy cavalry. He summoned Wang Wu and ordered him to find blacksmiths and armorers to begin work immediately. He could hardly wait. General, you're working me to the bone. Wang Wu grumbled. Oh, don't you want to see Fairy Qin Yao anymore? Sheng Huaian said coolly. I'm off right now. I'll scour the entire Dingzhou if I have to. I'll drag back a team of blacksmiths and armorers by force if needed. Wang Wu changed his tune instantly. Go and be quick about it. On it. Watching Wang Wu dash off with fiery urgency, Sheng Huaian smiled to himself. He knew exactly how to handle the man. As December arrived, the snow in the northern border grew heavier, often blanketing heaven and earth in white. The green ant wine and the poem Sheng Huaian had crafted quickly spread across the realm, reaching the capital. The fame of Green Ant and West Wind's Fury soared. Braving the biting cold and relentless snow, the Hu brothers endured countless hardships to transport the wines to Luojing and Wuzhou. The verse, Green Ant's new brew, red clay stove aglow, a dusk threatened snow. Won't you share a cup? Catapulted Green Ant wine to fame in the capital. Hu Yan's 2,000 jars of Green Ant wine sold out swiftly at 300 taels each. Clutching 600,000 taels in banknotes, he nearly fainted from sheer joy. I gambled right. I wonder how my brother is faring. After immense effort, Hu Shui delivered his 1,000 jars of West Wind's Fury to Wuzhou. Even at 500 taels per jar, they were snapped up by martial heroes. With 500,000 taels of silver in hand, he could scarcely believe it. The brothers' first thought upon making their fortune was to return and double down on their purchases. Wang Wu had also recruited a group of skilled blacksmiths and armorers for Sheng Huaian at a high price. Eagerly, Sheng Huaian purchased raw iron and set the craftsmen to work forging heavy armor. He also prepared 100 jars of fine-brewed Green Ant wine and dispatched them to the Luojing Imperial Palace as a tribute to the emperor for the upcoming new year. He needed to curry favor with the supreme ruler. Perhaps Her Majesty the Empress would be pleased enough to grant him another promotion. Sheng Huaian also sent 50 jars of West Wind's Fury to Anning Pass for the veterans and General Yang Yi. Upon receiving the West Wind's Fury, Yang Yi and his men sampled the legendary wine. Not bad. This is potent. Excellent wine, truly excellent. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This is strong enough. No wonder it's called West Wind's Fury. This is real man's drink. Superb wine, a peerless brew. It warms the body all the way down like fire within. Sun Hao Zhao Yong'an and the others couldn't help but praise after tasting it. That lad is truly talented, both a poet and a brewer. What a remarkable man, Li Daoru remarked. General, how shall we divide the wine? The others looked at Yang Yi as the wine was a gift from Sheng Huaian to them. You each get 3 jars, the rest are mine, Yang Yi declared domineeringly. No, General. General, you can't do this. The men wailed in dismay. Such a divine brew, and they only received 3 jars each, while Yang Yi claimed 25 of the 40 for himself. The old veteran tasted the 10 jars of West Wind's Fury sent to him and was instantly captivated. Not bad, not bad. A peerless vintage. That boy has a good heart, he said with a smile. What is it, squad leader? Zhang Daniu asked. Nothing. Get out and don't come back in, the old veteran said hastily. Oh, okay. Zhang Daniu scratched his head bewildered. He had no idea that the wine Sheng Huaian had sent for him had been confiscated by the old veteran. In Luojing, the city was blanketed in white, the heavy snow adorning the ancient capital with a different kind of beauty. Within the palace in the Zhonghe Hall, Empress Han Jiangxue was busy reviewing memorials. Her attendant Han Yinran approached softly and said, Your Majesty, Sheng Huaian, the general of Heshi County on the northwestern frontier, has sent 100 jars of green ant wine as a tribute for Your Majesty's New Year celebrations. The New Year was fast approaching. Han Jiangxue paused her brush and looked up at Han Yinran. Green ant wine. Is it the same green ant wine that has been causing such a stir in the capital, selling for 300 taels a jar? Yes, Your Majesty. This wine was brewed by General Sheng. Green ant's new brew, red clay stove aglow, a dusk threatened snow. Won't you share a cup? That poem was also composed by General Sheng, Han Yinran replied. Very well, have it received. He'll taste it tonight. Han Jiangxue nodded. As you command, Your Majesty. Having reported, Han Yinran withdrew. Sheng Huaian. An intriguing man. Han Jiangxue returned to her work reviewing the memorials. Ever since the forge began producing heavy armor, Sheng Huaian had stayed there. At this rate, how long does it take to forge one set of heavy armor? He asked an old master craftsman. Reporting to the general, at best 1 set per day, the master armorer replied. A full set of heavy cavalry armor, including the rider's armor and the horse's barding, had to be hammered out by hand piece by piece. 1 set per day? Too slow. At 1 set per day, how long would it take to outfit 1,000? And how long to raise 1,000-strong heavy cavalry? By the time it was ready, the opportunity would be lost. There's no helping it. The supply of iron for heavy armor is insufficient. 100 forged steel required blacksmiths to hammer it out strike by strike, with no hope of mechanization. Sheng Huaian couldn't jury-rig the necessary industrial equipment either. To boost production, Sheng Huaian could only have Wang Wu recruit more blacksmiths, hire more hands, and roll up sleeves to work. All for the sake of his cherished heavy cavalry. Silver poured out in great rivers, making Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and Wang Wu wince with every expenditure. This is not just a few hundred or 1,000 taels of silver, it is tens of thousands being poured in. They had never seen silver being used in such a way, flowing out like water. At the same time as Sheng Huaian was diligently crafting heavy armor, a group of 10 individuals arrived in Heshi County, each clad in dark garments, with waist tokens and battle swords, wearing cloaks. Split up and investigate Heshi County. Report immediately if any suspicious traces are found, the leader commanded. The 9 individuals swiftly vanished within Heshi County. Wei Yining looked up at the dim sky. Winter in the northwest was always about to snow. At this moment, snowflakes were drifting down from the sky. Looking at the snowflakes landing on his hand, Wei Yining murmured, This time I will definitely not let you slip from my grasp again. In the Yinlu Tower, as night descended, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Qin Yao stood by the window glancing at the sky. Oh, it seemed like it would snow soon, with lights flickering in the city. Annoying dogs, they are chasing after me again. It's really like they are dogs. They were quiet for only 2 months. With that, Qin Yao closed the window and returned to sit at the table, picking up a cup of green ant wine. The wine is good, but it's a pity there is no one to talk to. Her tone carried a hint of solitude. In the county magistrate's office, Magistrate Chun had just returned from inspecting the rural towns and had only taken a bite of warm food when he was interrupted by an uninvited guest. Magistrate Chun is indeed frugal, eating only simple tea and rice. The sudden voice startled Magistrate Chun. Who? Wei Yining stepped out from the shadows and sat opposite him. Who are you? How dare you intrude into my magistrate's office at night? Magistrate Chun questioned in a deep voice. Wei Yining placed his waist token on the table, looking at Magistrate Chun with indifference. Magistrate Chin's expression changed upon seeing the golden waist token on the table, which bore the ancient characters, Demon Slaying Division. Moreover, it was the gold token of a demon slayer. What could it mean for members of the Demon Slaying Division to appear in Heshi County? There had been no sightings of demons in his jurisdiction. I apologize for not recognizing the esteemed members of the Demon Slaying Division. Please do not hold it against me, Magistrate Chen said, cupping his hands. Ignorance is no crime. Let me ask you, in the past few months, have there been any strange incidents in Heshi County? Wei Yining inquired. Magistrate Chen pondered carefully and then shook his head. Reporting to the esteemed one, aside from the invasion of the Rongdi army 2 months ago, there have been no strange incidents. Are you certain? Wei Yining fixed his gaze on Magistrate Chen. I dare to assure you, Magistrate Chen responded. Wei Yining frowned. He observed that Magistrate Chen's words bore no trace of deceit. If any abnormalities are discovered, you must report to me immediately, Wei Yining instructed Magistrate Chen. Yes, if any anomalies are found I will report to you at the first opportunity. Wei Yining retreated into the darkness, disappearing as if he had never been there. After Wei Yining left, Chen Tianhua furrowed his brow, filled with worry. I sincerely hope no great demon appears. Hushi County had just achieved a period of peace and could not withstand too much turmoil. The appearance of members from the demon-slaying division could only indicate that they had discovered traces of a demon and were pursuing it. This was the last thing Magistrate Chen wanted to see. Once demons appeared, it would be a bloody storm with countless casualties. In the vast lands of the 36 provinces of Dawei in the deep mountains where few people tread, powerful demons can also be born. Once these demons step into human territory, they will unleash slaughter, treating humans as their prey. To eradicate these demons, the demon-slaying division was established. The demon-slaying division does not participate in court politics, ignores administrative matters, and is not subject to local officials' control. It primarily monitors demons across the land and eliminates those that appear. In the artisan workshop beside the military camp, even at night the lights were still bright. The craftsmen were working overtime to produce heavy armor. Oh, a cheer erupted from the artisan workshop. Today they had finally completed 5 sets of heavy armor. With Sheng Huaian pouring a significant amount of silver without counting costs, the production speed had finally increased from 1 set a day to 5 sets a day. Not bad, everyone has worked hard. Each person will be rewarded with a bowl of Xiefengli, Sheng Huaian said happily. Xiefengli, thank you, General. Is the General serious? 1 bowl of Xiefengli for each person? The craftsman looked at Sheng Huaian excitedly, as Xiefengli was a legendary fine wine, famous and unforgettable once tasted. Now that Sheng Huaian promised them a bowl each of Xiefengli, they felt all their fatigue from the day had vanished. What's wrong? Don't you want to drink? Then forget it, Sheng Huaian said with a smile. Drink? How could we not drink? Whoever doesn't drink, let me take their place, a muscular blacksmith shouted. You think too beautifully. As long as everyone works hard to craft the heavy armor and boost production, drinking Xiefengli every day is possible. Sheng Huaian also took the opportunity to say, giving some rewards appropriately would motivate these craftsmen to work hard. Rest assured, General, we will definitely strive to increase production. Good, we aim to increase production to 10 sets of heavy armor a day, Sheng Huaian declared loudly. Late at night, Sheng Huaian finally returned to the military camp from the artisan workshop. Upon his return, Wang Wu came to report. General, today 10 mysterious individuals arrived in the city. We do not know their identities. Should we monitor them closely? What have those people been doing since they entered? Sheng Huaian asked. Wang Wu was not only the scout captain, but also took on the task of monitoring and investigating spies to prevent Rongdi and Xiongnu scouts from sneaking into the city to gather intelligence. Those people seem to be searching for something in the city, Wang Wu replied. Do they have any intention of approaching our military camp? Not at the moment. Then continue to monitor them, Sheng Huaian instructed. Yes. As long as they were not spies from Rongdi or Xiongnu and did not disturb the peace in the city, he would not interfere. Now Sheng Huaian was only focused on quickly producing heavy cavalry and starting training. 2 days later, Wei Yining looked at his 9 subordinates, the silver token demon slayers. Have you found any traces? Wei Yining asked. Esteemed one, we have not found any abnormalities. Not a trace of demonic energy has been detected. With no clues at all, how is that possible? Wei Yining frowned at his subordinate's response. Could it be that the information was wrong and that great demon did not come to Hushi County? That's impossible. We have been investigating for so long, and all the clues lead to Hushi County. Wei Yining shook his head. If there is not a trace of abnormality, then that is the biggest abnormality. What other places in Hushi County have you not searched? The military camp is heavily guarded, but we did not dare to go there. The military camp, Wei Yining's gaze sharpened. Above the military camp, the blood-fiendish aura was coalescing. You demons would not dare to hide within the camp. That place is unlikely. There is an innate powerful being stationed in the military camp. A demon of that level would not dare to enter the camp. What about Yanlu Tower? Wei Yining asked again. We also went to Yanlu Tower and found nothing unusual, nor did we detect any demonic energy. Wei Yining scanned the entire county, searching for any trace of demonic energy. However, the entire county appeared peaceful, without a trace of sinister demonic energy. All the tools of the demon-slaying division seemed to have failed upon entering Hushi County. Night. The wind and snow grew fiercer. Many residents had already retired early to their heated beds, using quilts to fend off the bitter cold. Yet the hearts of Wei Yining and his party were chilled. They had arrived in Hushi County with high hopes, but after 2 days they had found nothing. The world was an expanse of white snow. Even at night, it was not pitch black, but rather a hazy grayish white. Through the wind and snow, a Taoist priest with 2 jade gourds hanging at his waist walked across the snow, leaving no footprints behind, a trail of grace upon the snow. He was clearly a cultivator who had attained the Tao. After trekking through the blizzard all night, he reached Hushi County early the next morning. Fox Spirit, I hope you're still here. The Taoist murmured softly and entered the city. The new year was approaching. In a few days, it would be Yuanri. Yet the festive atmosphere in Hushi County was far from grand. The reason was the heavy snow. Common folk frozen huddled indoors, relying on firewood or bedding for warmth. Only the wealthy, clad in furs and padded jackets, could brave the streets without fear of the cold. It snowed every day, yet Sheng Huaian still ordered his soldiers to clear the snow for the people's convenience. This fostered a bond between the army and civilians, earning the soldiers greater recognition from the townsfolk. Sheng Huaian had just risen and finished his military briefings, intending to head to the artisan workshop, when a Taoist blocked his path at the camp's gate. General, I am Dan Chenzi, a humble Taoist. I've heard you brew a peerless wine. Might I purchase some? Dan Chenzi stated. Dan Chenzi did not seek the Fox Spirit first. Instead, he came to buy wine. A lover of fine liquor, he had coveted it since hearing of its existence. This mission brought him to Hushi County, the birthplace of the legendary wines Louis and Xiefengli, and he had volunteered for it. Dan Chenzi, are you from the Dan sect? Sheng Huaian sized up the young Taoist before him. Around 20 years old, he appeared youthful, clad in spotless white Taoist robes with 2 jade gourds hanging at his waist, a true embodiment of Taoist elegance. The general has heard of the Dan sect. I am indeed a member, Dan Chenzi nodded. You wish to buy wine? Sheng Huaian felt this was heaven's favor. He had been fretting over where to procure pills for his soldiers' cultivation. Now a supplier had come to him. Was this not divine providence? Yes, General, would you sell me some wine? Dan Chenzi looked at Sheng Huaian with earnest seriousness. Louis and Xiefengli were renowned, but the only ones sold were those taken out by the Hu brothers, far too little to satisfy the clamoring demand with nowhere to buy them. Snowbound roads meant merchants from the interior could not reach this northwestern county until spring thaw. Come, let me take you to the winery. Sheng Huaian's enthusiasm flared. His gaze made Dan Chenzi a little uneasy. Abandoning the workshop, Sheng Huaian led Dan Chenzi to the winery. Inside, brewers and women were busily at work, their passion for winemaking undeterred by the snowstorm. Miss Xiaha, bring a jar of Louis and one of Xiefengli. Sheng Huaian called to the busy Xiaha. Coming. She set down her work and fetched 2 jars. General, here are the wines. Xiaha placed them on the table. Good, go back to work. Sheng Huaian nodded. Dan Chenzi stared at the 2 jars. Were these the legendary wines that had spread across the land? Sheng Huaian opened the Louis first, and its aroma instantly filled the air. At the rich scent, Dan Chenzi's eyes lit up. This wine was more than twice as fragrant as any from the foothills of his sect. Excellent wine, so aromatic. The wine-loving Dan Chenzi could not help but swallow. Sheng Huaian poured a bowl and pushed it toward him. Please taste it first, Taoist. Then I shall not decline. Dan Chenzi raised the bowl and drained it in one gulp. The wine was rich, smooth, and lingering, with a warm, sweet aftertaste and a delicate texture. Refreshing. The flavor is full and silky, the aroma mellow. Truly worthy of its fame. Excellent, excellent wine. Dan Chenzi savored it with delight. His expression betrayed a true connoisseur. Sheng Huaian smirked inwardly. A man enslaved by drink. What could be better? Your brewing skill is unmatched, General. After this, other wines will be hard to swallow. Dan Chenzi felt he could never go back to ordinary liquor. This is Louis. Now try the Xiefengli. Sheng Huaian opened it with a smile and poured a bowl. Xiefengli's fragrance was even more intense, filling the air. Just the smell made Dan Chenzi drool. Please, Taoist. Sheng Huaian gestured. Without a word, Dan Chenzi lifted the bowl and tasted the Xiefengli. His movements betrayed an old drunkard. So fiery, so strong. This is real wine. Excellent. He found Xiefengli several times better than Louis. Not bad, eh? Sheng Huaian chuckled. As long as he liked it, the harvest would be easy. Good wine. Delicious. Name your price, General. I want 1,000 jars, no 5,000. Dan Chenzi declared that money was no object. The Dan sect was never short of it. Sheng Huaian was taken aback. A big spender. 5,000 jars. Did he even have that much in stock? Taoist, let's discuss the price first. My wine is unique in the world, so it won't be cheap. Sheng Huaian smiled, his grin like a sly weasel's. Name it, General. Dan Chenzi cared little for mere gold and silver. Louis is 300 silver taels a jar, Xiefengli 500. Sheng Huaian seized the chance to fleece him. That's acceptable. Dan Chenzi nodded unfazed. What? Sheng Huaian had braced for haggling, but Dan Chenzi agreed outright. He'll take all the Xiefengli, and Louis you have at that price. Dan Chenzi stated. Sheng Huaian felt Dan Chenzi was glowing like gold, utterly extravagant. The radiance of wealth nearly blinded him. Dan Chenzi's quick agreement made Sheng Huaian suspect he had priced it too low. Taoist, I have one small request. Sheng Huaian spoke. Dan Chenzi, pouring himself another bowl, said, Speak. Could you pay in pills? Sheng Huaian rubbed his hands. Meeting a Dan sect member was a rare stroke of luck. He would be a fool not to seize it. Pay in pills. I didn't bring many with me. I might not have enough to cover it. Dan Chenzi didn't mind either way. No matter. You can send them later, Sheng Huaian said happily. Aren't you afraid he'll default? Dan Chenzi set down the jar, looking at Sheng Huaian. No, I trust you, Taoist. Then it's settled. Dan Chenzi drained another bowl, his face full of bliss. His life was cultivation, alchemy, and drinking. He felt uneasy without a daily drink. Now with this divine wine, even his sect mission was momentarily forgotten. Stay seated, Taoist. These 2 jars are on me. Drink your fill. We'll check our stock. Sheng Huaian rose excitedly and went to inquire about the wine inventory. He hurried to the back and found Master Du. Master Du, how much wine do we have in storage? General, we have 3,000 jars of Louis and 2,000 of Zyfingli. The rest are still fermenting. Good, keep brewing. They'll give you bonuses on Yuanri. Sheng Huaian said and returned to the front. Taoist, I have 3,000 jars of Louis and 2,000 of Zyfingli. Is that enough? Yes, ITLL do. He'll buy more when it's gone. Dan Chenzi replied. He had originally wanted 5,000 of each, but Sheng Huaian didn't have that much. 3,000 Louis and 2,000 Zyfingli. That's 1,900,000 silver taels. I wonder how many pills that will get me. Sheng Huaian was full of anticipation. That depends on what grade and type of pills you need, General. Dan Chenzi said, for he had plenty of pills. Cultivation pills of grades 1 through 3, grade 4 cultivation pills and healing pills. I'll need some of those as well, Sheng Huaian said swiftly. At present, the vast majority of his soldiers were ordinary martial trainees. Martial artists and martial masters were scarce among his ranks. Only 4 lieutenants had attained post-heavenly cultivation. Thus, Sheng Huaian's most urgent need was precisely these grade 1 to 3 cultivation pills to elevate his troops' combat prowess. Grade 1 through 3 cultivation pills. Those are quite affordable. A grade 1 cultivation pill sells for 5 taels of silver, a grade 2 10 taels, a grade 3 20 taels, and a grade 4 50 taels. I'll extend the same pricing for healing pills. Dan Chenzi addressed Sheng Huaian. Hearing this, Sheng Huaian thought Master Dan Chenzi remarkably upright and fair-minded. He had not been idle in gathering intelligence on the black market prices. Those were at least triple Dan Chenzi's quoted rates. And that applied only to standard cultivation pills, not breakthrough elixirs. Agreed. We'll transact at these terms, Sheng Huaian nodded. Dan Chenzi unfastened a jade gourd from his waist and placed it upon the table. There are many pills inside. I'm not even certain how many. With a flick of his hand, Dan Chenzi infused the gourd with arcane energy. In a flash of light, countless small jade vials materialized across the tavern's front hall. Sheng Huaian sensed the unique resonance of that energy, utterly distinct from martial qi or innate spiritual energy, and found it profoundly extraordinary. A spatial artifact. Simultaneously, he realized Dan Chenzi's jade gourd was indeed a spatial artifact. General, do you mean this storage artifact? Calling it a spatial artifact is perfectly accurate. A masterpiece crafted by the artifact sect, though prohibitively expensive. I could afford only 2. Dan Chenzi smiled warmly. Watching Dan Chenzi's easy smile, Sheng Huaian felt it was pure unapologetic boasting. Envy surged within him. He half wished to seize the gourd by force, though he knew such thoughts remained strictly internal. A spatial artifact, a legendary storage treasure coveted by countless cultivators. To behold one in person was beyond expectation. One day he vowed he would acquire one himself. Turning again toward the floor now carpeted with jade vials, Sheng Huaian's heart hammered wildly, more fiercely than when the immortal beauty Qin Yao had once ensnared him with her allure. Guards! Sheng Huaian bellowed. Soldiers stationed outside the tavern rushed in instantly upon hearing his voice. General, what are your orders? Jing Yuan entered bowing deeply with clenched fists. As one of the sergeants commanding the tavern's garrison, he was a seasoned veteran under Sheng Huaian's command, having reached the mid-stage of martial artist cultivation. Summon the 4 lieutenants. Immediately, Sheng Huaian commanded. Yes, General. Jing Yuan departed without delay. Minutes later, Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wu Cheng, and Xiao Chuyi arrived in haste, only to find Sheng Huaian crouched on the floor, cradling vial after vial with a dazed, ecstatic grin. General, what summons brought us here? Gua Xiaoping saluted respectfully. Come quickly. Help me tally the pills, Sheng Huaian replied, not even lifting his gaze. Pills? Gua Xiaoping, Hu Bing, and Wu Cheng exchanged startled glances, as if they'd misheard, before erupting into unrestrained joy and rushing forward to assist in the count. Only Xiao Chuyi noticed Dan Chenzi seated calmly at the table, sipping wine in his Taoist robe bearing the insignia of the pill sect, her eyes instantly recognizing its origin. She wondered how had Sheng Huaian come to know a pill sect master. Once the tally concluded, their grins stretched impossibly wide, wider even than the legendary Dragon King's crooked smirk. General, these pills were all exchanged with the master. Gua Xiaoping, fearing he dreamed, dared to confirm once more. Must you? You've asked thrice already, Sheng Huaian retorted, half tempted to slap him, just to prove reality was real, not illusion. Master, we've completed the count: 70,000 grade 1 cultivation pills, 30,000 grade 2, 5,000 grade 3, 2,000 grade 4, 10,000 healing pills, and several hundred breakthrough elixirs for grades 1 through 3. Sheng Huaian reported to Dan Chenzi. You calculate the total yourself. If short, I'll make up the difference next time. If surplus, consider it a deposit toward our next round of wine, Dan Chenzi replied casually. These pills were remnants from Dan Chenzi's earlier alchemical sessions, long neglected in inventory. Today offered perfect timing. Offload them all to Sheng Huaian, thus freeing space for wine storage. Sheng Huaian silently tallied the value: 1.3 million taels of silver. Master, the total value of these pills is 1.3 million taels of silver. Dan Chenzi nodded. Very well, I owe you 600,000. I'll settle the balance next visit. Sheng Huaian turned to Guo Xiaoping. Transport all pills to the barracks, and guard them with absolute vigilance. Yes, General. If any mishap occurs, I shall bring my head to you myself, Guo Xiaoping responded solemnly. This cash alone would elevate their entire military force to an entirely new tier of strength. Guo Xiaoping and the others summoned soldiers to carry the pills to the barracks. Only then, once the bustle subsided, did Sheng Huaian turn to Dan Chenzi. Master, let us proceed to collect your wine. After you. Dan Chenzi gestured politely, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sheng Huaian led him to the storeroom, where rows upon rows of wine jars filled every corner. 3,000 jars of Lu Yi wine, 2,000 jars of Shifeng Lai. Here they all are. Shall I assign men to deliver them to you, master? Such a volume was no trivial matter. Sheng Huaian assumed Dan Chenzi's jade gourd, despite being a spatial artifact, could scarcely contain it all. No need. Dan Chenzi shook his head. He activated the same jade gourd with a pulse of arcane energy, causing it to hover above the 3,000 jars of Lu Yi. Gather. At Dan Chenzi's single command, the gourd flared with light and swallowed every jar of Lu Yi in an instant. Sheng Huaian stood utterly dumbfounded. The first time he'd witnessed a Taoist practitioner wield true sorcery. It matched exactly the wondrous feats described in classical cultivation novels. Dan Chenzi then produced a second jade gourd, effortlessly absorbing the 2,000 jars of Shifeng Lai. Witnessing this, Sheng Huaian realized how shallow his prior assumptions had been. 5,000 jars, gone sealed within spatial artifacts. His envy toward Dan Chenzi's spatial artifacts burned with unbearable intensity. General, this humble Taoist has pressing matters elsewhere. I must take my leave. Rest assured, the 600,000 taels for the pills will be delivered in full. Once this wine is consumed, I shall return. Do prepare accordingly. Dan Chenzi lifted a jar of Shifeng Lai as he spoke. No trouble at all, master. Just send word before your next visit, and I'll have the wine ready and waiting, Sheng Huaian replied with a nod. Very well, I depart now. Dan Chenzi uncorked the jar, took a long draught, and strode out. After Dan Chenzi left, Sheng Huaian's grin blossomed like a flower. Even if the 600,000 taels never materialized, he'd still profited immensely. 5,000 jars of wine exchanged for a mountain of cultivation pills. Having praised Master Du and Xia, Sheng Huaian stepped out of the tavern. General, Jing Yuan bowed sharply with clenched fists. I'm assigning 300 men to you. Guard this tavern with absolute rigor. Not even a fly may enter without authorization. Yes, General. Indeed, this tavern was a veritable golden goose, demanding reinforced security. The newly acquired pills were immediately distributed, not hoarded, for true cultivation. True strength lay solely in cultivation. Pills existed solely to forge that strength. Left idle, they held no meaning whatsoever. Sheng Huaian's forces trained with feverish intensity. The armory forged heavy armor. The tavern generated steady revenue. With Dan Chenzi now connected, securing future supplies of pills would pose no obstacle. Dan Chenzi, still sipping wine, arrived at the Yanlu Pavilion. Fox spirit, what audacity! You dare slay a pill sect disciple. Oh, Master Taoist, come in. Our courtesans are all fresh as dew. Guaranteed to please you thoroughly, cooed the madam, spotting Dan Chenzi and beckoning eagerly. Is that so? Dan Chenzi smiled as he stepped inside. Well, now I've truly seen it all. These days, even Taoist masters frequent brothels. A bystander witnessing Dan Chenzi's entrance exclaimed in astonishment. What's so surprising? Last time in the provincial capital, I saw a Buddhist monk stroll into one. Inside a refined pavilion on the second floor, Wei Yining sat with 9 silver medallion officers idly drinking wine. Senior gold medallion among all locations in Hushi County, only Qin Yao, the top-ranked courtesan of the Yanlu Pavilion, exhibits even the faintest anomaly. 1 silver medallion whispered cautiously. Have you confirmed her identity? Wei Yining's expression hardened. Their demon-slaying bureau acted only when success was absolute. Failure carried grave consequences. We've investigated thoroughly. This top courtesan arrived 2 months ago, not from the capital, but from Yanzhou. Moreover, anyone who has glimpsed her face falls instantly, irrevocably entranced. She rarely appears publicly, but rumor holds she is acquainted with both Magistrate Chun and General Sheng, the local garrison commander. We'll seize an opportunity to meet her. If she proves the demoness, then we strike without hesitation, Wei Yining declared resolutely. Senior Gold Medallion. A Taoist has entered, of the Pill sect. A silver medallion murmured upon spotting Dan Chinzi ascending the stairs. A Pill sect disciple. Word reached us that a Pill sect junior was slain by that fox spirit. Could they have tracked her here? If the Pill sect has pursued her, then the odds are overwhelming. The demon-slaying bureau officers exchanged charged glances. Stay calm. Let the Pill sect master test the waters first. Wei Yining's eyes gleamed with calculation. He intended to use Dan Chinzi as bait. Meanwhile, Dan Chinzi reached the second floor. I hear this pavilion boasts a peerless courtesan, her beauty rivaling celestial maidens. Might this humble Taoist be granted an audience? Master Taoist seeks Miss Qin Yao? I'll fetch her at once. The madam swayed her ample hips upstairs. Miss Qin Yao, there's a Taoist master requesting the honor of beholding your visage. What say you, eh? The madam knocked gently at Qin Yao's chamber door. A Taoist master. He arrives rather promptly. Have they all gathered then? Qin Yao sat before her bronze mirror, delicately dotting a crimson mole between her brows. Clad in scarlet robes, her bewitching features radiated innate seduction. Gaze upon her once, and reason itself dissolved into rapture. Slowly rising, she opened the door and stepped forth. All gathered. The madam blinked bewildered. Qin Yao gave no reply, merely descended the staircase with regal grace, her gaze locking onto Dan Chinzi. Within the pavilion, Wei Yining and his officers fixed their stares upon Qin Yao. Something's wrong. The aura feels off, and our demon-detecting artifact shows no response. That shouldn't be possible. A silver medallion furrowed his brow. An adept can mask both aura and appearance, and suppress detection artifacts. At the very moment Wei Yining laid eyes on Qin Yao, his instincts screamed, this woman is the great demon. Fox spirit, I ask you, why did you slay my junior brother? Dan Chinzi's voice cut sharp as steel. Ah, you mean Dan Feng. She laughed lightly, her mirth laced with devastating allure capable of shattering mortal resolve. He willingly surrendered his life to me. Dan Chinzi's mind reeled, yet he snapped back instantly. He'd nearly succumbed. This demoness truly was terrifying. Her very bones exuded seduction, her charm woven into the fabric of existence, capable of unraveling the strongest spirit. Impressive skill. You truly deserve your title, Fox Spirit. Dan Chinzi's expression grew grave. But having slain a Pill sect disciple, you must accompany me now, to face just retribution. Ha ha ha. Such lofty rhetoric. Do you truly believe the Pill sect holds dominion over me, entitled to judge and punish? Qin Yao scoffed disdainfully. The madam stood frozen, comprehending each word, yet grasping none. Pill sect. Fox spirit. Then forgive me this. Dan Chinzi struck without warning. A bolt of arcane energy surging toward Qin Yao. With a flick of her crimson sleeve, she dispersed it in a shimmer of scarlet light. A Foundation establishment cultivator, stronger than your junior brother. Qin Yao turned, transforming into a streak of crimson light and darting toward the exit. Fox spirit, where do you think you're going? Wei Yining drew his blade and roared, bursting from the pavilion in hot pursuit. The 9 silver emblem demon slayers drew their blades and surged forward in pursuit, each radiating murderous intent. The brothel madam cowered in the corner, trembling like a quail. Dan Chinzi paused in astonishment. How had this band of highwaymen suddenly appeared? This fox spirit was his assigned target, one he needed to bring back for official verification. Seeing the fox spirit turn and flee, Dan Chinzi leapt skyward with effortless grace, soaring through the air in hot pursuit. One by one, figures vaulted from third-floor windows. Qin Yao streaked across rooftops like a crimson wraith. Wei Yining and his companions likewise deployed their martial footwork, light as swallows racing across the snow-dusted rooftops. Even amid deep snow, Dan Chinzi and the others moved as if treading on level ground. Yanlu Pavilion erupted into chaos. A fox spirit. Is immortal Lady Qin Yao truly a fox spirit? Could it be real? I refuse to believe it. How could immortal Lady Qin Yao possibly be a fox spirit? If she were truly a fox spirit, wouldn't we all have been devoured long ago? Who dares spread such slander? If immortal Lady Qin Yao is a demon, I'll eat 10 gene of excrement. Exactly. Immortal Lady Qin Yao is peerless in beauty. How could she possibly be a fox spirit? Dare you slander my dream lover? Step forward. I'll cut you down where you stand. Many veteran patrons of Yanlu Pavilion refused to believe the rumor. Demon, demon. The madam stood frozen in terror. Never could she have imagined her star courtesan was in truth a demon. At the thought of demons devouring humans whole, she felt her own survival miraculous, having lived side by side with a demon day after day, yet never once becoming its meal. Fox spirit, die! Wei Yining slashed forth a blade of searing light toward Qin Yao. She glanced back, her sleeves flared outward, surging with demonic energy that shattered the blade's radiance. Agents of the Great Wei Demon Suppression Bureau, you truly are relentless. Suspended midair, Qin Yao stood poised and ethereal, both divine and demonic, her allure intoxicating. Even in icy detachment, her ravishing face exuded irresistible charm. Snowflakes began drifting silently from the heavens. Hey, Demoness! Daring to cloud the mind, awaken! Wei Yining roared. A thunderclap that snapped the 9 entranced silver emblem slayers back to awareness. Simultaneously, his body blazed with torrential blood chi, a furnace so fierce it melted the falling snowflakes midair. The 9 post-heaven cultivation grand perfection slayers likewise unleashed their blood chi, fortifying their minds against the seductive demonic aura. Grand perfection in the pre-heaven realm. Is that your sole confidence? Qin Yao gazed at Wei Yining with glacial composure. Fox spirit, accompany this Taoist back for judgment. Dan Shinji descended upon the scene, hovering midair, sword in hand, his aura resonating with profound Tao principles, his presence otherworldly. His Dan sect did not merely refine pills, it also mastered Taoist arts and martial techniques. You presume to intimidate me with mere grand perfection cultivators and pre-heaven martial artists. Crimson demonic energy billowed from Qin Yao's form as though an ancient sovereign demon had descended upon the mortal realm. An overwhelming, terrifying pressure forced the 9 silver emblem slayers backward. They could neither withstand nor resist that monstrous, demonic aura. Demoness, perish! Wei Yining's blood chi blazed like a rainbow. Primal chi surged through his entire being as he charged forward, blade raised. Lin, Dan Shinji's ritual sword blazed with radiant light, transforming into a flying sword that shot straight toward Qin Yao. Qin Yao struck Dan Shinji's sword aside with a single palm strike. Her sleeve lashed out like a whip toward Wei Yining. Boom! Blade light collided with crimson silk. The impact sent rooftop snow scattering in all directions. Wei Yining and Dan Shinji clashed fiercely with Qin Yao. Spiritual energy rippled, blood chi blazed, demonic energy churned. Their terrifying might made ordinary mortals tremble in fear. Civilians beneath the roofs panicked wildly. Fortunately, all 3 combatants deliberately restrained their power. Otherwise, the buildings would have crumbled to dust. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens, even hundreds, of strikes. The 9 silver emblem slayers stood utterly powerless to intervene. Inside the artisan workshop, Sheng Huaian, engaged in forging heavy armor, lifted his gaze toward the sky. He sensed blood, chi surging, spiritual energy churning emanating from that direction. And another unfamiliar, formidable presence. Who dares battle within the city? Sheng Huaian frowned. The fluctuations of pre-heaven cultivation were unmistakable to his senses. To fight openly within city limits. Do they dare disregard my authority? Sheng Huaian would never tolerate such lawlessness. Carry on with your work. I must attend to something urgent. Setting aside his tools, Sheng Huaian strode from the workshop, leapt onto the rooftops, and sped toward the source of the blood chi and spiritual energy. Qin Yao's eyes narrowed. She sensed a terrifying wave of blood chi surging toward her. It was Sheng Huaian's aura, another pre-heaven grand perfection master. His blood chi surpassed Wei Yining's by a vast margin. Though unafraid of Wei Yining and Dan Shinji alone, Qin Yao knew that should Sheng Huaian join the fray, victory would elude her. Without hesitation, she whirled and fled, transforming into a crimson streak racing beyond the city walls. Demoness, where do you think you're going? Seeing her escape, Wei Yining gave chase without pause, reckless and resolute. Dan Shinji likewise activated his Taoist incantations, darting forward like a swallow in flight. Indeed, this demoness was extraordinary. Facing both him and the Demon Suppression Bureau's agents, she remained unruffled. His junior brother Danfeng's death was no disgrace. She had already ascended to the pinnacle of demonic cultivation. Only one step remained before attaining the rank of Demon Sovereign. The 9 silver emblem slayers followed closely behind. By the time Sheng Huaian arrived, the 3 auras had already receded beyond the city walls. One belongs to a pre-heaven martial artist. The other feels like Taoist Dan Shinji. The 3rd aura is unusual. I've never encountered it before, yet strangely familiar. Sheng Huaian surveyed the lingering traces of energy in the heavens. Within moments, the 3 auras vanished beyond the city's edge. Sheng Huaian reached the ramparts, but went no further. Unaware of the full context, he cared only that no violence occurred within the city walls. General, soldiers atop the wall saluted sharply upon spotting Sheng Huaian. No need for formalities. What just transpired? Sheng Huaian asked. The soldier hurriedly reported General a powerful martial artist and a Taoist were pursuing a crimson-robed woman. They flew out of the city together. Heightened patrols and vigilance. Sheng Huaian cast a glance beyond the walls. Yes, sir. The soldier bowed deeply. Beyond the city stretched endless snowfields. Wide as far as the eye could see, a world sculpted in ice and frost. Sheng Huaian turned back unmoved. Beyond the city walls, the trio unleashed their full might. True chi and demonic energy tore through trees, sending snow exploding skyward, unleashing devastation of staggering magnitude. The 9 silver emblem slayers dared only watch from afar. This was a clash of pre-heaven grand perfection masters. Any stray ripple of true chi or demonic energy would slay them instantly. How could this demoness grow so formidable? One silver emblem slayer murmured. We attempted to suppress her before, and she escaped then. Was she truly this strong back then? In just a few months, her demonic strength had surged far beyond measure. We underestimated her. We cannot subdue this sovereign demon with our current force. Their expressions grew grim. Qin Yao fought Wei Yining and Dan Xinji with flawless parity, not yielding an inch. Even their combined might could only match her evenly. Before long, word spread across Hushi County Qin Yao was a demon. No wonder. I sensed something amiss about her the moment I saw her. What's amiss? You were simply bewitched. And you weren't. I always wondered. How could a mortal be so breathtakingly beautiful? Now I know she's a fox spirit. Indeed, only legendary fox spirits possess such unearthly beauty. Lucky I didn't bet her. I heard they drain men's yang essence. Uff, you'd have bolted faster than a dog if you'd ever gotten the chance. Across Hushi County, wealthy gentry debated the matter endlessly. Magistrate Chen sought out Sheng Huaian, who was deep in discussion with artisans over heavy armor design. General Sheng. Sheng Huaian paused and turned his gaze toward Magistrate Chen. Magistrate Chen, what is it? Magistrate Chen regarded him solemnly. General Sheng, Immortal Lady Qin Yao is a demon. Immortal Lady Qin Yao is a demon. Sheng Huaian visibly stiffened in surprise. Yes, she is a fox spirit. The news has swept across the county. Today, agents of the Demon Suppression Bureau and a Taoist exposed her identity at Yanlu Pavilion. A fierce confrontation ensued, culminating in their battle beyond the city walls. Magistrate Chen spoke gravely. Fortunately, no human deaths caused by demons had been reported within the city. Otherwise, his tenure as magistrate would surely end in disgrace. He recalled how not long ago he himself had been utterly captivated by Qin Yao, now realizing it must have been the work of demonic artifice. A fox spirit. Only now did Sheng Huaian comprehend the unfamiliar aura he'd sensed was demonic energy, and it belonged to Qin Yao. Though he'd harbored suspicions about her identity, he'd never imagined she was a fox spirit. Her concealment technique was nothing short of peerless. Since the Demon Suppression Bureau has taken action, we need only wait. Sheng Huaian remarked. Exterminating demons fell squarely under the Demon Suppression Bureau's jurisdiction. He had no intention of intervening. It may not be so simple. Where demons appear, chaos follows. They may well request your troops' assistance. Magistrate Chen cautioned. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Magistrate Chen, you aren't worried about being implicated, are you? Sheng Huaian studied him closely. After all, Qin Yao, the fox spirit, had dwelled openly in the county, even cultivating familiarity with them. Afraid? Of what? I never aided Immortal Lady Qin Yao. No, I never aided that demoness in any way. My conduct has been upright and beyond reproach. Magistrate Chen stood tall as he declared this. Sheng Huaian looked at him with undisguised disdain. You wanted to bet her, but failed. And had Qin Yao wished to enthrall Magistrate Chen, bending him to her will, it would have taken but an instant. Truth be told, Magistrate Chen was anxious. After all, a sovereign demon had appeared right under his jurisdiction undetected. A charge of gross negligence was inevitable. That was precisely why the moment he heard Qin Yao was a sovereign demon, a fox spirit, he rushed immediately to seek Sheng Huaian. General Sheng, could this be part of a larger demonic plot to incite unrest within the county? Magistrate Chen spoke uneasily. Humanity and demons had been locked in mortal enmity for millennia, their wars unending. What is there to fear? Sheng Huaian looked down his nose at him. With me standing guard within the city, how dare any demon raise its head? Let it try, and it dies. Sheng Huaian's confidence was absolute, his authority unassailable. Any who defied order would face annihilation without mercy. It is reassuring to hear General Sheng's resolve. Magistrate Chen nodded. Every demonic appearance heralded bloodshed and upheaval. His anxiety was only natural. Demons devoured humans with savage cruelty. To hear of demonic calamity and pale in fear, that was history's enduring lesson. With Sheng Huaian's assurance, County Magistrate Chen felt a bit more at ease. Currently, Sheng Huaian was the strongest person in Hushi County, and no one below the Grandmaster level dared to cause trouble in his territory. The new year is just around the corner, on that day shall we have a drink together. County Magistrate Chen said to Sheng Huaian. To be honest, he was a bit eager to drink some Zyfengli. But this guy Sheng Huaian actually wanted him to pay for it, not even giving him a jar for free, which made him so angry that he didn't speak to Sheng Huaian for 3 days. All right, come to the military camp then, and celebrate with us. Sheng Huaian nodded. This would be his first new year in this world. County Magistrate Chen returned home. In this icy weather, he really didn't want to go out, it was too cold. As a mere martial artist, he could not ignore the severe cold of the northwest. Sheng Huaian ordered to strengthen the city's defenses and patrols. Now the constables in the county town were all soldiers under his command. With the new year approaching, the ordinary people in the city had already purchased their supplies for the festival. County Magistrate Chen also had people hang festive red lanterns along the main roads of the county town. Sheng Huaian also rarely let the soldiers rest preparing for the new year. The winery began its holiday today. Sheng Huaian said he would give rewards to Du Fei Xia He and the others who worked at the winery. Tomorrow is the New Year's Day. We are about to welcome a new year, a new beginning. Today the winery is closed, no work is needed, and I will fulfill my promise by giving you silver. Master Du, each of you will receive 10 taels of silver. Miss Xia He, each of you will receive 5 taels of silver. Thank you, General, thank you, General, Du Fei and the others said joyfully. This was a reward, not a payment. They were all grateful to have such a good employer. Thank you, General. I can never repay your kindness in this life. Why say these things? Let the past be the past. We should look forward to a bright future, Sheng Huaian said with a smile to Xia He and the other women. Xia He and the other women now had a sparkle in their eyes, no longer numb and lifeless. They seemed to have been reborn. All of this was given to them by Sheng Huaian, and they would remember it for their entire lives. After arranging matters at the winery, Sheng Huaian moved to the artisan workshop. Today the artisan workshop also began its holiday. Everyone, today we will take a break and enjoy plenty of food and drink, Sheng Huaian said to the hundreds of artisans. Plenty of drink. Really, General? A burly blacksmith asked excitedly. What do you think? I Sheng would lie to you in front of you all? Sheng Huaian said with a smile. Great. I want to drink Zyfengli. I want a jar, the simple-minded man said with a grin. You want to drink a whole jar by yourself? How can that be? Right now Zyfengli costs several hundred taels of silver a jar outside. Ha ha, it's all right, this is all brewed by ourselves. We are all family, so it doesn't count like that. Sheng Huaian laughed and chatted with the craftsmen, showing no airs. The craftsmen also liked Sheng Huaian very much and were not too restrained in front of him. Not only the guarding troops of Hushi County, but also Anning Pass and the entire Wei dynasty were immersed in the joy of the new year. The court had already taken a break, and the entire Luojing was bustling with activity with countless lanterns, tourists, and merchants. New Year's Day was in fact New Year's Eve. On New Year's Day, the military camp was bustling. Large iron pots were set up, simmering beef and mutton bought from the market. Soldiers gathered in groups, discussing how beautiful the girls from the Yansha Tower were. The camp was filled with the aroma of meat. How could one not eat well during the new year? At this moment, officers like Gui Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Xiao Chui Wu, Cheng Wang Wu, and Tang Yinshan were also chatting together, discussing the training insights of their subordinates. Sheng Huaian was very busy accompanying Xia He and the other women, as well as sharing meals with Master Du and other winemakers and craftsmen. He was simply unable to separate himself. Xia He and the other women spent New Year's Day together, while Master Du and the winemakers and their families celebrated separately. The craftsmen who made heavy armor also spent New Year's Day with their families, all apart from each other. As the chief steward, Sheng Huaian naturally had to celebrate with his subordinates. It was only at night that Sheng Huaian returned to the military camp. General, you have finally returned. Gui Xiaoping and the others saw Sheng Huaian return, each one seemingly having waited so long that the flowers had withered. Tonight is New Year's Day. Except for the soldiers on duty, everyone gets a bowl of Zyfengli. Sheng Huaian said loudly to the soldiers. Long live the general. When the soldiers heard there was wine, they all shouted with joy. Hurry up, General Sheng, everyone is waiting for you. County Magistrate Chen was also present. Everyone eat and drink. In the new year, we strive to become stronger and push into the grasslands, letting those barbarian tribes know our might. Sheng Huaian said loudly, his voice reaching the ears of every soldier. Good. Nearly 10,000 soldiers shouted loudly, startling nearby residents, but upon realizing it was the guarding troops, they felt at ease. Sheng Huaian gave the order, and everyone went to fetch wine to prepare for the New Year celebration. Come, General Sheng, I toast you with a cup. County Magistrate Chen raised a bowl of Zyfengli in salute to Sheng Huaian. Sheng Huaian lifted his bowl. Come, let's drink together. Everyone raised their bowls in celebration. The military camp was lively as they celebrated the new year, welcoming the arrival of the new year. Meanwhile, Dan Xinzi, Wei Yining, and others were chasing after Qin Yao, arriving at the neighboring Qingyuan Mountains in Sui County. Sui County, adjacent to Heshi County, is part of the Sheng Huaian Mountains, an extension of the Great Weiss Western Plateau, part of the Great True Ancient Buddha Plateau. In these mountains lived a tribe of black wolf demons, and the wolf king of the black wolf tribe was a great demon comparable to a human innate perfection. Qin Yao fled into this mountain range, and Wei Yining, Dan Qinzi, and others chased into the Sheng Huaian Mountains. The mountains were covered in ice and snow. While others celebrated the new year, they were in the mountains freezing in the bitter cold, experiencing a rather desolate time. Dan Qinzi was doing a bit better, always holding a jar of Zyfengli in hand. This wine was very strong, warming his body and making him feel comfortable. Wei Yining and the others, smelling the aroma of the wine, felt quite envious, but they could only watch. None of them were familiar with each other, and there was hardly any basic conversation. In the Great Wei's lodging in the palace, Empress Han Jiangxue was hosting a banquet for the officials. My dear ministers, in the new year, I hope you will work together with me to govern the Great Wei better and make it even more prosperous. Han Jiangxue addressed the officials. Long live your majesty, may the Great Wei last for 1,000 years. The officials raised their cups in response. Green ant wine. After tasting the wine, the officials' eyes brightened. They did not expect that tonight Empress Han Jiangxue would treat them with green ant wine. Empress Han Jiangxue brought the green ant wine presented by Sheng Huaian to entertain the officials. What a good wine. This wine truly lives up to its reputation. It's a pity I couldn't buy any. Minister Wang Cheng of the Ministry of War spoke. I was lucky and bought a few jars, Minister Zhu Tang said with a smile. I heard this wine has already been raised to 500 taels of silver a jar, truly exorbitantly priced. I heard this wine was brewed by a general at the northwest border. Indeed, the Great Wei is full of talents. The minister of the left, Fu Xiangru, nodded as he tasted the wine. While the empress was hosting the officials, Yang Yi was entertaining the soldiers at Anning Pass, and Sheng Huaian was drinking with his 4 sub-officers. That night, everyone was celebrating the new year. Meanwhile, at the southwestern border of the Great Wei in Jinyao Pass, the demon tribes, Silver Moon Wolf King was leading his demon soldiers to attack Jinyao Pass. In the northern border of Yinshi, the Marquis of Jinbei and the Marquis of Li were leading troops to battle against the Xiongnu army. In Suizhou, within a mountain recess, the White Lotus sect had a stronghold. The former 6th prince of the Great Wei, Han Shang, was practicing the secret techniques of the White Lotus sect. The 6th prince, Han Shang's complexion had turned blood red and eerie. In order to one day make a comeback and reclaim his throne, he resolutely joined the White Lotus sect and began practicing its secret techniques, hoping to use its power to assist him in ascending to the throne. Han Jiangxue, I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest he. Wait for me, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Come on, drink. I can easily outdrink all of you. Sheng Huaian said confidently, looking at his subordinates. I don't believe it. With so many of us, we can't be outdrunk by you alone, General. Guo Xiaoping retorted, raising his bowl to challenge Sheng Huaian. All right then, I'll take you down first. Sheng Huaian smiled slyly. If they dared to challenge him in drinking, he would teach these unaware fellows a lesson. Soon 2 jars of Zyfengli went down, and Guo Xiaoping felt a fiery sensation in his stomach, becoming somewhat lightheaded. Come on, let's keep drinking. Drink. After downing another jar of Zyfengli, Guo Xiaoping collapsed from drinking too much. Seeing him fall, the watching soldiers couldn't help but shout loudly, "Oh!" Next, Sheng Huaian shouted, "I'll go." Hu Bing volunteered to battle. General, don't blame me for not playing fair. Hu Bing said with a smile. Sheng Huaian had already downed 3 jars of Zyfengli. Stop talking nonsense with your little drinking capacity. Do you think you can get me drunk? Sheng Huaian scoffed. Even without using his innate true qi to counteract the effects of alcohol, Hu Bing couldn't match him. Come on, I'll get all of you to submit to my drinking prowess. Then after 4 jars of Zyfengli, Hu Bing also collapsed, joining Guo Xiaoping. Watching Sheng Huaian take Hu Bing down, the soldiers cheered loudly, "General is mighty." Now, Old Chen, it's your turn. Sheng Huaian looked at Officer Chen. Huh, am I supposed to compete too? Officer Chen exclaimed, surprised. He didn't have a strong capacity for alcohol. After just half a jar of Zyfengli, he was already feeling tipsy. Enough talk. Are you a man or not? Sheng Huaian directly used the Kuan command technique. Who are you calling incapable? Who says I can't do it? Let's drink. Officer Chen instantly got fired up. It's just drinking, who's afraid of who? Soon before finishing a jar, he was sprawled on the table, starting to shout. Qin Yao, don't go. Qin Yao. Everyone exchanged glances, astonished. It turns out he was a lovesick fool still thinking about that vixen. Ignore him, he's just a sycophant. Wu Cheng, it's your turn. Sheng Huaian fixed his gaze on Wu Cheng. Tonight he intended to drink all his 4 lieutenants under the table. Watching Sheng Huaian down 8 or 9 jars of Zyfengli without getting drunk, Wu Cheng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. No, I think that's enough, General. Stop talking nonsense, let's drink. After Wu Cheng was taken down, Sheng Huaian didn't spare Xiao Chuyi. Even though Xiao Chuyi was drinking green ant wine, she too was drunk by Sheng Huaian. Seeing Xiao Qi drunk, Sheng Huaian asked her, "Brother Beishan, what position does your family hold in the court?" "No, I can't say." Although Xiao Qi was drunk, her caution hadn't diminished at all. "Then what's your father's name?" "I won't tell you." "What about your grandfather?" Xiao Qi became unresponsive, completely passed out. Sheng Huaian looked at the unconscious Xiao Qi with regret. He had finally gotten her drunk, but failed to extract any information. "Wang Wu Tang Yinshan Haidai. You guys come too, let's drink together." Sheng Huaian called out to his old subordinates. Feeling happy today, he wanted to drink to his heart's content with his subordinates. After downing all of them, Sheng Huaian felt a bit tipsy. His innate true qi was too strong, his blood vitality terrifying like a dragon. This little wine had no effect on them at all. As the clock struck midnight, it marked the arrival of the new year. Unfortunately, this world seemed to have yet to discover gunpowder, and fireworks had not yet been invented. Otherwise Sheng Huaian would have definitely prepared some fireworks to celebrate. At midnight, the soldiers on duty changed shifts, replacing those who had been on guard to let them rest. Sheng Huaian looked at the dim sky as snow began to fall. He had the soldiers take Guo Xiaoping, Hu Bing, Wang Wu, and others back to sleep. He climbed onto the city wall, gazing at the pristine white snow. The new year represented new opportunities and challenges for him. Rongdi Xiongnu Jurchen's 36 Buddhist kingdoms in the western regions, demon tribes, Dao sects, demonic sects, the Great Li, the Great, Chu Miaojia. The deeper he understood this world, the more Sheng Huaian felt small, filled with dread. The desire to grow stronger also intensified. Perhaps it's time to break through to the master realm. Sheng Huaian murmured. Name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: innate limit. Techniques: Great Sun Sutra, minor completion, Raging Bull strength, minor completion, Blood Fiend blade technique, major completion, Projected Overlord spear technique, minor completion. Strength: 95,000 pounds. Talent: Divine Archer. Killing value: 8,017. System upgrade available. Without hesitation, Sheng Huaian directly clicked the plus sign, choosing to enhance his cultivation, wanting to elevate it to the master realm. 6,000 killing points vanished in an instant, and a massive energy surged into his body. That power seemed to come from the chaos of the universe, suddenly appearing within him, rapidly strengthening his flesh and blood, swiftly impacting the barrier of this realm. His immensely rich innate true qi began to boil the blood, and qi igniting like a furnace. Every second, he was growing stronger. Flesh, bones, skin, and tendons seemed to be undergoing a transformation, as if he were being reborn. An incredibly powerful force was being nurtured within him. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy present in the world, along with a sense of momentum. That sense of momentum seemed to be the momentum of heaven and earth. Just as a fist has its force and intention, a sword has its momentum and will. It was a very mysterious feeling. At the same time, he also felt his mental strength growing stronger, allowing him to perceive things around him with great clarity. He could distinctly feel the landing points of the falling snowflakes. He could also clearly sense the breathing rhythms of the soldiers on duty on the city wall. Is this the change brought by breaking through to the master realm? Sheng Huaian murmured. He gently clenched his fist, and an incredibly powerful force began to gather between his fists. It felt as if a single punch could collapse the city wall. Of course, this was merely an illusion brought about by the breakthrough. To actually collapse such a thick city wall with a punch, one would need to be a grandmaster. Simultaneously, his bones began to undergo a golden transformation, his blood crimson and exuding a scorching aura. A single drop could corrode the ground into a pit. This was the transformation of a martial artist's blood after breaking through to the master realm, containing not only immense vitality, but also powerful strength. Looking at the golden light screen, name: Sheng Huaian. Race: human. Realm: early master. Techniques: Great Sun Sutra, minor completion, Raging Bull strength, minor completion, Blood Fiend blade technique, major completion, Projected Overlord spear technique, minor completion. Strength: 120,000 pounds. Talent: Divine Archer. Killing value: 2,017. System upgrade available. After breaking through to the master realm, Sheng Huaian's strength increased to a terrifying 120,000 pounds, comparable to the ultimate limit of the blood realm of the great emperor of the wasteland. With a single punch, he could probably kill a sea god without any problem preventing him from resurrecting his beloved. Sheng Huaian took a step forward, soaring into the air, leaping from the city wall to outside the city. Having broken through to the master realm, he could now briefly soar through the air. As he flew in the sky, Sheng Huaian felt the change. It was as if he had mastered the momentum of the wind, treading upon it, using its force to lift himself, allowing him to walk in the air. Walking on the snow, he could tread without leaving a trace, not a single footprint. Sheng Huaian joyfully flew through the air, savoring the true sensation of soaring. In just a little over half a stick of incense, Sheng Huaian arrived several miles outside the city. He clenched his right fist and struck down towards the ground, unleashing terrifying true chi that created a fist imprint like a radiant sun. Boom. After a loud explosion, a massive pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared on the ground. Seeing such terrifying destructive power, Sheng Huaian couldn't help but click his tongue. With a casual punch, countless soldiers from Rongdi and Xiongnu would surely perish. Little did he know that even a newly advanced Grandmaster could only wield a force of 12,000 pounds with one arm. In terms of sheer strength alone, Sheng Huaian was now comparable to a Grandmaster at the initial stage. Yet this was merely his foundational power. With the enhancements of blood energy, true essence, martial arts, and other factors, he could not truly rival a Grandmaster. Those who could break through to the Grandmaster realm were invariably geniuses and the cream of the crop in martial arts. To reach the Master realm, one had to cultivate the 5 energies within the body. Only when these 5 energies were perfected could one break through to Grandmaster. At the pinnacle of Grandmaster, one needed to achieve the convergence of the 3 flowers and the gathering of the 5 energies to have any hope of breaking through to the martial saint realm. In the wilderness, Sheng Huaian tested his power. Only after the exhilaration of breaking through to the Master realm subsided did he return to Heshi County. The Master realm allowed one to fly through the air. Sheng Huaian moved without a trace, leaving no shadow behind. No one knew he had left the city, no one knew he had returned, and even fewer knew he had broken through to the Master realm. Sheng Huaian suppressed his aura and realm to the mid-Xintian stage to deceive outsiders. An 18-year-old master. If word got out, it would astonish countless people. For now, he was not yet strong enough to disregard Grandmasters, and above Grandmasters stood martial saints. He would bide his time. This was not yet the moment to make his voice heard to the world. In the Qingyuan Mountains, the fox demon Qin Yao, allied with the king of the Black Wolf demon clan Haisha, clashed several times with Wei Yining and Dan Shenzi. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Haisha, the king of the Black Wolf demon clan, was a peak great demon equivalent in strength to a human Xiantian grand completion martial artist. He had 1 foot in the true demon king realm, making him immensely powerful. Under the seduction of the fox demon Qin Yao, Haisha not only allied with her against Wei Yining and Dan Shenzi, but also dispatched wolf demons to break out of the Qingyuan Mountains and attack Suiyuan County. In Suiyuan County, aside from the county town, wolf demons ravaged other towns and villages, causing a bloody spree of wolf attacks on humans. The magistrate of Suiyuan County reported the demon incursion to higher authorities, requesting the prefecture to dispatch troops to suppress the disaster. Upon receiving the plea for help from Suiyuan County, Dingzhou Prefect Feng Zhili immediately summoned Dingzhou Commandant Chui Lang. Commandant Chui, a demon calamity has struck Suiyuan County. Take troops at once to suppress the demon clan, or we must not let the disaster spread. Feng Zhili spoke gravely. The wolf demons from Qingyuan Mountain have descended. Chui Lang frowned at the news. That great demon from Qingyuan Mountain. Even if he intervened, it seemed difficult to handle. The wolf demon tribe of Qingyuan Mountain rarely descended the mountain. The magistrate of Suiyuan sent a distress signal reporting that a large number of wolf demons have appeared in the county, attacking towns and preying on the people. Feng Zhili said. Very well, we'll take the troops and have a look. Chui Lang nodded, then mustered 3,000 prefectural soldiers and set out for Suiyuan County. Damn it, these wolf demons are outrageously bold, daring to leave the mountains and attack the people. Do these beasts think the Great Wei army won't come to suppress them? Wei Yining's subordinate Su Yinpai, having slain a minor demon that attacked a village, spoke with fury. Blame that enchantress, truly a vixen. Even the great demon of the Black Wolf clan was bewitched by her, sending wolf demons to attack towns and feed on the people. Enough complaining. Let's clear out these wolf demons quickly and stop their rampage. If things escalate, we'll be in deep trouble too. Another silver token officer spoke. None of them had expected that wolf demon to be so audacious as to send minor demons down the mountain to attack humans. The 9 silver token officers under Wei Yining tirelessly patrolled Suiyuan County, slaying wolf demons. Yet there were too many wolf demons, too cunning, and they employed feints with great skill, making it impossible for the officers to eliminate them all. In the Qingyuan Mountains. Princess Su, I have dispatched my subordinates down the mountain as you commanded. I have also dealt with the demon-slaying martial artist and that Taoist for you. Now it's time to fulfill your promise. A burly black man said, arms crossed. Of course, brother Haisha, I will help you break through to Demon King. Qin Yao, no, it should be Su Yao, smiled charmingly, exuding a seductive and enchanting aura that could captivate all beings. Haisha dared not look too long, fearing he would lose his mind and become a dog under Su Yao's command. This jade bottle contains a drop of Wolf Clan Demon Emperor's blood essence, enough for you to break through to Demon King. Su Yao produced a jade bottle and waved it before Haisha. Haisha's gaze locked onto the jade bottle in Su Yao's hand, the craving from his bloodline, drawing him like a deadly poison. Wanted. Su Yao smiled seductively. Haisha nodded like a husky, his eyes full of longing. You can have it, but there's a condition. Su Yao spoke. Please tell me, princess. At this moment, even if Su Yao ordered him to single-handedly kill the 2 human experts in the mountains, Haisha would not hesitate. I want you, after breaking through to Demon King, to kill that annoying Taoist and that damned martial artist for me, Su Yao said. I obey your command, princess. Haisha is at your disposal. Haisha's eyes burned with desire. Once he obtained the Wolf Clan Demon Emperor's blood essence, his bloodline would transform, and he could effortlessly break through to the Demon King realm, perhaps even the Great Demon King realm. Good. Remember your promise. Take it. Su Yao tossed the jade bottle to Haisha. It was just a drop of Demon Emperor's blood essence. Raising a Demon King to help her fight was not a bad idea. Princess, excuse me. Haisha will go into seclusion to break through to Demon King, then slay those 2 human experts for you. Haisha took the jade bottle and hurried off to seclude himself in excitement. Inside the cave, Haisha sat cross-legged, his expression ecstatic. Hee, once I become a Demon King, none of you will escape. I wonder what a Fox Clan princess tastes like. I could use a wife. Haisha's expression was wild, his ambition laid bare. Without hesitation, he opened the jade bottle. A drop of crimson blood essence like a blazing sun radiated immense, powerful energy. Gazing at the Demon Emperor's blood essence floating in the air, Haisha swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. The vast power spread through his body, continuously purifying and evolving his wolf demon bloodline. 2 days later, Haisha broke through to the Demon King realm, equivalent to the Human Master realm. After his breakthrough, Haisha emerged from seclusion and came before Su Yao. Su Yao glanced at Haisha, noting the aggressive look in his eyes. She smiled faintly. You don't think that after becoming a Demon King you can do as you please, do you, eh? I don't understand what you mean, Princess Su. Haisha smiled faintly, a sinister curl on his lips. Su Yao shook the silver bell on her wrist, and a clear chime rang out. Haisha suddenly screamed, a piercing pain in his chest, as if part of his heart had been torn away. Damn it, what trick did you play on me? Haisha glared at Su Yao in fury. Have you heard of Miaojiang? There they have a heart-eating goo worm that feeds on the heart. Every time I ring this bell, it takes a bite until your heart is completely consumed. Su Yao's pure yet seductive face gave no clue to her true nature. Damn it, you put the heart-eating goo in the Demon Emperor's blood essence. As Haisha spoke, he lunged to snatch the silver bell from Su Yao's hand. Ding-dong. The bell rang, and Haisha felt as if a million ants were gnawing at his heart, utterly powerless to resist. Stop, princess. Please stop. This little demon will never defy you again. I beg you to spare me. Haisha pleaded in agony. He never imagined that his greed for the Demon Emperor's blood essence would lead him into such a trap. Su Yao stopped speaking coldly. Foolish wolf, put away your petty schemes. Serve me well, and you may live. Otherwise I won't hesitate to make you nourishment for my goo worms. This little wolf willingly serves the princess and dares not disobey in the slightest. Haisha spoke in terror. He, the proud king of the Black Wolf clan, a great demon at the Demon King realm, had through one misstep become another's dog. Good. Now send all your wolf demons out to collect human blood essence. You will also act and behead those 2 human experts, bringing their corpses to me. Su Yao's voice was icy. Yes, princess. Haisha quickly turned and left.